This audiobook contains 79 censored sentences and 163 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Then headed to the supermarket to stock up on groceries. With a leisurely pace, he returned to his apartment. As soon as he entered, he noticed a pair of women's slippers by the entrance. After changing his shoes, he didn't see anyone in the living room. It seemed she was in the bedroom. He put the groceries away, storing the perishables in the fridge and the rest in the cabinets. Then, he headed toward the bedroom. When he opened the door, he saw Yutaha sitting at the desk, typing furiously on her keyboard. She had her headphones on and didn't notice his arrival. Walking up behind her, Ichin gently placed his hands on her headphones and removed them, finally pulling her out of her writing trance. She turned her head to find Ichin smiling at her. "Oh, Ichin-kun, you're back." Setting her headphones aside, Ichin sat on the bed and looked at her. "If you were coming over, why didn't you call me? What if I wasn't home all afternoon? I figured you'd gone out to shop, so I planned to call you later." She glanced at the clock. "It's only just past 1, isn't it? I thought I'd wait until 2 before calling you, if you hadn't returned by then." "Yeah, I went out to restock groceries. The snacks and ingredients at home were running low, so I picked up some essentials." Stretching lazily, Ichin lay down on the bed and glanced at her computer screen. "Is the second volume done?" "Almost. I'm just doing the final checks and minor edits." Yutaha saved her work, stood up from her chair, and climbed onto the bed. She sat beside Ichin and playfully poked his cheek with her finger. "Any plans for the afternoon?" "Not really. I've already finished all my schoolwork this morning." Grabbing her mischievous hand, Ichin looked at her and said, "If I have time, I'll check out some recent industry news. See which games are set to release in the next couple of months, and work on game design documents. There's always something productive I can do." Hearing his plans, Yutaha narrowed her eyes and poked his cheek again with her free hand. "Ichin-kun, that's a failing answer. Your girlfriend is right here. Cinchuredo, all right?" Yutaha asked directly, "Why not be honest with your feelings? It's just the two of us here. We are already close, so there's no need to act distant." Yutaha laid down beside Ichin, looking at him. Could it be that Ichin-kun is the type to speak sweetly and then act like nothing happened? "Oh no, have I walked into a wolf's den?" Ichin sighed at her clearly fake crying and reached out to ruffle her hair. "I can't win against you, you're too good at this. But we just started dating. There's no need to rush things, right? Then how about a little something to show your affection?" Under Ichin's gaze, Yutaha pointed to her Barato, which looked soft and glossy from Barato Balm. "I've always taken the initiative before. As my partner, you need to step up." Faced with her expectant smile, Ichin had no choice. He leaned in for a brief, affectionate gesture before quickly getting off the bed. "He'll go make us something to drink." Yutaha watched as he left the bedroom, her hand resting gently near her face. In a soft voice, she murmured, "Just one step forward, huh? Oh well, progress is still progress." Though Ichin's shyness caught her by surprise, the feeling of slowly nurturing this relationship wasn't bad at all. Soon, Ichin returned with 2 cups of coffee and some snacks. Setting them on the table, he looked at her, still lying on the bed, and said, "Are you not getting up? I want to read the second volume of your novel." All right. Yutaha reluctantly got up, clearly wanting to lounge a bit longer. After settling into the chair beside Ichin, she clung to his arm and said, "Let's read it together. You can help me check if there's anything I can improve. You'll just read it like a regular reader. Asking me to help you improve is way beyond my skill set." Ichin was well aware of his limitations when it came to writing novels. He might have read a lot, but that didn't mean he could write well. Any suggestions he had given Yutaha in the past were based on his experience watching movies and reading books. The execution, however, was all thanks to her own talent. With their coffees in hand, the two sat in front of the computer and started reading through the second volume from the beginning. Ichin read quickly, while Yutaha, as the author, had no trouble keeping pace. As they went through the story line by line, Ichin noticed a significant difference between the second volume and the first. The writing quality remained just as excellent, but the content had improved considerably, becoming more engaging and nuanced. The relationship progression between the main characters also didn't stagnate, striking a perfect balance between humor and the core storyline. After half an hour of reading, even though much of the volume remained unread, Ichin was confident. As long as the publisher wasn't incompetent and put some effort into promotion, Yudaha's novel sales would see a dramatic increase. Chapter 8686. The always absent PE teacher who is sick all year round around 3 p.m., Ichin finally stopped what he was doing. Seeing Ichin rubbing his eyes, Yudaha smiled and asked, "Done reading?" "Yeah, I'm done." Ichin nodded and smiled. He'll wait for the novel's release to continue reading. What I've read today is more than satisfying. Even if I got an early look, I shouldn't go too far ahead of regular readers, right? By the way, Yudaha, does the publisher have any plans for releasing the novel's overseas edition? Not yet. After all, even the second volume hasn't been released yet. Yudaha touched her chin thoughtfully and continued. From what the editor mentioned, the decision for an overseas release usually depends on the sales of the first 3 volumes. If those do well, and there's a chance of an anime adaptation, then an overseas release becomes more feasible. I see. Ichin understood, and, holding Yuda's hand, said, "With your talent, I'm sure the later volumes will do great. The editor should help you secure some promotional resources for this volume, right?" "Of course. That's already settled." Yudaha smiled brightly. The editor has seen the outline and some of the manuscript during the drafting process. They even discussed promotional plans with the chief editor. Once I hand in the full second volume tomorrow, we should be able to confirm the promotional resources. There was one thing Yudaha didn't mention to Ichin, though. She planned to ask Arari to help with the promotion. As a prominent illustrator in the industry with over 200,000 followers on Twitter, Arari's support could significantly boost the novel's visibility. However, Yudaha decided to wait until the publisher finalized their resources before asking for additional help. Hugging Ichin's arm, Yudaha said, "You promised to go to the library with me, right?" "Of course. A promise is a promise." Ichin nodded. "After school tomorrow?" "Yep, after school." Thinking of Ichin's studio, Yudaha asked, "By the way, isn't Hazuki-san coming to the studio tomorrow? Should we reschedule?" "No need. Let's go tomorrow as planned," Ichin said casually. Hazuki isn't a rookie. She used to be the chief director at Eagle Jump, so she's not someone who needs hand-holding. If it were someone like Aoba Suzuki's or Hifumi Takimoto starting their first day at the studio, Ichin might have felt the need to be there. But for someone as experienced as Hazuki, it wasn't necessary. "By the way, Hazuki-san mentioned she'd bring her cat with her tomorrow," Yudaha said, recalling the photo's shed scene of Hazuki's pet. "This is the first time I've heard of someone bringing their cat to work." Ichin chuckled. That's not uncommon in some Chinese internet companies. Some offices even have multiple cats and dogs, complete with designated pet rooms. However, this practice was rare in Japan. It likely stemmed from Eagle Jump's unique work culture, where a relaxed environment allowed for such flexibility. With no corporate executives micromanaging and most of the staff being women, no one minded Hazuki bringing her cat as long as the game development stayed on track. As for Ichin, he didn't mind having pets in the studio either. Animals could help reduce stress and improve the overall work atmosphere, making it a win-win for everyone. Of course, as long as you don't get too carried away with it. "So that's how it is," Yudaha said with a look of realization. Firming her resolve, she added, "Then tomorrow let's try to wrap things up early so we can head back. I'm quite curious to see Hazuki-san's cat, Mizuku." That chubby cat was indeed rare, and its expressions in the photos were quite amusing. Since they weren't going to continue reading the novel, Yudaha pulled Ichin to watch a movie together. The two of them relaxed and enjoyed the film. By the time it ended, it was about time for Yudaha to head home. At the entryway, as Yudaha stood gracefully before him, Ichin didn't need a reminder this time. He warmly greeted her with a hug. A few moments later, Ichin finally let her go. Smiling with a gentle expression, Yudaha steadied her breathing and looked at Ichin. "Keep up the good work. Iti-inkun. He'll head back now, but make sure to answer my call tonight." "Got it. He'll be waiting." After seeing Yudaha out, Ichin closed the door and exhaled deeply. "This is tough. If this keeps up, I don't think I can keep up with everything on my plate. Although relaxing Barato would help. Ichin wanted to take things step by step. He preferred to solidify their relationship slowly rather than rushing into things. Starting a relationship with Yutaha at this point was already moving fast in his eyes. There was no need to keep racing ahead. Stretching his neck a little, Ichin headed toward the kitchen. Time to cook. What should I make tonight? Let's download a recipe app and try something I haven't made before. It was Monday, a school day. With midterms starting on Friday, Ichin and Yutaha saw many students on the way to school holding small flashcards, memorizing English vocabulary as they walked. Others had notebooks open, reviewing key points for various subjects. Holding onto Ichin's arm, Yutaha cheerfully asked, "Ichin-kun, back in China, did students also study like this on their way to school?" "Not really," Ichin replied. In high school, morning classes started very early. Most students had to be at school by 7 a.m. There was always a morning reading session before classes began, so there was plenty of time for studying. After thinking for a moment, he added, "If I hadn't come abroad to study, I'd probably be like most high school seniors back home showing up at school at the crack of dawn." Teachers often used the morning reading session to go over test papers or solve practice problems. And, of course, the PE teacher would call in sick for more than half the year, so other teachers reluctantly took over their classes. As he recounted this, Ichin couldn't help but laugh. Yutaha couldn't hold back her laughter either. She had heard of the strict management of Chinese high schools, but the part about the perpetually absent PE teacher was too much to suppress. Big classes, huh? I don't know whether to feel sorry for or amused by Chinese high school PE teachers in this situation. It's hard to say. It's become something of a running joke for us. The two of them chatted and laughed, standing out starkly from the students around them who were frantically cramming for exams. Chapter 87-87. Attention drawn as they walked, they were soon approaching the school gates. Yutaha, still holding on to Ichin's arm, glanced around before asking, "Ichin-kun, should I let go?" Ichin thought for a moment, then chuckled softly. "If you don't mind, you can keep holding on. After all, we've started dating, and people are bound to notice eventually, right?" "Oh my, have you come around to the idea? It's more like I've gotten used to it," Ichin replied with a shrug. "Even though I'm inexperienced, I've adjusted to everything over the past few days. Besides, the stares from people around us were never a big deal to me in the first place. That's quite a bit of progress." Hearing his response, Yutaha was delighted. In full view of several students who were subtly watching them, she leaned over and gave Ichin a kiss on the cheek. That action sealed the deal, making their feelings unmistakably clear to everyone. Ichin looked at Yutaha with mild embarrassment. "You do realize how many people are watching us, don't you?" Yutaha shook her head lightly and smiled playfully. "Oh my, wasn't it you who said you didn't care about other people's stares? That doesn't mean you should do something like that." Still, since Yutaha had already done it, Ichin decided not to press further. "Let's go. If we delay any longer, we'll be late." Hand in hand, they walked through the school gates, ignoring the curious and gossiping looks from their fellow students, and made their way to the classroom building. Once inside the school, however, they toned down their display of affection. While the school didn't have rules prohibiting relationships, the two were ranked first and second in their grade, so it wouldn't do for them to be too showy about it. But by the time they reached their classroom, the news of their relationship had already spread like wildfire throughout the entire school. In a school of this size, everyone knew at least a few students from other classes. News passed quickly from person to person, and before long, the whole school was abuzz. When they walked into their classroom, they were greeted by the inquisitive stares of their classmates, particularly the girls, whose gossip-filled gazes sent a chill down both Ichin and Yutaha's spines. Although they said they didn't mind, being under such close scrutiny from so many people was bound to make anyone feel a bit uncomfortable. As soon as Yutaha sat down, a group of girls quickly gathered around her. Since starting her relationship with Ichin, Yutaha had been in an exceptionally good mood every day. Gradually, she found herself enjoying casual conversations with the girls in her class. Of course, this newfound sociability extended only to the girls. Because of their curiosity, the girls boldly gathered around once they caught wind of the gossip. Kasumegakake-san, are you really dating Ichin? I heard from a friend in the next class that you two looked really close on the way to school. You must be dating, right? Faced with their eager stares, Yutaha glanced at Ichin, who maintained his calm expression, then smiled and nodded. Yes, we're dating, but it's really not a big deal, so there's no need to make such a fuss. What? You're really dating him? Their exclamations of surprise were loud enough for the entire class to hear. Ichin and Yutaha could only sigh helplessly. Though expected, their classmates' excited reactions were still somewhat overwhelming. For the entirety of her first year, Yutaha Kasumigakaka had rarely spoken to boys. Now, with Ichin's recent transfer and their quick transition into dating, it was no surprise that this news had shocked everyone. However, only the two of them knew the truth. Their relationship had developed naturally, without any dramatic twists or turns. After answering this one question, Yutaha stopped responding to the girls' other nosy inquiries. As for the boys, none dared approach Ichin to risk asking questions that might challenge their blood pressure. Instead, they could only cast envious glances his way. Lunch break, clubroom at lunch, Yukino was absent, but Eruri arrived and joined Ichin and Yutaha. The three of them ate lunch together. Taking a mouthful of rice, Eruri looked curiously at Yutaha and said, I didn't expect you two to start dating so quickly. Over the weekend at the studio, Eruri had missed the announcement because Yukino had pulled her away for tutoring. She only found out about their relationship that morning. Sitting beside Ichin, Yutaha sipped from the thermos of hot soup Ichin had brought and smiled. What's wrong? Are you worried ITLL upset you? That's normal, I suppose. After all, you're single, Eruri, and you lack experience in this area. It's natural to feel envious. What's there to be envious about? Eruri shot Yutaha a sharp glare, pouting as she retorted, Aren't you afraid the teachers will call you in for a talk? Sure, the school doesn't ban relationships, but flaunting it so openly isn't exactly a great idea. Relax. We're ranked first and second in the grade. As long as our academics are fine, the teachers won't bother us. Yutaha smirked and glanced at Ichin. Isn't that right, Ichin-kun? Pretty much, Ichin replied, unfazed after the morning's events. He calmly ate his bento as he added, students might be curious for the first few days, but they'll get used to it soon enough. Besides, we're not the only ones dating. It's just that our grades make us stand out more. That's true, Eri agreed. In her own class, some students had already found boyfriends or girlfriends, even though the school year had only just started. The attention on Ichin and Yutaha was mainly due to their popularity. Well, it's not like it has anything to do with me. With a flick of her twin tails, Eri brushed off the topic. She wasn't inclined to dwell on it, though she had to admit that observing them up close, even if it meant occasionally being fed dog food, gave her ideas for her own creative work. Turning to Ichin, Eri brought up the topic of game development at a studio. Though primarily a doujin artist, Eri had aspirations to go beyond that. While she occasionally worked on light novel illustrations, she was eager to explore other opportunities, like animation or game art. However, she didn't know how to broach the subject. After all, she was Eri Spencer Sawamura, a well-known independent artist with a distinctive creative style. Ichin Studio was staffed with former professionals from Eagle Jump. Among them was Kei Yagami, one of her favorite art experts. If her identity as Kashiwagi Eri was exposed, it would be a social disaster of epic proportions. Chapter 8888. Hiratsuka Shizuka's reminder Eri ultimately couldn't summon the courage to mention her interest in joining Ichin Studio as a part-timer. After gathering some details about the studio, she quietly resumed eating her lunch. Yutaha, however, noticed Eriri's hesitation and figured she was holding something back. Glancing at Eri, she chose not to press the matter. When Eri was ready to share her thoughts, she would speak up. Between the two of them, Eri was undeniably more stubborn. Midway through lunch, a knock came at the clubroom door. Ichin went to open it and found Hiratsuka Shizuka standing outside. Hiratsuka-sensei, is there something you need? He asked, stepping aside to let her in. Entering the room, Hiratsuka noticed Eri eating lunch. Oh, Soamura is here too. Seeing her, Eriri quickly stood up. Good afternoon, Hiratsuka-sensei. Waving a hand dismissively, Hiratsuka chuckled. Relax, don't be so nervous. I'm not even your homeroom teacher. Just take it easy, like those two over there. Yudaha set down her chopsticks and glanced at Hiratsuka. Hiratsuka-sensei, I think you should reflect on why even students from other classes are so tense around you. If you address that, maybe you'll have an easier time getting out of singlehood. Hiratsuka's expression faltered, but given that Yudaha was the second-ranked student in the grade and one of the school's top achievers, she could only suppress her annoyance and reply, Don't think I don't know you're teasing me. Being single isn't just my fault. Those people at mixers and matchmaking events simply lack taste. Whatever, let's not dwell on that. I'm here to talk about you, too. After taking a deep breath to steady herself, Hiratsuka turned her attention to Ichin and Yudaha. You two have officially started dating, haven't you? Ichin and Yudaha nodded in unison, confirming her question. Ichin asked curiously, even the teachers know already? Of course. The whole school knows. The principal probably does too, Hiratsuka replied, throwing up her hands. Just before lunch, the grade director came to me and asked me to have a talk with you too. Our school doesn't forbid dating, but would rather you not let it affect your grades. The school is counting on you both to maintain your performance and get into top universities. ITLL be great PR for us. Although Toyogaseki High School had a relatively high deviation value, the number of students who got into elite universities each year was limited. Now, with Ichin and Yudaha in their second year, the school saw a golden opportunity. Even though Ichin was an international student, he was still enrolled at Toyogaseki. As long as the two of them continued performing at their current level, there was an 80% chance they'd secure spots at the University of Tokyo by the time they graduated. What the teachers analyzing their potential didn't know, however, was that both Ichin and Yudaha had significant extracurricular commitments, one writing novels and the other developing games, and both were excelling in their respective fields. Even with their divided focus, Ichin and Yudaha consistently held the top two positions in their grade, a testament to their academic prowess. Centuredo, they might either become rivals or end up as a couple. However, the teachers being experienced in these matters understood that romantic relationships often had a significant impact on academic performance. While the school had no explicit rule against dating, any noticeable decline in grades would prompt intervention to address and mitigate the issue. And given that these two were the top-ranked students, this matter received even more attention. After learning about their relationship that morning, the grade director wasted no time instructing Hiratsuka Shizuka, their homeroom teacher, to have a serious talk with them. Yudaha, however, showed no trace of nervousness in response to Hiratsuka's presence. Resting her chin on her hand, she smiled and said, Hiratsuka-sensei, judging by your expression, it doesn't look like you're here to scold us. Why would I scold you? Hiratsuka shrugged. Unlike others, I know you too well enough to understand that scolding won't work. You wouldn't take it seriously, and saying too much might even backfire. But let me ask you this: if the school decided to ban dating, what would you do? Yudaha didn't answer right away. Instead, she turned to Ichin. After a moment of thought, Ichin replied, if they didn't find out, we'd just continue as we are. If they did and we couldn't resolve it through communication, we'd simply transfer to another school. With our academic levels, other schools in Tokyo would be eager to have us. For us, grades and schools aren't intrinsically tied. No matter where we are, we're confident we can remain at the top. Hiratsuka twitched slightly at his response. You're certainly confident. What about you, Yudaha? Do you feel the same way? I haven't thought that far ahead, Yudaha replied with a smirk, narrowing her eyes. But if something like that happened, I'd be interested in trying it out. It could be a unique life experience, one most people wouldn't have the chance to encounter. Eriri stayed silent, shoveling rice into her mouth as she listened to their conversation. As a single, struggling student, such topics were utterly beyond her comprehension. Listening to the pair's responses, Hiratsuka could only sigh in resignation, slumping her shoulders. Fine. I'm just here to remind you to keep your grades up and tone things down at school. Don't provoke your classmates too much. Beyond that, I won't interfere. You're already more mature than your peers and understand what you're doing. That's all. Carry on with your lunch. I'm heading back. Goodbye, Sensei, the three said as Hiratsuka left. After she was gone, Ichin turned to Yutaha. You heard her tone it down at school. Don't provoke the others. I don't recall doing anything attention-grabbing, Yutaha said with a sly smile as she held on to Ichin's arm. But I do think just the two of us standing together is enough to get a reaction. Don't you agree, Sawamura? Facing Yutaha's perfect couple gaze, Airi set down her lunchbox and chopsticks, picked up a napkin, and wiped her mouth. Burped. She was full in every sense of the word. This place was definitely somewhere she should avoid in the future. But then again, the Service Club clubroom was right next door. Chapter 8989. The editor after lunch. Airi didn't need much prompting. She excused herself and left quickly. Once Airi was out the door, Yutaha shut the clubroom door behind her. Watching her actions, Ichin frowned. Why did you close the door? To keep the room quiet while we work on our project. Yutaha returned to sit beside Ichin with a cheerful smile. Now we can focus without being interrupted, right? Ichin sighed and tilted his head back. It's not like there are many people who'd come here anyway. Aside from the two next door and Hiratsuka-sensei, no one else even thinks about this place. True, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Leaning against Ichin's shoulder, Yutaha had a content expression. The only downside to being at school is that I can't sit next to Ichin-kun whenever I want. Why aren't school seats arranged in pairs? You're surprisingly clingy, aren't you? Yutaha raised her head slightly and chuckled. What? Don't you like it? Well, Ichin hesitated before replying. It's not that I don't like it. It's just a big contrast to when we first met. A contrast, huh? Yutaha pondered for a moment. It was true, though she had never really noticed it herself. Still holding on to Ichin, she said, Isn't it simple? Back then, I hadn't met a boy I truly liked. Now that I have, of course I'm not going to act the same way. And I don't think Ichin-kun would want me to act like my old self while dating you, right? That's true. Ichin nodded. If Yutaha had remained her cold and aloof self, they probably wouldn't have started dating in the first place. Cold and distant girls certainly had their charm, but when it came to relationships, most people wouldn't have the patience to deal with it for long. Thinking about this, Ichin reached out and gently tapped Yutaha's cheek. When she looked up at him, he smiled warmly at her. After school that afternoon, the two packed their belongings and left campus, taking a bus to Fujikawa Publishing House, Fujikawa Shoten. This was Ichin's first time visiting the place. Looking at the impressive office building, he asked curiously, Do we need to register before going in? I don't, but you'll need to sign in. I've already informed my editor, though. Leading the way, Yutaha brought Ichin to the reception desk in the lobby. After a quick registration process, the two were allowed into the building. They took the elevator to the third floor, which housed the light novel editorial department. Aside from the bustling employees of the publishing house, Ichin also noticed several casually dressed men carrying manuscripts. They were likely light novel authors. Come on, I see my editor, Yutaha said, pulling Ichin along as she quickened her pace into the editorial office. The editors here were all familiar with Yutaha, but seeing her bring Ichin along was a first. Judging by their closeness, it was clear to them that the two were a couple. At her desk, Yutaha's editor, Sonoko Machida, was reviewing newly submitted novels. As she read, her brows furrowed, and she muttered under her breath. Was this nonsense? Completely incoherent. Even Yutaha's rookie work was leagues better than this garbage. And this was submitted through connections? Approaching her editor, Yutaha asked curiously, Another batch of submissions? Sounds like someone got their manuscript in through the back door. Sonoko looked up, immediately brightening upon seeing Yutaha. Her eyes quickly shifted to Ichin, who was holding Yutaha's hand. Oh, Yutaha, you're here. And this must be the famous boyfriend. Ichin smiled and greeted her. Hello, Editor Machida. Ichin. Hello. Sonoko Machida. After the introductions, Sonoko pulled over 2 chairs for them to sit on, then turned to Yutaha with a teasing expression. Before we get to anything else, where's the manuscript for your second volume? Relax, I brought it, Yutaha replied as she dug in her bag and pulled out a USB drive, placing it in Sunoko's hand. Here, all yours. Hee, just doing my part to check in on your progress. Sunoko said with a grin as she stood up. Let me print this out. While I'm at it, what do you two want? Coffee, juice, soda? Juice, please, Yutaha replied, then glanced at Ichin. What about you, Ichin-kun? He'll have the same as you. 2 juices, got it. Sunoko made a quick hand gesture and headed off to print the manuscript and grab their drinks. While waiting, Ichin took the opportunity to observe the editorial office. It was bustling with activity. Editors were discussing story ideas with authors, while others were sternly pointing out necessary revisions. He even spotted a few authors being firmly lectured on various mistakes in their drafts. Some editors were on the phone, chasing down overdue submissions. One even hung up, grabbed their car keys, and rushed out, clearly planning an in-person confrontation with a procrastinating author. This place is really something. Even in just a few minutes, Ichin remarked. Yutaha chuckled in agreement. Yes, the editorial department is always lively. Many authors hate submitting on time, so editors often have to get creative with their follow-ups, especially close to deadlines. What about you? Ever missed a deadline? Ichin asked. Not really, Yutaha replied nonchalantly. There was one time when editor Machida dragged me here to write on-site, though. Honestly, if I hadn't discussed things with you back then, I might have delayed this volume too. If my writing isn't up to par, my tendency is to avoid it altogether. But I got lucky this time. The second volume came together smoothly. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to follow the outline and finish the series without issues. As they spoke, Sunoko returned, carrying a printed copy of the manuscript and 2 bottles of juice. Here you go, your juice. After handing over the drinks, Sunoko sat down and quickly started flipping through the manuscript. She had already reviewed parts of it earlier, so she didn't need to start from the beginning. As a seasoned editor, Sunoko read through the content at an impressive speed, her smile never fading. Roughly 40 minutes later, she finished her initial read-through, setting the manuscript down with a satisfied look. It's good. The content is solid. He'll go over it more carefully later, then pitch it to the chief editor. Based on what we discussed earlier, the second volume will get some promotional resources. Places like Akihabara and major partner bookstores will feature advertisements for your work. And if the chief editor is impressed after reading it, you might even get additional support. The promotional resources Sunoko mentioned were already substantial. The chief editor, having previewed parts of the second volume earlier, recognized Yutaha's potential. Hearing this, Yutaha let out a relieved sigh, finally able to relax. Chapter 9090. Discovered leaving the publishing house, Yutaha happily clung to Ichin's arm, her voice filled with satisfaction. Finally, I can take a proper break while waiting for the second volume to be released. Ichin-kun, you definitely deserve some rest. Ichin nodded, glancing at her thoughtfully. Yutaha, can I make a small suggestion? What is it? Yutaha looked at him curiously. Scratching his cheek awkwardly, Ichin said, well, since we're dating now, maybe you could stop using such formal ways to address me. Just call me by my name. Tin. Those that don't know, Ichin's Chinese name is Ichun, but we will stick with Ichin, skip the formality. Is that all? I hadn't even realized, Yutaha replied, tapping her chin in mock contemplation. Then, with a teasing smile, she continued, so what should I call you then? Maybe, darling. Let's skip to that one for now. Ichin replied quickly, not prepared to handle such an affectionate term. Just Ichin is fine, I guess. After a brief pause, Yutaha nodded. All right, I'll go with Ichin. Let's head home. Shall we? Sounds good. The two took the train back to their apartment building. As they were walking toward the entrance, a familiar voice called out from behind. Yutaha? Turning around, they saw Mrs. Kasumigakaka holding a shopping bag. Mom? Yutaha froze for a moment, realizing that her arm was still wrapped around Ichin's. The situation was clear, there was no hiding it now. Though a bit flustered, Yutaha didn't let go of Ichin's arm. Instead, she looked at her mother and asked, Mom, were you out shopping? Yes, I ran out of some seasoning at home, Mrs. Kasumigakaka replied as she walked over. Her gaze fell on the two of them, and despite their close proximity, She didn't seem particularly surprised. Smiling warmly, she turned to Ichin. Ichin-kun, why don't you join us for dinner tonight? In this situation, there was no room for Ichin to refuse. He nodded quickly. Of course, I'd be happy to. They entered the building and took the elevator up. On the third floor, Ichin stepped out, explaining that he needed to stop by his workspace first. Yutaha initially wanted to go with him, but her mother gently held her back. Reluctantly, she stayed behind, temporarily parting ways with Ichin. When they returned home, Yuta's father hadn't come back from work yet. Mrs. Kisumigakaka put away the groceries and then gently pulled her daughter to sit with her on the couch. Noticing her daughter's stiff expression, she chuckled softly and asked, "So, when did you and Ichin-kun start dating?" Since she had been caught so directly, Yutaha saw no point in hiding it. She answered honestly, "Not long ago, right after Golden Week." "I see." Mrs. Kisumigakaka nodded in understanding. That explained everything. Her daughter frequently visiting next door, their morning runs together, and other small details. She raised her hand to pat Yutaha's head gently and spoke in a warm tone, "You've grown up. And since Ichin is our neighbor, I know him well enough. I won't interfere in your relationship. But there's one thing you mustn't let romance distract you from your studies. Understand?" "Don't worry, I know." Yutaha replied obediently. "Ichin and I have the same mindset. We'll focus on our relationship, but won't neglect our studies. I'm even planning to beat him in the midterm exams and reclaim the top spot in the grade rankings." Hearing her determined words, Mrs. Kisumigakaka felt reassured and had no objections to their relationship. Standing up, she smiled and said, "All right, take a break. He'll go prepare dinner. I should also let your father know about this, so he won't be too surprised when he gets home. I'm going downstairs for a bit. Ichin and I will come back together for dinner." With that, Yutaha got up and headed for the door. Watching her daughter's actions, Mrs. Kisumigakaka shook her head with a mix of amusement and resignation. She didn't object, though young love always had a certain eagerness to it, and she herself had been the same at that age. Taking the elevator to the third floor, Yutaha used a key to unlock the studio door and stepped inside. The atmosphere in the studio was much the same as usual, except for one notable difference. There was now an additional presence of Hazuki's cat. Ichin was sitting on a chair, and on his lap lay a plump cat with a red ribbon tied around its neck. Seeing Yutaha enter, Ichin smiled and said, "Didn't you say you wanted to see Hazuki-san's cat? Here it is." Meow, the lazy-eyed Mizuku, glanced at Yutaha, let out a low meow, and promptly returned to lying down, showing no interest in moving. Yutaha crouched beside Ichin, looking closely at Mizuku. Wow, it's even chubbier in person than in the photos. He really needs to lose some weight. Hazuki, seated in the chair next to Ichin, swiveled to face them and said, "It's not too bad. I took Mizuku to the vet, and while he's a bit plump, his health metrics are all normal. He's active during the day, so he doesn't actually need a diet yet. That's good. I don't know much about cats, but if the vet says he's fine, then there's no problem." Nodding, Yutaha took Mizuku from Ichin and held him in her arms, stroking his soft fur with a smile. "Even if he's heavy, he's really nice to pet. Right?" Hazuki beamed proudly. "I've been taking great care of Mizuku. Sure, he's gained some curves, but he's still the most beautiful cat in my neighborhood. Honestly, if I hadn't had him spayed early, he'd probably have a mate of his own and countless offspring by now." As if understanding Hazuki's words, Mizuku suddenly shuddered at the mention of being spayed. He squirmed out of Yutaha's arms, jumped to the floor, and walked off toward the cat tree. Watching Mizuku's retreating figure, Ichin couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. Sigh. A vet visit must be a stressful memory for any male cat. Ichin picked up a stick with a feather barato and crouched near Mizuku, offering it as a peace offering. Enticed by the barato, Mizuku quickly regained his energy and began exploring the studio again. Censuredo, he could have added some masculinity to our studio. Speaking of which, Ichin-kun, when we eventually hire more staff, will you consider bringing in some male team members? Hiring, huh? The topic made Ichin pause and think seriously. While he pondered, the others in the studio all looked up, their attention turning toward him with curiosity. Chapter 9191. Recruitment plans well. Recruiting? Sure, we can hire a few people, but there's no rush. Let me share my thoughts first. Itchin noticed everyone looking at him and smiled as he spoke. My plan is pretty simple. For the next year or two, we're not likely to move to a new office space. During this time, while our current workspace won't allow us to bring in a large number of new hires, we should be able to accommodate 3 to 5 people. With such a small number, and considering hiring only female employees. That way, you'll all feel Barato comfortable working together. Once we need to scale up and hire Barato extensively, they'll divide the team into several development groups. Your group, as the core, will follow the current model and hire selectively, while the other groups will be open to all. How does this arrangement sound to everyone? Yagami K was the first to respond. Sounds good. Once the company expands, it won't be feasible to have an all-female team like we do now at Eagle Jump. Given that most of us aren't used to working with guys, having separate development teams seems like a good compromise. ITLL also let us handle different projects simultaneously. The others visibly relaxed, especially Hifumi. With Ichin still juggling school and spending limited time in the studio, she could stay composed for now. But if a few male employees were suddenly brought in, she'd definitely feel overwhelmed. Shinoda was excited as she chimed in. So, when do we start hiring? It'd be great to get someone to help me with action design. Before she could continue, Yumiko interrupted. No, I think we need another programmer first. I can manage on my own for now, but once Hollow Knight enters mid or late development, debugging will be too much for just the two of us. True enough. Ichin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. We do need to hire for programming, but finding the right person isn't easy. Hey, race the plan. They'll post a job listing online and see if we can attract suitable candidates. We'll also look for someone to assist with action design. Rin K, do you need extra hands for the art team? Yagami K confidently waved her hand. We're good for now. The tasks are already assigned, and everyone's schedule is manageable. All right then. Clapping his hands, Ichin concluded, let's get back to work. Centuredo, we should be upfront about the studio situation. Otherwise, people might question it. We should also mention that our team consists of former employees from Eagle Jump. Good point. Well, definitely include that. Ichin logged into a job recruitment website, registered the studio's details, and began drafting the job descriptions. For the programmer position, let's not specify an age range. We'll just emphasize the gender requirement. Candidates should have some experience in game development. While we're open to fresh talent, it'd be great if they could showcase work that reflects their skill level. Centuredo, this is a game development studio, not a talent agency. Is there really a difference? Yudaha glanced around at everyone hard at work and chuckled softly. Take any one of us here, and an agency would jump at the chance to sign them. I don't even know how it happened, but all of you ended up diving headfirst into game development. After Yudaha's remark, Hazuki chimed in with agreement. Exactly. Everyone here is such a beautiful girl. When this team first came together, I was really surprised. For example, when her interview for that gaming magazine came out, so many people were shocked that the character designer, Yagami K, turned out to be so stunning. Even though she doesn't have a public account, she still has plenty of fans online. I've heard a bit about that too, Ichin said, glancing over at Kei, who had clearly overheard the conversation since she wasn't wearing headphones. Kei, it's such a waste not to use your popularity. How about making a guest appearance during one of our game promotion live streams? What? Me? Kei was already flustered from Hazuki bringing her up, but Ichin assigning her to a live stream made her cheeks flush even redder. No way. Why would I have to do something like that? Rin, her longtime friend, didn't come to her rescue this time. Instead, she slid her chair over with a grin and said, that's actually a great idea. Kei's shyness hasn't improved even after all those years at Eagle Jump. It's time to try something different. Ichin, if there's a live stream, let Kei handle it. It'll even help her get all dressed up. Rin, how could you betray me like this? Kei groaned, slumping face first onto the table with her hands covering her head. Why me? Why not someone else? And anyway, I think Hifumi has it worse than I do. If anyone needs help overcoming shyness, it's her. Ichin and Hazuki exchanged a glance before Hazuki laughed softly. If Yuma's case is entirely different. If we actually made her go on camera, she'd be 100 speechless. Or worse, she might faint. But if you're too shy to go alone, you could always bring someone along. How about Aoba? At her desk. Aoba Suzuki's felt a sudden chill and turned to look at Ichin's group, taking off her headphones. What's going on? Before she could get an answer, Kate dashed over to her, wrapped her arms around her, and pleaded, Aoba, you have to save me. Don't let them send me to my doom alone. Caught off guard by the sudden embrace, Aoba blushed furiously, her hands flailing in confusion. Wait, what's happening? After K's frantic explanation, Aoba fell silent for a moment. Then, with a serious expression, she placed her hands on K's shoulders, looked her straight in the eyes, and said, K-san, give it up. When the boss gives you a work-related order, there's no way to refuse. Why do you sound more like an experienced working adult than I do? Kei exclaimed in frustration. Chapter 9292. Hazuki's friend's proposal. Although the idea of Kei appearing on a live stream was floated, it was far from being finalized. At the very least, they would need Hollow Knight to have some presentable content before arranging any promotional activities. Once the recruitment tasks were settled, Ichin returned to coding. After a while, Hazuki tugged on his sleeve. Ichin-kun, I have something to discuss with you. Ichin turned to Hazuki, curious. What's up? Hey, race the thing. Hazuki showed him her phone with a chat log and explained, a friend of mine asked how I've been doing recently, so I told her I joined a new game development studio. She works at Nintendo, and when she found out the studio was led by you, the developer of Slay the Spire, she asked if we had any plans to bring Slay the Spire or our new game to their platform. Slay the Spire and Hollow Knight on the Nintendo Switch? We discussed this before, haven't we? That is no ruse. True. No rush, Hazuki agreed with a smile. But don't forget, Tokyo Game Show, TGS, is happening in late September or early October. Nintendo will be hosting live streams and showcases to promote upcoming games. If our timeline allows, we could prepare a trailer and have it featured during their indie game segment. A Nintendo Direct, huh? Ichin leaned back in his chair, contemplating. That's definitely a great opportunity. Censurado, a console exclusivity agreement. Is it? Ichin raised an eyebrow and looked at Hazuki. Can your friend make that call? Keep in mind, aside from Slay the Spire, Hollow Knight is still in the early stages of development. Don't worry about that. Hazuki assured him with a confident thumbs up. My friend has enough pull in the company to get this moving. For now, she's just bringing it up as an idea. We can schedule a meeting to discuss it further. It's May now, and the TGS Nintendo Direct is set for late September, so we've got almost 4 months to prepare. 4 months, huh? Ichin mulled it over. The thought of showcasing their game during a Nintendo Direct was undeniably appealing, given the Switch's massive user base. As for the exclusivity agreement, Ichin wasn't particularly concerned. Xbox didn't have much of a presence in their local market, and most gamers who owned an Xbox usually had access to other consoles as well. After thinking it through, Ichin turned to Hazuki and said, Well, definitely release on the Switch, but whether we go exclusive will depend on how the meeting goes. Hazuki-san, let your friend know we'd like to get a development kit first and arrange an official meeting with them. Got it. Leave it to me. Hazuki gave an enthusiastic okay gesture and began messaging her friend to set things in motion. This time, Yumiko scooted over and quietly asked, Are we developing for the Nintendo Switch platform simultaneously? Yes, but there's no rush, Ichin replied with a smile. The hardware requirements for Hollow Knight aren't demanding. Even with a port, the Switch's capabilities are more than sufficient. With proper optimization, we can easily achieve a smooth 60 FPS gameplay experience. For now, let's focus on the PC version. Everything else can be decided after discussions with Nintendo. Yumiko nodded. Got it. Others overheard the conversation but didn't dwell on it. Without even having the development kit yet, there wasn't much to plan. It was better to focus on current tasks and create a working demo, something that would give them leverage in any negotiation. The team worked until 6 p.m. when Yutaha Kasumigakaka received a call from her mother. She walked over to Ichin and said, Ichin-kun, it's time for dinner. It's that late already? Ichin glanced at the time, then saved his work, shut down the computer, and stood up. Everyone, I'm heading out now. Don't stay too late, wrap up, and head home soon. Okay, amid the team's farewells, Ichin and Yudaha left the studio and headed upstairs to the Kasumigakaka household. At home, Mr. Kasumigakaka had also returned, greeting Ichin and Yudaha warmly. After exchanging pleasantries, he smiled at Ichin, patted his shoulder, and said, I knew it, you two have started dating. I always said it was only a matter of time. Ichin could only smile in agreement, feeling slightly nervous in such a situation. Soon, Mrs. Kasumigakaka brought dinner to the table, and the family began their meal. Pouring himself a cup of sake, Mr. Kasumigakaka looked at Ichin and said, Ichin, how about a drink with me? There's no law in China about not drinking under 20, right? That's true. There isn't, Ichin replied with a laugh. I'll have 1 cup, but I'm not a heavy drinker. Haha, that's fine, just 1 cup. Mr. Kasumigakaka laughed heartily, fetched a cup for Ichin, and poured him some sake. Sitting beside Ichin, Yudaha gently tugged his arm and whispered, Are you sure you'll be okay? Don't worry, you'll be fine with just this much. Taking a sip, Ichin savored the taste and said, it's pretty good. Back home during festivals, Ichin occasionally drank some red wine with his father. Compared to that, sake's alcohol content was mild, and a single cup didn't faze him. Seeing Ichin remain composed after drinking, Yudaha relaxed a bit and turned to her father. Dad, just 1 cup for Ichin, no more, okay? Ha ha, how quickly you're taking Ichin's side, Mr. Kasumigakaka remarked with a smile as he sipped his drink. Don't worry, I know my limits. Not being a heavy drinker himself, Mr. Kasumigakaka didn't push Ichin for more. Instead, he casually chatted with him over dinner. After the meal, Ichin stayed at the Kasumigakaka house for a while longer before bidding them good night and heading home. Back in his room, after taking a shower, Ichin sat at his computer desk, contemplating. They'll pull some late nights after the midterm exams. Chapter 93-93. The couple that keeps showing off during midterm exams had finally arrived at Toyogasaki High School, amidst a mix of emotions from the students. As usual, Ichin and Yudaha arrived at school on time and walked into their classroom. Soon, their classmates began filing in one after another. The boy sitting behind Ichin tapped his shoulder with a distressed look and said, Ichin, what should I do? It's midterm exams. It's just the midterms, Ichin replied calmly as he took out his stationery. Fuji, your grades aren't bad, right? Why are you so worried? I can't help it. I heard some rumors from other classes, Fuji said, pulling Ichin closer to whisper. They say this time's exams are going to be really tough. The school specifically requested that the teachers make the test papers harder. My grades are decent, sure, but they're just average. If the difficulty spikes, what if I bomb the exam? Then what else can you do? Just accept it. Ichin shrugged. At worst, there's always a retake. You gotta have some confidence. Anyway, stop worrying, Hiratsuka-sensei is here. As they spoke, Hiratsuka Shizuka walked into the classroom, carrying a wax paper bag. All right, put away your textbooks. Only stationery is allowed on your desks. We're starting the Japanese exam. As the test papers were handed out, Hiratsuka scanned the room, observing the varying expressions of the students. Narrowing her eyes, she said, Let me remind you again, focus on your exams and don't even think about cheating. Toyogasaki takes such matters very seriously, and we always deal with them in the strictest way possible. Right on cue, the bell rang. All right, begin. Ichin quickly wrote his name at the top of the paper and glanced over the questions. The difficulty was indeed higher than the usual quizzes, but nothing unmanageable. Without hesitation, he began answering. After sitting at the desk for a while, Hiratsuka got up and started patrolling the classroom. Occasionally, she glanced at the students' papers. Some responses pleased her, while others made her feel like her blood pressure was rising. Soon, she reached Ichin and Yudaha's desks. After reviewing their answers, she silently nodded. Not bad, not bad. Their performance was as steady as ever. Every question she saw was answered correctly, and their handwriting was neat and organized. Ah, if only all students could be as reliable as these two, how much easier my job would be. Of course, Hiratsuka knew this was wishful thinking. After completing 2 rounds around the classroom, she returned to her chair near the podium and continued invigilating in peace. The morning exams, Japanese and mathematics, were a breeze for Ichin. He finished both without breaking a sweat, especially the math exam, where he solved the questions effortlessly. Yutaha was equally unfazed. No matter how challenging the midterms were, they posed no threat to her, a former academic prodigy who held the top rank for the entirety of her first year. After the math exam, as the invigilator left the room, Yutaha turned to Ichin and said, "Ichin-kun, let's have lunch together." "Sure, let's go," Ichin replied. Grabbing his lunch bag, he followed Yutaha out of the classroom. As soon as they stepped outside, Yutaha took hold of his arm. "Ichin-kun, let's eat somewhere different today." Where? Just follow me." Before long, they arrived at the greenery behind the school building. This area featured several gazebos and rows of benches, making it a serene spot for a break. Pulling Ichin over to sit on a bench, Yutaha said, "I was thinking about this in the morning. The weather's great today, not too hot. After being cooped up in the classroom for the morning exams, I really didn't want to stay indoors for lunch. This place works. Let's eat here then." They opened their lunchboxes and started eating leisurely. After taking a bite of rice, Yutaha asked, "Ichin-kun, what do you think about the difficulty of the midterms?" "Not too bad," Ichin replied after recalling the questions from the 2 exams. Fuji was saying this round's difficulty was supposed to be higher, but it didn't seem that tough. "What about you?" "I think it wasn't hard either." Leaning on Ichin's shoulder, Yutaha grinned and said, "Ichin-kun, you better watch out. This time, I came into the exams determined to reclaim the top rank in our grade from you." "Oh, is that so?" Ichin chuckled. "Then do your best. Want some braised pork with glass noodles?" "Sure." The 2 occasionally shared bites from each other's lunch, and before long, they had finished eating. After packing up their containers and placing them back in the bag, Yutaha held onto Ichin's arm and rested her head on his shoulder, closing her eyes. "The sunlight feels so nice. Ichin-kun, can I nap here for a bit? If you want to sleep, go ahead. It'll wake you up when it's time." "No need, just a short rest." Saying that, Yutaha closed her eyes and snuggled against Ichin's shoulder, quickly dozing off. The spot they had chosen was behind the school building, an area frequently visited by students, especially during lunch breaks. It wasn't long before word spread about the 2 enjoying a sunny nap together. In the service club's activity room, Aruri, who was eating lunch with Yukino Shida Yukino, had just finished her meal and was planning to cram a bit for the exams. However, her phone buzzed. Picking it up, she saw the class girls' group chat buzzing with chatter about Ichin and Yutaha. "What? Is that for real?" Surprised, Aruri immediately got up and went to the window to look outside. They're really there. Behind her, Yukino, who had been quietly reading, noticed Ariri's unusual behavior. She turned and asked, "Sawamura-san, what's going on?" "Yukino, come here and take a look." Frowning slightly, Yukino still chose to walk over to the window. Following where Aruri pointed, she indeed spotted the 2 sitting together on a bench not far away. After a brief pause, Yukino asked, "Today's the midterm exams for the second years too, isn't it?" "Yeah, it is." Nodding, Iriri's tone carried unmistakable annoyance as she said, "Yutaha Kasumigakaka, that girl. Just because she's dating, does she really have to flaunt it everywhere?" The teachers literally just reminded everyone to keep a low profile in school. As for Yukino, she didn't feel much about the scene. The only thing that surprised her was how different the current Yutaha Kasumigakaka looked compared to the reputation Shed heard about at the start of the school year. So, this is how love can change someone. Chapter 9494, Debut as an Idol. After watching from the window for a while, Aruri returned to her seat with a sigh. "Ugh, I still don't get what kind of crazy luck Yutaha must have to actually be dating Ichin-kun." Sitting back in her chair, Yukino reopened her book. She glanced at Aruri and asked, "Are you saying that without Kasumigakaka-senpai in the picture, Sawamura-san would want to pursue Ichin-senpai?" "Huh? No, not at all." Aruri waved her hands frantically. "I never had that kind of thought. It's just surprising, you know? I know Yuta has personality too well. Ugh. Do you think Ichin-kun is just completely taken with her mysterious charm and her appearance? Yukino's barato twitched slightly, but for once, she didn't offer a rebuttal. In her opinion, Kasumigakaka's presence was indeed impressive. She's only a year older than me. I shouldn't compare myself. Shaking her head, Yukino refocused on her book. Before class resumed, Ichin woke Yutaha, and the two returned to the classroom for the afternoon exams. The afternoon exams, like the morning ones, posed no challenge for either of them. Amid the groans and lamentations of their classmates, Ichin and Yutaha packed up their bags and left school directly after finishing. By the time the exams ended, it was already past 4 p.m. They decided not to visit the clubroom and instead stopped by a supermarket to pick up groceries for the weekend. Yutaha clung to Ichin's arm, carrying one of the shopping bags for him. Ichin-kun, do you have any plans for the weekend? The weekend? Nothing for now, Ichin said after thinking for a moment. He'll probably spend more time working. Pausing, he noticed Yutaha's expression shift slightly and quickly added with a smile. But if you'd like to go out, I'm totally up for it. That's more like it. Yutaha nodded in satisfaction and leaned in to kiss Ichin on the cheek. But let's stay in for the next couple of days. I need some time to rest and plan out the third volume of my novel. With the second volume about to start its promotion, I can't slack off too much. Oh, and Ichin-kun, they'll come over tomorrow morning, so don't sleep in. Got it, I want. The two soon returned to their apartment building. Before heading to her unit, Yutaha looked at Ichin and asked, "Want to come over for dinner?" Ichin shook his head. "No, I think I'll tidy up and head to the studio. They'll probably have dinner downstairs." "All right then." Handing him a shopping bag, Yutaha took out her keys. "They'll come find you after dinner. See you later." At home, Ichin put away his groceries and changed into casual clothes before heading to the studio. As always, the studio was bustling. Everyone was hard at work, headphones on, completely unaware of Ichin's arrival. It wasn't until Ichin pulled out a chair and sat down that Kei Yagami and Hazuki caught sight of him. Kei removed her headphones and greeted with a smile. "Welcome back, Ichin-kun. How were your exams today?" "Not bad. Nothing too difficult." Shrugging, Ichin powered on his computer and glanced at Yagami. "How's the boss design coming along?" Stretching her neck, Kei replied, "Pretty good. We're actually ahead of the timeline Rin set for us." "That's great to hear." Ichin nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Hazuki. "Hazuki-san, what's the status on the dev kits?" "Next Monday," Hazuki said, holding up a finger. "It's all set. We'll sign the agreement, pay the fees, and pick up the dev kits. Then we can move forward with discussing other details." "Ichin-kun, will you come with me?" "Monday?" "Sure." Ichin agreed without hesitation. "They'll take the day off and join you to get acquainted. Though I doubt we'll discuss exclusivity right away, right?" "Exactly. That's why we should bring along a game proposal and anything we can showcase." Hazuki smiled. "If our presentation impresses them, ITLL make negotiating technical support much easier." "No problem. They'll have everything ready." Ichin was eager for the outing, but couldn't help wondering how Shizuka Hiratsuka would react to him taking another day off. After a brief chat with Hazuki, Ichin dived back into programming. With Hazuki now on board, the studio had 2.5 programmers. Progress on the coding front was excellent. About half an hour later, Yumiko removed her headphones, exhaled, and said to Ichin, "Ichin-kun, the bug testing and fixes for the new Slay the Spire update are complete. It's ready to go live." "Oh, all set." This task had been entrusted to Yumiko and Aoba as a bit of a test for them. After reviewing the content and confirming everything was in order, Ichin said, "Great, it'll upload the update to Steam now, and ITLL go live tomorrow. Next, Yumiko-san, you and Aoba will join the development of Hollow Knight. We'll work on the remaining Slay the Spire updates in between tasks. After this first update, the next one should be a breeze." Once the update files were uploaded, Ichin posted announcements across his social media channels about the Slay the Spire update going live tomorrow. The responses poured in quickly. On most platforms, players were discussing the game's content, but on Bilibili, Cinchureto, are you? Sitting up straight, Ichin said with mock indignation, "How could you say that? I'm a fair and honest boss. Then what is it? Fixing her with a serious expression, Ichin declared, to boost our studio's popularity, you should debut as an idol. Well, what? A few minutes later, Aoba had pieced together the situation. Staring at the flood of comments under the social media posts, she blushed deeply. Even though she didn't understand much Chinese, it was clear people were clamoring for her to appear on camera. Why is this happening? Oh, isn't this fun? Hazuki suddenly hugged Aoba from behind and teased. Aoba's so adorable. Next time, let's have her appear on camera properly. It'll handle the photography and wardrobe. The studio immediately erupted into lively chatter. Chapter 9595. How far have things progressed? The talk about appearing on camera was, of course, just a joke. At least until Hollow Knight's development was complete, Ichin had no plans to push his studio members or himself to the forefront. After ordering takeout, everyone ate together at the studio before Ichin resumed work. Later in the evening, Yutaha arrived after dinner. After confirming that Ichin had eaten properly, she refrained from disturbing him, knowing he would now focus seriously on his work. Instead, she poured him a cup of coffee and then sat at a computer near Hazuki to work on her writing. Although she could write at home, Yutaha enjoyed the atmosphere of the studio, which made her more motivated and productive. After working for a while, Hazuki sipped her tea, glanced at everyone who seemed in no hurry to leave, and slowly moved next to Yutaha. Speaking in a low voice, she asked, "Yutaha-chan, are you planning to work late here tonight?" Yutaha paused her typing, glanced around, and replied with a smile, "I don't mind where I work, but the vibe here is better, don't you think? Besides, Ichin-kun just finished his midterms and would probably work 24/7 if he could." Senchurado, who was engrossed in his work, then leaned closer and said softly, "Just the usual steps. We've only been dating for less than a month, after all. So just kisses then?" When Yutaha nodded, Hazuki exclaimed in surprise, "I thought today's youth moved much faster in relationships. Actually, I think this pace is fine." Yutaha narrowed her eyes slightly, gazing fondly at Ichin. Ichin-kun is rational and prefers to take things slow when it comes to relationships. Honestly, I'm already thrilled that we got together so quickly. Besides, I'm confident he won't escape my grasp. It'll take my time and mold him into the perfect boyfriend. That's a solid plan. Hazuki nodded in agreement. Though I haven't known him for long, I can tell Ichin is very responsible both in work and relationships. It's a trait he shares with Kei. That's why, even with an 8-year age gap, the two of them hit it off so well when discussing work. For someone like him, the best approach is not to bravado too much, but to bravado him quietly. You could learn from Rin in this regard. Yutaha listened carefully, then glanced at Yagami Kei and Rin Toyama, who were seated nearby. Lowering her voice even further, she asked Hazuki, "Hazuki-san, the way you're saying this, it feels like Kei-san and Rin-san aren't just friends, right?" Well, Hazuki chuckled softly and leaned in to whisper, "Just between us, okay? Don't spread it around." Kei is bravado, straightforward. She's the definition of a pure soul. But Rin, she seems to really admire Kei. Anyone paying attention can tell there's a close bond there, right? I was there when these two first joined Eagle Jump, and they've supported each other ever since. Who knows what might happen next? Yutaha's eyes widened in surprise. So her earlier suspicions weren't too far off. Then again, when she thought about it, it wasn't all that shocking. Yagami Kei and Rin Toyama's personalities complemented each other so well. If Kei's situation were different, these two would probably have started a family by now. Now that Hazuki had clarified things, Yutaha felt entirely reassured about Ko and Rin. Yutaha glanced at the other members of the studio and couldn't help but wonder, could there be something going on with them as well? Among the others, Hifumi didn't seem to have joined Eagle Jump with anyone from the same batch, nor did Suzuki's Aoba. However, Ijima Yun and Shinoda Hajime had joined together and were the same age. Even though one was in charge of art and the other handled animation design, their relationship was always close. Back at Eagle Jump, they had even sat at neighboring desks. As for Ahagon Yumika Nizan, she didn't seem to have any peers from her time either. Curious, Yutaha quietly asked, Hazuki-san, didn't Yumiko Nizan have any batchmates when she joined? Yumiko? Oh, her. Hazuki chuckled. Nope. She transferred to Eagle Jump from another company. Honestly, I was a bit wary of her at first, thinking she might be a corporate spy sent by a competitor. Recalling Yumiko's early days at Eagle Jump, Hazuki couldn't help but laugh. Really? That happened? Yudaha couldn't hold back her laughter and shook her head before returning to her writing. As the hours passed 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock one by one, the studio members began heading home. Eventually, only Ichin, Yudaha, Kei, and Yumiko remained. At that moment, Ichin and Yumiko were huddled together, deep in discussion about programming issues in Hollow Knight. Meanwhile, Kei was engrossed in sketching out a boss design. Yudaha, having organized the content for the 3rd volume of her work, stretched tiredly. Seeing the three still immersed in their tasks, she got up and walked over to Ichin. She couldn't understand the lines of code displayed on his screen, but she remembered Hazuki's advice from earlier. Gently tapping Ichin on the shoulder, she asked after he turned around, "Ichin-kun, are you hungry? Should I prepare something for you all?" Ichin checked the time and only then realized how late it was. "It's already past 9, huh?" "Yumiko, Kei, do you want to take a break and eat something?" Kei took off her headphones and said, "Sure, but nothing too sweet for me." Yumiko added, "Yeah, it's pretty late. Let's avoid sugary stuff." Yudaha pulled out her phone and searched for options. "How about ramen or oden?" "That works." "Sounds good." After taking their orders, Yudaha handed her phone to Ichin. "Ichin-kun, your turn. This place takes a while to deliver, so it probably won't arrive until after 10. After 10 works perfect timing for a late-night snack." Ichin selected a bowl of ramen, then glanced at Yudaha. "It's getting late. Aren't you heading home soon?" "Norus. I already told my mom." Yudaha smiled. "Besides, since we live in the same building, there's nothing to worry about. But you, Ichin-kun, you just finish your exams. There's plenty of time ahead, so don't stay up too late." "Got it. I'll pace myself." With a nod, Ichin returned to his work. Yudaha didn't disturb him further and instead made her way over to Yagami Kei. Chapter 9696. Time to learn compared to the other team members' handling art. The tasks Ichin assigned to Yagami Kei were much more critical. Not only did she have to coordinate and review everyone's work, but she was also responsible for designing a significant portion of the boss monsters. Fortunately, due to the artistic style of Hollow Knight, the bosses didn't require overly complex designs. The focus was more on highlighting their unique characteristics. Kei was currently sketching a boss, a warrior clad in armor, with countless glowing tendrils of hair flowing behind it. Its eyes were completely black, giving the impression of blindness. "Kei-san, what boss is this?" "Oh, this one." While refining the details, Kei replied, "This boss is called No Eyes. According to the setting, it's a lingering dream of a fallen warrior. Based on the brief Ichin gave me, this boss isn't particularly difficult. It mostly tests the player's patience. While these bosses may seem simple on the surface, once their animations and movements are implemented, they can still make for excellent encounters. Now that you mention it, it does sound pretty cool." Yudaha watched Kei work for a bit longer before returning to her own tasks. That said, even though she understood Hazuki's advice about supporting her boyfriend's ambitions, the idea of becoming the woman behind a successful man still felt a bit daunting for Yudaha. After all, they had only just started dating. Naturally, she wanted to spend more time clinging to her boyfriend. Around 10 o'clock, their late-night delivery arrived. The four of them paused their work to eat together. Ichin glanced at Yumiko and Kei, then said, "It's already late. Why don't you both stay here at the studio tonight? The bedrooms are set up, and the bedding is all new." Kei patted her stomach happily. I was already planning on that. I only managed a quick nap here during lunch breaks recently. No regrets picking out that bed myself. It's super comfy." Yumiko smirked slightly and stretched his neck before standing up. "He'll get back to work for a while longer, then rest. Ichin-kun, he'll be working overtime here tomorrow. Do you have any plans?" "He'll be here too. Let's coordinate and work on things together," Ichin replied. Yumiko smiled faintly at that. "All right, he'll get back to it then." Kei stood as well. "In that case, he'll get to work too. Ichin-kun, you've had exams all day. Get some rest early tonight." All right, I'll head out first. Leaving the studio, Takei and Yumiko, Ichin and Yutaha headed upstairs. Ichin unlocked his apartment door, only to notice Yutaha still trailing closely behind him. Seeing the smiling girl, Ichin asked, "You're not going home?" "I'm not tired yet." Yutaha clasped her hands behind her back and smiled playfully. "What? Am I not allowed to hang out at your place for a while?" "I never said that, but it's pretty late. I don't want her parents coming to question me." Despite his words, Ichin opened the door and let Yutaha in, turning on the lights as they entered the living room. Yutaha cheerfully remarked, "What's there to worry about? Can't you tell, Ichin-kun? My parents are thrilled about us spending time together. They're really satisfied with you. Of course, I know that. But honestly, I feel like it's you who's after me." Ichin retorted internally. He turned on the living room TV and said to Yutaha, "You're going to take a shower. You can relax for a bit. You've been busy with your novel lately." "Okay, go ahead." Ichin took a couple of steps toward his bedroom, but suddenly stopped. Looking cautiously at Yutaha, who was sitting on the sofa, Shinshirado grabbed a change of clothes and went into the bathroom. As he closed the bathroom door, he hesitated for a moment, debating whether to lock it. After some internal conflict, he decided not to. Meanwhile, Yutaha had no intention of following him. Instead, she planned to snoop around in Ichin's bedroom. However, just as she took a couple of steps, her phone rang. It was her mother calling. Answering the call, Yutaha said, "Mom, what's up? What's up?" Mrs. Kasumigakaka's voice carried a hint of amusement. "It's late. Aren't you coming home?" "Of course. If you want to stay over at Ichin's house, just let me know. I'm a supportive mother. I want mine." Yutaha's cheeks turned pink as she glanced toward the bathroom. Speaking quietly, she said, "He'll come back soon. I'm at Ichin-kun's house right now." "Oh, you're already there?" Hearing this, Mrs. Kasumigakaka nodded. "All right then, as long as you make your own decision. And if you decide not to come back, that's fine too. Your dad and I are mentally prepared for that. Anyway, we're heading to bed now." "Oh, by the way, your uncle's family called earlier. They invited us over tomorrow. Do you want to come along?" Yutaha declined without hesitation. "I won't go. I'm spending tomorrow at the studio with Ichin-kun, and I need to work on my novel." "All right then, make sure you figure out your own meals tomorrow." Her mother didn't bother to discuss finances with Yutaha. The royalties Yutaha earned as a light novelist were entirely hers to manage, making her something of a little rich girl already. After hanging up, Yutaha let out a small sigh of relief. "Mom's exaggerating. Even I don't have the guts to go that far. At most, I just tease Ichin-kun a bit with words. Besides, she didn't have much theoretical knowledge to back her up." Thinking of this, Yutaha realized it was time to start learning. She couldn't afford to be clueless when the moment came. Could she? With that thought, she scrolled through her contacts and called Aerie. At that moment, Aerie, freshly released from the purgatory of midterm exams, was sitting cross-legged in her bedroom, happily gaming with a controller in hand. Hearing her phone ring, she let it buzz for several seconds before reluctantly pausing her game and picking up. "Kasumigakaka Yutaha? What does she want now?" Answering the call, Aerie asked bluntly, "What's up?" "Good evening, Aerie. I need a favor." Yutaha's unusually formal tone made Aerie uneasy. Alarmed, she asked, "What are you planning now?" Yutaha took a deep breath to calm herself before explaining. "I'd like to see the manga you illustrated." Chapter 97-97. Yutaha asked, "Shocking night, huh?" Aerie's mind froze for a moment as she processed what Yutaha had just said. Did Yutaha really just mention to Jinchi? And she wanted to see them? Who? Kasumigakaka Yutaha? She wanted to look at her Jinchi? Finally piecing it together, Aerie blurted out in disbelief. "What did you just say?" Yutaha calmly moved the phone away from her ear to let the shout pass, only putting it back when silence returned. "Was I not clear enough? Let me take a look at your Jinchi, Kashiwagi Aerie-sensei." "Don't call me that name." After cutting her off sharply, Aerie asked, "So, why exactly do you want to see my Jinchi?" "Obviously, it's for studying artwork style." Holding the phone in one hand and twirling a strand of hair with the other, Yutaha smiled warmly as she explained, "As someone who wants to improve her drawing skills, I need to study different artistic techniques." Does that make sense to you? It does. It's impossible not to understand. For some reason, Arari felt like she had just been force-fed a handful of dog food. Even the game she had been enjoying moments ago felt less appealing. Exhaling, Arari said, "If it's doujinshi, that's not a problem. Do you need it now? No rus. Tomorrow's fine. Let's meet in the morning. Or if you have digital copies, you can send them to me now." Digital copies? Sure, I got some. Arari didn't hesitate. She got up, walked to her computer, and powered it on while speaking. "I've drawn quite a few. What kind of themes are you looking for?" "Homancy. You don't only draw extreme stuff, right? Relax. No matter what, I'm not the kind of artist to stick to a single theme. Of course, I have romance-themed works." After searching through her files for a bit, Arari quickly found the doujinshi Yutaha was asking for. "I've got 6 that match your request. Should I package them up and send them over?" "Yes, please. Thank you." Arari nodded, compressed the files into a zip, and sent them to Yutaha's email. "I've sent them. Check them out when you have time. By the way, Cinchuredo, other materials?" Yutaha hesitated before asking, "You're not talking about something strange, are you?" "Of course not. I'm in anime. Do you want me to send you some recommendations?" "Oh, anime. Sure, that sounds fine. Send me a few to check out." "Got it. I'll organize some and send them your way." Hanging up now. With that, Arari ended the call and began sorting through her collection. No need to mess with Yutaha over this. I'm not that petty. Let's see. These titles should do. All romance-themed. He'll send them over." After sending the files to Yutaha's email, Arari shut down her computer and returned to her game. TSK, TSK, TSK. Looks like she's finally feeling the stirrings of love. Pretty soon, I might be able to use her as reference material. That'd be way more authentic than just relying on doujinshi or anime. Meanwhile, Yutaha glanced at the files in her inbox, but didn't open them immediately. After all, she was still at Ichin's house. Suppressing her curiosity, Yutaha put her phone down and quietly watched the TV. About 10 minutes later, Ichin, now fresh from a shower and with his hair dried, walked into the living room. Sitting down next to Yutaha, he asked, "Enjoying the show?" "It's okay, just passing the time," she replied casually. Yutaha then took a quick breath and said with satisfaction, "The burrito smells good. Mean scented. I like this kind of fragrance." "I like it too." Yutaha ran her fingers through Ichin's hair to confirm it was completely dry before saying, "By the way, Ichin, my parents are visiting relatives tomorrow, so we'll be counting on you for meals." "You're not going with them?" "No, it's too much hassle," Yutaha said with a smile. "I'm not great at dealing with relatives. Especially my uncles and aunts, they always ask if I have a boyfriend or try to set me up with someone. It's really annoying." Wow, matchmaking even in high school? Ichin hadn't expected that and said, "Got it. They'll keep you company then." After a pause, Ichin recalled a thought Head had during his shower. Looking at Yutaha, he said, "Yutaha, I was thinking earlier, since we're dating now, we shouldn't just stay home all the time. If you ever want to go out on a date, just let me know." Yutaha froze for a moment, then broke into a radiant smile. "Really? That's great to hear, Ichin. But don't worry. I'm not someone who needs to go out all the time. Even just sitting quietly like this with you is something I really enjoy." After speaking, Yutaha leaned in close to Ichin with a warm smile. "Well, I should head back now. You should rest early too. Good night." Ichin smiled back gently. "Good night." He walked her to the door and only closed it after watching her leave. Then he returned to his room to rest. Saturday, 8:30 a.m. Since Yutaha and Ichin hadn't planned a morning jog together, Yutaha slept in a little later than usual. When she came out of her bedroom, her parents had already left, though her mother had prepared breakfast for her and left it in the kitchen. Yawning, Yutaha adjusted the strap of her nightgown and groggily walked into the bathroom. The night before, after returning to her room, she had gone through everything Arari had sent her, the doujinshi and the accompanying anime. Although Yutaha had read some theoretical material before, the stories and shows she had seen had still left her a little flustered. After rinsing her burrito and spitting out the foamy toothpaste, Yutaha straightened up and looked at herself in the mirror. "I wonder what it will actually be like spending time with Ichin." Cinchuredo Yutaha made her way to Ichin's house next door. Chapter 9898. Yagami K just woke up at this hour. Ichin was already awake. When Yudaha opened the door and walked in, she saw him sitting in the living room, eating breakfast. "Good morning, Ichin." Seeing her arrive, Ichin smiled and replied, "Good morning, Yudaha. Have you had breakfast?" "Yes. My mom prepared some for me." Sitting down next to him, Yudaha asked, "Are we heading straight to the studio later?" "Yeah. Unless something unexpected comes up, that's the plan." Ichin nodded and looked at her. "But if there's somewhere you'd like to go, we can do that instead." "Don't worry, there's nothing I have in mind," Yudaha replied with a smile as she hugged Ichin's arm. "Let's just go to the studio. If I want to go out on a date, I won't hesitate to tell you." Ichin smiled at her, then continued eating his breakfast. After finishing, he tidied up, went to his room to change clothes, and got ready to leave for the studio. Before they left, Yudaha grabbed Ichin's arm and spun around in front of him, asking, "Notice anything different today?" Today, Yudaha was wearing a dress again. She wasn't wearing her usual headband, but otherwise, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Ichin looked her up and down, furrowing his brow as he guessed. New clothes? Nope, it's the same dress as before. She lifted her legs slightly, pointing to her stockings. "Look at these. They're different from the ones I usually wear. Did you notice? Stockings? Aren't they just the usual black tights?" Ichin was puzzled. Yudaha chuckled and said, "Ichin, you're not very observant, are you? I'm wearing different barato than the ones I had on earlier. Didn't you notice?" "Ugh, I guess you didn't. I don't really know much about this sort of thing. Now that she mentioned it, they did look different." "Well, you'll need to start learning from now on," Yudaha said, linking arms with him as they walked to the door. "You'll be accompanying me on shopping trips for clothes, and, of course, that includes various fashion stores. It won't do if you know nothing about them. After all, besides me, the person handling these the most in the future will be you, won't it? Kasumi Yutako-sensei, can you please not overwhelm me this early in the morning?" Ichin sighed. "This overwhelms you?" Yudaha said with a barato smile. "I haven't even asked you to review them properly yet." At that, Ichin could only sigh in defeat. Before long, the two of them arrived at the studio on the 3rd floor by elevator. When they entered, the studio was still quiet. "Looks like Kei and Yumiko aren't up yet," Ichin remarked, glancing toward the bedrooms. "Yudaha, have a seat. They'll make some coffee. They'll probably want some when they wake up." He headed to the kitchen. Yudaha didn't follow him. She leisurely sat down in the chair Shed used the previous day, opened her laptop, and got ready to work on her writing. Taking a deep breath, she lightly patted her cheeks to clear her mind of the images from the night before. Calm down, calm down. It's time to focus on work." But she had barely typed a few lines when she heard a door open from the direction of the bedrooms. Rubbing her eyes and yawning, Yagami Kei emerged from her bedroom. As she walked into the work area, she drowsily glanced at Yudaha and said, "Huh, you're already here, Yudaha? Good morning." Yudaha, however, was stunned. Her eyes widened in shock as she took in Kei's appearance. Kei-san, are you usually so casually dressed at home?" "Huh?" Kei blinked. Censuredo, glancing toward the kitchen in alarm, she bolted back to her bedroom and shut the door. Hearing the door close, Ichin leaned halfway out of the kitchen, looking at Yudaha. "She went back in?" "Yeah, she went back." Yudaha was quite pleased with Ichin's composure. Ichin let out a sigh of relief, then walked out with 2 cups of coffee. "When I was brewing coffee just now, I nearly had a heart attack. It's a good thing I didn't come out, or that would have been seriously awkward." Taking the coffee he handed her, Yudaha playfully nudged his leg with her foot. "Be honest, Ichin. Were you a little disappointed? They'll have you know I just saw a pretty interesting sight." Rolling his eyes, Ichin retorted, "What's there to be disappointed about? I don't have any weird thoughts like that. And even if I did, why would I need to look elsewhere when I have the best option right here with you?" "Well, that's true." Yudaha chuckled softly, sipped her coffee, and then casually stretched her legs across the nearby chair. "If you want to see the surprise, now's your chance." Despite her calm expression, she felt a rush of nervous excitement. Unfortunately for her, Ichin didn't forget there were 2 other people in the studio. Without hesitation, he lightly smacked the top of her foot. "Knock it off. Kei will be out any second, and it wouldn't look good if she saw this." Pouting, Yudaha reluctantly withdrew her legs and muttered under her breath. You don't do anything at home either. Yutaha? Nothing. I'm starting my writing now. Blushing slightly, Yutaha quickly turned her attention to her keyboard, typing furiously. Ichin scratched his head, puzzled by her behavior, and returned to his own computer to start it up. A couple of minutes later, Yagami Kei emerged from her bedroom. Normally bold and straightforward, she now had a slight blush on her face as she greeted Ichin. Good morning, Ichin. Good morning, Kei, Ichin replied with a smile, acting as if nothing had happened earlier. Go freshen up, I made some coffee for you. Senchurito, once Kei and Yumiko had finished washing up, they grab a light snack before settling at their computers to start the day's work. Chapter 9999. Everyone's a workaholic. It was the early stages of Hollow Knight's development, and Ichin and Yumiko, the two main programmers, had their hands full. Fortunately, both were well-versed in Unity, the game development engine they were using. While the workload was heavy, they hadn't yet encountered any major roadblocks hindering their progress. As Ichin reviewed Yumiko's part of the project, he pointed at the screen and said, Yumiko, this logic here, could we simplify it? It feels a bit overly complex. Also, this section here might not even be necessary. Yumiko squinted at the screen thoughtfully before nodding. You're right. This part does need adjustment. I'll make a note of it. Anything else that needs fixing? Not for now. Let's go with this for the moment. He'll get back to my part, Ichin replied. Returning to his own computer, Ichin buried himself in work again. The studio became silent once more, save for the rhythmic sound of keyboards being tapped. At 10:30, the studio's doorbell rang. Kasumigakaka Yutaha, who had been wearing headphones, took them off and glanced around. Seeing that the other three were too absorbed in their tasks to move, she reluctantly got up to answer the door. Opening it, she found Toyama Rin standing there, holding two bags. Rin-san, what brings you here? Yutaha asked in surprise. Rin stepped inside, smiling as she said, I bought some groceries. Is Kei awake? She is working as usual. After slipping on indoor slippers, Rin glanced at the workspace. She saw Yagami Kei deeply focused on her drawings and caught sight of Ichin and Yumiko hard at work. You're all so dedicated. Good thing I bought extra groceries, Rin said with a laugh. Judging by this, if I hadn't come, you'd probably have just ordered takeout. They'll take care of lunch today. Hearing this, Yutaha suddenly realized she had nearly forgotten about lunch entirely. After a moment of thought, she followed Rin into the kitchen, saying, Rin-san, let me help you. Aren't you busy with your own work? Rin asked as she placed the grocery bags on the counter. Weren't you saying yesterday that you're working on the third volume of your novel? Writing's not something you can do while distracted. It's fine. My outline is well organized, so I just need to write step by step, Yutaha replied with a smile, putting on an apron. Besides, I already wrote a bit this morning. I can use the break to relax and maybe learn some cooking from you. I see. That's fine then. You can assist me, Rin agreed. And so, the two began preparing lunch. While Yutaha wasn't skilled at cooking, she could manage simple tasks like chopping vegetables. She occasionally helped her mother with similar chores back home. Of course, because her movements were slower, her mother usually only asked for her help in the kitchen when there was a significant amount of work to be done. Fortunately, Rin Toyama knew that Yutaha's cooking skills were mediocre and didn't expect too much from her speed, as long as she didn't cut herself. Yutaha, for her part, didn't let Rin's trust go to waste. Although she was a bit slow, she handled the vegetables well enough. Taking the plates of chopped vegetables from Yutaha, Rin glanced at her, noticing she was wiping sweat and catching her breath. Smiling, Rin said, Not bad at all. Leave the rest to me. Rin, wait a moment. I'll grab something, Yutaha said before dashing out of the kitchen. When she returned, she had a notebook and pen in her hands. I can't just rely on memory. I need to write everything down, she explained. Rin chuckled at this. It's just a few home-cooked dishes. Isn't that a bit much? It's fine. You go ahead and cook. I won't disturb you. I'll just jot down the key points, Yutaha said confidently. True to her philosophy that a written record beats even the best memory, Yutaha diligently noted down the steps of each dish Rin prepared. Although they were indeed just simple home-cooked meals, as Rin had said, Yutaha still found a few techniques worth learning. All right, Yuda thought to herself, "I'll practice these at home later. I can't go through life not knowing how to cook at all." Yuda wasn't aiming to become a master chef, but she wanted to at least prepare a few decent dishes. After all, if she ever met Ichin's parents, it would be embarrassing to show up with zero cooking skills. When lunch was ready, Rin sent Yuda to the work area to call everyone over. Quietly removing Ichin's headphones, Yuda smiled and said, "Ichin, it's time to eat." Ichin turned his head and, upon seeing the apron Yuda was wearing, froze for a moment. His eyes widened. "Wait, you cooked this?" Yuda took a deep breath before replying. "It was Rin who cooked. You didn't even notice she was here?" Yeah, I didn't notice," Ichin admitted awkwardly, scratching his head. "I was busy dealing with some issues and didn't pay attention to anything else." Yuda was used to Ichin's intense focus when he worked and wasn't upset. Gently poking his cheek with her finger, she said, "All right, pause your work for now. Time to eat." Afterward, she went to inform Kei Yagami and Yumiko as well. Meanwhile, Rin brought the prepared dishes to the table. Unlike Ichin's occasional attempts at cooking, Rin's meals were classic Japanese home-cooked dishes, meticulously portioned and beautifully presented for each person. As Rin set the table, Kei Yagami linked arms with her, grinning. "Rin, when did you get here? You didn't even tell me." Blushing slightly, Rin replied, "I arrived around 10, but you were so focused on your work that I didn't want to disturb you. I just went straight to the kitchen with Yuda to prepare lunch. Now, everyone, sit down and eat." Rin's cooking skills were far superior to Ichin's. While Ichin could only manage a handful of dishes, most of which he had learned on the fly, Rin had the ability to turn even simple home-cooked meals into works of art. As they ate, Ichin remarked, "Thanks for the effort today, Rin. For dinner, let's all go out. I noticed a new restaurant on the way to school a few days ago. We can give it a try, it's my treat." With the boss footing the bill, no one had any objections. While eating a piece of simmered meat, Kei asked, "So, are we not inviting anyone else?" Ichin smiled. "Tonight is for rewarding the ones who have been working overtime. The others can join another time." Ichin wasn't a proponent of constant overtime, but when the team voluntarily stayed late like today, he made sure to show his appreciation not just with overtime pay, but also with gestures like good food to boost morale. Chapter 100. Fall Guys? Thanks to a good night's sleep, Rin Toyama skipped the afternoon nap after lunch. Instead, after a cup of tea and a short break, she jumped straight back into work to tackle some of the more complex art tasks. Ichin, however, didn't immediately return to his tasks. He decided to spend some time with Yuda first. Ichin's perspective had started to shift. While work was undoubtedly important, especially with the studio still in its early stages, it wasn't a reason to neglect his significant other. The two moved to the adjacent lounge area to avoid disturbing the others in the workspace. Snuggled on the couch, they watched videos on a tablet while chatting casually. After finishing a video, Yuda suddenly said, "Ichin, I've made a decision." "Oh, what is it?" Ichin turned his head, only to see Yuda grinning proudly. "I think I should start learning Chinese." "Chinese?" Ichin blinked, then nodded as the realization struck him. It did make sense. If Yuda wanted to truly be a part of his life long-term, learning the language was essential. Ichin himself had no issues with communication, but if Yuda hoped to converse with his parents or relatives, at least basic conversational Chinese would be necessary. Nodding in agreement, Ichin said, "That's a great idea. Censuredo, they just haven't arrived yet," Yuda said confidently, holding onto Ichin's arm. "Plus, I've got you. If there's anything I don't understand, I can just ask, right?" "Fair point," Ichin chuckled. "All right then, focus on learning, and he'll correct you if needed." After wrapping up their discussion about learning Chinese, Yuda began searching for another entertaining video, while Ichin pulled out his phone. He logged on to Bilibili to check the update announcement for Slay the Spire and see the feedback on his post. The update had gone live at 8 a.m., and it was now 1 p.m. Being a Saturday, many players had already tried out the new character, the Defect Robot, and left comments on Ichin's post. As expected, the feedback was overwhelmingly positive. Some players were already sharing strategies and builds they discovered for the new character. After reading through the comments, Ichin felt reassured. Although he hadn't checked the Steam reviews yet, he wasn't worried. The game had no significant bugs, and the optimization was flawless. At this pace, the next update should go smoothly too, he thought. Yutaha, having found a video, glanced at Ichin's phone screen and asked with a smile, "Now that I think about it, I forgot to ask how are your game sales doing, Ichin? We're nearing 450,000 copies sold." "I checked last night," Ichin replied, unable to suppress a grin. "With today's major update, I think many of the players who are on the fence will decide to buy it. After all, I've already shared the development roadmap. Once the next two major updates are done, the game will officially leave early access, and the price will go up a bit. Though the price increase will be modest, most gamers prefer to save where they could. With Slay the Spire nearing a month since release and its glowing reviews, anyone still interested would likely make their purchase soon." Close to 450,000? Yutaha was thrilled to hear this. "Keep up the good work." Of course. After watching another video and enjoying some affectionate time together on the couch, the two returned to the workspace. Ichin opened Steam to read the store reviews, while Yutaha searched for Chinese learning video tutorials, intending to get a head start before her books arrived. As expected, the Steam reviews were overwhelmingly positive. None of the new comments mentioned optimization issues or bugs, which reassured Ichin. Satisfied, he closed Steam and prepared to dive into work. Then he remembered he had left the Bilibili app running on his phone. Picking it up, he decided to close the app. After exiting his post, he habitually scrolled through the recommended videos and stumbled upon one that caught his attention. Pausing for a moment, Ichin clicked on it. After watching for a bit, an idea began forming in his mind. Fall Guys. It seemed this game didn't exist in this world. If not for coming across a video of a TV obstacle course show, he might have completely overlooked this once wildly popular game. Fall Guys. Ultimate Knockout is a multiplayer obstacle course game. The premise involves a large group of players competing through a series of wacky challenges, controlling their jelly bean-like characters to race to the finish line or sabotage others. Players face elimination in each round until one emerges victorious. The game drew its inspiration from TV obstacle course shows, which have a timeless appeal, whether in domestic or international formats. At its core, Fall Guys is a battle royale game. However, instead of combat, the gameplay revolves around comedic and chaotic obstacle courses. Players' only weapons are their characters and the various in-game mechanics. Upon its release, Fall Guys became an instant sensation. It brought the thrill of obstacle course shows to the gaming world, allowing everyone to participate rather than just watch. However, like other battle royale games, Fall Guys faced challenges such as hacking issues and a decline in player interest over time. Additionally, Ichin recalled that during the game's initial surge in popularity, its development team struggled to release timely updates, largely because no one had anticipated its sudden success. Rubbing his chin, Ichin began evaluating the feasibility of creating a game like Fall Guys. The game was developed using Unity, so the engine wouldn't be an issue. Its core components were the diverse obstacle courses and the unique appearances of the Jelly Bean characters' features that weren't particularly complex to develop. However, one critical aspect stood out: the server infrastructure for a battle royale-style game. For a game like Fall Guys, where 60 players compete in a single match, server stability is paramount. This was an area Ichin had never delved into before. Similarly, another idea he had previously considered, Apex Legends, would also require a robust server setup to support a large number of simultaneous players. Centuredo results are out. After enjoying a hearty dinner out, Ichin and Yutaha said goodbye to Kei and the others and returned to the apartment. Not long after entering, Ichin, with a glass of water in hand, heard the door open again. Stepping out to check, he saw Yutaha had already slipped off her shoes and stepped inside. "What's going on?" he asked. "My parents aren't home yet." Yutaha sat next to Ichin on the couch and held up her phone to show him a photo. The image showed her father dining and drinking with a group of relatives in a lively restaurant. As she showed it to Ichin, her phone buzzed again. Yutaha glanced at it. Was another message from her mother. "My parents drank tonight and can't drive home, so they're staying out." Looking at the message, Yutaha was unsure whether to laugh or be annoyed. She had a nagging suspicion her mother was doing this on purpose, as if testing her. Ichin leaned in to take a look and commented, "Yeah, drunk driving is dangerous. It's better they stay safe. Is that the point?" Yutaha rolled her eyes at him and lazily leaned back on the couch. "Ichin, are you planning to work tonight?" "Tonight? Probably not." After thinking for a moment, Ichin replied, "I've been working all day and planning to play some games later and then head to bed early. While I value game development, as someone in the industry, I also need to stay updated on the latest releases. Can't just bury my head in my own work." "Games again, huh?" Yutaha wasn't surprised by his answer. Getting Ichin to do anything on his own initiative was practically impossible. But taking the lead herself was another challenge. She was a complete novice in such matters and didn't have the courage to act on her thoughts. Lying next to Ichin on the couch last time had already been her limit. Still, this was too good an opportunity to pass up. With her parents gone for the night, she could spend more time with Ichin. Who knew when such a chance would come again? Well, there is another possibility: her father's company trip in late August. Both of her parents would definitely attend, but that was still a long way off. For now, Ichin seemed entirely unaware of Yutaha's inner turmoil. He finished his water and casually said, "I'm going to take a shower. You can watch some TV in the meantime." As Ichin headed to the bathroom, Yutaha's expression shifted to one of deep contemplation. What should I do next? Seek advice? From whom? Eriri? No way. Eriri might be skilled at drawing doujinshi, but she had no real-world experience. Other than her, there were a few girls in her class with boyfriends, but Yutaha didn't have their contact information and couldn't imagine asking them such a bold question. Grabbing her hair in frustration, Yutaha muttered, "Why can't Ichin be a bit more proactive?" After 5 minutes of deliberation, she still didn't muster the courage to take the next step. When Ichin finished his shower and returned, he chatted with Yutaha for a while before she decided to head back home. As Yutaha left, Ichin muttered to himself in confusion, "Something feels off today." Unable to pinpoint what was wrong, he simply shook his head and returned to his bedroom. Sunday passed much like Saturday for Ichin. With Yutaha accompanying him, he spent the day in the studio alternating between work and breaks. For dinner, since Yutaha's parents had returned, they ate at the Kasumigakaka household. Her parents seemed to treat Ichin increasingly as part of the family, though he couldn't shake the feeling that their gazes held a peculiar undertone. Monday arrived. Ichin had taken a day off to visit Nintendo with Hazuki to sign the development kit agreement and discuss other collaborative opportunities. Early in the morning, Hazuki drove to Ichin's place. After dropping off the cat at the studio, she gave Ichin and Yutaha a ride to Toyogaseki High School, where Yutaha was dropped off for school. At the school gate, after Yutaha got out of the car, Ichin rolled down the passenger window and said, "Although I'm heading to Kyoto, I should be back by the afternoon, barring any unexpected delays. Not sure exactly what time, though." Yutaha nodded with a smile. Leaning down, she kissed Ichin lightly before saying, "Got it. If you'll be back in time for dinner, let me know. I'll ask Mom to prepare something." "Hazuki-san, I'll leave Ichin in your care." "Gotta leave it to me." Hazuki responded with a cheerful thumbs up before starting the car and driving off with Ichin. Yutaha turned and entered the school gates alone. That day, the results of the midterm exams were being posted. Even though Ichin had taken the day off, he wasn't the least bit worried about his scores and hadn't bothered to ask Shizuka Hiratsuka about his marks the day before. Upon entering the school building, Yutaha saw a large group of students crowding around the results board, scanning for their scores. 2 girls from her class approached her, greeting with smiles. "Good morning, Kasumigakaka-san." "Good morning," Yutaha replied with a polite smile. One of the girls glanced around curiously and asked, "That's strange. Isn't Ichin-kun usually with you? It's rare to see you alone." "Ichin had some things to take care of today, so he took the day off," Yutaha explained. Standing on tiptoe, she peered at the top of the results board and found both her and Ichin's names. Frowning slightly, she muttered, still lost. "Second place again, and I'm 8 points behind Ichin." As expected, Ichin had secured first place in the grade, with Yutaha taking second. The gap between them and the third-place student was still significant. Looking at the first-year results on another board, Yutaha saw Yukino Shida in the top spot unsurprising, considering her reputation as a studious and highly knowledgeable academic. I wonder how Eruri did, Yutaha thought as she headed for the stairs, pulling out her phone to send Ichin his scores and to inquire about Ariri's. A few minutes later, Eruri replied, surprising Yutaha with her ranking of 35th in the grade, decent improvement. It seemed Yukino's grueling tutoring sessions and spot-on question predictions had paid off. The morning classes were spent reviewing the exam papers with the subject teachers. By noon, Yutaha met up with Eruri and Yukino, and the three girls gathered in the service club room to have lunch together. Chapter 102-102, Ero Manga Sensei. Wow, Ichin Kuin went to Nintendo's headquarters? That's amazing, Eruri exclaimed in surprise after hearing Yutaha's explanation about Ichin's schedule for the day. A development kit. Huh, I've never seen one before. I definitely want to check it out when he gets back. Oh, do you think Ichin Kuin will get to meet Shigeru Miyamoto? I'm such a huge fan of Mario and Zelda. I wouldn't know, Yutaha replied with a smile. Why don't you call Ichin and ask him to get you an autograph if he happens to meet him? And no need for that, Eruri said smugly. I already have his autograph. Don't underestimate me, I've been to a live launch event before. But back then, I was still a kid and too shy to ask for a photo. I only managed to get the autograph. Seeing Iriri's proud demeanor, Yutaha almost forgot that Iriri's family was quite well off, and her parents were also into otaku culture. It wouldn't be surprising for her to have connections to meet some big names in the gaming industry. As they ate their bento lunches, Eruri pulled out her phone. Honestly, more than autographs, I just want to know when the new Mario game will release or if Breath of the Wild 2 will come out next year. Though that feels like a long shot. Huh? There's a live stream? A live stream of what? Ero Manga Sensei's stream. It's rare to see her streaming at noon, Eruri said. Ero Manga Sensei? Yukino Shida couldn't help but chime in with a critical tone. Who would choose such a name? It fits her style perfectly, Eruri retorted. And Yukino, you're in no position to criticize others. Service club? Really? While opening the stream and increasing the volume, Eruri explained, Ero Manga Sensei is an illustrator who only works on light novel illustrations. Outside of that, she occasionally uploads fan art online and hosts streams. What's unique is that she always wears a magical girl mask during streams and uses a voice changer. So far, all we know is that she's female. Nothing else about her identity has been revealed. Yutaha and Yukino leaned in to watch. Sure enough, the stream showed someone wearing a magical girl mask. Her voice was distinctly artificial, distorted by a voice changer. Hello, everyone. Today's stream is a bit earlier than usual, but that's fine. Today, we're not doing any drawing, we're streaming gameplay. I discovered a fantastic game a couple of days ago called Slay the Spire. I got really hooked on it. Has anyone heard of it? It's apparently made by just one developer. That's so impressive. Slay the Spire? A gameplay stream? Yutaha remarked, surprised. I've heard of this illustrator before. She's quite mysterious. But isn't it odd for an illustrator to stream gameplay instead of drawing? Not really, Eruri said casually, waving her hand. Even Ultraman actors stream games these days. Some voice actors even become YouTubers with their own models. It's not a big deal, it's all about having fun. Honestly, I've never seen Ero Manga Sensei play games before, so this should be interesting. Yukino, didn't you also get Slay the Spire? How far have you progressed? Calmly eating her lunch, Yukino replied. Both characters are at Ascension 20, but I haven't tried the newly added robot character yet. I spent the weekend at home. Senshirado Iriri's eyes widened in shock. That fast? It wasn't too hard, Yukino said nonchalantly. I just play a little each day after studying to relax. Just a little each day, and you're already that far? I didn't expect you to be this talented at gaming, Yukino, Eruri exclaimed. You should come to my house sometime. I'll recommend some games that suit you. Maybe. Gaming is just an occasional pastime for me, Yukino replied, turning her attention to Iriri's phone. Though Yukino wasn't well-versed in the world of live streaming, she found herself intrigued by Ero Manga Sensei's peculiar setup. A masked streamer with a disguised voice was certainly a novelty to her. Manga Sensei's live stream had over 1,500 viewers in just 15 minutes, a testament to her popularity. Chapter 103 Discussions with Nintendo. What's going on? Is this character really that hard to play? In the small window at the bottom right corner of the stream, Manga Sensei clutched her head in frustration. Her tone was filled with despair. I read in the comments that this character is supposed to be the easiest. The chat quickly exploded with activity. Come on, you haven't even cleared a single character yet. I thought you'd be a pro, but nope, you got wrecked instantly. Haha. Finally someone as bad as me. While many viewers were gleefully teasing her, some experienced players offered genuine advice in the chat. Taking their suggestions to heart, Manga Sensei stubbornly started another run, carefully building her deck this time. Gradually, she began to understand the mechanics of the robot character and played with more caution, avoiding her earlier mistakes. Even so, there were still moments where her gameplay choices were so questionable that they made Riri's blood pressure spike just watching them. Although she showed some improvement during her gameplay session, she ultimately failed to clear the game. By the time the afternoon classes were about to begin, the three girls still hadn't witnessed Manga Sensei achieving victory. Leaving the service club room, Yutaha, Eriri, and Yukino headed off to their respective classrooms. Before parting ways, Yutaha glanced at Riri's retreating figure, deep in thought. Live streaming, huh? Why doesn't she give it a shot? Oh, right, she's way too shy for something like that. Meanwhile, far away in Kyoto, Ichin and Hazuki had just finished their discussions with Nintendo. After sharing a lunch together, they continued their talks about the publishing plans for Hollow Knight. Ichin had brought along some of the game's initial design documents and showcased some of the current progress. Nintendo's third-party relations team was very impressed with what they saw. They immediately proposed signing an exclusivity agreement for their console, not just for Hollow Knight, but also for the already released Slay the Spire. As long as the agreement didn't restrict the games from releasing on PC, Ichin had no objections to such collaborations. The idea of releasing physical versions of his games was especially appealing to him. Though digital game sales were becoming increasingly popular, physical copies still held a significant market share, one that wouldn't be easily displaced in the near future. The author wrote like this, and I don't want to mess up chapter count later. So put like this, smiley face. Chapter 104. Return journey. The negotiations went relatively smoothly, thanks to Hazuki's friend being there. While both parties expressed interest in securing Slay the Spire and Hollow Knight as Nintendo Switch exclusives, the specific details of the partnership required further discussions. This meant Ichin would likely need to make a few more trips in the future. Whether the exclusivity would be permanent or time-limited didn't concern Ichin much. Compared to other consoles, the Nintendo Switch was indeed more suitable for the gaming experience of Hollow Knight and Slay the Spire. By 3:30 p.m., Ichin and Hazuki finally left Nintendo and began their journey back. Once they were aboard the Shinkansen, Ichin leaned back against his seat and closed his eyes. I'm exhausted. Negotiations really aren't my thing, he sighed. Hazuki chuckled beside him. Ichin-kun, your performance today was already excellent. You far exceeded my expectations. For someone your age, most wouldn't even come close to what you managed. Is that supposed to be a compliment? Ichin asked, smiling as he rested his hands behind his head. Well, I've been wanting to start something for myself. Once the idea sparked, I couldn't suppress it, Ichin said with a grin. If I hadn't started developing Slay the Spire back in March, maybe none of this would have happened. I'd probably have waited until university to work on my first game, and I wouldn't have met you all. True, Hazuki agreed, her tone nostalgic. Honestly, when Eagle Jump disbanded, even though most of us had industry experience and could have easily found other jobs, I felt attached to the people in the company. If it weren't for you, Ichin-kun, we probably wouldn't still be working together now. Ichin glanced at Hazuki. Hazuki-san, if you hadn't joined my studio, which company would you have gone to? Me? Hazuki paused, tapping her chin in thought. I never really considered where I'd go, but I probably wouldn't join a big game company. I'm not the type to follow rigid rules, after all. That made sense. Considering Hazuki's reputation for creating a company culture that was entirely female-led, she'd probably survive in a larger corporation but wouldn't enjoy it. Ichin glanced down at a large bag by his feet, which contained 3 development kits and other game-related materials. These dev kits, Hazuki-san, you haven't used them before, right? That's right, Hazuki replied with a hint of regret. Our previous Fairy Story series was developed on a completely different platform. The Switch's concept of merging home consoles and handheld devices is excellent, but its performance is definitely subpar. She turned to Ichin with a serious expression. Ichin-kun, I think we should avoid overly complex 3D games if we plan to develop for the Switch. Don't worry, I'm well aware of that. Ichin nodded. As a seasoned gamer, he knew the Switch's capabilities very well. Porting large-scale games to the console often resulted in severe graphical downgrades. One glaring example was The Witcher 3. When it was first announced for the Switch, Ichin had doubted the possibility of achieving good visual quality. While it eventually became playable after extensive optimization, it still couldn't compare to the experience on a PC. However, Ichin's current plans included games like Persona, which seemed well-suited for development on the Switch. He had plans to work on everything later, but for now, the priority was to head back and start experimenting with the new development kits they'd acquired. With this in mind, Ichin turned to Hazuki. Hazuki-san, I don't think we've told the team about today's outcome yet. Have we? Oh, you're right. Hazuki clapped her hands and laughed. Since you're the boss, how about you deliver the news? Let me think. How about we keep it a surprise for now? Ichin suggested with a grin. That works. Hazuki agreed enthusiastically, clearly liking the idea. After focusing on negotiations for over 2 hours that afternoon, Ichin was utterly exhausted. As soon as the Shinkansen began moving, he closed his eyes and fell asleep almost instantly. Hazuki, on the other hand, was still quite alert. As a seasoned professional in the industry, she had gone through similar situations many times before. Calmly browsing the internet on her phone, she smiled faintly. 2 hours later, Ichin and Hazuki finally arrived back in Tokyo. Checking the time, Ichin saw it was already 6 p.m. Earlier, he had messaged Yutaha to let her know he wouldn't make it home in time for dinner. He planned to grab some takeout when he got back to quickly settle his hunger. Let's go, Hazuki-san. Time to head back, Ichin said. Hazuki smiled. Since we didn't tell the team in advance, they're probably still waiting for news. Let's not keep them waiting too long, let's get going. The two hopped into Hazuki's car and drove straight back to the studio. Inside the studio, the team had indeed been waiting patiently for their return. Wanting to avoid interrupting the negotiations, none of them had messaged to check on the situation. After finishing up a scene she was working on, Aoba Suzuki's put down her stylus, stretched, and said, Ichin-kun and Hazuki-san are taking so long. It's already this late, and they're still not back. I wonder how things went. Beside her, Hifumi Takimoto spoke softly. It should be fine. Hazuki-san's friend was there to help, after all. That's true. Yin Ijima chimed in, spinning her chair around to join the conversation. But we're talking about Nintendo here. For a small studio like ours, we're always at a disadvantage in these kinds of collaborations. Even with connections, that dynamic doesn't change much. I don't think there's much to worry about, Shinoda Hajime countered, offering a different perspective. Ichin-kun's skills speak for themselves. Plus, he brought along the game concepts and some presentation materials. Hollow Knight is perfect for the Switch. The collaboration is likely a done deal. The only question is whether we'll get featured in a direct. What do you think, Yumiko? Hearing her name, Yumiko pondered for a moment before replying, I think it's fine. They're probably already on their way back. Knowing Hazuki, she's probably planning to surprise us by showing up unannounced. Just as she finished speaking, the studio door swung open. Everyone instinctively turned to look at Yumiko in astonishment. How did she nail that so perfectly? Chapter 105-105. New job applicants. The studio door opened, and Ichin walked in with Hazuki. Seeing that it was indeed the two of them and not Yutaha, everyone quickly stopped what they were doing and rushed over. Keigami grinned. Just as Yumiko said, you came back without a word. Oh, so you guessed? Hazuki paused, glancing at Ichin. But this wasn't my idea, it was Ichin-kun's. With everyone's attention shifting to him, Ichin lifted the bag in his hand with a smile. Dev kits. Want to check them out? Before anyone could answer, Yumiko swooped in, grabbed the bag, and headed straight to the work area. The others eagerly followed her. Hazuki sighed dramatically. I was hoping they'd give you a hard time, but they're completely fine with it. Why didn't I ever get treated this nicely? Maybe because I'm handsome? Ichin quipped with a laugh before joining the group in the work area. Yumiko placed the bag on the desk, immediately pulling out one of the dev kit boxes. She opened it to reveal a sleek black device that resembled a Nintendo Switch, but with some differences. Oh, so this is the NS dev kit? Aoba asked curiously. It can play games too, right? Of course. It's a development kit. After all, Yumiko replied, inspecting the device before turning to Ichin as he approached. Ichin-kun, when are we starting NS development? Norus. Step by step, Ichin said, pulling a thick stack of documents from a bag and handing them to Yumiko. These are the dev kit manuals. There's a digital version too. Go through them when you have time. But for now, our main focus is still on the PC version. For Slay the Spire and Hollow Knight, the hardware requirements aren't demanding. When we port them, our goal is to ensure stable visuals, 720p in handheld mode, 1080p in dock mode, and a steady 60 FPS in both. Oh, and Slay the Spire needs touchscreen compatibility for handheld mode. That's something we'll have to build from scratch. Yumiko flipped through the documents and nodded. Got it. They'll study these carefully. Once the new programmer arrives, the work should go even faster. Huh? New programmer? Ichin was caught off guard and turned to Rin Toyama. Rin, did someone apply for the job? Since Ichin and Hazuki were out all day, Ichin had asked Rin to keep an eye on the recruitment process. If any applications came in, she was to review them first. Yep, Rin said cheerfully. Several people submitted applications today, and they're all quite young. As she spoke, Rin snuck a glance at Aoba, but didn't mention that Sakura Nene had also applied. All right, I'll take a look. Everyone, take a break. Once I'm done reviewing these, let's all go out for dinner. Ichin headed to his chair, sat down, and opened his computer to review the resumes sent to the company email. Opening the resumes, Ichin discovered that the first one belonged to someone familiar, Sakura Nene. Though he remembered from the anime that Sakura Nene, influenced by Aoba, not only took a part-time job as a bug tester at Eagle Jump during summer vacation, but later self-studied programming to become a game developer. Seeing it happen now made him marvel at how the world line seemed to converge. Even with Eagle Jump disbanded, Sakura Nene still decided to pursue a career as a programmer. Ichin didn't even know how to react. Here was a high-achieving student from a well-known women's university majoring in law, yet she was diving into programming. Initially, Ichin had thought of recruiting her later, once the company expanded to handle legal affairs. But now here she was, directly applying for a programming position instead. But how did this university student even learn about the studio's job posting? Did Aoba tell her? Possibly. Besides her resume, Sakura Nene had attached a small game she developed. Ichin downloaded and tested it. Although the graphics were quite rough, the game was complete, functional, and free of major bugs. It showcased a clear talent. He immediately decided she would pass the interview when the time came. The second resume was from a young woman with black hair tied in a side ponytail, also 19 years old like Sakura Nene. Narumi Tsubame? Isn't this the character introduced in the second season of the anime? Looking through her resume, it confirmed she was a student at a technical college majoring in computer science. Like Sakura Nene, she had included a project she had worked on. Narumi Tsubame's submission was a parkour-style minigame. The gameplay mechanics were surprisingly well polished, and the visuals were highly refined. However, the resume noted that she hadn't created the visuals herself. They were done by a friend, who also applied for the job. The game was a collaborative effort between the two. After testing her game, Ichin opened the third resume. Mochizuki Momiji. Judging by the photo, this was likely her, a girl with red, shoulder-length hair and a somewhat serious expression. Ichin recalled her as a quirky, big-eating character who loved food. After reviewing her resume, Ichin once again marveled at the world line convergence. These two applicants didn't fade into obscurity, but instead ended up applying to his studio. That said, wasn't entirely surprising. After all, the job posting had prominently highlighted former Eagle Jump members and popular character designer Kei Yagami to draw attention. Beyond these three, Ichin reviewed 6 other resumes. Unfortunately, they were unimpressive. Either the accompanying projects lacked quality or the materials appeared fake, with discrepancies between the work and the applicant's credentials. After reviewing everything, Ichin rejected the 6 and kept the first 3. Sending the 3 resumes to Hazuki, he said, "Hazuki-san, can you notify these 3 tomorrow and set up interview times? Since today's Monday, let's schedule them for Thursday or Friday." Receiving the files, Hazuki was momentarily surprised to see Sakura Nene among them, but didn't press further. She agreed readily. "No problem, leave it to me. Ichin-kun, will you join the interviews? I won't be able to. I have classes. You and Yumiko can handle them. 2 programmers and 1 artist?" Ichin replied, waving it off. Standing up, he addressed the team. "All right, work ends here for today. Let's go eat." Woo! Dinner time. Everyone cheered. Chapter 106-106. Won't he bother you? After finishing dinner at the restaurant with his colleagues, Ichin said goodbye to the team and returned home alone. Upon opening the door, he saw that the lights in the living room were on, and Yutaha was lounging on the couch, leisurely watching TV. Hearing the door open, Yutaha stood up, walked over, and greeted him with a soft smile. "Welcome back." Ichin approached with a smile, wrapped his arms around her, and greeted her warmly. Holding her hand, he asked, "I thought you'd be staying at your own place tonight." Yutaha chuckled, linking her arm with his as they sat down together on the couch. "I got the message that you were out having dinner with everyone just after I finished my own meal, so I didn't join you. After resting for a while, I came over here. I made some tea for you. Would you like some?" "Sure." By now, Yutaha was completely familiar with the layout of Ichin's home. She knew exactly where everything was, possibly better than Ichin himself. As she handed him a cup of tea, Ichin recounted the events of his day in Kyoto. "Overall, it went smoothly. I brought back the development kit and secured some technical support. As for the exclusivity negotiations, those will need further discussion. It won't be finalized anytime soon." "That's already quite impressive," Yutaha replied cheerfully. "You're dealing with Nintendo, after all. Negotiating with them takes skill and patience. Given that our studio is just starting out, it's unrealistic to expect everything to fall into place immediately. Making small concessions isn't a bad strategy." "That's exactly what I was thinking," Ichin agreed with a nod. "That's why I didn't finalize anything today. I plan to revisit the topic after we've made more progress in development. We're game developers. Our game's quality will ultimately be the foundation of our negotiations." Ichin had confidence in the games his studio was producing. For the next round of talks, he planned to wait until Hollow Knight had significant development progress and the Slay the Spire and S-Port was optimized for smooth gameplay. With these goals, the workload was bound to increase, especially now that he had decided to expedite the progress on Slay the Spire. This made him look forward to the arrival of new team members. Although Sakura Nene and Narumi Tsubame were both newcomers, with Sakura being self-taught, their talents were evident. With guidance from himself and Yumiko, they would undoubtedly improve quickly and become valuable contributors to the programming side of the studio. Regarding the upcoming interviews, Ichin had already mentally approved all 3 candidates. The only uncertainty was whether Narumi Tsubame and Mochizuki Momiji would be comfortable working in the studio's current setup. Hopefully, everything would go smoothly. Looking at Yutaha, Ichin shifted the conversation to her day. "So at school today, I'm guessing most of the lectures were about reviewing the exam papers?" "That's right," Yutaha replied with a nod. Since the difficulty was higher this time, many students didn't perform well. The teachers were quite frustrated during the reviews. Especially for the math exam, most of the questions weren't inherently difficult, but the problem-solving approaches were different, and that threw some people off. Honestly, it's a good thing you took the day off. Otherwise, you would have been bored stiff in class. Those kinds of mistakes are the ones we'd never make. "I see." Ichin remarked, unsurprised. He had already anticipated this outcome before the results were out. While solving the test papers, particularly the science ones, had found the question styles oddly familiar. It seemed likely that the school had drawn inspiration from Chinese examination methods or had used mock exams from there for reference. When it came to test preparation, Japan wasn't bad, but in terms of sheer academic competition and rigor, it was hard to outdo China. Ichin figured this was only the beginning. In the future, Toyagasaki's exams, both major and minor, would likely become progressively more challenging and mentally taxing. However, such matters didn't concern him much. With a smile, he teased Yutaha. "Didn't you say you'd beat me this time and reclaim first place in the year? But it seems you fell just a little short." Hearing him bring this up, Yutaha puffed up her cheeks in mock anger and reached out to flick his arm. "Oomph, what's there to be smug about? You only did slightly better than me. Next time, it'll definitely surpass you." It was undeniable when the two of them were alone. Yutaha's lively and playful side really shone through. Her cheerful energy sometimes caught Ichin off guard, leaving him a little flustered and his heart racing. Before long, the two of them ended up sitting on the couch together, chatting excitedly about their project, with Yutaha sprawled on top of Ichin. As Ichin gently stroked her cheek, he gazed at her tenderly and asked, "It's getting late. When are you planning to head back?" "In a little while." Yutaha nuzzled her cheek against Ichin's palm, leaning into his chest with a smile before closing her eyes. "Actually, if Ichin doesn't want me to go, I wouldn't mind staying, you know? Let's not." Ichin replied with a chuckle. "I'm afraid your dad would show up and give me a good beating." Although the Kisumigakaka family didn't oppose their relationship, Ichin wasn't in a hurry to push things. After all, they were still young, there was no need to rush. Hearing his response, Yutaha pouted slightly and muttered, "You're overthinking it. My dad wouldn't do that. Do you know, before you moved here, there was this one time he got drunk at home and started ranting about how, with my personality, I'd have trouble finding a boyfriend in the future. He went on and on about how if I ever found someone I liked, he'd be thrilled if I married him as soon as possible. Can you believe it? He's my dad, yet he complains about me like that." Ichin couldn't help but laugh. It did sound like something Mr. Kisumigakaka might say, especially after a few drinks. After all, Yutaha's personality back then wasn't exactly unapproachable, but she certainly wasn't the outgoing or sociable type either. The idea of her initiating conversations with boys was almost unthinkable. It was only thanks to Ichin's move next door and the natural advantage of proximity that their relationship had developed so quickly. Suddenly, Yutaha raised her head from his barato, her face slightly flushed, a playful smile on her face. "Ichin, is something on your mind?" "Huh?" Stunned for a moment, Ichin realized what she meant and quickly sat up, his face flushing with embarrassment. "It's not what it looks like. I didn't mean to." "I know," Yutaha said with a smile, looping her arm around his. "Don't worry about it." She stood up and stretched. "All right, I won't bother you anymore. They'll head back now." With that, she left Ichin's house. Watching her leave, it took Ichin a moment to process her parting words. "Not bother me? Not bother me with what? Don't just casually start saying stuff like that." Chapter 107107. The school, as planned, entertaining himself in solitude wasn't Ichin's style. After taking a shower, he headed straight to his bedroom to tackle his homework. Although he had taken a day off from school, his assignments still awaited him. Thankfully, Yutaha had not only spent time at his place, but also thoughtfully brought his homework along. The workload wasn't particularly heavy. Ichin managed to complete everything within an hour and a half. Once he packed his finished assignments into his bag, he opened his laptop to dive into research about the NS development kit. It was completely unfamiliar territory for him, so he needed to study it from scratch thoroughly. The next morning, as Ichin walked to school, Yutaha glanced at the laptop bag in his hand and asked curiously, "Ichin, are you planning to work at school?" "Not exactly work," Ichin replied with a smile. "I just want to go over the development kit's details. I read some of it last night, but it's far from enough. With so much free time at school, I can't afford to waste it." "You're so diligent," Yutaha remarked with a mix of admiration and amusement. Her eyes flicked to his school bag. "So, did you bring a bento today?" No time for that, Ichin admitted. He'll just grab some onigiri or bread from the store. While Ichin wasn't overly concerned about an occasional skip bento, Yutaha seemed less forgiving. She lightly smacked his arm and scolded, "Ichin, that's not good. If you don't have time to make one, just let me know in advance. I'll ask my mom to prepare an extra portion for you." "Wouldn't that trouble your mom?" "Not at all," Yutaha assured him with a shake of her head. "Mom often asks me if you're managing to eat properly while balancing school, managing your studio, and developing games. If you overwork yourself and get sick, it'll affect a lot of people." Hearing the sincerity in her words, Ichin nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll let you know if I need help." "You'd better." Yutaha grinned, satisfied. Together, they boarded the bus to school. Upon arriving at school, the atmosphere in the classroom was lively as usual. It seemed that after an entire day spent reviewing test papers, everyone's mood had recovered quickly. As soon as Ichin sat down, Fuji, the boy seated behind him, eagerly leaned forward. "Hey, Ichin, guess what? I passed this time. Barely, but I did it. I was so scared I wouldn't make it." While pulling out his homework, Ichin glanced back at him, unimpressed. "You're that excited about just passing? Aren't your standards a little too low?" "Well, what can I do? The questions were so weird this time, especially in the science section. I thought they were fine. Oh, right, I almost forgot. You got first place in the year again, this time in the official midterm exams, not just a mock test." The realization hit Fuji like a truck, reminding him of the vast gap between their abilities. "Does that mean being good at academics actually helps in finding a girlfriend?" he asked wistfully. Ichin stroked his chin, pretending to ponder the question. "Not necessarily. First, you have to look good. At the very least, being presentable makes it less likely for a girl to turn you down when you talk to her." Fuji immediately slumped onto his desk in defeat, clearly disheartened by Ichin's honest but brutal response. His appearance wasn't unattractive, but it was far from being called handsome. Yutaha chuckled softly at Ichin's earlier comment and said, "Ichin, isn't it a bit harsh to discourage someone like that?" "It's not that bad," Ichin shrugged. "I was just stating the truth. People may claim that having an interesting personality matters more. But let's be real, what catches someone's attention first is their looks. It's just that the importance of appearance varies from person to person." Yutaha couldn't argue with his logic. It was true. In today's world, appearances played a major role in first impressions. Even for herself, before getting to know someone, their looks were the first thing she noticed. Their conversation didn't last long, as the class representative came by to collect homework, and the start of class was approaching. Thankfully, today's lessons moved on from reviewing test papers and resumed regular teaching. During the last period of the morning, which was Japanese literature, the dismissal bell rang, signaling the end of the class. The teacher, Shizuka Hiratsuka, put away her lecture notes and addressed the students. "All right, that's it for now. Oh, Ichin, come to my office after lunch." With that, she left the classroom. Yutaha glanced at Ichin and asked, "What's this about?" "Probably about taking leave yesterday," Ichin replied calmly. Even though Hiratsuka-sensei approved it, she likely wants to follow up on the details. "Looks like we won't be eating lunch in the clubroom today. I probably won't have much time to go through my materials either." "That's fine," Yutaha said with a smile. "Go ahead and grab your food. They'll wait for you to come back so we can eat together." Ichin returned quickly with 3 onigiri and a bottle of milk. He and Yutaha pushed their desks together and shared lunch, much to the envy of some classmates who couldn't help but feel as if they were being fed dog food just by watching the scene. After finishing lunch and taking a short break, Ichin left for the teacher's office, while Yutaha stayed in the classroom to read. In the teacher's office, only Hiratsuka Shizuka and another female teacher were present. Ichin walked over to Hiratsuka's desk. "Hiratsuka-sensei, you wanted to see me?" "Yes, have a seat," she said, gesturing to the chair beside her. Once Ichin sat down, she set aside the document she was working on and looked at him. "How did things go yesterday? Was everything resolved?" As he expected, she wanted to discuss his leave of absence. Ichin briefly explained what had happened the day before. After listening, Hiratsuka remarked, "You really are something, aren't you? Seems like you have a lot of potential. But if things aren't fully settled yet, Does that mean you might need to take more days off in the future? It's possible, Ichin admitted with a nod. But I'm not sure when the next meeting will be. If it happens during summer break, I want you to take leave. Got it. Hiratsuka tapped her fingers on the desk thoughtfully. By the way, did you notice the changes in this exam's papers? Ichin was caught off guard by the question. Changes? Now that you mention it, there did seem to be something different. Did you base them on exams from China? Partially, yes, Hiratsuka explained. We focused on adapting ideas, particularly for the science sections. This was an experiment. Moving forward, Toyogaseki Academy hopes to make more adjustments and innovations to improve teaching quality. Considering your background, Ichin, I assume your previous high school back in China was a good one? Ichin nodded cautiously, unsure of where this was going. Well, Hiratsuka continued, during the upcoming break, we're planning to arrange an academic exchange with your former high school. Surprised? Chapter 1, 08108. Targeted by a junior, this development genuinely surprised Ichin, though upon further thought, it seemed quite logical. Toyogaseki Academy, having been established for just over a decade, had already become one of the top schools in Tokyo for university entrance rates. Achieving this level of success proved the school's ambition to produce tangible results. The idea of organizing an academic exchange with another school, even when Ichin had only transferred in half a semester ago, was just another example of their drive. However, for Ichin, this had little to do with him directly. The real impact would fall on the students of Toyogaseki if the exchange ended up teaching their teachers some new tricks. More work, everyone. So, that's the plan, Shizuka Hiratsuka concluded with a smile. We're finalizing the details, and the teachers are selecting candidates to participate in the exchange. Will you be going, Hiratsuka-sensei? Yes, I'm confirmed to go, she replied. Then, looking at Ichin, she asked, what about you? Are you planning to return during the summer break? If so, you could join us. Since you've been a student at both schools, you could share your thoughts or experiences. I probably won't have the time, Ichin said, spreading his hands. Work at the studio is ramping up. We're in the middle of hiring new people. If everything goes smoothly this week, 3 more will join us. There's one game that's already launched and another still in development. On top of that, we're working on both PC and NS versions for both games. I've already decided not to go back during the summer break. That makes sense. Game development is exhausting work, Hiratsuka acknowledged with a nod. All right then, I've asked everything I needed. Go ahead and take a break before afternoon classes start. Okay, I'll head back now, Ichin said, getting up to leave. As he exited the office and reached the stairs, he found his path blocked by a girl. Ichin-senpai. He didn't recognize her. She was likely a first-year student. Ichin offered a polite smile and asked, "Hello, can I help you with something?" The girl was quite cute, petite, with a single ponytail, and her face was flushed as she stretched out her hands to offer him a small package. These are cookies I just made. Please accept them." Ichin hadn't expected something like this to happen to him. Only in Japan could someone have the courage to do something like this, especially near the teacher's office. After a brief pause, Ichin replied, "I'm sorry, but I can't accept this. Thank you for your kind gesture." But they're just cookies. The girl's eyes welled up with tears, as though she were about to cry. Ichin smiled wryly and said, "I'm really sorry, but I truly can't accept them. You probably know this, but I already have a girlfriend. So, as a rule, I don't accept gifts from other girls. Thank you again, but that's how it is." With that, he stepped past her and walked down the stairs. Behind him, the door to the teacher's office was slightly ajar. Hiratsuka, Shizuka, and another female teacher were quietly observing the scene. "Shizuka-sensei, isn't it somewhat inappropriate for us to spy like this?" The other teacher whispered. "It's fine. This is just us being concerned about our students. As long as you don't tell, and I don't tell, no one will ever know." Hiratsuka replied nonchalantly. She watched as the girl, visibly disheartened, walked away. Ichin's behavior didn't surprise her much. He was unexpectedly mature, and his polite yet firm rejection left no room for criticism. Ichin didn't give much thought to the earlier incident and quickly returned to his classroom. With the remaining time before class resumed, he focused on reviewing materials for the development kit. Beside him, Yudaha didn't disturb him, quietly engrossed in her own book. 2 minutes later, Yudaha's phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen to see a message from Eriri, and the contents were related to Ichin. Eriri, I just heard from one of my classmates that a first-year girl went to give Ichin-kun cookies. I think he'd probably reject it, but I felt it was better to let you know about this. Yudaha paused, turning her head slightly to look at Ichin. He was still deeply focused on the materials in front of him, completely unaffected by anything else. After a moment of thought, Yudaha quickly replied, "Got it," and didn't dwell further on the matter. She wasn't the type to overreact just because some random girl appeared. Unless it was someone like Eriri or Yukino beauties of that caliber, then perhaps she might feel a twinge of anxiety. But among the first years, there probably weren't many girls who could reach that level. The afternoon classes passed without any drama. After packing up their things, Ichin and Yudaha left school together. As they walked out of the school gates, hand in hand, Ichin thought for a moment before speaking. During lunch, when I was leaving Hiratsuka-sensei's office, a first-year girl stopped me and tried to give me cookies she made herself. I declined, of course. Since there were a lot of people around at school, I decided to tell you about it after class. Oh, Yudaha turned to Ichin, smiling. Why are you telling me this? Didn't you already reject her? I did, but since we're dating, I felt it was important to let you know. If there's any misunderstanding later, it could cause unnecessary trouble. Don't you think? Is that so, Ichin? Yudaha suddenly stopped walking and gently pulled Ichin to a halt as well. HM? What's wrong? Before Ichin could fully process the situation, Yudaha stepped forward and hugged him tightly and kissed him, standing on her tiptoes. Ichin was caught off guard by her sudden action. After all, they were still near the school gates, with plenty of students around. Sure enough, their little moment caught the attention of several other students heading home. Curious gazes immediately turned toward them. After a long moment, Yudaha finally released him, her face slightly flushed. "This is your reward," she said with a soft smile. Ichin scratched his cheek, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Couldn't you have waited until we weren't surrounded by so many people?" he asked. "I'm just kissing my boyfriend. Why should I care about others?" Grabbing his arm, Yudaha chuckled. "Let's go. Time to head home." The two walked closely together toward the station, unaware that their little interaction had already caused an uproar on the school forum. Back home, Ichin changed out of his uniform and grabbed some ingredients he had prepared earlier from the fridge. He then headed downstairs. Since he had promised Yudaha a proper dinner, he was determined to cook something good. However, he didn't want to fall behind on his work either, so he decided to handle dinner at the studio. As he arrived with his supplies, Shinoda, who had been pondering movement designs while fiddling with a replica lightsaber, spotted him and ran over, curiosity piqued. "Ichin-kun, are you making dinner?" "Yeah," Ichin replied, taking out a large piece of marinated pork belly from one of the bags. "I'm planning to make extra. Want some?" Chapter 109109. Starting the porting process, seeing the long piece of meat on the cutting board, Hajime Shinoda curiously asked, "Pork belly?" "Yep, salted pork belly. I'm planning to make a salted pork and vegetable rice dish," Ichin replied as he took out the other ingredients. Washing the knife, he asked, "Want to try it? Is it tasty?" Hajime tilted her head. It's pretty good," Ichin recalled as he spoke. "The main thing is that it's simple to make. The rice is flavored with salted pork belly, sausage, and mixed with vegetables like carrots and greens. Go ask everyone if they want to join. If they do, they'll make a larger portion." "Got it," Hajime agreed enthusiastically and dashed out of the kitchen. 2 minutes later, she returned with Toyama Rin. With a bright smile, Hajime announced, "Ichin-kun, everyone said they want to eat it. We're counting on you." Rin walked over and washed her hands. "They'll help out too. My current tasks aren't too busy anyway." "Sure, that works. Hajime, you can leave this to us. Go handle your own work," Ichin said with a smile. Okay, for dinner, Ichin planned to make the salted pork and vegetable rice as the main dish, along with a soup and a couple of simple side dishes. As Ichin was slicing the salted pork belly, Rin curiously asked, "Won't it be too salty?" "It would be if left untreated, but I've already rinsed and soaked it. The saltiness should be just right. Besides, I'm adding sausage too, so the pork belly can afford to be milder." "Rin, could you help chop these vegetables? No problem. Leave it to me. While chopping, Rin casually asked, Ichin-kun, is Yutaha joining us for dinner later? Yeah, she's coming back, but ITL'll take a while, Ichin replied with a nod. She's on a call with her editor right now, confirming some details about her novel. She'll probably be here in about half an hour. A novel, Rin chuckled. I've read Yuta's book too. It's really well written. The second volume is coming out soon, right? Yes. June 10th, so not long now. As expected, Yutaha arrived half an hour later. She joined Ichin and Rin in the kitchen, helping them prepare dinner. Yutaha's parents, the Kasumigakaka couple, were already accustomed to their daughter not eating at home and didn't mind her frequent absences. They had visited Ichin's workspace once before and found the environment pleasant. They even saw it as an opportunity for their daughter to become more sociable. By around 6 o'clock, dinner was ready. Rin called everyone to stop their tasks and head to the dining area. The dishes were already set on the table, and Ichin brought the rice cooker over to serve the rice. The glistening salted pork and vegetable rice, with its enticing aroma, immediately captured everyone's attention. After serving the last bowl, Ichin glanced at the rice cooker, which still had a small portion left, and smiled. All right, everyone take your seats. Let's eat. I'm digging in. After the group exclaimed together, Hajime Shinoda eagerly picked up her chopsticks, scooped up some rice, and popped it into her mouth. Wow, this is amazing. The saltiness and aroma blend perfectly, and the pork and vegetables are so delicious. The others shared similar reactions, thoroughly enjoying their meal with bright smiles. Seeing this, Ichin couldn't help but smile contentedly as well. While eating, the group chatted about their day, sharing updates on their respective tasks now that Ichin was present. Yumiko took a sip of soup and looked at Ichin. I've reviewed most of the development kit content. Ichin, I'd like to start porting Slay the Spire to the Nintendo Switch. You're handling it yourself, Yumiko? Yumiko nodded. It's not particularly challenging, just an additional feature for touchscreen support. I can hold off on that for now and focus on getting the game to run smoothly on the Switch first. Don't worry, I won't let this slow down the development of Hollow Knight. Waving his hand dismissively, Ichin chuckled. Don't worry, I wasn't going to stop you from trying. You don't need to stress about Hollow Knight. Either new team members are joining soon, and they'll be working on both projects. Nothing will fall behind. Hearing this, Yumiko smiled, reassured, and continued eating her meal. After finishing dinner, everyone returned to their tasks in the studio, while Yutaha brewed tea for the group. Since Ichin had brought his own tea leaves, green tea had become a favorite beverage alongside their usual coffee and energy drinks. Sipping tea, Ichin sat beside Yumiko, watching her work with the Switch development tools. Having spent the entire day researching, Yumiko's proficiency was notably higher than Ichin's. While operating the tools, Yumiko remarked, although Slay the Spire doesn't demand much in terms of technical skills, I suspect the initial package version might not be completely stable. Do you think we should make any adjustments to the visuals? Let's test it first, Ichin replied thoughtfully. I've already gone with a minimalistic art style during development, and the graphics aren't very complex. Logically, there shouldn't be major issues. But since this is new territory for us, don't hesitate to reach out to Nintendo's technical team if anything's unclear. That's my thought too, Yumiko agreed. Simple porting isn't a big deal for me, but optimizing the game could benefit from their input. They've helped many third-party studios port games to the Switch, so ITLL save us a lot of trouble. After observing Yumiko for a while, Ichin returned to his workstation, stretched, and began working on Hollow Knight. Hajime Shinoda was making good progress on the protagonist motion models, and they were close to creating test scenes to evaluate the game's controls. Glancing to his left, Ichin saw Hajime wielding a ZOS Ride Heisei blade replica, practicing moves. He said, Hajime, we'll be getting the black True Bone sculpt figure I pre-ordered tomorrow. Want me to bring it to the studio? Oh, definitely. Hajime's face lit up. I couldn't get mine, the seller backed out, and I couldn't reserve it anywhere else. Though briefly disappointed, Hajime quickly smiled. But it's fine. Since you have one, I can still check it out. Plus, The money I save can go toward buying the King's Sword SHF that's coming out soon. Yunai looked up from her work, exasperated, and said, I thought you'd save that money. Save? No way. Hajime clenched her fist determinedly. There's still so many Saber SHFs left to collect. I'm going for a full set. Ichin-kun, how many are you getting? Me? Ichin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Depends, but I doubt he'll go for the full set. When it came to models and figurines, Ichin now limited himself to buying pre-assembled ones he really liked. With his responsibilities at school and the studio, he barely had time to assemble models, making it a waste to purchase them otherwise. Chapter 1:10:1:10. Testing. After learning that the advertisement for a novel had been launched in Akihabara, Ichin and Yutaha decided to visit the area after school on Thursday to check it out. Joining them were Eruri and Yukino. Yukino, who occasionally read light novels, had picked up the first volume of The Metronome in Love after discovering Yutaha's identity as a light novel author. It had taken her 2 evenings to finish it. After reading, Yukino had to admit that Yutaha's talent extended far beyond her enviable figure. Her writing was leagues ahead of Yukino's own. So, when Eruri suggested accompanying them to see the advertisements for the second volume's release, Yukino readily agreed. After all, the service club didn't have any active requests at the moment. Since Eruri had joined, the club had essentially become a place to drink tea and study. Thankfully, Eruri wasn't too bold yet. Otherwise, she might have brought a game console to the club by now. Taking the train, the four made their way to Akihabara. Walking beside Yukino, Eruri curiously asked, Yukino, have you been here before? No, Yukino replied with a shake of her head. I'm from Chiba. Even when I came to Tokyo before, I went to other places and didn't have much opportunity to visit Akihabara. Just as she finished speaking, they passed 2 girls in maid costumes holding up signs, promoting their maid cafe. Yukino's lips twitched slightly at the sight. I think I regret this already. Not long after, the group bought milk tea and strolled through Akihabara. They soon spotted the giant screen on a department store ahead, displaying an advertisement for the second volume of The Metronome in Love. Eruri commented after looking at it. Not bad. Yutaha glanced at Eruri and said, it was done by a well-known illustrator in the industry. They're very professional. Eruri immediately caught the subtext Yutaha was subtly jabbing at her. Although Eruri occasionally worked as an illustrator, most of her time was spent drawing doujinshi. Feeling helpless, Eruri sighed. She wanted to take on more professional work, but she couldn't resist the itch to draw doujinshi. After taking breaks, she always found herself picking up her pen again, creating works to sell at doujin conventions. Yukino, unaware of Ariri's identity as Eri Kashiwagi, noticed her expression change but chose not to pry. But The Metronome in Love advertisement wasn't limited to the large electronic billboard. There were also posters, street signs, and in-store displays, making the promotion highly eye-catching. The 4 of them wandered around Akihabara, drawing attention as they walked. One boy, accompanied by 3 beautiful girls, was certainly a sight to behold. By 4:30 p.m., Ichin was carrying a bag containing 2 brand-new SHF figures he had just found, one of Zet's Alpha Edge form and another of Old Senpai. Eruri, on the other hand, had bought a new Nintendo Switch Pro controller as the buttons on her current one were getting unresponsive. Since they were already in Akihabara, she decided to pick up a replacement. After parting ways with Eruri and Yukino, Ichin and Yutaha returned home. Dinner that evening, as usual, was at the studio. However, Ichin didn't have to cook this time. Rin Toyama and Yunai were in charge of the kitchen. Having experienced the camaraderie of shared meals at the studio, everyone had grown to enjoy the tradition. Cooking and eating together had become something they all looked forward to. As dinner was still being prepared, Ichin barely had time to settle into his seat before Yumiko and Shinoda pulled him over and handed him a controller. Looking at the screen, Ichin's eyes lit up. The test scene is ready? Exactly. Shinoda beamed. I can finally see my action designs come alive in combat. We finished it this afternoon and had a go at testing it ourselves. Now it's your turn, Ichin. The current test scene included the protagonist as the only playable character. At Yumiko's keystroke, 2 starter area monsters appeared. We've set up 3 scenarios, one with ground-based enemies, one with flying enemies, and the last featuring an elite monster. Shinoda's animations are solid, so feel free to dive in. Ichin nodded, gripping the controller as he began the trial. Though it was just a simple test environment, the character's movement and attack animations were already polished and fluid. After swiftly clearing the ground and flying enemy scenarios, Ichin smiled in satisfaction. This works. The basic animations are solid. I don't think there will be major issues when we add the other skills. Now, let me try the elite monster. The elite monster in question was the Huskguard, nicknamed Dragon Fong by Ichin because its weapon resembled the dragon tooth from Dark Souls. Of course, in this world, Dark Souls didn't exist, so only Ichin referred to it that way. The monster's attack patterns were simple. A ground slam and shockwaves that extended outward on both sides. The strategy was straightforward: don't get greedy with attacks. After easily defeating the elite monster, Ichin put down the controller and evaluated it. Not bad. The Huskguard looks great, but the slam animation could be a bit faster. It feels slightly sluggish. Since its moveset is limited, we should increase the difficulty within its existing attacks. Don't let players think they can sneak in extra hits. Wow, Ichin, you're such a sadist. Shinoda teased, though her expression showed she fully agreed. She was already brainstorming ways to make some of the other boss designs even more challenging. Although this game wasn't intended to be as punishing as Dark Souls, Ichin had plans to slightly raise the difficulty. Not by simply inflating enemy stats, but by improving enemy AI and adding subtle, player-unfriendly elements to map designs. Of course, compared to Dark Souls, the difficulty adjustments in Hollow Knight would be relatively mild. Players familiar with action platformers wouldn't find it overly challenging. After testing the scene, Ichin moved on to review the map designs created by the team. As a Metroidvania-style side-scrolling action game, map design was a critical element. While the maps didn't need to be overly convoluted, they should be engaging enough to prevent players from feeling bored during the long journey. Compared to Hifumi, who had a knack for map design, Aoba appeared less experienced in this area. After reviewing her work, Ichin quickly pointed out several areas for improvement. Here, add 2 more steps to this staircase. In this area, it's spacious enough for 2 flying enemies, so the stairs are necessary. And here, this transition to the next zone can be simplified to keep the flow smooth. After Ichin highlighted a series of adjustments, Aoba groaned. Ugh, I've always worked on character models. Designing maps feels like a completely different challenge. Smiling, Ichin patted her on the head before heading over to check on Yun Ijima's progress. Chapter 111. Yutaha takes action bonus chapter for the new month. Don't forget the stones. After dinner, Ichin continued working in the studio. Hazuki glanced at an empty seat nearby and asked, Ichin-kun, Yutaha left a bit earlier than usual today. Did something come up? I'm not sure, Ichin replied while focusing on the development tasks in front of him. She didn't say much, just mentioned that her mom sent her a message. Ah, I see. Hazuki nodded knowingly before leaning closer with a smile. You two seem to get along pretty well, huh? Yeah, things are going great, Ichin confirmed casually. That's good to hear, Hazuki said, grinning. Back when I was at Eagle Jump, it was mostly girls around, and hardly any of them were in relationships. Some of them hadn't even had proper conversations with guys, let alone dated anyone. But now that you and Yutaha are together, I think it might inspire the others here. Maybe ITLL sparked their interest in romance too. You think so? Ichin glanced up at the team, all wearing headphones and immersed in their work. He chuckled softly. Well, the future might get pretty interesting then. Hazuki narrowed her eyes mischievously at his words. My, Ichin-kun, you're more observant than I thought. She patted his shoulder lightly and whispered conspiratorially. Let me tell you something, I've made a lot of decisions in my career, but the best one was making sure my team was all women. Back then, it felt like paradise. Ichin shook his head with a wry smile. And now that the team's smaller, don't you feel a little disappointed? Not really, Hazuki replied, her expression still radiant. After all, The studio will expand eventually, right? When that happens, it'll just hire more cute girls. How about letting me run an all-female department again? I promise to deliver top-quality projects. Itchin immediately caught on her true intentions, recreating her paradise from Eagle Jump. He rolled his eyes. If that's what you want, then work hard for it. Maybe when the studio expands, they'll consider promoting you. An all-female department depends on your performance. Is that a promise? Hazuki exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Leave it to me. Your big sister here is a force to be reckoned with dreams of a revived paradise motivating her. Hazuki dove into her work with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, back at the Kasumigakaka residence, in Yudaha's bedroom, she was sitting with her mother, chatting. Yudaha, I haven't asked in a while how are things going with Itchin. Is that why you call me back home? Yudaha raised an eyebrow at her mother before replying. Things are fine, of course. Why are you even worried about this? Good, good, her mother said with a satisfied nod, munching on a snack. But, Itchin's studio is full of girls. Isn't that a little concerning? He's the only guy there. If you know that, then don't drag me back here unnecessarily, Yudaha quipped. The studio's the last place I'd worry about. If anything, school is the bigger issue. School? Her mother's curiosity was piqued. Does someone at school like Itchin? Yeah, Yudaha admitted. A junior stopped him during lunch today and gave him cookies. He turned her down, though. Her mother didn't look particularly surprised. A young man as outstanding as Itchin was bound to attract attention. The idea that no one would like him would have been Barato surprising. Kasumigakaka's mother gently patted her daughter's head and said, That's why you need to keep a close watch in life. It's rare to meet someone who is truly right for you. And you and Dad? Yudaha asked. Hee, haven't I told you before? I was the one who chased after your dad. At 9 p.m., Itchin returned home from the studio. When he opened the door, he saw Yudaha sitting in the living room, watching TV. If you were here, why didn't you tell me earlier? I would have come back sooner. Yudaha turned her head and smiled at him. I finished my homework at home and thought I'd come over to see if you were back yet. I only got here about 10 minutes ago. Ah, I see. Itchin walked over, sat beside her on the couch, and stretched. Yumiko has already started on the porting work, so we'll be handling most of Hollow Knight's programming for now. Tired? Yudaha asked, gently guiding Itchin to rest his head on her lap. She began massaging his temples softly. With his eyes closed, Itchin relaxed and said, Not too bad. Everything's progressing smoothly and on schedule. After a few moments, Itchin grabbed her hand and sat up. All right, any longer and your hand will get tired. We'll take a quick shower. Itchin headed to the bathroom. Yudaha glanced down at the spot on the sofa where she was sitting and murmured to herself. Same situation as before, but this time I'm not going to let it pass. Earlier at home, Yuda's mother had shared plenty of stories about her and her husband's courtship. After confirming Yuda's feelings for Itchin, Kasumigakaka's mother had given her full encouragement. If you've met someone you love and want to spend your life with, don't hesitate. Go after him wholeheartedly and make sure you win him over completely. Remembering her mother's words, Yudaha clenched her fists with determination. She stood up and walked toward the bathroom. While Itchin was soaking in the tub, Sensuredo, Yudaha noticed a soft laugh escaping her as she stepped away to change into her evening clothes. Her skirt slipped down, pooling at her feet, and she slipped on a fresh Barato before joining the others. Itchin watched, transfixed, Sensuredo, their hearts beat in sync as Yudaha leaned in and offered a warm, reassuring Barato. I think you needed that, she said with a smile in her voice. Itchin chuckled and returned the Barato. I think I did. And so, in the heart of their shared apartment, Sensuredo Itchin returned to his bedroom and saw Yudaha still fast asleep under the blanket. Quietly, he approached and sat on the edge of the bed, brushing a strand of hair away from her cheek. Despite his gentle movements, Yudaha stirred awake. She opened her eyes and smiled at him. Grabbing his hand, she said, Good morning, Itchin. Good morning, Yudaha. Itchin adjusted the blanket around her and asked, How are you feeling? Yudaha shifted slightly, wincing. Still a little sore. I don't think I'll go to school today. All right, I'll let the school know for you. Ichin replied. He'll go make you some breakfast. What would you like to eat? Anything's fine, as long as you make it, she said with a smile. Got it. Let's see what I can whip up. After Ichin left, Yutaha stared at the ceiling for a while before wrapping herself tightly in the blanket and rolling across the bed. I did it. Ow still hurts. Chapter 112. Newcomers arrives after Ichin and Yutaha's relationship deepened further. Ichin found himself thinking about her more often, even during class. His daydreaming increased to the point where he nearly missed answering the teacher's questions on several occasions. During breaks, a few of his male classmates teased him about his distracted behavior. After finishing school for the day, Ichin stopped by the supermarket to pick up groceries before hurrying home. At home, Yutaha was already up, sitting in the living room with her laptop, typing away. After putting the groceries in the kitchen, Ichin walked over to her and gently hugged her from behind. How are you feeling now? Perfectly fine, Yutaha replied, turning her head to kiss him on the cheek. She smiled and said, I was fine by noon. What did you do for lunch? I ate at the studio with everyone. Rin made lunch, Yutaha said with a grin. Oh, and Mom told me we're having dinner at my parents' place tonight. Ichin froze for a moment, then nodded. All right, I understand. What's wrong? Nervous? Yutaha turned to face him, her eyes narrowing playfully. After all, you've already agreed to everything. Since you're my parents are pretty open-minded, they won't be angry. That's a relief. Reassured by her words, Ichin felt more at ease. He returned to the kitchen to put the groceries in the fridge, saving them for the next day's bento. When he came back out, Yutaha had closed her laptop and extended her arms toward him. Ichin immediately understood, laughing as he walked over. He lifted her into a princess carry and brought her to the sofa. Sitting down, with Yutaha on his lap, Ichin wrapped his arms around her waist. Are you sure you're feeling fine now? I've told you I'm fine. I've been able to move around freely since the afternoon, Yutaha said, leaning against his chest. I even thought about coming to class, but in the end, I decided to stay home and write instead. By the way, Ichin, no underclassmen brought you any gifts today, right? After the way you confronted me after school yesterday, there's no way anyone would think they had a chance anymore, Ichin explained, then paused, his eyes narrowing as he looked at her. Wait, yesterday, was that why you dash? That was part of it, Yutaha admitted, holding up her fingers to show a tiny gap between her thumb and index finger. Just a little. But mostly, it's because I'm Barato greedy. I wanted to deepen our relationship, even Barato, so I took the initiative. I'm very happy with the results. Oh, and Ichin, I'm staying over again tonight. You. Ichin couldn't help but smile as he looked at Yutaha's beaming face. Though the events of the previous day had taken him by surprise, he had no complaints. When faced with Yutaha's boldness, Ichin couldn't help but take the lead in response. Although Ichin was a rational person, he was far from an ascetic. Yutaha was his girlfriend, and with her being so open about her feelings, there was no way he could remain indifferent. Holding Yutaha close, Ichin leaned his head back against the sofa and murmured, I should find a chance to tell my parents about our relationship. HM? Yutaha looked at him with sparkling eyes, clearly delighted, though she didn't say much. Ichin's reaction alone already spoke volumes. Friday afternoon after school, Ichin returned home. After changing clothes, he and Yutaha prepared to head down to the studio. Inside the elevator, Yutaha clung to Ichin's arm and asked, Today's the day for the new hire interviews, right? Did Hazuki mention how it went? Yeah, she did. Ichin replied with a nod and a smile. All 3 candidates passed. They're still at the studio right now. 3? Who are they? Yutaha asked, surprised. 2 of them are people we didn't know, but the 3rd one is someone you're familiar with, Sakura Nene. Her? Yutaha was taken aback. Isn't she a law major? She is, Ichin confirmed. But last year, she worked at Eagle Jump as a bug tester, and that sparked her interest in becoming a programmer. She's been self-studying ever since. She even included a small game she made in her resume. For a beginner, it's impressive she's very talented. Wow, I didn't know any of this. You've been keeping secrets, huh, Ichin? Yutaha teased with a smirk. After a moment's thought, she added, Does Aoba know? She'd definitely be talking about it at the studio if she did. Nope, Aoba doesn't know. Ichin replied, unable to suppress a laugh. Honestly, I'm looking forward to seeing her reaction when she finds out Nene came in for an interview. As they chatted, the elevator arrived on the third floor. They made their way to the studio door. Ichin unlocked the door, and as they entered, everyone inside looked up. Hazuki waved enthusiastically. Iti-yinkun. Yuta-ha-chan, you're back. The new recruits are here. Holding Yuta's hand, Ichin stepped inside and smiled. Hazuki, you didn't make things difficult for them, did you? Of course not, I'd never do something like that. Hazuki replied cheerfully before pointing to the three standing newcomers. Come on, let me introduce them. Well, I guess Nene-chan doesn't need an introduction. These two are Tsubame Narumi and Momiji Mochizuki. Insert image of Tsubame Narumi, insert image of Momiji Mochizuki, insert image of Sakura Nene. Sakura Nene puffed her cheeks in protest. What do you mean I don't need an introduction? I'm a new recruit too. Unlike the familiar Sakura, the other two seemed more reserved. They bowed politely and greeted Ichin. Hello, boss. Ichin laughed. No need to call me boss. Around here, nobody does. Just call me Ichin. I'm the founder of the studio. Nice to meet you all. He asked everyone to pause their work and gathered them in the lounge area next door for a quick meeting. Looking at the expanded team, Ichin smiled warmly. It's great to see our team growing. Welcome to the three of you. I've reviewed your resumes, and Hazuki and Yumiko have filled me in on today's interviews. Since you're joining us, we're confident in your skills. That said, we're a small studio, so it'll be up front there's not a lot of time for easing into things. You'll be assigned tasks soon, so be ready. All three, including Sakura, nodded earnestly, ready to take on the challenge. Chapter 113. Welcome dinner to welcome the newcomers and showcase the studio's unique atmosphere. Rin Toyama enlisted Ichin and Yun Ijima, the three most skilled cooks in the team, to prepare a grand welcome dinner together. Seated at her desk with arms crossed, Yumiko grumbled discontentedly. T-sich, why am I not allowed to join in? My cooking skills aren't that bad. Keigami, sitting nearby, laughed and teased. Haha, you? No thanks. I don't want to take one bite of your food and then need to chug a whole bottle of water. The others nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the sentiment. Tsubame Narumi, glancing between her future boss and the bustling activity in the kitchen, curiously asked, is this how meals are usually handled here? Not always, Shinoda Hajime replied, while fiddling with a Zeta S chef figure from Ichin's display shelf. Since our studio is based in an apartment building, it has a kitchen. Leaving it unused all the time feels like such a waste. So sometimes we cook here, it saves money. Rin's cooking is incredible, and though Ichin doesn't make much variety, his Chinese dishes are amazing, especially the braised pork and sweet and sour ribs. As Shinoda spoke, Momiji Mochizuki quietly tried to hide her watering bravado. She hadn't eaten much earlier due to interview nerves, just 2 bowls of ramen and a serving of pan-fried dumplings. Yes, just that. Narumi, noticing her friend's subtle reaction, smiled and stood up. I'll go help in the kitchen too. I cook regularly, so I can lend a hand. Before she could take a step, Hazuki stopped her, gently pressing her back in her chair. Nope, you sit right here. Today's welcome party is for you newcomers, so there's no way we're letting you lift a finger. Once you officially start on Monday, there will be plenty of opportunities to show off your cooking skills. Resigned, Narumi nodded and sat back down. Aoba glanced around and noticed that among the 3 newcomers, Momiji Mochizuki, the only art department recruit, had been unusually quiet. Wanting to break the ice, Aoba stood and addressed everyone. Hey, we still got some time before dinner. How about we head next door and play some games? ITLL, give Narumi and Momiji a chance to unwind a bit after the stressful interviews. Kei agreed enthusiastically. Exactly. This is a game development studio. After all, we don't really know your gaming skills, yet let's have some fun. With that, Kei pulled Momiji along, and Yumiko joined Narumi as the group headed to the adjacent recreation area. As for Sakura Nene, being an old acquaintance, she didn't need as much attention. Time ticked by, and soon it was 6 o'clock. The kitchen door opened, releasing a tantalizing aroma into the air. Carrying a dish in her hands, Rin Tayama emerged and announced, "Everyone, dinner's ready. Yay, food time." Hearing her call, Shinoda immediately put down the game controller and jumped to his feet. "Let's go. Time for dinner." The dining table quickly filled with an array of dishes, all specialties prepared by Ichin, Rin, and Yun. Goo! Everyone turned toward the source of the sound, only to see Momiji clutching her stomach, her face flushed with embarrassment. Rin gave a gentle smile and said, "All right, everyone, go wash your hands first, and then we can start eating." After washing their hands, everyone gathered around the table and poured their drinks. Standing with his glass raised, Ichin said, "Well, let me say a few words. Today, 3 new members have joined our studio. From now on, let's work together to create amazing games. Cheers! Cheers! Tien, cher." Taking a sip of cola, Momiji Mochizuki glanced at the table full of dishes. She swallowed hard, picked up her chopsticks, and softly said, "Let's eat." She grabbed a piece of braised pork, took a bite, and immediately closed her eyes in satisfaction. So delicious. The meat is amazing. Tsubeim Narumi, tasting a piece of sweet and sour ribs, also showed a surprised expression. "It's delicious." Sitting beside her, Rin Tayama chuckled and said, "Good, right? This was made by Ichin. I've tried learning this dish, but I still need more practice." So today, Ichin made it again. Wow. Narumi looked across the table at Ichin with surprise and curiosity. "Can I learn how to make it? Right now, I'm sharing an apartment with Momo, and I'm usually the one cooking." "Of course. It's just one dish after all. Right, Ichin?" Hearing this, Ichin, who was helping Yutaha with her food, nodded. "Sure. If you're living on your own, it's important to eat well." "Rin, I think you have your notes on this recipe, right? Just show them to Narumi. Since she already knows how to cook, she should pick it up easily." "No problem. Leave it to me," Rin said confidently. As they chatted about cooking, Narumi turned to see her friend Momiji had already finished an entire bowl of rice. Rin noticed too. With her caring, big sisterly demeanor, she was a little surprised but could tell that Momiji had a hearty appetite. Smiling, she said, "Give me your bowl. It'll get you another serving." Blushing slightly, Momiji replied, "Thank you." Yutaha, taking small bites of her meal, glanced at the 2 newcomers across from her and leaned in to whisper to Ichin, "Looks like the studio's going to get livelier." "That a good thing, isn't it?" Ichin replied with a smile. "I'm not a fan of a dull atmosphere either. This is just right. Game development is all about everyone coming together with a shared passion. Even though arguments may arise during the process, a positive atmosphere is the foundation of everything. If the team is on good terms and shares the same vision, any disagreements will only be about making the project better, not about other issues." The welcome dinner was a cheerful affair. Everyone enjoyed the food, and Momiji's impressive appetite made its first appearance. She ate 4 bowls of rice, along with plenty of dishes and soup, leaving everyone stunned. Still, her big eater attribute was a welcome addition to the team. After all, they didn't have anyone like that in the studio before. After dinner, Ichin let everyone go home early, as he had to head out the next day to purchase equipment and furniture for the new members. Once everyone had left, Ichin and Yutaha returned home. Ichin pulled out his phone and called the shop owner who had helped him assemble their computers. He explained his requirements, and the owner eagerly agreed, promising to have everything ready for Ichin to inspect the next day. All set. After finishing the call, Ichin looked at Yutaha and said, "Let's go out together tomorrow. We can take some time to have fun afterward." Yutaha smiled knowingly. "Is this a date?" "Of course." Chapter 114. Weekend outing on Saturday morning. Without setting an alarm or planning a morning jog, Ichin woke up around 8 a.m. Gently moving Yutaha's arm, which was draped across his chest, Ichin sat up and stretched. Is it morning already?" Yutaha slowly opened her eyes and snuggled further into the blanket. "What time is it?" 8 o'clock, Ichin replied after checking the clock. "Only 8? Yutaha closed her eyes again and reached out from under the blanket to tap Ichin's hand. "Let's stay in bed a little longer. I'm so tired today. We can go out this afternoon instead." Seeing her like this, Itchin had no choice but to lie back down. Senchurado walking down the street with her arm linked through Itchin's. Yutaha pondered and then asked, aside from the computers and desks, "Is there anything else we need to buy?" I don't think so. Itchin thought for a moment. "We already have extra drawing tablets in the studio, so we can just use those for the newcomers. Everything else is already in place. So today's main tasks are just checking the computers and the office furniture. Do you have any plans after that?" Yutaha asked. "Plans? Sort of." Itchin thought aloud. "Here in Tokyo, the bigger attractions are things like the zoo or Disneyland. Then there are the more casual options like malls and movie theaters. Is there any place you'd really like to go? Or maybe you'd rather start with some shopping? It's definitely getting warmer lately." "Let me think." Senchurado, and Itchin's admiration for it only made her barado. She resolved to try out new styles for herself, not just her usual look. Of course, the new styles would remain a private choice for now. She planned to share her new look with Itchin once she felt confident, and only Itchin would get to see it. As she playfully teased Itchin, the two boarded a bus to the bustling downtown shopping district. They found a lively restaurant and enjoyed a satisfying lunch. In the afternoon, their first stop was naturally to shop for clothes. Walking into a women's clothing store, Yutaha browsed through the racks and said, "We don't have to rush for Disneyland or the zoo. We can go whenever we want. Especially Disneyland, it's so exhausting to spend a whole day there. Honestly, I'd rather just watch a movie at a theater. But there don't seem to be any good movies out right now," Itchin said, pulling out his phone to check. "There are romance movies, which you like, but the reviews for them aren't great. Then let's skip the movies. After shopping for clothes, we could just explore and see if there's anything interesting to do." As she spoke, Yutaha picked up a dress and examined it. "Itchin, this one looks nice. We'll go try it on." "Sure, go ahead," Itchin said with a nod. Yutaha headed to the fitting room, while Itchin waited outside. He had experienced situations like this before, so he wasn't the least bit nervous under the glances of some of the female customers in the store. 5 minutes later, Yutaha emerged holding the dress she had tried on. "It's not quite right. They'll keep looking," she said. At the same time, the fitting room next to hers opened, and out stepped Hifumi, smiling and holding several items of clothing. "Hifumi? Good afternoon." Hifumi hadn't expected to run into Yutaha here and was startled for a moment. But she quickly regained her composure and replied in a low voice, "Good afternoon, Yutaha. Are you shopping for clothes too?" "Yep, just out shopping with Itchin." Following Yutaha's gesture, Hifumi noticed Itchin waving from a short distance away. Itchin had spotted them as soon as they came out, but chose not to approach right away, knowing Hifumi's shy nature. Sure enough, as soon as Hifumi saw Itchin, her face turned bright red. Hugging her pile of clothes, she dashed to the cashier, paid at lightning speed, and hurried out with her bags. After Hifumi left, Yutaha walked over to Itchin with a laugh. "Anyone who doesn't know better might think you and Hifumi got into a real mess." Itchin gave her an exasperated look. "Don't say things like that. So what about this dress? It's no good, it's a little too short." Yutaha shook her head, returned the dress to the rack, and continued browsing. In the end, with the store clerk's recommendation, she chose a dress with a bit of an academic style. After visiting 2 more stores without finding anything else of interest, Yutaha said, "It feels like there aren't many new arrivals yet. Itchin, let's shop for your clothes next." "Me? I think I'm fine." "Nope, we're shopping for you." Yutaha grabbed Itchin's arm and steered him toward a nearby men's clothing store. "You're the head of a game development studio. After all, if you're going to meet clients or have business discussions, you need more professional-looking outfits. And no objections allowed. You're going to try on everything I pick for you." Faced with Yutaha's determined attitude, Itchin chuckled and took her hand. All right, it'll go. Just slow down, I'm not going to run away." "That's better." Over the next hour, Yutaha used Itchin as her personal mannequin, having him try on one outfit after another. As time passed, the number of shopping bags he was carrying grew. While they didn't buy formal suits, they picked up quite a few business casual items like pants and shirts, all selected by Yutaha and paid for with her own card. Walking out of one store, Yutaha smiled brightly. "You've bought me clothes before, haven't you? As your girlfriend, it's only fair that I buy clothes for you too." Don't underestimate me. I earn a decent amount from my novel royalties. I never said I wouldn't accept, Ichin replied with a wry smile, adjusting the many shopping bags in his hands. But this is way too much. When summer comes, you'll need to change clothes frequently. Come on, there's one more store ahead. After that, we're done. Though they weren't shopping for herself, Yudaha's excitement seemed to only grow as they continued. Chapter 115. The first porting version in the days that followed, Ichin's life maintained its usual rhythm cycling between home, school, and the studio. Meanwhile, the second volume of Yuda Has the Metronome in Love was released. With a shift in its style and increased promotion from the publisher, her novel quickly gained traction. Among the works released in the first half of the year, The Metronome in Love might not have climbed to the very top in sales yet, but its potential was evident, showing remarkable promise. After that night, the relationship between Ichin and Yudaha became even closer. Though they were both young, Yudaha's parents didn't object to their relationship. Yudaha often stayed over at Ichin's place, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe their relationship as inseparable. At the studio, the three new recruitumi, Tsubame, Mochizuki Momiji, and Sakura Nene settled into their roles. Narumi and Mochizuki could apply to work at the studio 5 days a week, but Sakura was limited to just 2 days a week due to other commitments, aside from weekends. Fortunately, Sakura was a quick learner. Though her time at the studio was limited, her self-study efforts and efficiency made up for it. Narumi and Mochizuki, on the other hand, demonstrated strong skills from the start. Narumi was outgoing, while Mochizuki was quieter, embodying a reserved personality, but with a surprising trait: she was a foodie. Thanks to Ichin's stockpile of snacks, Hazuki and Toyama Rin often indulged Mochizuki's foodie tendencies with playful feedings. On Friday, while Ichin was still at school, Rin, at his request, handled some financial matters, stepping out to ensure everyone's pay was processed. Hazuki drove her there and back. When the two returned, news of salaries hitting bank accounts began trickling in. Oh, payday! Although they'd already received their pay slips at noon, everyone was still ecstatic to see the funds officially credited. Narumi and Mochizuki also saw the notifications on their phones. Curious, Narumi asked, "Rin-senpai, we haven't been here that long. Do we still get paid?" Rin smiled and said, "Of course. You both started in May, so you're getting paid for those days. Even if it wasn't a full month, you'll still receive wages. Next month, when we pay for June, the amount will be higher. Keep up the great work." Even the usually expressionless Mochizuki smiled and nodded enthusiastically alongside Narumi. An hour later, Ichin and Yudaha returned from school. After heading home to change, Yudaha stayed behind, while Ichin went straight to the studio. "Good afternoon, everyone. I assume the salaries have all come through?" Shinoda Hajime was the first to raise her hand, grinning. "Got mine. Now I can buy more figures." Ichin chuckled. "Can't you consider saving up or planning for something more long-term?" Shinoda shrugged. "What can I say? It's a habit. I already pre-ordered 2 figures, just now they're set to ship by the end of the year." Nearby, Ijima Yin propped her chin on her hands. "I tried convincing her to save, but it's no use. Might as well give up." Ichin sat at his desk, smiling. "I was just saying. I've worked with you all for over a month now, so I know how it is. Mochizuki, how's the work Rin assigned to you coming along?" The new recruits had been at the studio for about 2 weeks, gradually transitioning into tasks related to actual game development. Although their workload wasn't heavy, their skill levels made the assignments manageable. Mochizuki Momiji nodded and replied, "Yes, it's done. Both Rin-senpai and Ko-senpai have already reviewed it." Initially, Mochizuki was reluctant to address her colleagues so casually, but since this was a small studio, the formality felt unnecessary. After repeated corrections from everyone, she finally adopted the casual form of address. Yagami-K paused her work and added with a smile, "Momiji's skills are excellent. Hollow Knight doesn't have very high technical demands for art as long as it fits the style, so her progress has been impressive." At this point, Yumiko looked up from her station. "Our progress has also been smooth. With the addition of 2 new team members, the The porting project has shown significant results. Itchin, would you like to test it? Although the touchscreen functionality isn't finished yet, it's already playable. Oh, really? Surprised, Itchin stood up and approached Yumiko. Yumiko, it's ready already? Yes, the initial porting is complete, Yumiko confirmed, handing a Nintendo Switch to Itchin. The test version of the game has been installed. However, optimization still needs work. Right now, the handheld mode's frame rate hasn't stabilized at 60 FPS and occasionally drops to 40 to 50 FPS. That's already great. We still have plenty of time for optimization, Itchin said, taking the Switch. He launched the game and started testing it. Yumiko had kept the progress of the porting project a secret from everyone else, so the team members gathered around in curiosity after hearing her announcement, including Narumi Tsubaime and Mochizuki Momiji. Narumi and Mochizuki had only heard of Slay the Spire before joining the studio and hadn't played it. But after learning that Itchin had developed the game on his own, they both gave it a try and were thoroughly impressed by his skills. Aoba finally squeezed her way next to Itchin and, seeing the game running on the Switch, excitedly asked, Yumiko-senpai, are there any other devices? I want to try too. Be patient, Yumiko replied, arms crossed and smiling. This is just the first version. Once the touchscreen functionality is finished, it will be much smoother to play. Right now, you can only use the controller, so the controls feel a bit clunky. For a card-based game, the touchscreen interface on the Switch would undoubtedly provide the best experience. After a brief test, Itchin handed the Switch to a very eager Aoba and walked over to Yumiko. The frame rate is indeed fluctuating. Have you identified the issue? Don't worry, I've already pinpointed it. Give me a few days, and I'll have it resolved, Yumiko said confidently. Since the game itself doesn't demand much from the hardware, we should be able to stabilize it. The same goes for Hollow Knight. However, for larger-scale games in the future, we might need to make some compromises. That's a problem for future US, Itchin said with a laugh, waving it off. Who knows, maybe Nintendo will release an updated development kit. For now, focus on optimization. It'll handle the touchscreen functionality. Narumi, you don't need her help with optimization, right? I'll have her work with me on the touchscreen features. Narumi Tsubaime enthusiastically replied, no problem. With that, she followed Itchin, ready to receive her task for the new feature. Chapter 116-116. Gamescom. The porting and optimization of Slay the Spire went incredibly smoothly. By the end of June, Itchin and his team had successfully completed the optimization process and implemented touchscreen functionality. The game now ran seamlessly on the Nintendo Switch. With the porting complete, Itchin brought the game along with a partial demo of Hollow Knight to Nintendo's headquarters, accompanied by Hazuki. The Nintendo staff were impressed by the efficiency and skill of Itchin's studio. Several team members who tested the ported version of the game marveled at the team's expertise. The Switch version of Slay the Spire was greenlit effortlessly. Moreover, due to the studio's impressive efficiency, negotiations for exclusivity agreements went smoothly. After 2 hours of discussions, both parties finalized the terms. Regarding the game's release, it was agreed to launch the Switch version alongside the PC game's final content update, marking its official release. With Slay the Spire sorted, the discussion shifted to Hollow Knight, the first game being developed collectively by the entire studio. Development had been progressing exceptionally well. The game now had enough content for a solid demonstration, including a playable initial area. At Itchin's request, Heiko prepared a demo, which Nintendo staff got to try out. Hazuki's friend was among those testing the demo. After 5 minutes of gameplay, she exclaimed, "Games like this have been rare in recent years. We actually have a similar game from an old IP in development. I can't share the name, but it's scheduled for release early next year and will be officially announced soon." Same genre, an old IP? Itchin pondered for a moment before his eyes widened. Metroid, isn't it? Don't worry, I won't say a word. Her expression confirmed his guess. It was indeed the next installment in the Metroid series, a beloved Nintendo IP that hadn't seen a new game in over a decade. As a Metroidvania game, Hollow Knight was directly inspired by Metroid, one of the genre's pioneers. Knowing that Metroid was being revived brought Ichin genuine excitement. He resolved to buy and play it as soon as it released. Hazuki's friend wasn't surprised that Ichin had guessed correctly. After all, Hollow Knight was a game in the same genre, and anyone developing such a title would naturally have some familiarity with Metroid. She smiled and said, "The release of Hollow Knight is going to be very close to that game's launch. Are you confident about competing?" "Of course, I'm confident," Ichin replied calmly. Who wouldn't be confident in their own game? What I'm curious about, though, is whether he'll have the chance to meet the developers of Metroid. I'd love to exchange ideas with such talented professionals. That's possible. I can ask about it later. Considering the quality and development progress of Hollow Knight, I think they'd be happy to connect with you, she replied. The agreement they signed allowed for potential collaboration, and she thought it might even pave the way for closer ties in the future. In her mind, if the partnership went well, Nintendo could consider acquiring Ichin Studio. Even though Hollow Knight wasn't finished yet, the studio's potential was already evident. After the demo session, Ichin naturally brought up the idea of showcasing Hollow Knight at Nintendo's Direct event. Although the Tokyo Game Show was still a ways off, there was another major gaming event coming up first, the Cologne Game Show, Gamescom, in August, which Nintendo would also be attending. For the Gamescom Direct presentation, are you interested? If you can prepare a richer demo than the current one, we can secure a spot for you in our third-party game showcase. After all, we've signed an exclusivity agreement, a Nintendo representative suggested. Ichin froze for a moment, realizing he had almost forgotten about Gamescom. Since this world hadn't faced the disruptive events that could halt public gatherings, in-person gaming expos were still being held normally. Securing a spot at Gamescom would be a massive boost to the game's publicity. Ichin exchanged an excited glance with Hazuki before replying. Tell me more about the Cologne Game Show. Nintendo Direct events had a reputation for showcasing games with strong appeal, especially for fans of Nintendo's IPs. While other platforms had bigger announcements, Nintendo's presentations were smaller, yet impactful. Since the release of the Switch, which combined handheld and console gaming, many third-party indie developers had started creating games for the platform. The portability of the Switch made it ideal for smaller-scale indie games. Nintendo often included third-party games in its promotional materials and provided opportunities for them to shine at events. Apart from direct presentations, Nintendo also featured game demos at offline booths during such events. After hearing the details about Gamescom, Ichin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. We can create a playable demo that provides a good experience, but it'll need confirmation. I want assurance that our game will be included both in the direct presentation and the offline demo showcase. That's doable. They'll prepare the contract and make the necessary adjustments. We can finalize it shortly, the representative assured him. Half an hour later, after reviewing the agreement and confirming everything with Hazuki, Ichin signed the deal. By Gamescom, Slay the Spire would likely be ready for its Switch release. However, Ichin decided not to showcase it there. The game's genre didn't lend itself well to offline demos, especially with touchscreen functionality being less engaging in such setups. Moreover, Slay the Spire had already achieved excellent sales on Steam, and its Switch release was simply an added bonus. Ichin's main focus was on promoting Hollow Knight. After concluding their business, Ichin and Hazuki didn't linger in Kyoto, heading back to Tokyo straight away. In the elevator of their apartment building, Ichin said, "When we tell everyone about this, they're going to be thrilled, don't you think? By the way, Hazuki-san, back when you worked at Eagle Jump, did you ever attend E3 or Gamescom?" "Nope," Hazuki replied with a smile. "The games we developed mainly targeted the Japanese market, so the furthest we went was the Tokyo Game Show. Having Hollow Knight featured at Gamescom? That's definitely going to be an unexpected and exciting surprise for everyone." Chapter 117. Good news unlocking the door to the studio with a key. Ichin and Hazuki walked inside. Inside the studio, everyone including Yuta, who often wrote her drafts here, was wearing headphones and working diligently. Just like before, no one noticed the new arrivals. It wasn't until the two approached the workspace that Aoba and Momiji, who were seated near the outer area, noticed them. Aoba removed her headphones and greeted them cheerfully. "Welcome back, Ichin-kun, Hazuki-chan. How did it go?" One after another, the others also noticed their return and stopped what they were doing to look over. Ichin pulled a folder from his bag, waved it slightly, and smiled. "Great news! Slay the Spire will release a Nintendo Switch exclusive digital version alongside the official PC launch. Also, Hollow Knight has been selected for the Nintendo Indie Showcase during Gamescom, and it will be a featured highlight. So we've got a new task ahead, creating a promotional PV and a 15-minute playable demo for on-site experiences." The room fell silent after Ichin finished speaking. The Nintendo Switch version of Slay the Spire was something everyone had expected. After Yumiko optimized the porting process, touch controls, and frame rates, they had been confident it would land on the platform. It was practically guaranteed. However, the announcement about Gamescom left everyone in stunned disbelief. Aoba swallowed nervously and glanced at her teammate, Sakura Nene. "Nene, Gamescom? That's the Gamescom, right? There's only one Gamescom, isn't there?" Nene replied, equally astonished. She tugged on Yumiko's sleeve. "Yumiko, is this for real?" Yumiko, though a bit calmer, couldn't hide the surprise in her eyes. She turned to Ichin and asked, "Didn't you mention the Tokyo Game Show before? That's still happening too?" Ichin said with a grin. But when the opportunity for Gamescom came up, they asked if we'd like to participate. While it's not finalized, the quality of our work has already caught Nintendo's attention. Although Hollow Knight is a 2D Metroidvania game, its visuals, combat mechanics, and fluid animations have been crafted with exceptional care. Even in its current early demo stage, the gameplay feels highly polished. While action games like Hollow Knight don't have the same accessibility barriers as a card-based game like Slay the Spire, they still cater to a broad audience. Coupled with the exposure of both Gamescom and the Tokyo Game Show, the game has the potential to achieve excellent sales. Clapping his hands to refocus the team, Ichin said with a smile, "It's all confirmed, so there's no need to doubt. You're all outstanding developers, and this result is something you've earned. But this is no time to relax. Our real challenge begins now. Everyone, continue with your current tasks. Regarding Gamescom, they'll adjust our development priorities shortly. Some of the later stage art assets can wait. Let's focus on polishing the demo content first. Yumiko, Rin, let's have a meeting." With that, Ichin called Yumiko and Rin to the adjacent lounge area to begin a small meeting. Hazuki returned to her seat, stretched lazily, and glanced at Yudaha, who was still typing away at her keyboard. With a smile, she asked, "Yudaha-chan, Ichin-kun didn't even say a word to you when he got back. Aren't you upset?" "Not at all, Shinchiredo. There's no point in acting like some bitter housewife and complaining. I just need to help him when he needs it, right? Our work styles are the same. We both immerse ourselves completely in what we do. I understand Ichin, and he understands me. That's how we both are." Hazuki couldn't help but show a look of admiration. "The relationship you two have, it's really enviable. Listening to you makes me feel like I want to fall in love too." "Then go find someone," Yudaha said with a chuckle. "With your looks and skills, there's no way you wouldn't find an amazing boyfriend." "That's easy to say." Resting her chin on her hands, Hazuki sighed. "But I don't want to be tied down. Living freely like this is so nice. I'm not ready to give that up just yet. Everyone has different priorities. Who knows? You might change your mind later," Yudaha replied, saving her draft after reviewing a few paragraphs. "I used to think the same way, that I wouldn't meet someone I liked anytime soon. But sometimes things just happen suddenly. It hasn't even been that long, and here I am, already dating Ichin, which is why I'm so envious," Hazuki said wistfully. "Meeting someone you like at the right time, it's amazing." After a moment of reflection, Hazuki straightened up and said, "All right, let's not dwell on this. I'm still young, so there's no need to rush. We'll just focus on work for now." Half an hour later, Ichin finished his meeting with Yumiko and Rin and returned to the workspace. Settling back at his desk, he handed out the updated task assignments to his team. Then, moving his chair, he rolled over to sit beside Yudaha. On her screen, the third volume of her novel already had a considerable amount of new content, proof that her creativity was flowing effortlessly today. Yudaha noticed Ichin's presence and turned her head slightly, speaking softly. "What is it, Ichin?" "Nothing much. I just haven't seen you all day," Ichin replied quietly. "How about we go out for dinner tonight? Afterward, we could take a walk." "Sure, but why this sudden suggestion?" "Well, between school and work here, I've been busy nonstop these past few days," Ichin said, gazing into her eyes as he gently took her hand. "Now that the discussions with Nintendo have reached a preliminary conclusion, I can finally spend some quality time with you." Yuda's smile grew even brighter at his words. Compared to when they had first started dating, Ichin had become much more proactive, which made her incredibly happy. What Ichin didn't anticipate, however, was that Koyagami, seated nearby, wasn't wearing her headphones and overheard everything. She immediately leaned over and teased. "I thought with all the success today getting Slay the Spire on the Nintendo Switch and securing a spot at Gamescom, you'd treat us all to a celebratory dinner, Ichin-kun." Ichin shot her an exasperated look. "You guys can sort out dinner yourselves. Whether it's takeout or a nice restaurant, go ahead and eat well. They'll reimburse you. Is that good enough, Ko-chan?" "Perfect. Thanks, boss." Ko grinned, giving him a thumbs up before dragging Rin into a lively discussion about what to eat for dinner. Chapter 118. Promotional PV. After a leisurely dinner out and a casual stroll, Ichin and Yudaha returned home. When Ichin stepped into the bedroom after taking a shower, he noticed Yudaha sitting on the carpet, tablet in hand. He raised an eyebrow. "Why haven't you dried your hair yet?" Yudaha looked up at him with a mischievous smile. "I was waiting for you to help me, Ichin." With a resigned shrug, Ichin picked up the hairdryer from the table, plugged it in, and sat on the bed behind her to dry her hair. Yudaha's freshly washed hair carried a faint, pleasant scent of shampoo, which was further dispersed by the warm air from the hairdryer. Relaxing as Ichin dried her hair, she set the tablet aside and closed her eyes in contentment. "Ichin, it's the end of June now. There's only a month left until summer vacation. With the increased workload at the studio, don't forget about your final exams," she reminded him gently. "Don't worry, I want," Ichin replied confidently, moving the hairdryer back and forth. "You already know my grades. This is no big deal for me. Still, I'm just giving you a heads up. I know you'll be spending most of your time in the studio soon," Yudaha said, turning to face him and momentarily stopping the hairdryer. "And let me be clear, I'll be keeping an eye on you. No late nights. I don't want you burning out, Ichin." Got it. "No all-nighters," Ichin chuckled, gently pinching her cheek. "Most of the work will be distributed among the team. It's just a demo, nothing too difficult. They'll only be responsible for a part of it. My main focus will be on creating the promotional PV for Hollow Knight. That's the task that will take the most effort." While Ichin had experience making videos, his previous ones were simple showcases of Slay the Spire. Crafting an official promotional PV for a game was a much bravado, complex challenge, one he knew he'd need to put significant effort into. Yudaha sat beside him as he continued drying her hair. "Summer vacation is almost here, Ichin. You won't need to attend the Gamescom event in person, right?" "No, we won't. Our involvement will be limited to the PV for the showcase and the demo for the on-site gameplay. Nintendo's staff will handle the rest, so there's no need for us developers to go. But in a couple of years, when we create a major, fully polished title, we might have to attend these events ourselves," Ichin explained. The world's major gaming expos, such as Germany's Gamescom, America's E3, and Japan's Tokyo Game Show, were renowned within the industry. Of course, some might bring up China Joy, CJ, in China. Frankly, Ichin wasn't sure if it could truly be counted among the world's premier events. Having attended before, he found it to be a mixed bag, with the quality becoming more inconsistent each year. With CJ's upcoming event looming, Ichin felt no inclination to participate. He'd rather focus on preparing for Gamescom. After drying Yuda's hair, Ichin quickly dried his own. Finally, he settled down at the desk in their bedroom, ready to start brainstorming ideas for the Hollow Knight promotional PV. The promotional PV for Hollow Knight didn't require flashy or extravagant cinematic cutscenes. Instead, it needed to focus on showcasing the game itself, while reflecting its overall aesthetic both in narrative and gameplay style. Ichin opened a document and began typing as he contemplated the structure. First, the screen is pitch black, accompanied by slow, haunting music. Gradually, a faint light reveals the twisted, eerie architecture in the background. Then, the light bursts, creating a momentary blur that transitions into the character reveal. Next, the protagonist appears, walking along a dark path. Close-ups follow, highlighting the protagonist's face, weapon, and cloak. The scene cuts to the protagonist standing at the edge of a cliff, gazing at the distant destination before drawing their weapon and leaping down. The music intensifies, leading to an action montage. The protagonist fighting minor enemies, then elite creatures, and finally a few early game bosses. For the final shot, the ultimate boss appears, its form intentionally blurred while the small protagonist stands face-to-face with a massive foe. The screen fades to black, and the game's title is revealed. Yeah, this should work, Ichin concluded. Yutaha, who had been quietly standing behind him, watched as he wrote. Once he finished, she wrapped her arms around him from behind, resting her chin on his shoulder. Did they give you any restrictions on the PV's length? Not really, Ichin replied, shaking his head. They just said not to make it too long. Besides, I don't plan to make it overly lengthy. It just needs to give players a sense of the game's style and mechanics. Hollow Knight isn't a massive game, so there's no point in creating an overly elaborate PV that reveals too much. Still, we'll need custom music for the PV, so you'll need to contact the outsourced composers. I forgot to tell Hazuki earlier, but Monday will be fine. While Slay the Spire relied heavily on free resources for its music, with a small portion purchased, Ichin wanted Hollow Knight to have higher quality sound design. He had already asked Hazuki to connect him with a music company for outsourcing some in-game tracks, especially for key boss battles, ensuring the audio stood out. Making a note about the music on his phone, Ichin sighed in relief. Thankfully, the success of Slay the Spire has given the studio enough funds to afford this outsourcing. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare splurge, even if it's just a few tracks. Is it that expensive? Yutaha asked. Not too bad, Ichin said with a smile, rubbing his cheek against hers. Since I'm only outsourcing part of the soundtrack and using some suitable free material, the cost is manageable. But if this were a 3D game, outsourcing tasks like 3D modeling would be far pricier, especially if you hire top-tier companies. Anyway, the PV content is mostly planned. Next, I can start working on the necessary assets. After closing the document, Ichin spun his chair around and pulled Yutaha into his arms. It's 9 p.m. now. Ready to call it a day? Yeah, I'm a bit tired, Yutaha admitted with a smile. Ichin chuckled, feeling relieved as the semester came to a close. With the end of final exams, the students of Toyogaseki finally welcomed their long-awaited summer break. As he stepped out of the school gates, Ichin exhaled deeply, a grin spreading across his face. Finally, summer vacation. Let's go home, Yutaha. Just 2 steps later, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Hazuki. Ichin-kun, can you bring everyone some bubble tea on your way back? Peeking at the message, Yutaha giggled. What do you think, Ichin? Should we get it? Yeah, let's. I want some too, Ichin replied. As the two headed toward the bubble tea shop, far away in China, someone in Ichin's family was busy packing their luggage. Chapter 119-119. Summer break. After buying bubble tea for everyone in the studio, Ichin handed out the drinks and settled in front of his computer to begin work. Yutaha also took her seat next to Hazuki and continued studying Chinese. Since receiving the study materials, Yutaha had dived headfirst into her lessons. With Ichin by her side to guide and correct her mistakes, her progress had been smooth. She had already gotten the hang of reading pinyin and had significantly improved her pronunciation under Ichin's persistent corrections. As long as she followed the textbook and kept practicing, she would soon master the basics of daily conversation. Glancing at Yutaha's textbook, Hazuki sighed. To be young, learning a new language at such speed is amazing. Shinoda Hajime, sipping her bubble tea enthusiastically, chimed in, I know, right? Yutaha's progress is incredible. I peeked at her lessons a few days ago, and just pronouncing some of the words felt impossible for me. Sitting nearby, Yin rolled her eyes at Hajime. You can't even get a grasp of English, so don't even think about picking up another language. Mandarin is one of the hardest languages in the world, you know? Is it really that hard? Hajime asked, puzzled. Why don't you look it up online? Ichin Kun, I'm right, aren't I? Yui turned to Ichin for confirmation. Ichin nodded. You're correct. If I remember right, the United Nations once ranked the hardest languages to learn. Chinese was at the top, followed by Greek. Japanese was fourth, I think. Of course, for native speakers, their own language doesn't feel difficult because they've grown up immersed in it. But learning a foreign language requires stepping out of that comfort zone, and any language can be challenging. Hearing his explanation, Hajime quickly opened her browser to verify. You're right. Chinese really is ranked the hardest. In that case, it'll pass. I was considering learning a bit, but this makes it clear I have no chance, she said, dejected. Yin laughed and teased. You could at least work on your English. Maybe fix what you didn't learn properly in high school. And no thanks. English is even worse for me. Hajime groaned, shaking her head. She set her bubble tea aside, grabbed a replica Star Wars lightsaber hanging from her chair, and began swinging it around. As the studio's action designer, Hajime's habit of practicing moves with props was a common sight. The team had long since gotten used to it. Meanwhile, Kei finished designing a boss and glanced toward Ichin. How's the PV coming along? Ichin Kun? Almost done, about 70 complete, Ichin replied while sorting through materials. The music is ready, and I just need to prepare the remaining assets. Once that's done, I can finish the final parts of the PV. Oh, and Kei, the boss you just finished will also be featured in the PV. Let Hajime handle the animations based on your design. No problem, Kei said with a nod. The studio's operations continued smoothly, with everyone working efficiently. To celebrate the start of summer vacation for Ichin and Yudaha, the team decided to go out for dinner together. They chose a barbecue restaurant for the occasion. Since Ichin, being from China, wasn't restricted by Japan's minimum drinking age of 20, the team encouraged him to join in for some drinks. Ichin didn't refuse. After all, he had shared sake and beer with Yudaha's father on several occasions at the Kasungakaka household. 2 hours later, Ichin remained completely sober. In contrast, Hazuki, Rin, Hajime, and Yun were all thoroughly drunk. After leaving the barbecue restaurant and looking at the few who had gotten drunk, Ichin turned to Hazuki and said, Hazuki, could you take these 3 back home? Of course. Hazuki replied with a nod. She then glanced at Hifumi and asked, You had a drink too, Hifumi. Are you sure you can get home by yourself? Hifumi's cheeks were slightly flushed from the alcohol, but she replied softly, I can manage. I'm not drunk. At that moment, Aoba raised her hand and said, Nene and I will walk with Hifumi-senpai. Don't worry about us. With that settled, the 3 left together. Narumi and Momiji, who lived together, would head back on their own, and Yagami had called a taxi to take herself and Rin home. This left Hazuki with the task of taking care of Hajime, Yumiko, and Yun. While waiting for the taxis to arrive, Yagami turned to Ichin. Ichin Kun, my apartment lease ends at the end of this month. Can I move into the studio to live? You still remember that? Ichin said with a laugh, then nodded. Sure. The restroom at the studio is basically yours already. Feel free to move in. Great. They'll start packing my things in the next couple of days, Yagami replied enthusiastically. Just as she finished speaking, her taxi arrived. She helped the tipsy Rin into the car, and they left together. 5 minutes later, the taxi for Ichin and Hazuki arrived as well. For most students, summer vacation is a time to relax and take it easy. But for Ichin, this upcoming August promised to be anything but restful. The next morning, after breakfast, Ichin arrived at the studio by 9 a.m. to start work. By 9:20, Aoba also arrived. Because her home was close to the studio, she usually took advantage of this proximity to sleep a little longer, but still showed up relatively early. Oh, Ichin Kun, you're already here? Aoba exclaimed upon seeing him working. Today is the first official day of summer break. Aren't you going to take a little extra time to rest? No need, Ichin said with a smile. I can rest any time, but the next month is going to be critical. Seeing that no one else had arrived yet, Ichin continued, Since it's just us for now, Aoba, come over for a chat. HM? Aoba was a little puzzled, but still walked over and sat down in the seat next to him. Turning his chair to face her, Ichin asked, "You've been at the studio for a few months now. How's everything feeling so far?" "Really great," Aoba replied with a smile. "I'm surrounded by the same people I used to work with at Eagle Jump, and we're all striving toward the same goal. Plus, we've got some new teammates. And even Nene has joined as an intern. The game we're developing is about to be showcased at Gamescom, and I've improved my skills a lot. I'm really happy with my current life." "That's good to hear," Ichin said with a nod. Picking up a development schedule from the table, he continued, "Since your previous work at Eagle Jump was mostly 3D modeling, I was worried it might take you some time to adjust here. But it looks like you've adapted well. In the next phase of development, I might have Ren assign you more tasks, so be ready for it." Chapter 120-120. Gossiping Girls. As the owner of the studio, Ichin's responsibilities extended beyond just participating in development. Understanding the abilities of his employees was also a key part of his job. When Aoba worked at Eagle Jump, she had joined straight out of high school, learning 3D modeling from scratch at the company. Despite starting as a novice, her innate talent allowed her to learn quickly. During the development of Fairy Stories 3, she created numerous NPCs, and a few major characters were entirely her work. After joining Ichin's studio, even though the project was not another 3D game, her efficiency and the quality of her work had remained exceptional. Yagami Ko had even suggested more than once to Ichin that with additional training, Aoba could easily grow into a self-reliant artist capable of handling significant responsibilities. After some consideration, Ichin decided to add some pressure on Aoba and see if she could make further progress. Although Aoba didn't fully grasp Ichin's reasoning, she could tell he intended to assign her more tasks. Brimming with confidence, she declared, "No problem. Whatever the task is, I'm confident I can handle it." "Confidence is good, but don't rush. Take it one step at a time," Ichin advised. As he spoke, he got up and walked toward the kitchen. "I'm going to make some coffee. Want some?" "Sure," Aoba replied enthusiastically, following him to the kitchen. "Just black coffee for me." "Oh, no milk or sugar," Ichin said with a chuckle as he prepared the coffee. "Looks like you've achieved something I can't." Although Ichin frequently drank coffee, he couldn't handle pure black coffee. He preferred it with milk and sugar. He didn't care about savoring the unique taste of coffee. If it tasted better with milk and sugar, that was enough for him. After making the coffee, they returned to their desks. By then, the rest of the team had started arriving, and the studio settled into its workday. Rin, after hearing Ichin's earlier instructions, reorganized the development schedule and distributed tasks to everyone. "Aoba, hey, race your task list for the next week," Rin said, handing her a sheet. Aoba skimmed it, and her eyes widened in shock. The tasks assigned to her for the next week were 50 more than what she typically handled in a week. Seeing her expression, Rin leaned in and whispered with a smile, "Relax. Don't stress too much. Ichin-kun asked me to increase your workload a bit, but I believe this is within your ability to complete. And even if you can't finish, it's fine. Our development timeline has room for adjustments. Just focus on doing your best, but don't compromise quality for speed. Okay?" Rin's words helped Aoba calm down. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she said, "Got it. I'll do my best." Rin smiled and patted her head before moving on to assign tasks to others. In truth, it wasn't just Aoba whose workload had increased. Everyone's tasks had been slightly ramped up as well. The ongoing updates for Slay the Spire were assigned by Ichin to Narumi and Momiji, with Rin and Yumiko overseeing their work. At 10:30, the studio door opened, and Yutaha finally arrived. Looking lazy as ever, she walked over to Ichin's desk, hugged him from behind, and closed her eyes. "Ichin, what time did you get up?" "Me?" Ichin replied without stopping his work. "I got up around 8 and came to the studio by 9. You were sleeping so soundly that I didn't want to wake you. By the way, did you have breakfast after you got up?" "Yes, I saw the breakfast you made," Yutaha replied with a smile. She kissed Ichin on the cheek before letting go and heading to her own desk. "Sinchiredo, I was shocked too when I found out they were dating. They're younger than us, but they're already a couple and constantly showing it off in front of us. Narumi, Tsubame blushed and nodded. But they're a great match. Ichin-kun is amazing at game development, and Yutaha is a talented light novel author. Her novels are selling better and better. Plus, they're both Barato students, always ranking first and second in their grade. Jealous? Sakura, Nene, teased playfully. I went to an all-girls college, so I didn't even think about dating. But your school should have some handsome guys, right? Huh, my school? Narumi paused, frowning slightly as she thought. Not really. I'm in a computer science program, so there are a lot of guys, but none of them are particularly good-looking. Although, Momo mentioned there are a few handsome guys in her department. Huh. Mochizuki Momiji, who had been working, looked up when she heard her name. What's up? Sakura and Nene waved her over, and though slightly confused, Mochizuki scooted her chair closer. Raising her hand, Sakura Nene asked softly, Momo, are there any handsome guys in your art department? Guys? Mochizuki tilted her head. There are some. Why? Nene-chan, are you looking for a boyfriend? No, no, no. Sakura Nene quickly waved her hands in denial. I was just curious. And Momo, you're so cute, aren't there any guys at your school trying to pursue you? Not that I've noticed, Mochizuki replied bluntly. After class, I usually meet up with Tsubame, and we eat lunch or head home together. I don't really talk to guys. There were a few who asked for my contact information, but I didn't give it to them. They didn't seem like good people. Wait, wasn't that a bit harsh? Maybe they were just genuinely interested in you? Hearing Mochizuki's response, Nene sighed. It looks like our studio, and especially us newbies, have no hope. None of us have ever dated, so we don't even have any juicy gossip to share. Sakura-san? A deep voice suddenly sounded behind her, and the petite Sakura, Nene, instantly shrank in surprise. Eek! Startled, she turned around cautiously, only to find Yumiko standing behind her. Chapter 121. Ambushed by Mom. Yumiko was all business when she was in work mode. With Yumiko staring at her so seriously, Sakura Nene couldn't help but shrink back slightly, her voice timid as she said, Yumiko-san? Arms crossed, Yumiko fixed her gaze on Nene and asked, Nene-san, how's the optimization work assigned to you going? I'm on it right away. Letting out a small yelp, Nene spun her chair around to face her computer and started furiously typing on her keyboard. As for Narumi and Momiji, they had already retreated to their workstations the moment Yumiko approached, quietly abandoning Sakura Nene to her fate. The busy hours ticked by, and afternoon came around. After having lunch outside, Yagami K returned and saw Ichin idly scrolling on his phone. She spoke up, Ichin-kun, I've started packing my things. They'll move in the day after tomorrow. Is that okay? Sure, Ichin nodded, gesturing toward the break room. The rest area you've been using often is free now. You can tidy it up in your free time, and ITLL be yours. Don't worry about rent. Just help me with some light cleaning here and there. The cleaning he mentioned was fairly simple, with vacuums and robotic cleaners already in place. It was mostly a matter of wiping windows or taking out the trash. No problem. Yagami K beamed. He'll save the rent money and send more back home. Hearing this, Ichin pondered for a moment before asking, K-san, you're from Tokyo, right? Why don't you live with your family? Oh, that's mostly because of work, Yagami K explained. After I graduated and joined Eagle Jump, I spent most of my time working. Some nights, I worked so late that by the time I got home, it was already 10 or 11 p.m. Coming home so late would disturb my parents, so after about a month, I moved out to live on my own. Here, we're located between Shinjuku and Chiyoda, but my parents live in KT Ward, which is a bit far. I rarely ask them to visit me, so I usually go back to see them on weekends when I'm not working. Over the years, I've gotten used to it. That must have been tough, Ichin remarked with a touch of sympathy. He set his phone down and stretched, preparing to dive back into his afternoon tasks. By the way, Kay, do you need help moving? No, that's okay. I asked Hazuki to give me a ride. I don't have much stuff to bring. On the other side of the room, Rin overheard their conversation, a slight frown crossing his face. If Kay moved into the studio, it would mean no more weekend visits where she could cook for her. Living at the studio would make it harder for her to have those private moments since Ichin and the others would always be around. That wouldn't be ideal at all. Rin fell into silent contemplation. Unaware of her internal struggle, Yagami Kei and Ichin continued their conversation. After reminding her not to overwork herself even after moving in, Ichin got back to his tasks. Yagami Kei put on her headphones, picked up her pressure-sensitive pen, and began drawing. 2 days later, Sunday arrived, and it was finally time for Yagami Kei to move in. Ichin didn't go to help with the move. Having Hazuki and Rin assist was more than enough. After waking from his afternoon nap, Ichin washed his face and checked his phone. He saw the messages and photos sent by Yagami Kei, showing that she and Rin had already packed up everything from her old apartment and were just waiting for Hazuki to arrive with the car. Quick work as usual, he murmured. Yagami Kei had told him the moving plan earlier, and even though they'd only started in the afternoon, it was barely 2 p.m. By his estimation, they'd probably arrive at the studio around 2:30. Meanwhile, Yutaha was still asleep in the bedroom. She had spent the entire morning writing, so Ichin decided not to wake her. He turned on the air conditioning in the living room, sat down, and started playing Mario Kart. However, just after connecting online and finishing a single round coming in third place, the doorbell rang. With no choice, Ichin exited the online lobby, set down the controller, and headed for the door. Could it be Kei? No, they shouldn't be this quick. Maybe it's a delivery for Yutaha? Thinking aloud, he didn't bother checking the peephole and simply opened the door. The moment the door swung open, Ichin froze. Standing in front of him, holding a suitcase and smiling brightly, was his mother. Ichin stared in disbelief, scanning her up and down several times before blurting out, "Mom, what? Surprised?" His mother chuckled, patting his head before wheeling her suitcase into the apartment. "Come on, let me in. It's getting hotter by the day out here." Stepping aside to let her in, Ichin asked, "Mom, why are you here all of a sudden? Where's Dad?" "Your father is busy with work." So, of course, Cinchureto, her eyes landed on a pair of women's slippers near the entrance. She raised her head and glanced at her son. Only then did Ichin realize Yutaha was still napping in the bedroom. "Oh well, Mom, come on in. Let me take your luggage," he said, quickly grabbing her suitcase and heading inside ahead of her. He planned to warn Yutaha and give her time to prepare, but it seemed fate had other ideas. As soon as he placed the suitcase in the living room, the bedroom door creaked open. Yutaha stepped out, still wearing her sleepwear and rubbing her eyes, her voice groggy. "Ichin, I thought I heard the doorbell." Her expression froze the moment she saw the woman standing beside Ichin. Thanks to the photos Shed seen on Ichin's phone, Yutaha immediately recognized her as his mother. Ichin sighed, realizing the situation had spiraled beyond his control. He turned to his mom and said, "Mom, this is Kasamigakaka Yutaha, the girlfriend I told you about. We're currently dating." Although Ichin spoke in Chinese, Yutaha, who had been studying the language for a while, caught several key words, including her name and girlfriend. Her back straightened as she instinctively prepared to introduce herself, only to realize she was still in her sleepwear. Her cheeks flushed red, and she spun around, dashing back into the bedroom. "I'll go change first." Bang! The bedroom door shut behind her, leaving Ichin and his mother alone. Ichin shrugged, spreading his hands. She was taking a nap. Chapter 122-122. Ichin's mother is very satisfied while Yutaha was changing clothes. Ichin quickly filled his mom in on his relationship with Yutaha. He had planned to find an opportunity to tell his parents about it before, but with finals and the studio keeping him busy, he had completely forgotten. His mother glanced at him, her expression not one of anger, but rather of quiet understanding, as if Shed already expected it. "From the way things look, is she living here with you? Her family should live next door, right?" Ichin nodded. "Yeah, Yutaha comes over sometimes. She's a light novel author. This morning, she was busy writing for hours, so she rested after lunch. Then you arrived." His mother nodded knowingly, then paused before looking at her son and asking, "You two are being responsible, right?" The question nearly made Ichin choke. Scratching his cheek awkwardly, he muttered, "Why, yeah, we are." "Good." His mom nodded with satisfaction. You're still young, so it's important to be careful. A few years from now, I won't need to remind you anymore. Ichin, are you certain about this girl? Seeing the seriousness in her expression, Ichin's demeanor also turned solemn. He nodded firmly. Yes, I'm sure. I see. She reached out and patted her son's head with a smile. Since you've decided, then you need to take responsibility. Don't make her sad. Just as she finished speaking, the bedroom door creaked open. Yutaha stepped out, now dressed in a modest and elegant dress. However, her body language gave her away she was clearly very nervous. This was unusual for Yutaha, who is typically fearless and composed. But in front of Ichin's mother, she seemed like a completely different person. Stopping in front of her, Yutaha's cheeks flushed as she spoke in halting Chinese. Auntie, hello, I. Before she could finish, Ichin's mother interrupted in perfect Japanese, much to the shock of both Yutaha and Ichin. All right, come sit down. Let's chat while sitting, she said, taking Yutaha's hand and guiding her to sit beside her. Ichin's eyes widened as he stared at his mom. Mom, since when did you learn Japanese? Just these past few months. She smiled and explained, I'd already planned to visit you during summer vacation, so I signed up for an intensive Japanese course. I was the only older lady in the whole class, and at first, I felt a bit nervous like I was back in school. But thankfully, my learning skills haven't rusted too much. While I can't handle anything too complicated, I can manage basic conversations and listening just fine. Listening to her speak in Japanese, albeit not entirely fluent but very clear, Ichin couldn't help but smirk. So that's where my talent for languages comes from. Definitely inherited from her. After explaining, his mother turned to Yutaha with a kind smile. You're Yutaha, right? Ichin told me about you earlier. No need to be nervous. I'm his mom, Jasmine, but you can just call me Annie. Yutaha blushed and nodded. Auntie, hello. I'm Kazumi ga oka utaha. I'm dating Ichin right now. Standing nearby, Ichin's mother looked at her and smiled warmly. She had already seen Yutaha's photos from Ichin's phone and knew she was beautiful. But seeing her in person, she realized Yutaha was even more stunning than she had imagined. Because Yutaha had just woken up from a nap, she wasn't wearing any makeup, completely barefaced. Even so, her flawless, radiant skin brought a bright smile to Ichin's mother's face. What a beautiful child. While dating Ichin, he hasn't done anything to upset you, has he? Thanks to Ichin's mother's warm demeanor, Yutaha gradually relaxed and smiled. Not at all. Ichin is very kind to me, and we're very happy together. What followed was an extended conversation, with Ichin's mom asking questions and Yutaha answering them. Occasionally, when a word was unclear, Ichin would step in to translate. The deeper the conversation went, the more satisfied Ichin's mother became with Yutaha so much so that she couldn't help but beam. Beautiful, well-mannered, academically accomplished, Cinchuredo, Ichin's mother would have already suggested they get their marriage certificate. Seeing how well his mom got along with Yutaha, Ichin was completely at ease. His mom was clearly very happy with her. After some time, Ichin's mom turned to Yutaha and said, Yutaha, are your parents home today? If they are, I'd like to visit them. How about we have dinner together this evening? Huh? Dinner? Yutaha, who had just started to calm down, immediately tensed up again and instinctively glanced at Ichin for support. Ichin, however, was calm. After all, had already had meals with Yutaha's parents multiple times. Her parents should be home, but I think they went out during the day. Yutaha, why don't you give them a call and let them know my mom's here? We can find a restaurant and have dinner together tonight. Realizing there was no way to avoid this, Yutaha nodded, picked up her phone, and said, "I'll go make the call." She headed to the bedroom to make the call, leaving Ichin and his mother to talk. How long are you planning to stay, Mom? Ichin asked. What's the matter? I just arrived, and you're already hoping I'll leave? Of course not. Ichin quickly clarified. I was just thinking with Dad home alone. Who's going to cook for him? Don't worry. He won't starve, his mom said nonchalantly. He can eat at the company cafeteria or go out for meals. If not for work being so busy, your dad would have come with me. As for me, I'm not staying too long, 3 or 4 days, just enough to check how you're living here. All right, then I'll take you out to explore a bit while you're here. The weather's still pleasant, so it's a good time to go out. If you're taking me around, what about the studio? Who's going to handle things there? His mom paused, then added, Oh, that reminds me I'd love to see your studio. It's just downstairs, right? Ichin nodded. Yeah, it's downstairs. How about we go take a look once Yudaha finishes her call? Ichin then remembered something. Yagami K was planning to move into the studio. He mentioned this to his mom, briefly updating her on everyone's situations at the studio. She often pulls all-nighters at work? His mom asked, surprised upon hearing about Yagami K's past dedication. Is she really that driven? Not even your father was that intense when he started his own business. It's mostly because she loves what she does. But since coming to work with me, I've told her no more constant overtime, Ichin said with a smile. They'll be here soon, so you'll get to meet them. Chapter 123. Visiting the studio after finishing her call, Yudaha returned to sit beside Ichin's mother. With a slightly flushed face, she said, I've spoken to my parents. They'll choose a restaurant, and we can head over before dinner. That's wonderful, Ichin's mom replied with a smile. It'll be nice for both families to chat. It's just a pity that Ichin's dad couldn't make it. It would have been even better if he could join us. Ichin, however, didn't think it mattered much. He doubted his dad would have gone as far as learning Japanese like his mom. If he did join, Ichin would likely end up acting as the translator anyway. Maybe he should suggest to his mom that his dad start learning Japanese after they returned. That would certainly make for an amusing scene. After a moment of thought, Ichin turned to his mother. Mom, are you planning to stay here for the next few days? If so, we'll tidy up the guest room for you. It has a bed, but I've been using it as a storage space. Sure. Thank you, his mom said with a nod, smiling warmly. We'll just stay here and chat with Yudaha for a bit. With that, Ichin's mom continued holding Yudaha's hand as they talked in the living room. She even shared several stories about Ichin's childhood, much to Yudaha's delight. Ichin, meanwhile, moved some items out of the guest room, aired it out, tidied up, and prepared fresh bedding. Once everything was set, he returned to the living room just as his phone rang. It was Kayagami and the others. They had arrived. After putting away his phone, Ichin looked at his mom. Mom, a few of the studio members have arrived. Do you want to go check it out? Of course, she said with a laugh. You mentioned before that everyone at the studio is a girl, but I haven't even seen their pictures. I'm really curious now. The three of them left the apartment together and took the elevator down to the third floor. Standing in front of the studio's door, Ichin's mom looked at the plain, unmarked entrance. There's no sign or anything. No need for now, Ichin replied. Once we move to a bigger place, we'll set everything up properly. As he spoke, he unlocked the door and walked in first. Hearing the door open, the three women inside the workspace, who had just finished setting down a pile of luggage, turned to look. Kayagami smiled and said, Ichin-kun, am officially moved in today? Oh wait, who is this? The middle-aged woman standing next to Ichin was unfamiliar to them. She clearly wasn't Yudaha's mother, whom they had met before when she brought homemade snacks for everyone. Hazuki, being particularly observant, noticed the resemblance between Ichin and the woman. She hesitated for a moment before guessing, Ichin-kun, is this your mother? Ichin grinned and nodded. That's right, this is my mom. I was just as surprised as you when she suddenly showed up. Since you're moving in, I suggested we come down to check on things. Ichin's mom stepped forward, smiling warmly at the three women. Hello, I'm Ichin's mother, Yasmin. Thank you all for looking after him. Her fluent Japanese surprised the three of them. Kate quickly responded, Oh, not at all. If anything, we should be the ones thanking him. When our previous company disbanded, he gave us the opportunity to keep working together. Hello, Auntie. I'm Kayagami, and am responsible for the studio's art department. Rin added, Hello, I'm Rin Toyama, the studio's art director. Hazuki, the calmest of the three, smiled and said, Hello, I'm Shizuku Hazuki. I handle some of the planning and oversee external business affairs. Nice to meet all of you. Jasmine beamed at the three women. ID heard that everyone in Ichin's studio was a girl, but I didn't expect all of you to be so beautiful. When Hazuki wasn't teasing, she exuded the charm of an intellectual older sister. Kayagami came across as straightforward and honest, while Rin Toyama had the elegance of a traditional Yamato Nadeshiko, radiating a refined and delicate demeanor. Noticing the luggage on the floor, Ichin's mother said, "You're in the middle of moving, right? Don't let us interrupt you. They'll have Ichin show me around the place." Ichin nodded and said to Kei, "Kei, you guys can go ahead and sort your things out. Don't worry about us." "All right, we'll get to it then," Kei replied. She picked up her suitcase and, along with the other two, headed to the bedroom she had already chosen. Once inside the room with the door closed, Kei let out a sigh of relief and patted her chest. "Phew, that startled me. I didn't expect Ichin's mom to show up." Sitting on a chair, Hazuki laughed. "Still, I didn't expect her to look so young. She's taking great care of herself. Maybe I should ask her for some beauty tips later. I'd love to look this good in 10 years. While Kei didn't pay much attention to this, Rin Toyama was intrigued and silently decided to join Hazuki in chatting with Ichin's mom about it later. The three of them busied themselves organizing the room. At one point, Hazuki opened her suitcase and accidentally revealed her personal belongings, which led to a series of startled exclamations echoing through the room. Meanwhile, Ichin and Yutaha were showing his mother around the workspace. "This is where we work and develop games," Ichin said, patting his chair. "This is my desk. The one on the left belongs to Kei, the one on the right is Hazuki's, and next to that is Yutaha's spot." "Huh, Yutaha has a desk here too?" Ichin's mother looked at Yutaha, who nodded and explained, "When Ichin is working in the studio, I often come here to write my novels. The work environment here is great, and it gives me a lot of inspiration. Also, Ichin mentioned that in the future, when they develop games, he'd like me to be the scriptwriter and create the storylines." "You write the scripts?" Ichin's mom smiled warmly. "That sounds wonderful. I don't know much about game development, but as long as you're passionate about it, that's all that matters. By the way, Yutaha, when will your novel be available in Chinese? I've been learning Japanese, but reading novels directly is still a bit challenging for me." Yutaha hesitated for a moment before replying, "The overseas edition might take some time. There's still a lot of details to discuss, but I think it should be finalized within 6 months. Is that so?" Ichin's mom glanced at Yutaha thoughtfully. She already had a favorable impression of the girl and wondered if there was a way to help. If she remembered correctly, her husband had contacts in the publishing industry. She decided to call him later to see if he could assist. With that thought, she began asking Yutaha more about her novels, showing genuine interest in her work. Chapter 124-124. A smooth first meeting as they chatted and toured the studio. Ichin's mom took a moment to stop by the kitchen before heading to the adjacent room. Looking at the kitchen appliances and the neatly arranged shelves of condiments, she nodded in satisfaction. "It seems like this kitchen does get some proper use." Ichin, standing nearby, explained, "There aren't many delivery options around here. If we want more variety, we either have to drive to a busier commercial district or take the bus." So, once the studio was set up, people started bringing their own meals or cooking here regularly to save money. Some of the team members are pretty good at cooking. For example, Rin Toyama, who you just met, is an excellent cook. After the kitchen, the three moved to the adjacent lounge area. "This is the lounge," Ichin said, gesturing around. "Everyone comes here to relax, chat, play games, or even hold meetings." He tapped the treadmill placed nearby. This treadmill was a later addition. "We got it to encourage everyone to stay healthy. Everyone here has a set workout schedule." Taking a seat on the couch, Ichin's mom looked around and commented, "This is all very well done. Both the work area and the lounge show a lot of thought and care. You all have a day off today, but you'll be back to work tomorrow, right? They'll make sure to meet everyone at the studio then." A short while later, Kei Yagami finished organizing her belongings and joined them in the lounge, where she sat down with Ichin's mom for some casual conversation. After some chatting, Hazuki turned to Ichin and asked, "Ichin, how are you planning to handle dinner? Should we all go out to eat? It could also be a good way to welcome your mom." "No need," Ichin replied with a smile. "We already arranged to have dinner with Yutaha's parents tonight. Both families are meeting for the first time." "Ah, I see," Kei said, rubbing her chin with a teasing smile. "Could this be a discussion about your engagement?" Ichin rolled his eyes. "What are you even thinking? It's just an initial meeting. If there were an engagement discussion, my dad would have to be here for it to be official. He didn't feel any resistance to the idea of engagement. In his view, it was something that would naturally happen eventually. However, there was no need to rush at his current age. His statement left Yudaha blushing beside him, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. She didn't say anything like, "We could get engaged now," because she wasn't in a hurry either. They had only been dating for a short time, and there was still a long road ahead. The way both Ichin and Yudaha handled the topic made Ichin's mom smile. Seeing her son and his girlfriend so in sync, she felt reassured about their relationship. The only downside, she thought with a small sigh, was that the two were still quite young. Her chances of becoming a grandmother would have to wait a bit longer. As evening approached, Ichin, Yudaha, and his mom left the studio, while Kei and the others headed to a nearby supermarket to buy ingredients for a homemade dinner. The meeting between Ichin's mom and Yuda's parents went very smoothly. The two families had an enjoyable and pleasant conversation. Ichin's mom also expressed her gratitude to Yuda's parents for looking after her son. It was impossible for Ichin's mom not to worry, given that her son was studying abroad alone. Yuda's parents, for their part, were relieved to see how fond Ichin's mom was of their daughter. Although they knew about Ichin's good family background, there had always been the slight concern that his parents might not approve of Yudaha. Fortunately, all those worries turned out to be unnecessary. After a lively and joyful dinner, the families returned to their respective homes, with Yudaha heading back with her parents. When Ichin opened the door to his home, his mom smiled at him and teased, "What's wrong? Feeling a bit down because Yudaha went home?" "Of course not," Ichin replied, shaking his head. "Yudaha doesn't always stay here. She spends most of her time at her own home. Anyway, Mom, you've had a long day flying. Go take a bath and rest early. They'll show you around in the coming days." All right. They'll listen to you," she said with a chuckle before heading to take a bath. While his mom was in the bathroom, Ichin settled in the living room and called his dad, who was still back home, to share the day's events. The next morning after breakfast, Ichin brought his mom downstairs to the studio during work hours to introduce her to the rest of the team. Seeing the group, which consisted entirely of young women, Ichin's mom couldn't help but think for a fleeting moment, even if Ichin weren't dating Yudaha, any of these girls could easily be my future daughter-in-law. They're all wonderful. Among them, she took a particular liking to Hifumi, with her exceptional beauty and confident presence. The only thing holding her back was her slightly shy demeanor. After meeting everyone, Ichin turned to his mom. "Mom, how about I take you on a tour of Tokyo next?" "There's no need," she replied with a smile, waving her hand dismissively. Then she looked at Yudaha. "He'll go out with Yudaha and her mom. The three of us will have a great time. You can focus on your work." Yudaha nodded in agreement. "Yes, leave it to me, Ichin. My mom and I will take great care of her." "All right, that works," Ichin said, accepting the plan. Compared to himself, Yudaha undoubtedly knew Tokyo better, and with her mom accompanying them, there was no reason for him to tag along. After Ichin's mom and Yudaha left, the rest of the studio team turned to Ichin. Aoba spoke up curiously. "Ichin, your mom looks so young." "Does she?" "I guess I've gotten used to it," Ichin said with a laugh. "It's probably because of our family situation. My mom doesn't have much to worry about, so she has time to take care of herself. Anyway, enough about my mom. Let's get back to work." At Ichin's urging, everyone refocused on their tasks. Around 10:30 in the morning, a knock came at the studio's door. Ichin went to open it and found Eruri standing outside. She was dressed in a t-shirt and a short skirt, carrying a small bag and wearing sunglasses. "Good morning, Ichin-kun," she greeted with a cheeky grin. "Eruri? Good morning. What brings you here today?" "You didn't mention you were coming," Ichin said, stepping aside to let her in. Removing her sunglasses, Eruri smiled. "My drawing tablet pen broke, so I went out to get a new one. Since I was already out, I decided to stop by briefly." After entering and exchanging greetings with the rest of the team, Eruri looked around and noticed that Yudaha wasn't there. Curiously, she asked, "Where's Yudaha?" "Oh, my mom arrived yesterday, so they went out together. She's not here today," Ichin explained. "Your mom's here?" Eruri's curiosity was instantly piqued. Chapter 125. My son S ridiculously good luck with women since Yutaha wasn't around. Arari pulled over Yutaha's computer chair and moved it next to Ichin. What's going on? It sounds really interesting. What could possibly be interesting about it? Ichin didn't quite understand Ariri's excitement and explained plainly, I'm not going back home for the summer because of the studio's development project. So, without telling me, my mom just showed up here. Last night, our families had dinner together. Earlier, I introduced my mom to everyone at the studio, and then Yutaha and her mom took her out for some fun. Meanwhile, I stayed here to work. That's all there is to it, nothing particularly special. How is that not special? Iriri's eyes widened as she eagerly asked, tell me. How did Yutaha react when she met your mom? She must have been super nervous, right? Hearing Iriri's question, the others nearby also turned their attention to Ichin, curious. Thinking back, Ichin replied thoughtfully, she was a little nervous, I guess. But only for a moment. After talking with my mom for a bit, she wasn't nervous anymore. They actually got along really well. Ugh, boring. Arari pouted, clearly disappointed. She had been hoping for some embarrassing story about Yutaha messing up. Giving up on prying further, she went back to Yutaha's desk, booted up the computer, and connected her tablet. Rin, is there any unfinished work? Assign me something to do. After finishing her doujinshi project for the upcoming fan convention, Arari had come to Ichin's studio for a part-time job as a temporary art assistant. Although she kept her identity as Ari Kashiwagi under wraps, her impressive drawing skills had everyone, especially Yagami Ko, pestering Ichin to let her join the team. Thus, she began working as a summer hire. Iriri's main occupation as a doujinshi artist wasn't known to anyone there, but it didn't affect her work. Plus, Hollow Knight was a 2D side-scroller, so it wasn't particularly challenging for her. She adapted to the tasks quickly. Since no one was cooking lunch that day, Ichin ordered takeout for the team. He chose a great bento delivery service, and everyone enjoyed their meal before getting back to work in the afternoon. Around 4 p.m., Yutaha and the two moms returned. Yutaha's mom went home to prepare dinner for her family, while Ichin's mom accompanied Yutaha to the studio. As soon as Yutaha opened the door to the studio, she called out, Ichin, come help us. Ichin, who wasn't wearing headphones at the time, immediately got up and went over. He saw both his mom and Yutaha each holding 2 large bags. What did you buy? That's a lot of stuff. Groceries. His mom stepped inside, changing in his slippers as she smiled and handed him the bags. Put these in the kitchen. They'll rest for a bit and then start cooking. Let's all have dinner together tonight. Opening one of the bags, Ichin saw a whole chicken, a pile of chicken wings, beef, pork belly, a variety of seafood, and plenty of vegetables, everything imaginable. You bought this much? Ichin glanced at the work area, scanning the studio members. On second thought, maybe it wasn't that much after all. After putting away the groceries, Ichin returned to the workspace, where his mom immediately noticed Arari sitting at Yutaha's desk. It was impossible to miss her bright golden twin tails stood out too much. Yutaha had been quite loud when she returned, so even with headphones on, Arari had heard her. Finishing the last stroke on her current work, she set down her stylus and turned, locking eyes with Ichin's mom. Although Arari was a hardcore otaku who spent her days drawing doujinshi, watching anime, and gaming, she was on the surface still a polite, well-mannered young lady from an affluent family. Standing up immediately, she greeted warmly, "Hello, Annie. I'm Arari Spencer Sawamura, a junior to both Ichin and Yutaha." Spencer Sawamura? Are you half Japanese? Arari nodded with a smile and explained, yes, my mom is Japanese and my dad is British. They met during their university days. Ichin chimed in to add, Iriri's mom runs a successful business and her dad's a diplomat. She's the real deal when it comes to being a proper young lady. Arari frowned, clearly displeased. Stop emphasizing the young lady thing. Compared to Yukino, I'm way more down-to-earth and approachable. Yukino? Ichin's mom caught the unfamiliar name, another girl's name. She couldn't help but wonder why her son seemed to be surrounded entirely by girls. Ever since Shed arrived yesterday, she hadn't seen a single male friend his age, not even one he hung out with. Her son's luck with women was starting to seem almost excessive. Oblivious to Ichin's mom's thoughts, Arari continued, Yukino's in the same grade as me. We're in the same club. Compared to me, she's the quintessential young lady. Her family's a renowned household in Chiba. Her dad's a politician. And not only is she beautiful, but she's also the top student in our grade. On top of that, she's skilled at housework, cooking, aikido, and even horseback riding. She's the perfect black-haired beauty. Except for her cold personality, she's practically the ultimate heroine. The more you talk about her, Ichin's mother turned to her son. Do you have any pictures of her, Ichin? Of course not, Ichin replied, baffled by the question. He pointed at Arari. She probably has some. I do, Arari said. She took out her phone and found a photo she had taken with Yukino during club activities. She handed it to Ichin's mom. Ichin, having never seen a photo of Yukino with Arari, leaned in out of curiosity. The others quickly gathered around too. In the photo, Arari was clinging to Yukino's arm, their faces close together. Arari was smiling brightly, while Yukino, looking away from the camera, had an unnatural blush on her face, clearly uncomfortable with being photographed like that. Looking at the picture, Ichin's mom smiled. She really is a beautiful girl. Has she been here before? She has. I brought Yukino over once, but her family's busy these days, so she went back to Chiba. She did promise to visit the day after tomorrow, though. I even invited her to my house. Her family is strict, but if it's my invitation, they don't usually object. Otherwise, she'd probably spend the whole summer cooped up at home. Ichin, am bringing Yukino over next time. Okay? Sure, any time is fine. If it had been someone loud and overly dramatic, Ichin might have been hesitant. But Yukino, aside from her cold demeanor, was polite and well-mannered. Plus, her club room was right next to his at school, so there was no reason to refuse. Chapter 126. Ichin's mom cooks dinner. After looking through more of Arari's photos with Yukino, Ichin's mom decided it was time to start cooking. She pulled Ichin into the kitchen to help her out, despite Rin and Yutaha offering to assist. Instead, she politely but firmly shooed them out before closing the kitchen door behind her. As she worked on preparing the ingredients, she turned to Ichin and said, I never expected you to be so popular with women. You've got classmates, studio members, and even juniors interested in you. Let me remind you, although they're all excellent girls, you're already in a relationship with Yutaha. I really like her, so don't even think about being two-timed, okay? Ichin, who was rinsing vegetables, rolled his eyes at the remark. Don't worry, I'm not even considering it, he said with a sigh. His mom glanced at him briefly, ensuring he wasn't just brushing her off. Satisfied with his genuine reaction, she turned her focus back to cooking. As they continued working on dinner, she began asking about the studio. I don't know much about video games, but after hearing you started a studio, your dad and I looked into it a bit. The domestic market seems tough. Can you consistently make successful games? Making hits all the time? That's a tall order, Ichin replied with a chuckle. But I think we'll be fine for the next 10 years at least. Right now, our team is updating Slay the Spire, our first game. Meanwhile, our second project has been under development for a while, and we've already partnered with Nintendo. Besides releasing it on PC, it will be exclusive to the Nintendo Switch. We're also set to showcase it at Gamescom in Germany at the end of August. It's a renowned expo, and domestic platforms will likely livestream it, so exposure isn't an issue. The mention of Nintendo caught her attention. She was familiar with the name, having bought her son their consoles when he was younger. Over the past few days, while learning Japanese, she had also read about some of Japan's major game companies, including Nintendo, and understood its prominence in the industry. Hearing that Ichin had secured an exclusive partnership reassured her. You're doing well, but don't let it get to your head. There are always skilled people in every industry, she advised. Ichin listened attentively. Although the gaming industry was going through a rough patch, with many companies stagnating and frustrating their players, especially giants like Blizzard and EA, was determined to do things differently. Even Capcom, despite producing excellent new titles, still clung to its habit of milking old franchises. Ichin had no such intentions. He was driven to make a name for his studio, expand its scale, and create exciting, innovative games that would shake up the complacency of the industry. By 6 p.m., the lavish dinner was finally ready. The table was filled with an array of dishes that left the girls astonished. Unlike Ichin, who could only make a few staple dishes, his mom's culinary skills were on another level. She had prepared a feast with many dishes the Japanese girls had never even seen before. After pouring drinks and making a toast, everyone began eating. As they enjoyed the food, Ichin's mom happily explained each dish. Being surrounded by so many girls while eating together was a first for her, as she found the experience both fun and refreshing. After dinner, Ichin's mom didn't want to disturb the group's work further, so she left with Yutaha. Ichin stayed behind to finish up the day's tasks. By the time he wrapped up the day's work, it was nearly 9 p.m., and he was finally able to call it a day. Stretching lazily, Ichin glanced at Eruri, seated one chair away, and asked Eruri, "Is it okay for you to head back at this time?" Eruri checked the time and replied, "It's 9 p.m. It's fine. We'll just grab a taxi." At that moment, Hazuki entered the room with Mizuku in tow. Smiling, she said, "Forgot about me, huh? Leave taking Eruri-chan home to me. I was already planning to drop off Yumiko and Aoba anyway. Let's go, Eruri-chan. We'll head down together." With Hazuki around, there was no need to worry about Ariri's safety on her way home. Once the girls had all left, only Ichin, Kei Yagami, and Rin Toyama remained in the studio. Rin had decided not to go home tonight and planned to keep Kei company. Given their close friendship, it wasn't surprising. After shutting down his computer, Ichin turned toward Kei, who was still at her desk, and casually took off her headphones. "Hey Kei, work's over. Time to rest." Startled by the sudden removal of her headphones, Kei rubbed her ears and replied, "It's only 9 p.m. No worries, it'll keep drawing for another hour. Dinner was way too filling, I need to stay busy, or it'll start gaining weight." Rin, sitting nearby, nodded in agreement. "Auntie's cooking was amazing. I feel like I learned so much today." During dinner, Rin, who loved experimenting with cooking, had eagerly sought tips from Ichin's mom and picked up several culinary techniques. Ichin's mom, appreciating Rin's enthusiasm, shared the recipes for a few of her signature dishes. Seeing that the two were still determined to keep working, Ichin knew there was no stopping them. Instead, he said, "Just don't stay up too late. We've got plenty of time in the development schedule. We'll optimize the demo within 10 days. No problem. Allericht, I'm heading back. Rest early, okay? Good night." "Good night, Iti Yinkun." When Ichin returned to his apartment upstairs, he found Yutaha and his mom sitting on the living room sofa, watching TV and chatting. As soon as Yutaha saw him enter, she stood up excitedly and ran over. "Ichin, are you tired? I brewed some tea. Let me get you a cup." Smiling, Ichin playfully pinched her cheek. "I'm fine, not too tired. I barely worked for 2 hours. Were you two watching TV?" Holding his hand, Yutaha led him to the sofa. "We were chatting with my parents earlier while having tea. They left around 8 p.m. His mom turned to him and asked, "Everyone at the studio gone for the day?" "Yeah, except for Kei and Rin. They said they overate and wanted to keep working a bit longer. They'll check on them later to make sure they don't get too absorbed in work." It was rare to find a boss like Ichin, who actively discouraged his employees from working overtime of their own accord. Chapter 127, Family Heirloom. At 10:30 p.m., Ichin headed back down to the studio. As expected, the moment he opened the door, he found Kei Yagami and Rin Toyama still hard at work inside. The instant Kei noticed Ichin's arrival, an awkward smile spread across her face. "Aha, I was just about to take a break." "Really?" She quickly saved her progress, shut down her computer, and was ready to drag Rin off to their rooms. "Wait, Kei, hold on. I haven't saved my files yet." Rin protested, clearly not as swift in her movements. Before Kei could escape, Ichin placed a firm hand on her head, stopping her in her tracks. Turning her head to face him, Ichin sighed with a look of exasperation. "Kei, how many times do I have to tell you to rest early? Even if you don't feel like working, I wouldn't mind if you played games next door. But this overworking habit of yours is just too much." Kei pouted and raised her hand, trying to remove his grip from her head. "Ichin, I'm older than you. Can't you treat me with a bit more respect? This makes me look bad." But Ichin didn't let go and continued pressing her head down. Looking directly at her, he replied, "You want me to respect you? Then why don't you try listening to your boss for once? Honestly, with your personality, there's no way I can treat you like an elder." Rin, on the other hand, fits the role perfectly. "Eh, are you saying I'm younger at heart?" Rin asked, amused. "No, I'm saying you're more responsible." Shaking his head, Ichin finally released his hold on Kay and turned to Rin. "Rin, it's getting late. I'll leave it to you to make sure Kay gets some rest. We still have work tomorrow." Rin, who had been quietly smiling at their interaction, nodded. "No problem. Leave it to me. Come on, Kay, let's go take a bath." With that, Ichin managed to get the two of them to clock out for the day before heading back to his own home. By the time he returned, his mother had already gone to bed, leaving only Yutaha in the living room. Though the television was on, her attention was entirely on her phone. "Still here?" Ichin asked as he walked in. Putting her phone down, Yutaha smiled. "I was waiting for you. I'm staying over tonight. It's not like my parents would mind." Ichin hadn't expected this. His mother had only been visiting for a day, and Yutaha was already comfortable enough to decide to stay overnight. Sitting down beside her, Ichin wrapped an arm around her shoulders. "My mom didn't say anything about it?" "Not at all," Yutaha said as she leaned against him, shaking her head. "She already knows everything she needs to. She told me as long as we take proper precautions, it's fine." "Oh, by the way, Ichin, do we still have enough supplies at home? We bought a box just a few days ago, remember? It's still unopened." "Well then," Yutaha's cheeks flushed as she narrowed her eyes at him, standing up from the couch. "It's getting late. Let's get cleaned up." Ichin nodded in agreement, gathering his things before heading toward the bathroom to freshen up for the evening. "Sensuredo, Sensuredo, Sensuredo." Yutaha's hands trembled slightly as she steadied herself. "Come here," Ichin said, pulling her into a gentle bravado. They shared a tender moment together, holding each other close. "Sensuredo, Sensuredo, Sensuredo, Sensuredo." He wrapped it around her, holding her close as they left the bathroom and headed to bed. As they settled under the covers, Yutaha nestled into his arms, her head on his chest. "That was amazing," she said, her voice a contented murmur. "Absolutely," Ichin agreed, pressing a kiss to her forehead. "I love you, Yutaha." "I love you too," she replied, her voice already drifting off to sleep. As they drifted off, the nightlight casting a soft glow over them, the world outside seemed to fade away, leaving only the two of them in their own little bubble of bliss. In the following days, Ichin's mother enjoyed herself thoroughly, exploring many places with Yutaha accompanying her. Ichin even cleared half a day from his schedule to spend time with his mother, though most of his time was still spent in the studio. Although she had come specifically to visit Ichin, his mother didn't stay too long. After 5 days, she prepared to return home. At the airport, not only were Ichin and the Kasumigakaka family there to see her off, but the entire studio team had also come along. During her stay, Ichin's mother had cooked delicious meals for everyone, winning their hearts with her kind and warm demeanor. Among them, Momiji Mochizuki adored her the most. As a self-proclaimed foodie, anyone who could cook well quickly became her favorite person. Pulling her suitcase along, Ichin's mother smiled at the group and said, "Thank you all for coming to see me off today." Hazuki laughed and replied, "It's no trouble at all, Annie. You took such good care of us these past few days. Seeing you off is the least we can do." Nodding in gratitude, Ichin's mother turned to her son and Yutaha. "All right, I need to board now. You two should head back. Ichin, take good care of Yutaha, okay? I really like this girl." Then, without warning, Ichin's mother pulled Yutaha into a warm hug. Whispering in her ear, she said, "If this boy ever gives you a hard time, just call me. They'll handle him for you." Yutaha beamed and nodded. "All right, you'll remember that. Oh, and one more thing." Ichin's mother released Yutaha and took a small box out of her pocket. When she opened it, a jade pendant was revealed, glowing softly with a lustrous green hue. It was clear at a glance that this was no ordinary trinket. Ichin's eyes widened in surprise. "Mom, isn't that the pendant Grandma gave you?" "Yes, it is. Your grandmother passed it down to me when I married your father," she said with a smile, picking up the pendant and carefully placing it around Yutaha's neck. Stroking Yudaha's hair, she continued, I'm entrusting this to you now. From here on, I'll count on you to take care of this boy for me. Yudaha's mother, who had been watching from nearby, stepped forward. Though she was delighted at this gesture of recognition, she couldn't help but protest. Isn't this a little too precious to give away? It's all right. The pendant itself isn't worth much. What matters is the tradition it represents. It's meant to be passed down, and now is the right time, Ichin's mother explained. Looking at Yudaha, whose eyes were now glistening with unshed tears, Ichin's mother added, I truly like this child. If they weren't still so young, I'd suggest they get married right away. So, I have a proposal. How about they get engaged after graduating high school? Then, once they finish university, they can go straight to marriage. With it being an international marriage, the paperwork might be a bit more complicated, so waiting until they graduate makes the most sense. Ichin was taken aback. He hadn't expected his mother to have brought such an heirloom with her. He remembered her telling him as a child that this pendant had been passed down through several generations and was carefully preserved. Looking at Yudaha, Ichin gently took her hand and said, Since she gave it to you, you should accept it. Yudaha glanced at the pendant resting against her chest and silently nodded. Then, overcome with emotion, she threw herself into Ichin's mother's arms once more. While everyone was focused on the touching scene, no one noticed Eri hiding behind Hazuki, discreetly recording the moment on her phone. Being moved was one thing, but capturing it on video was absolutely necessary. Chapter 128-128. Hazuki wants to fall in love. The heirloom pendant from Ichin's family was ultimately entrusted to Yudaha, marking her as the unofficial daughter-in-law of the Chao family. 10. Chao is Ichin's surname, recommended by a reader. Will not use it most of the time, but just so you know he has a family name piece. Of course, given their current age, it was more of a reservation for the future. Once they reached the appropriate age, all the formalities could be handled swiftly. After seeing Ichin's mother off at the airport, everyone headed back. Yudaha returned home with Ichin, Senchuredo. Ichin looked at the blushing, breathless Yudaha and softly brushed her bangs aside. Feeling calmer now? Just a little, but not enough. Clinging to his arm, Yudaha leaned against his shoulder and whispered, Ichin, does this mean your mom truly accepts me? She's like you from the very first day she arrived. But I didn't expect her to give you the pendant this soon. Carrying Yudaha over to the couch, Ichin sat down and looked at her. But since she's entrusted it to you, it's official. Kusumakaka Yudaha, you're practically halfway through the door into the Chao family. There's no turning back now. As if I didn't know that already, Yudaha said with a hint of defiance. Cupping Ichin's face with her hands, she sighed wistfully. Why does marriage in China require the guy to be at least 22? It's not so bad. By the time we're in university, it won't be too far off. Taking her hand and gently pressing it to his, Ichin smiled. Didn't my mom already say we could get engaged, right, after graduating high school? Yuda's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy as she gazed at Ichin. Overwhelmed with happiness, she leaned close to him on the couch. They shared another tender barato, but this time, Yudaha was relentless in her determination. She faced Ichin with fierce resolve, holding him close as she whispered something important in his ear. She paused briefly before continuing, leaning in to share a quiet moment, before her hands moved to adjust the collar of his shirt with careful precision. She paused. Senchuredo, her hands rested lightly on his barato, her touch gentle and encouraging. Yudaha leaned close to his ear and whispered urgently, Let's go. Ichin didn't need to be told twice. With a swift motion, he stood up, now rising above her, meeting her gaze with determination. He helped her out of her jacket, and they laughed together. He offered her a small dessert, and she smiled as she took a barato, enjoying the sweet flavor. He placed a friendly barato on her cheek, and she felt grateful for the warm gesture. With a gentle motion, Senchuredo, the sight of her overwhelmed Ichin with emotion. He smiled as the moment washed over him completely. They lay there together, their hearts racing with joy. Ichin barato forehead, pulling her close against him. I love you, he murmured, Yutaha looked up at him with a calm expression. I love you too. By the time the two arrived at the studio, quite barado of time had passed, and they both appeared refreshed and dressed in clean clothes. As Yutaha settled in her seat, she noticed Eriri giving her a mischievous look, making her feel uneasy. What's with that look? Yutaha asked suspiciously. Eriri chuckled slyly, resting her hand on her chin as she slowly retrieved her phone. She unlocked the screen and began playing a video. Yutaha's expression froze as she realized Eriri had filmed the scene at the airport. Seeing herself on the screen, about to cry in front of Ichin's mother, Yutaha broke down and lunged at Eriri, trying to snatch the phone. Delete it. Delete it right now. Yutaha yelled. No way. This is precious footage I captured. Why should I delete it? Eriri struggled to protect her phone, holding it tightly as Yutaha tried to wrestle it away. Their commotion quickly drew the attention of everyone in the studio. Still grappling with Eriri, Yutaha shouted, Ichin, help me. Take her phone away. Ichin scratched his cheek awkwardly as he watched the two girls tussling. I think I'll pass on this one. Not my place to get involved. Fortunately, if he wasn't willing, there were plenty of others in the studio who might step in to mediate. Ichin turned to Kei Yagami with a hopeful look. Kei, can you help out here? Huh? Me? Kei pointed at herself, looking awkward. I don't think that's a good idea. This really has nothing to do with me. Eriri, still struggling, chimed in, that's right. This is between me and her. None of you are allowed to bravado. Just as she said this, Yutaha made a sudden move, and Eriri's head landed on a nearby pillow. The moment she felt the soft texture, Eriri immediately realized what had happened. This big, frozen for a brief second, Eriri's hesitation gave Yutaha the perfect opportunity to snatch the phone away. Yutaha quickly deleted the video. Phew, all done. After erasing the footage, Yutaha handed the phone back to Eriri and gave her a playful pinch on the cheek. Eriri, you shouldn't always be thinking of sneaky tricks like this. It's not good, you know. Eriri held her phone, looking utterly dejected. I should have backed it up beforehand. How could I forget? Still, she wasn't too upset. Watching Yutaha lose her cool and desperately try to grab the phone had already been highly entertaining. Setting her phone aside, Eriri's attention shifted to the pendant hanging around Yutaha's neck. So, this is the heirloom pendant from Ichin's family? Take it out and let me see it again. Hazuki leaned in with curiosity. I haven't gotten a good look yet either. Let me see too. Yutaha nodded and confidently took out the pendant, though she didn't remove it from her neck. You can look at it like this, but don't mess it up. I'm planning to put it away safely when I get home. It's not something you'll wear all the time. This was, after all, a family heirloom, and Yutaha intended to protect it carefully. Hazuki examined the pendant closely, squinting. This seems to be Hitian jade, right? Even though Annie said at the airport that it wasn't worth much, I know a little about jade, and this definitely isn't cheap. Ichin, what's the actual value of this family heirloom? Don't ask me. I don't know anything about jade. Ichin replied with a shrug. It's Hitian jade, sure, but that's all I know. I have no idea about its quality or specific value. Like my mom said, its sentimental and family value far outweigh its monetary worth. After Hazuki and Eriri had their fill of examining the pendant, Yutaha quickly tucked it back inside her clothes. With a smile, she teased, exactly. Whether it's expensive or not doesn't matter to me. It's the meaning behind it that's important. Eriri, you single dog, don't look so envious you won't get something like this. Caught red-handed, Eriri blushed and shot Yutaha a glare. TCH, who's envious? With that, she turned back to her computer and resumed her work. Unlike Eriri, Hazuki was much more upfront. Resting her chin in her hand, she sighed. Yutaha-chan, you're so lucky. Ichin's mom has already chosen you, and you've even received the family heirloom. Honestly, it's making me want to fall in love too. Maybe you should try joining a group date? Across the room, Yumiko looked up and raised an eyebrow. You? A group date? Sure, if you can manage to keep your true personality hidden, you might have a shot. But I bet you'd show your real self within half an hour at most. Half an hour? That's an exaggeration, right? Hazuki's lips twitched in frustration as she grabbed her phone and started making calls. I refuse to believe that. I'll ask around right now and see if anyone knows about any group dates. Is she serious? The others couldn't help but glance over, clearly intrigued by her determination. Chapter 129. PV completed. After making a few calls, Hazuki managed to learn from a friend that there would be a group date happening the day after tomorrow, specifically for single men and women in the gaming industry. Once she confirmed her attendance, Hazuki ended the call and turned to the others. What about you guys? Anyone want to come along with me? Everyone exchanged glances, but no one volunteered. They all shook their heads in unison. Even Hifumi, who was naturally shy, didn't even lift her head. She quickly put on her headphones, effectively retreating from the conversation. Hazuki looked at their reactions and shook her head in disappointment. Honestly, you're all hopeless. This is such a great opportunity, and none of you are interested? Even if you're not aiming for romance, it's a chance to meet new people in the industry. If you keep this up, how are you ever going to experience the sweetness of love? Then again, upon reflection, Hazuki realized that none of them really needed to attend a group date. She might be the only one who did. Fine, if no one's joining, so be it. Stretching her arms, Hazuki smiled confidently as Mizuku jumped onto her lap. She began gently stroking the cat's back, declaring, "Just wait and see the results I bring back." Watching Hazuki's confident demeanor, Narumi leaned over to Nene and whispered, "Nene, do you think Hazuki-san will find her ideal man?" "Idealman? You're overthinking this." Sakura Nene responded bluntly. "She's probably just going to have fun. There's no way she'd take it seriously. If she were, she wouldn't have been single all these years." Although Nene hadn't been at the studio for long, she had previously worked part-time at Eagle Jump and knew this wandering producer's habits well. Hazuki's looks and figure were undoubtedly top tier, but her deep love for cute girls was something ingrained in her nature. With that kind of personality, even if she were to find someone, it'd more likely be a girlfriend than a boyfriend. Shaking her head, Nene resumed her assigned tasks. Narumi thought about it for a moment and realized Nene was probably right. She lost interest in the topic and returned to her screen, focusing on her work. By late afternoon, Ichin finally completed the promotional video, PV, for Hollow Knight that would be showcased at the upcoming Cologne game show. Stretching his arms, he watched the completed video file finish exporting. Removing his headphones, he clapped his hands to grab everyone's attention. The PV for Hollow Knight is ready. Do you all want to take a look? Huh, it's done already? Aoba looked up excitedly. There's still about 3 weeks until the game's come, and it's already finished? That's so early. Well, it needs to be sent to Nintendo first for review, and then they'll decide its placement in the direct presentation. Since our game is an independent third-party title, ITLL have its own segment. Based on what they said during negotiations, our game's quality is ranked among the top, so it should be placed prominently in the lineup for promotion. And of course, there will be both online and offline demos. The Hollow Knight demo would also be available on both the Nintendo Switch and Steam during the event. It wouldn't just be an in-person demo at the show. People at home would be able to play it too. This would eliminate any notion of it being just hype without substance. As Ichin copied the video onto a USB drive, he turned to Yumiko. "Yumiko, how's the development of the demo coming along?" "I'm almost done," Yumiko replied, stretching her neck. "The demo should be ready tomorrow or the day after. We'll conduct internal testing as soon as it's completed and fix any bugs before submitting it. For now, let's watch the PV." Everyone gathered in the adjacent lounge area as Ichin plugged the USB into the display and opened the video file. The PV content followed Ichin's original plan. It opened with a snippet of a cutscene from the full version of the game, transitioning into a sequence of in-game footage. The enemies showcased were mainly elite monsters and bosses. Even the prominent Dragon Fong boss from the demo made an appearance in the PV. These moments were carefully selected by Ichin during his own gameplay sessions. The entire PV flowed seamlessly with no dull moments. Even as developers, the team couldn't help but feel a strong urge to play the game after watching it. The video ended with a dramatic scene of the protagonist charging toward a boss, followed by the display of the game's title. While the release date and platform details were yet to be included, Itchin intended to add them later. The planned release window was 2021, with a tentative goal of November, depending on the studio's development progress. After watching the PV, the team's enthusiasm surged. Aoba's eyes sparkled as she turned to Yumiko. "Yumiko, I want to be part of the demo testing." Aoba's eager expression left Yumiko unable to refuse. Even her typically composed face flushed with a noticeable blush against her deep-toned skin. Turning her head away, Yumiko replied somewhat awkwardly, "Don't worry. Everyone will participate in testing. With our limited team, it's impossible to hire external testers. For the demo content, our team alone will be sufficient." Yay! They watched the PV again before returning to their workstations, fully satisfied and energized. Once seated, Itchin instructed Hazuki to send the PV to their Nintendo contact. He then resumed work on the final version update for Slay the Spire. "I almost forgot," Itchin muttered. Checking the time, he opened his browser and logged into Bilibili to post an update. At the end of August, our studio's new game will make its debut at the Cologne Game Show. The new PV will be officially revealed, and there will also be on-site demos at the exhibition. This game is a completely different genre from Slay the Spire. If you're attending the event, make sure to check it out. For now, they'll keep the details under wraps. They'll also live stream the presentation online, so feel free to join if you're interested. He posted similar updates on other social media platforms, though he excluded the live stream announcement on those. Since Bilibili was his strongest platform for live broadcasts, other sites like YouTube pose more logistical challenges. The posts quickly garnered attention, with many surprised by the studio's efficiency in releasing a new game so soon. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, Slay the Spire was developed by a single person, whereas now, with an established studio, the pace of development was incomparable. The mystery surrounding the new game's genre only heightened everyone's curiosity. Chapter 13130. Demo version. Although everyone was curious, no matter how many highly upvoted comments appeared in the replies, Itchin refrained from responding directly. Instead, he posted a follow-up update. "Everyone, please be patient. You'll find out soon enough. The promotional PV for the new game has been completed, and the demo version is in its final stages of development. Once it's released, in addition to the offline demo at the game exhibition, we will also make the demo version available to all players so everyone can experience our new title. One detail I can share in advance is that the game's release will happen within this year, no later than the end of December. While the exact date isn't set, it will only be earlier, not later." Itchin rarely posted updates, and when he did, they were either related to gameplay update videos or occasional Slay the Spire giveaway events. Most of the time, his posts focused on development progress. This reliability meant that his followers never doubted his announcements. His assurance about the new game's release was seen as a certainty. The only question now was when exactly it would be unveiled during the Cologne Game Show. Fans quickly dove into researching this year's Cologne Game Show, but couldn't find any specific information. Soon, a few internet detectives began to speculate. First of all, an independent game studio isn't likely to have its own promotional channel, so searching for direct announcements won't work. I suspect the reveal will happen during another company's presentation. Given the studio's size, there's a strong chance it will appear at Nintendo's Direct. After all, isn't the studio based in Japan? Plus, one of the members is from Eagle Jump. They definitely have connections with Nintendo. This comment quickly climbed to the top of the discussion thread within half an hour. Taking a short break, Itchin scrolled through his post replies and came across this comment. Of course, he thought to himself, there are always some sharp thinkers out there. The deduction was spot on. However, Itchin refrained from liking or replying to the comment. Due to their agreement with Nintendo, he couldn't leak any additional details. Afterward, Itchin decided not to post any further updates, letting the online discussion run wild. Meanwhile, he calmly continued working on Slay the Spire. As his first solo-developed game, Itchin was determined not to let it end on a bad note. He fully intended to update it to a complete, polished version. 2 days later, after Yumiko installed the Hollow Knight demo on 6 Nintendo Switch consoles, she announced with barely contained excitement, "The demo version is ready. Anyone who wants to test the Switch version can start now." Yay! I want to play. Sakura Nene, quick to act, grabbed one of the consoles. She immediately launched the game and entered the demo. Aoba, Aoba, let's have a competition. Let's see who can clear the demo first. Loser buys the winner bubble tea. Aoba hesitantly picked up another Switch, lacking confidence. Ugh, do we have to? I'm not very good at action games. At that moment, Ichin joined the conversation, smiling. How about letting me join? They'll compete with you, Nene. Didn't you always say you're a pro at games? No way. To everyone's surprise, Sakura Nene rejected the offer outright, clutching her Switch protectively. They'll compete with anyone, but not you, Ichin. You're the game's producer, so you're definitely amazing at it. Why else would you want to compete? This is just asking to lose. Ah, boosted. Well, I guess there's no helping it, Ichin said, feigning defeat with a chuckle. Ichin smiled as he patted Aoba's shoulder encouragingly. Aoba, it's up to you now. Try to beat Nene. Independent Illinois, do my best, Aoba replied hesitantly. Besides Nene and Aoba, Yagami K, Shinoda Hajime, Narumi, and Hifumi also grabbed Nintendo Switch consoles to test the demo. Meanwhile, the others focused on the PC version. Seated next to Ichin in front of a computer, Yutaha held a controller in her hands. She stared at the little protagonist on the screen, frowning. Ichin, I'm not good at games like this. After learning that Hollow Knight was a Metroidvania-style game, Yutaha had tried playing one of the genre's pioneers, Metroid. However, she found it incredibly difficult. Refusing to give up, she also tried 2 Castlevania games from the GBA era, but she struggled just as much, constantly getting defeated. Gently pinching Yutaha's cheek, Ichin reassured her, it's okay. Just give it a shot. Hollow Knight is easier than those older games. Plus, it has a healing mechanic. While the demo's monster placements are slightly tougher than in the full version, their attack patterns are pretty simple. Once you get used to it, you'll be fine. Don't stress. Go ahead and start. Encouraged by Ichin's words, Yutaha nodded and guided the character forward, breaking obstacles along the way. The difficulty in the game was designed to increase gradually. Ichin would never throw something overly challenging at the player right from the start. That kind of treatment was reserved for developing Dark Souls. With Ichin's guidance, Yutaha managed to get past the first few enemies with ease. After healing her character, Yutaha let out a sigh of relief and said, "It's actually simpler than I expected. The combat feels smooth, and the controller's vibration is implemented nicely." Ichin, are you planning to adapt the game to fully utilize the Nintendo Switch's HD Rumble feature? Oh, that. I do want to integrate it eventually, but for now, the priority is finishing the game. After release, well, look into it and, if it's feasible, include the adaptation in a future update. Yutaha nodded and continued playing. After defeating some minor enemies and passing through a few areas, Yutaha finally encountered an elite enemy placed further ahead, the Huskguard. Seeing the enormous creature that dwarfed her character in size, Yutaha froze, her expression stiffening. I have to fight this already? Ichin chuckled beside her. Don't worry, it's not too hard. Just watch its attack patterns carefully. Even if you die the first time, it's okay, you just passed a save point. It'll only take a couple of steps to get back here. Ichin's reasoning made sense, so Yutaha hesitantly moved her character closer to Huskguard. As soon as she got within range, Huskguard sprang to life. Letting out a thunderous roar, it hoisted its massive, fang-like weapon and leapt high into the air, aiming to stomp down on the protagonist. In the original version, Huskguard didn't have a jumping attack, but after Ichin suggested it, Hajime added this move. Now, the early game elite enemy had 3 attacks instead of the original 2, a weapon slam, a ground shockwave, and a new jumping stomp. When Huskguard leapt into the air, Yutaha panicked and tried to make her character jump back. Unfortunately, the timing was off, and her character got clipped by the attack, sent flying, barely recovering in time to counterattack. Yutaha saw Huskguard raise its weapon again. With a loud thud, it smashed her character, landing another hit. Before she could land a single blow, Husgard pummeled her character repeatedly until she was defeated. Well, that happened, Yudaha muttered, putting down the controller in defeat. Chapter 131. So difficult. The demo version looking at the game over screen in front of her, Yudaha frowned in frustration. Ichin, is there something wrong with the difficulty of this game? Why can't I dodge any of the attacks? Ichin, sitting beside her, chuckled. Don't hush. Take it slow. The Husgard's attack range is fixed, and it only has 3 moves: jump, smash, shockwave, and weapon slam. As long as you time your attacks properly, hit once, and then retreat, you'll be fine. With Ichin's guidance, who clearly knew the game inside out, Yudaha regained some confidence. After 2 more attempts, she finally defeated Husgard. Phew! Letting out a deep sigh of relief, Yudaha watched as Husgard disappeared and the passage to the next area opened up. She placed the controller in Ichin's hands. I'm done. This really isn't for me. Just dealing with an elite enemy is already exhausting. Ichin didn't insist. After all, everyone had different gaming preferences. He smiled and said, "All right, I'll take over for you. Go ahead. I'll order a drink." Yudaha pulled out her phone. "Ichin, what do you want in your milk tea? Pudding again? The usual?" "Yeah, the usual pudding, half sugar, no ice." After placing the orders for herself and Ichin, Yudaha got up and went over to the others, ordering milk tea for everyone one by one. After getting a pearl milk tea for herself, Hazuki winked at Yudaha and teased, "Thanks, Boss Lady." Yudaha, completely unfazed by Hazuki's teasing, accepted the title with ease. "That's right, I am the Boss Lady." Lifting her chin proudly, Yudaha returned to Ichin's side in a good mood, watching him play. TSK. Seeing Yudaha's reaction, Hazuki sighed in disappointment. "Looks like I won't be able to tease her about this anymore. There goes a good source of entertainment." Sitting beside her, Yumiko was testing the PC demo version while holding a controller. Without looking up, she remarked, "Come on, Yudaha isn't the shy type like Hifumi. If you keep teasing her about the same thing, she'll just build up an immunity. Besides, she's already been acknowledged by Ichin's mom. All that's left is the marriage certificate. Of course, she counts as the boss lady now. If I were you, I'd be careful. Otherwise, Yudaha might whisper sweet nothings to Ichin and get your salary docked." "Heh, I'm not worried about that. Yudaha would never do such a thing." After petting Mizuku for a while and letting it wander off to play, Hazuki picked up a controller, opened the PC demo, and started playing. Now that I think about it, even though I've been involved in development for so long and watched plenty of tests, this is my first time actually playing it myself. I wonder how it feels? Everyone was engrossed in their own gameplay, while the competition between Aoba and Nene was still ongoing. Both of them had now encountered Husgard, but unfortunately, neither had been involved in designing this monster. Unlike the smaller enemies earlier in the game where even a self-proclaimed clumsy player like Aoba could get through by leveraging her developer knowledge, this was an entirely different challenge. Before long, Aoba fell victim to Husgard's massive dragon fawn. Nene lasted about a minute longer, but ultimately met the same fate. This Husgard is so difficult. Nene Sakura frowned as she watched her character respawn. It doesn't have many attack moves, but the pressure while fighting it is intense. Meanwhile, Hifumi had already cleared the fight. She glanced at them and softly advised, "Don't rush. This game isn't about mindlessly attacking." The Husgard's attack patterns were actually enhanced by Ichin and Hajime. Huh, it was made harder? Nene turned to look at Hajime Shinoda, who was sitting cross-legged on her chair. "Hajime, why did you make it tougher?" The Husgard?" Hajime looked up, recalling for a moment before replying. "During testing, Ichin thought its attack speed was a bit slow, so I sped it up slightly and added an extra attack move. But honestly, it's not that bad. It's just an early game elite enemy. Not too hard. It's really not that hard." Nene agreed. "I just didn't react fast enough at first. I'll definitely clear it on the next try." And true to her word, within seconds, she smoothly defeated Husgard without any hesitation. In contrast, Aoba got completely stuck there, struggling for over 10 minutes. Even after Nene had cleared the entire demo version, Aoba was still stuck fighting Huskard. Yumiko temporarily stopped playing her own game and moved over to Aoba's side, watching her struggle with interest while occasionally offering comments. You shouldn't have been greedy with your attacks there. Ah, what a pity. If you had just lasted a bit longer and landed 2 more hits, the Huskard would have been dead. Keep going. You could do it next time, Aoba. Aoba's frustrated expression every time she died was like a puffed-up little hamster, which Yumiko found absolutely amusing. She kept encouraging Aoba, giving her tips, just so she could see that cute reaction a few more times. But alas, Aoba was truly bad at action games. Even after more than 10 minutes, she still couldn't defeat Huskard. Ugh. Putting down her switch, Aoba looked up at Yumiko. Yumiko, this game is so hard. How did I not notice during development? Of course, that's because you're in the art department, so naturally you wouldn't have noticed. Yumiko mentally retorted, but seeing Aoba's red-rimmed eyes and pitiful expression felt her defenses shatter in an instant. A faint blush spread across her face. She reached out and patted Aoba's head, her voice trembling slightly. It's okay. Let's just play something else, then. Yeah, I'm done. I didn't find any bugs anyway, so someone else can test it. I wouldn't be able to check the later parts even if I wanted to. Exiting the game, Aoba followed Yumiko to the lounge area, looking for another game to ease her frustration. Yagami-ko had been observing their interaction from a distance. She leaned closer to Rin and whispered, Rin, did you see that? I swear, Yumiko just now looked like a total weirdo trying to sneak off with Aoba for some secret scheme. Huh, isn't that a bit of stretch? Rin hadn't been paying much attention. She had only noticed them leaving for the other room. But Yagami nodded firmly. I'm absolutely sure. Even though I know Yumiko isn't a bad person, her actions just now were way too easy to misinterpret. And honestly, Aoba totally looks like a middle schooler. If we're talking about looking like a middle schooler, then Nene fits the bill even more. Rin chuckled, and both of them turned their gaze toward Nene, who was standing there smugly after clearing the demo version. Petite figure, round face, and an adorably youthful appearance, she definitely looked even more like a middle schooler than Aoba did. Chapter 132-132, Bug Fixes Complete. Time for a break for the next 3 days. Everyone focused solely on testing the demo version of the game, hunting down various bugs. While there were no major game-breaking bugs, plenty of weird little glitches popped up from time to time. Some included occasional input lag when attacking midair or getting stuck for a moment while moving upstairs. Fortunately, none of these were particularly difficult to fix, and soon, all the issues were resolved. After clearing the NS version of the demo once more and confirming that no further bugs appeared, Ichin finally set down the console and let out a sigh of relief. Looks like we're good. All the bugs are fixed, and the game runs smoothly at 720p on handheld mode and 1080p on console, with a steady 60 FPS. Hazuki, go ahead and submit the game to Nintendo. Got it. Sending it over now. Hazuki was just as excited and immediately contacted their Nintendo representative. Stretching lazily, Ichin glanced at the time. It was already past 4 p.m. He stood up and looked at the team. Let's go out for yakiniku tonight. And since tomorrow is Friday, they'll give everyone a 3-day break through the weekend. Take some time to rest up. Yay! 3 days off. Hajime Shinoda cheered and jumped up in excitement. Perfect. I can finally go home for a bit. My parents have been nagging me about not visiting for ages. Ichin raised an eyebrow. Hajime, your hometown is in Tokushima, right? Yep. Hajime clasped her hands behind her head, looking nostalgic. I haven't been back since New Year's. It's been over half a year. This break is just the right time to visit. They'll head home and be back by Sunday night. How about you, Yin? Are you going home too? Me? Yin shook her head. Nah, I just went back last week, and my place isn't that far anyway. Yin, being from Kansai, had a slight Kansai accent when she spoke. Her hometown was in Mie Prefecture, east of Osaka. Compared to Tokushima, which was way down in the southwest, Mie was relatively close to Tokyo. Like Yin, Hifumi, Rin, and Yumiko, who also weren't from Tokyo, decided not to head back either. Meanwhile, Narumi and Momiji were from Hokkaido, which was even farther away, making a short trip home unrealistic. Seeing that only Hajime planned to travel during the break, Ichin crossed his arms and made a suggestion. It's early August now, and the Cologne game show is at the end of the month. After our game is showcased there and the demo goes live, how about we take a longer vacation and go on a trip together to unwind? A vacation? A group trip? Hearing Ichin's proposal, everyone immediately perked up with curiosity. Hazuki tapped her chin with a smile and said, "That sounds like a great idea. Our game development is progressing smoothly, and once we officially announce it, we'll be entering the final phase of development. Before that, it would be good to relax a bit and refresh ourselves for the last stretch. But Ichin-kun, if this is a company trip, are you footing the bill?" "Of course I am. What, you think we're going Dutch?" Ichin laughed as he opened his laptop and started searching. "Since it's summer, if everyone wants to go to the beach, we could go somewhere close like Aizu. If we want to go further, Okinawa is also an option. Yumiko, isn't your hometown in Okinawa? That way, we'd even have a free tour guide. And when winter comes, we could take a trip to Hokkaido after all. We have 2 people here from there." "Oh, so it's not just a summer trip, but a winter one too?" Aoba's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I thought since we're a small studio, we wouldn't have company trips. You got it all wrong." Ichin waved his finger at her. "First of all, I love traveling, especially to places I've never been before. Plus, with fewer people, organizing a trip is way easier compared to those big corporate retreats. It's much more relaxing this way. Our studio is small now, but when we grow and start making games with large-scale environments, I could even send our art team on company-funded trips to gather reference materials." The moment she heard company-funded trips, Kayagami's eyes lit up. "Oh, now that sounds amazing. Many game development studios do sponsor trips for gathering references, but back when Kay worked at Eagle Jump, a small company, there was never a budget for anything like that. Yet now, with Ichin as their boss, he was casually offering such a perk. If it were any other boss, she might not take it seriously, but everything Ichin had promised so far, he had followed through on. That made her believe in his words without question. Ichin chuckled and waved his hand. "But that's something for the future, probably next year at the earliest. For now, let's focus on where we're going at the end of August." At that moment, Yumiko spoke up. "Anywhere is fine, just not Okinawa." "Why not?" Aoba tilted her head in confusion. "Isn't it your hometown? You know all the best places to go, right?" Yumiko turned away awkwardly, scratching her cheek. "Well, you're not wrong. But if I go back, my parents are definitely going to nag me. I'm already 23, almost 24, and for the past couple of years, every time I go home, they ask if I found a boyfriend yet. At this point, I'm too scared to go back." "Whoa." Aoba's eyes widened in shock. "I can't believe even you're getting pressured to get married. But you're still so young." "Young, huh?" Yumiko's face turned a little red as she muttered, "My parents, grandparents, and even my aunts and uncles all got married really young, like at 20. So to them, the fact that I don't even have a boyfriend yet is a huge deal. I mean, I'm only 23. I'm focused on my career right now. Luckily, they're just nagging me for now. But if they ever try to set me up on arranged dates, I think I'd actually lose my mind. So please, Ichin, let's not go to Okinawa." "I see. Got it." Ichin nodded. "In that case, let's go to Aizu. There's plenty to do there, great seafood, hot springs, and lots of fun activities." How's that sound? Everyone was familiar with Aizu, so the decision was unanimous. After the Cologne game show, they would go on a vacation to Aizu. Chapter 133. Aquarium encounter. After giving the studio team a 3-day break, Ichin decided to take some time off himself and spend it with Yutaha. The past few days had been exhausting. Ichin was busy debugging, while Yutaha was buried in her writing. But now that they were both free, they could finally go out and enjoy themselves. Taking a break is nice and all, but isn't the weather way too hot? It's only the beginning of August. Stepping out of the taxi, Yutaha glanced up at the blazing sun with a slight frown. Without hesitation, she pulled a sun umbrella from her bag and opened it. Their plan for the day was simple: visit the aquarium, then enjoy a candlelit dinner before heading home. Fortunately, the aquarium wasn't crowded, so they barely had to wait in line before purchasing their tickets and entering. Itchin had only been to an aquarium once as a kid with his parents, and he hadn't gone back since. The closest thing was a couple of trips to the zoo in middle school, but even that was 3 or 4 years ago. Walking hand in hand, he and Yutaha strolled leisurely through the exhibits, watching the various fish glide effortlessly through the water. Every now and then, they'd stop to read the information plaques, learning about the species they didn't recognize. Soon, they arrive at a massive glass panel showcasing a large tank. Inside, an aquarium staff member in a diving suit was performing routine cleaning. Around the diver, fish of all sizes swam freely, unbothered by the human presence. Yutaha smiled as she watched. Itchin, do you know how to dive? When we go to Aizu, do you think we'll get to see something like this if we try it? I can swim, but I've never learned how to dive. Itchin shook his head. But places like that usually have diving instructors, right? We could probably go with a guide and experience it firsthand. If you're interested, we can check it out when we get there. That sounds fun. I'd love to try it. After watching the exhibit for a while, they moved on to the next section. As they walked, Yutaha suddenly thought of something. Oh, right. If we're going to Aizu, I need to buy a swimsuit. I haven't been to the beach since I started high school, so I don't have anything that fits anymore. Good point. I don't have swim trunks either. Itchin realized he had completely overlooked that detail. How about we go shopping after dinner? Yutaha clung to Itchin's arm, smiling playfully. So, Itchin, what kind of outfit would you like to look for? Something casual? Something dressy? I'm fine with either. Let's check the store first. I can't really decide without seeing them in person. You should pick something that suits you best. Oh, is that so? Yutaha suddenly stopped and turned toward him, meeting his gaze. Tell me the truth. You want to see, don't you? You're just pretending to be all calm and composed. Do you really have to say it out loud? Itchin awkwardly turned his head, scratching his cheek. Fine, I admit it. Of course, I want to see. I'm curious to find out how it turned out. But how about we get Barato then one? Yutaha narrowed her eyes playfully. Great. We'll pick up a few extras and show you how they look. Itchin had to admit he was now looking forward to the evening. However, just as they entered the next exhibit, they unexpectedly ran into two familiar figures, Eruri and Yukino. Eruri was holding a cup of fruit juice. After taking a sip, she noticed the two approaching figures and exclaimed in surprise, Huh? You guys are here too? Yutaha smiled. Yep. The trial version of the game is finished, so Itchin gave the studio a 3-day break. We decided to go out and relax today. Huh? The trial version is done. Eruri froze for a moment, her eyes widening. Why didn't I know about this? Itchin and Yutaha exchanged glances before Itchin rubbed his chin and said, If I remember correctly, didn't you invite Yukino to stay over at your place a few days ago? You didn't come to the studio, so we didn't inform you. Oh, right, that did happen. Eruri nodded absent-mindedly, recalling her reason for taking time off. Over the past few days, she had been staying with Yukino, and their relationship had grown much closer compared to when they first joined the club. Although Eruri was happy about becoming good friends with Yukino, at this moment, she was more concerned about the game. She immediately asked, Can I play the trial version now? Of course. Itchin smiled. You could try it out when you come to the studio after the break. But you can't take it home. We have to wait until after Gamescom. Eruri nodded excitedly. No problem. It'll be there first thing tomorrow. She then turned to Yukino beside her. Yukino, let's go to the studio on Monday. You weren't there when Itchin-kun's mom visited. What a shame. Yukino had already heard from Eruri about Itchin's mother's visit. I couldn't help it. There were a lot of things to take care of at home, so I was lucky to even get out at all. If she were living alone, things wouldn't be as restrictive, but since it was summer vacation, she had no choice but to stay at home. If it weren't for Eruri using her family's name to extend an invitation, Yukino wouldn't have gotten her mother's permission to come to Tokyo. At first, she had considered declining. After all, Senshirado Eruri and Yukino left the aquarium while Itchin and Yutaha continued exploring. That evening, after strolling through the mall for a while, the two returned home. They had a quiet evening together, and Itchin decided to start going to the gym Barato regularly. The 3-day break passed in a flash. On Monday morning, feeling well-rested, Aoba arrived at the studio first, just as she always did. Taking out her keys, she unlocked the door and stepped inside, cheerfully calling out, "Good morning." However, the studio was pitch dark. No one responded. Huh? She looked down at the entrance and noticed that Yagami's shoes were missing. Where did Kay go? She wasn't supposed to go home over the weekend. Shaking her head in confusion, Aoba stepped further inside and opened the windows to let in some fresh air. Chapter 134. A discovered hobby at 9:30. The studio door opened once again. Ichin and Yutaha had arrived, and with them was Kei Yagami. Aoba, who had just brewed herself a cup of coffee, stepped out of the kitchen and looked towards the entrance with a smile. "Good morning. Kei, you're up really early today." "Morning." Kei changed in her indoor slippers and rubbed her stomach. "I dropped by Ichin's place for breakfast. He saved myself the trouble of making it." Behind her, Ichin followed with a speechless expression. "I was in the middle of making breakfast when the doorbell suddenly rang. Yutaha went to open it, and the next thing I heard from the kitchen was Kei shouting about wanting to mooch a meal." Kei, however, showed no shame and laughed heartily. "I couldn't help it. I was hungry. All I have here is some bread and biscuits. Nothing proper for breakfast. So I thickened my skin and came over." That was when she noticed the coffee cup in Aoba's hand. "Aoba, you made coffee? Is there any left?" Aoba nodded. "Yep, I brewed a lot. It's in the kitchen." "Yay, coffee first, then work." "Ichin, Yutaha, do you guys want some? They'll pour you both a cup." Everyone took their seats with their coffee in hand. Ichin took a sip and turned to Aoba. "How was your break, Aoba?" "It was great." Aoba leaned back in her chair, holding her cup warmly. "I spent the first 2 days just relaxing at home, and then yesterday I went shopping with my mom. I even used my salary to buy her some clothes." She was a bit worried about me joining a small studio at first, but after hearing that our game is going to be showcased at an international convention, she finally felt relieved. Ichin understood Aoba's family's concerns. After all, their studio was still relatively small, but he believed that within a year or so, their achievements would shock everyone. Kei stretched lazily, taking a moment to relax, before pressing the power button on her computer. She patted her cheeks lightly and said, "Sounds like everyone had a fun weekend. Mine was pretty uneventful. I just slept here and played games, completely unwinding." Then, with a shift in tone, she declared, "But today is Monday, so it's time to get serious again." About 10 minutes later, the rest of the team arrived. Eruri and Yukino had also come along. "Excuse us," Yukino said politely as she stepped inside. The moment she entered, Hazuki's eyes lit up. She was the first to leap up from her seat and rush over. "Yukino-chan, long time no see. Come, let your big sis give you a hug." Watching Hazuki charging toward her, Yukino's instincts kicked in. She swiftly grabbed Eruri, who was standing beside her, and pulled her in front of herself as a human shield. Huh? Before Eruri could process what was happening, she found herself completely enveloped in Hazuki's embrace. Her initial surprise quickly turned into sheer frustration. For the past few days, she had been building up her self-confidence regarding her figure, thanks to Yukino. But the moment she was hugged by Hazuki, all that confidence vanished into thin air. As expected, self-delusion was pointless. After sighing inwardly, Eruri broke free from Hazuki's embrace and turned to Yukino with an accusatory look. "Yukino, why did you pull me over as a shield?" Yeah. Hazuki chimed in, pouting. "Why won't you let me give you a hug?" Yukino's lips twitched slightly before she finally replied, "I'm not used to that kind of close contact, so I'd rather not." Just as she was about to step further inside, a series of soft meows caught her attention. A cat, elegantly strolling across the floor with a red silk scarf tied around its neck, walked leisurely toward her. It glanced at Yukino, seemingly curious about the newcomer, before confidently rubbing itself against her legs. The moment Yukino saw the cat, her heart rate instantly sped up. She lowered her gaze to the feline brushing against her. Though she desperately wanted to reach out and pet him, the presence of so many people in the studio made her restrain herself. However, this small hesitation did not go unnoticed by the sharp-eyed Hazuki. Her lips curled into a sly smile as she bent down, scooped up the cat, and said to Eriri and Yukino, "All right, let's not stand around the entrance all day. Come on in." As expected, once Hazuki picked up the cat, Yukino's eyes subtly followed its every movement. "Oh, this is interesting." Amused, Hazuki returned to her desk with the cat, now sitting on her lap. With Hazuki sitting there, Yukino had no way to approach and pet the cat. Left with no other choice, she followed Eriri over to where Yumiko was working. "Yumiko, where's the Hollow Knight demo? Let me try it out." Yumiko nodded, grabbed two Nintendo Switch consoles from the side, and handed them to Eriri and Yukino. "The major bugs in the demo have already been fixed, but since you guys want to play, keep an eye out for any other issues. If you spot any, let us know. We still have some time before the Cologne game show. So if there are any remaining bugs, we need to fix them ASAP. That way, there won't be any problems during the live demo." "No problem, leave it to me." Eriri happily accepted the Switch and immediately pulled Yukino over to their seats. Even though she was more interested in the cat than the game, Yukino decided to endure it for now and try out the studio's new demo. Ever since she was introduced to Slay the Spire, one of Ichin's creations, she had developed a bit of an interest in video games. In her free time, aside from studying and reading, she had started looking up game-related content online and had even bought a few notable titles along with her own Nintendo Switch. An action game? Huh. After launching the game and seeing Hollow Knight's title screen, Yukino pursed her lips, stole a glance at Mizuku, who was now lying lazily on a cat tree, and took a deep breath before focusing on the game. Although she typically preferred games with expansive world-building and compelling narratives over action-heavy titles, she didn't mind giving this one a try. As Yukino got into the game, Hazuki lightly tapped Yutaha's shoulder and whispered, "Yutaha, does Yukino-chan really like cats?" "HM?" Yutaha glanced at Hazuki, then at Yukino, and nodded. "Yeah, she does. Or rather, she's obsessed with them. I've seen animal magazines in her clubroom multiple times, and her phone wallpaper is also a cat. But when I asked her about it, she completely denied it and said she was just browsing to pass the time." "Oh, I see. She's really not honest with herself, huh?" Hazuki smirked, already planning how to tease Yukino next. This was going to be fun. Chapter 135. The Cologne game show arrives. The demo version of Hollow Knight wasn't too long. Unlike Slay the Spire, which required a lot of strategic thinking, this action game didn't demand as much mental effort from Eriri. In just over half an hour, both she and Yukino had completed the demo. Setting down her Switch, Eriri stretched with a satisfied expression. "Even though it's just a demo, this is a really good game. What do you think, Yukino?" Yukino nodded in agreement. "I don't play many action games, but this one feels great. At first glance, its art style isn't as flashy as some big-budget titles, but the gameplay is solid. They'll probably buy a copy when it officially releases. In most places, this might not be a big deal, but here, Ichin's game had successfully turned someone who had never played video games before into a gamer." Seeing that both of them had finished playing, Yumiko swiveled her chair toward them and asked, "Did you encounter any bugs?" The two shook their heads simultaneously. Their gameplay experience had been smooth, without a single glitch. Yumiko finally relaxed. "That's great. Looks like this demo is stable enough for players to enjoy without issues." After returning the Switch, Eriri prepared to start her work for the day. "Yukino, I'm going to get to work. If you're bored, you can go next door and play some games." Yukino shook her head lightly and pulled a novel out of her bag. "No need, I'll just read." However, even after Eriri started working, Yukino didn't immediately sit down to read. She first went to the kitchen to pour herself a cup of tea. As she stepped back into the studio, her gaze naturally drifted toward the cat tower in the corner. At the very top, Mizuku lay with half-lidded eyes, surveying the entire studio from above just like he used to do back at Eagle Jump, exuding an aura as if he were the true owner of the place. Yukino glanced around at the others in the studio. Each one was wearing headphones, fully engrossed in their work. Placing her teacup on the dining table, she carefully tiptoed toward the cat tower. Mizuka noticed her approach and lazily glanced in her direction, showing no signs of tension or fear. Meow the cat let out a relaxed purr, and shifted slightly, moving a little closer to Yukino. Her eyes widened in surprise. She wiped her slightly sweaty palms on her skirt before hesitantly reaching out with trembling hands, gently lifting Mizuku into her arms. So heavy. That was the first and most immediate thought that crossed Yukino's mind. She had always assumed Mizuku looked plump because of his thick fur, but she hadn't expected him to be so solid. Cradling the cat, Yukino returned to the dining table and sat down, placing Mizuku onto her lap. Yukino had always loved cats. Back when she was still in school, she would keep a couple of cat treats in her bag, feeding stray cats whenever she came across them. Unfortunately, most strays, even if they ate her treats, wouldn't let her pet them. The moment they were done eating, they would scurry away, leaving Yukino feeling disappointed every time. But Mizuku was different. Back when Hazuki worked at Eagle Jump, she would always bring Mizuku to the office. The cat had long since grown accustomed to being surrounded by people. Over time, Mizuku had become comfortable with human presence. Being held by a girl was as natural to it as eating or drinking water. Even though it had never met Yukino before, it instinctively knew that anyone in this studio wasn't a threat. There was no reason to be afraid, and Yukino's way of petting was incredibly skilled. Within moments, Mizuku was already squinting his eyes in contentment, stretching out on her lap and turning onto its side. As she gently scratched under Mizuku's chin, Yukino felt like she had ascended to paradise. Pure joy flooded her heart, and in that moment, she completely lost herself in the bliss of cuddling a cat. So cute. It's adorable, isn't it? Hearing the voice beside her, Yukino instinctively nodded. Yes, very see you, huh? Turning her head, she saw Hazuki standing behind her with a gentle smile, squinting at her playfully. Her pupils shook. Yukino instinctively tried to stand up, but Hazuki firmly pressed down on her shoulders. Relax. There's nothing to be nervous about. You were just happily cuddling the cat, weren't you? Hazuki poked Yukino's cheek lightly before sitting down beside her. With a knowing smile, she asked Yukino-chan, "Do you really love cats?" Yukino averted her gaze slightly, avoiding eye contact. Seeing this reaction, Hazuki's smirk widened as she gently lifted Mizuku from Yukino's lap. The moment Mizuku was taken away, Yukino's face visibly fell, a look of undeniable disappointment flashing across her features. Holding Mizuku by his front paws so that his sleepy face faced Yukino, Hazuki chuckled from behind. If you admit it, they'll let Mizuku stay with you a little longer. As she spoke, she moved Mizuku a little closer. Yukino's cheeks flushed a deep red. Unable to withstand Hazuki's teasing any longer, she suddenly snatched Mizuku back in her arms, stood up, and quickly ran off to the break area next door. Oh my, she ran away Hazuki. However, she didn't seem disappointed in the slightest. Grinning, she took out her phone and admired the photos she had just taken snapshots of Yukino, completely absorbed in cuddling Mizuku. Yukino had been so lost in her moment of bravado that she hadn't even noticed Hazuki approaching, let alone the fact that she had taken pictures. Yukino-chan is just too cute. Smack! Suddenly, a swift karate chop landed on Hazuki's head. Yumiko stood behind her, expressionless. Have you laughed enough, you creep? Get back to work. Without another word, she dragged Hazuki back to the work area. Time passed day by day. Although both the Hollow Knight demo and promotional video had been completed and approved by Nintendo, Ichin and the team didn't slow down. If anything, they became even more focused on development. Meanwhile, on August 20th, the final update for Slay the Spire, its official full release, was launched. Not only was the game now officially out on Steam, but the Nintendo Switch version was also released simultaneously. Ichin hadn't made much of an announcement about the Switch version beforehand. Given that Slay the Spire had already surpassed 600,000 sales on Steam, he hadn't expected much from the Switch release. However, on launch day alone, it still managed to sell over 7,000 copies, an outcome that surprised everyone in the studio. This kind of casual strategy game really suits the Switch platform. Yagami came mused as he reviewed the sales data. If even Slay the Spire, which has been out on PC for a while, can achieve these first-day numbers and feeling even more confident about Hollow Knight's potential. By August 25th, after just 5 days, Slay the Spire had sold 23,000 copies on the Switch. For an indie game, this performance exceeded all expectations, even surprising Nintendo itself. However, there was no time to dwell on Slay the Spire's success, because now the Cologne Games show had officially begun. That evening, after dinner at 7 p.m., Itchin sat in the studio, setting up his streaming equipment. A webcam was positioned next to his computer screen, the microphone was in place, and, after a quick check, he opened his Bilibili livestream. Chapter 136. A noisy livestream. Today's livestream content revolves around the various publishers' conferences at Gamescom. The broadcasting rights had already been secured from the platform, so there was no need to worry about any safety issues regarding the stream. Although this was the first livestream, Itchin's account had been verified long ago. As a developer with a game selling in the hundreds of thousands, obtaining the qualification to rebroadcast the event wasn't an issue at all. Since the announcement had been made in advance, quite a few people entered the stream as soon as it went live. 5 minutes into the black screen, with nothing but darkness on the camera feed, the chat began flooding with messages. Where's the screen? Has it started yet? Where's the host? Where's the camera? Come out and greet us. Where's the cute streamer girl? I want to see a cute girl. What's the new game? Will it be revealed today? Thankfully, some people were actually asking about the studio's new game, which improved Itchin's mood significantly. After confirming that the microphone was on, Itchin didn't rush to turn on the camera. Instead, he first captured the online livestream feed of Gamescom and then spoke. Hey everyone, welcome to today's stream. He'll turn on the camera later. Right now, I'm the only one here. The rest of the studio is still out having dinner and haven't returned yet. Despite his explanation, the number of viewers kept increasing. The chat was filled with people urging him to turn on the camera, with some even sending super chats, SC, specifically requesting it. Itchin hesitated for a moment. Centurato, let me see. A male-dominated chat room? That's normal, isn't it? TSK. You people are really something else. Itchin clicked his tongue in mock disapproval, but eventually turned on the camera, pointing at himself. Glancing at his second monitor, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, looks pretty clear. Money well spent. As soon as his face appeared, the chat exploded. Who are you? WTF, this guy is actually handsome. Wait, why isn't he bald? Seeing the word bald pop up, Itchin's expression stiffened. Hey, that's just uncalled for. Did I ever say I was bald? I'm still young, and my hair is perfectly fine. Just because I'm a programmer doesn't mean I have to be bald, okay? Stop spreading misinformation. He sighed dramatically. I was actually planning to do a giveaway before the event starts on Steam and Nintendo Switch keys for Slay the Spire, but with the way you guys are acting though, this was his first time live streaming. Itchin had watched plenty of streams before. He also had a pretty good understanding of the chaotic and hilarious nature of online audiences. As expected, the moment Itchin mentioned a giveaway, the chat instantly changed its tone, suddenly becoming righteous and serious. I'm not here for the giveaway. I just can't stand people calling a streamer bald. Exactly. The giveaway is just a bonus. We're only trying to maintain a positive atmosphere in the stream. Seeing how easily the audience switched sides, Itchin couldn't help but chuckle as he quickly set up the giveaway. Let me check. Looks like I need to submit a request first. Should be simple enough. All right. They'll set it up so that just following the stream is enough to enter. I won't make you guys send gifts or anything. This is just a rare stream. I'm usually too busy developing games to do this often. Okay, done. First round, 20 Steam keys for Slay the Spire. Even though Itchin specifically said there was no need for gifts, people still started sending them after the giveaway was announced. Some viewers clearly had money to spare. As the giveaway went live, the stream's popularity skyrocketed, breaking past 100,000 viewers in no time. Considering that Itchin had never streamed before, this was an impressive number, especially given that plenty of other streamers were also covering Gamescom tonight. Since the giveaway results would take a while, Itchin didn't just sit around. While waiting for the conference to start, he spoke up. I haven't properly introduced myself to everyone yet, have I? Guess I should do that first. My name is Ichin Chao, founder and owner of this studio. The studio's name comes from the initials of my name, simple and straightforward. Right now, I'm studying in Japan, and most of my team members were recruited from Eagle Jump. They're all highly skilled developers. I originally developed Slay the Spire on my own, but the later versions were handled by my team under my supervision. We don't care about the CEO. Where's the cute girl? Yeah, where's the girl? I want to see a cute girl. Ichin twitched at the flood of comments, but forced himself to stay calm. The others are out eating. They should be back soon. The event hasn't even started yet. What's the rush? Just as he finished speaking, the studio's front door swung open. We're back. Ichin turned to look and saw Kei Yagami entering excitedly, holding a cup of bubble tea. After switching into indoor slippers, she ran in with a bright smile. Ichin-kun, has the conference started yet? Just as she was about to step into the camera's view, Ichin quickly raised a hand to stop her, smiling as he said, Kei-san, I'm live right now. You sure you want to be on camera? Yeah. Kei froze, glancing at the microphone and camera in front of Ichin before exclaiming in surprise, Wait, you're actually streaming? I thought you were just joking. No kidding. Why would I lie about something like this? Ichin rolled his eyes before patting the empty seat beside him. If you want to join, there's a free spot here. Or if you guys move some chairs over, we can fit 4 or 5 people in the frame. Kate immediately shook her head. No, we'll pass. You guys have fun. We'll just watch from the side. Even though their conversation was in Japanese, there were quite a few bilingual viewers in the chat. Some even started translating their exchange in real time via chat messages. Though Kay hadn't shown her face, her voice made it clear she was a girl. Plus, the way Ichin addressed her led many viewers to guess her identity. Glancing at the chat, Ichin smirked. Kei-san, looks like everyone already knows who you are. You're quite famous, huh? Yeah. No way, that's impossible. Kay hurried over to check the screen, only to find that the chat was filled with Chinese comments. While she could recognize the characters, reading entire messages proved to be a challenge. And just like that, as she leaned in to look at the screen, her camera angle shifted awkwardly, drawing attention from the chat. The conference hadn't even started yet, but it was clear this was already a chaotic start to the stream. Chapter 137, 137. Grade Schooler. And big. Kei Yagami quickly realized that the chat was scrolling at a speed too fast for the human eye to follow. It took her a moment to process the situation, but when she did, she panicked. Her sudden rush toward the screen had resulted in her being caught on camera. She immediately slapped her hand over the webcam and scrambled out of view. Ichin burst into laughter at her reaction. Ha. Kei, you're way too shy. Yurusai. It's not my fault. I'm just not used to this kind of thing. Okay. With her face flushed red, Kei grabbed Rin's arm and dragged her away. Come on, Rin, let's go watch from the side. Rin shot Ichin a helpless look before obediently following Kei to a corner, where they started whispering and clinging to each other. With Kei gone, Ichin turned back to the camera. Looks like someone's already translating for me, so I don't need to explain. Everyone, our studio's lead artist is too shy to be on camera and has stepped away with another artist to take a break. Let's see if anyone else is willing to show up instead. Then, he turned his gaze toward Aoba. Aoba, want to join? You've done voice acting before, so the viewers are already pretty familiar with you. Me? Aoba pointed at herself, her cheeks instantly turning red. I think I'll pass. Before she could refuse properly, Shinoda suddenly wrapped an arm around Aoba's shoulders and grinned. Aoba, don't be so shy. Come on. I'm actually pretty interested in streaming too. Let's just try it together. If you're nervous, you don't even have to talk. And just like that, the small and delicate Aoba was effortlessly dragged over by Shinoda, who, thanks to her habit of biking to work every day, was in excellent shape. Now, Aoba sat to Ichin's left, with Shinoda beside her. The moment Aoba sat down and faced the webcam, she visibly froze, looking completely overwhelmed. Shinoda found her reaction amusing and poked Aoba's cheek. What are you spacing out for? At least introduce yourself. Aoba blushed, hesitating for a moment before deciding to say a few words to give her boss some face. But just as she opened her mouth, she caught sight of the chat. Even though she couldn't read Chinese fluently, she could recognize some of the characters, and unfortunately, one phrase stood out loud and clear. Great schooler. Aoba froze, her expression stiffening. Then, in one swift motion, she shot to her feet, startling both Ichin and Shinoda. She pointed straight at the camera and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense." "What do you mean, grade schooler?" "Middle schooler. I'm already 19. 19. Look at my outfit. This isn't a school uniform, it's a proper office uniform." Immediately, the chat exploded with a flood of messages, completely drowning out everything else. Meanwhile, Ichin struggled to hold back his laughter. Finally, he sighed and explained in Chinese, "Yeah, she's really 19. She's not lying, she just looks young." "Wait, she's actually 19? That doesn't seem right. This is getting too complicated." "You guys are seriously overreacting," Ichin muttered, giving up entirely. He should have known. The moment Aoba showed up on stream, Cinchuredo, a sleeveless athletic barato and denim shorts, giving off an unmistakable sporty vibe. But barato importantly, big, big, big. What's blinding my eyes? This stream is the best decision I've made today. Are we sure this is a game studio's live stream? Meanwhile, Shinoda began introducing herself. "Hello, everyone. I'm Shinoda, responsible for action design at the studio. Nice to meet you all." "Huh? Ichin-kun, what's everyone saying in chat?" Ichin scratched his cheek awkwardly and coughed before replying. They're just complimenting how pretty you are." "Eh, really? Ahaha. That's kind of embarrassing." Shinoda beamed, completely convinced. Outside the frame, Yin Ijima muttered under her breath. She got tricked by Ichin-kun again. I bet they're all just talking about her again. The other girls around her nodded in agreement. It couldn't be helped aside from Yutaha and Hifumi. Shinoda was the most popular barato in the entire studio. Even as fellow women, they couldn't help but be a little envious, let alone the overwhelmingly male audience in the chat. Yutaha looked around and asked, "Are you all going over there?" Hifumi, Yumiko, Narumi, Momiji Mochizuki, Yin Ijima, and Eriri all shook their heads in unison. Instead, they wandered off to the programming team's side, booting up their computers to watch the stream together. However, Hazuki didn't follow them. She turned to Yutaha and said, "Let's go. It should be starting soon." Yutaha nodded and finally made her way toward Ichin. Suddenly, on the camera, a plastic bag containing a cup of milk tea appeared next to Ichin's face. The cold sensation against his cheeks startled him, and he turned to see Yutaha holding the drink out for him. Ichin grinned as he took it. "You got this for me? What flavor?" "Pudding, half sugar, no ice." As she spoke, Yutaha sat down on the chair to Ichin's right, cradling her own milk tea. Hazuki took the seat next to her, and just like that, two more girls entered the frame, both completely different in style. Yutaha, with her long, straight black hair, had the elegant aura of a literature-loving girl. Like Shinoda, she also had a stunning figure. On the other hand, Hazuki had silver-gray wavy hair and wore glasses, exuding the charm of an intellectual beauty. Their appearance caused another wave of chaos in the chat. Any discussion about the upcoming showcase was immediately drowned out. Seeing viewers asking about the two of them, Ichin took a sip of his milk tea and introduced them. "All right, you guys don't have to guess. This here is the studio's boss, Lady My Girlfriend. She'll also be one of our writers in the future. And this is Hazuki, former director at Eagle Jump. She was involved in directing and planning the Fairy Story series. Now, she's handling planning and some business operations for our studio. Oh, wait, almost forgot someone." Looking down, Ichin placed his milk tea aside, bent over, and picked up a small, fluffy cat. "This here is Mizuku, our studio's real boss. He supervises us from the cat tree every day. As for the other studio members, they're a bit shy, so they didn't want to be on camera. You'll meet them some other time." All right, the showcase is about to start. Let's focus." Yutaha glanced at the screen and, with a playful smile, spoke in somewhat clumsy Chinese. "Don't think I can't read the chat. I understand some of it, so cut it out with those jokes. Our dear Ichin is a hopelessly dense straight-laced guy. He's not cut out for that sort of thing." Ichin rolled his eyes dramatically but didn't bother arguing. Instead, he turned his full attention to the Microsoft showcase that had just begun. Chapter 138. A flood of new games. As the Microsoft showcase began, Itchin minimized his webcam feed and placed it in the bottom right corner of the stream, ensuring that viewers could fully focus on the event. Unlike the disaster-ridden world Itchin remembered from before his transmigration, this world was much more stable. As a result, Gamescom was just as packed as ever, with waves of people flooding the venue. The audience and media filled the seats, creating an electric atmosphere. Once the opening orchestral performance concluded, the host took the stage, marking the official start of the event. While the host delivered their introduction, Itchin provided a real-time translation for the audience, occasionally glancing at the chat. I see someone asking why our studio isn't attending in person. Itchin thought for a moment before replying, well, even though we have around a dozen members now, we're still a small indie studio. We don't have the resources to just waltz into an event as massive as Gamescom. Besides, do you guys think you can just show up and participate? The costs for attending, setting up a booth, and everything else are enormous. I'd rather put that money toward developing new games, maybe hire some famous voice actors, or collaborate with well-known composers instead. Anyway, now that we've found a publishing partner, we don't have to worry about exhibiting. Our job is simply to make great games. Once we grow bigger, we can attend these events in the future. All right, enough talking, let's focus. The showcase is starting. The first game on screen was one everyone was familiar with, Dying Light 2. After the title reveal, the developers of Dying Light 2 gave an introduction, and, as expected, Itchin translated for his viewers since the stream itself didn't provide subtitles. Dying Light. The first game was fantastic. The first-person parkour system was really unique. Itchin turned to Aoba and Shinoda beside him. Have you two played it? Shinoda's eyes lit up. Of course. I've beaten it twice. Aoba, however, looked less enthusiastic. I get motion sickness from 3D games. First-person games are the worst, and this one is all about parkour. I've tried to play it multiple times, but I can never last more than 30 minutes before feeling sick. Once the chat picked up on Aoba's comment, someone translated it, leading to a wave of agreement from viewers. It was true. Dying Light was undeniably a fantastic game, but first-person motion sickness was a real issue for many players. Unfortunately, this meant a portion of gamers never got to fully experience it. A real shame. Soon, the showcase moved on to Dying Light 2's gameplay demo. Now that the industry had entered the next-gen era, the graphics had improved significantly. Everything from environmental details to lighting effects had been taken to a whole new level. Seeing the stunning visuals, Shinoda couldn't contain her excitement. This comes out in December, right? I'm definitely buying it. Itchin smirked. You still have money left for games? Didn't you spend everything on figurines? Shinoda waved a hand dismissively. I can make it work. Worst case, you'll just use your Steam account and play for free. You're unbelievably shameless. Meanwhile, the chat blew up with doubt about Itchin's authority as the boss of the studio. Itchin simply spread his hands and laughed. You guys just don't get it. This kind of work environment is actually pretty nice. Sure, I'm the boss, but I'm also hands-on with development every day. I'm not one of those executives who just throws out random ideas and expects them to work. Every upcoming game announcement, I personally handle the planning. And honestly, when you work in an office full of talented colleagues, your mood naturally stays pretty great. Wow, that's a flex if I've ever seen one. Wait, are all your employees women? Brothers running a serious business team? As much as the chat didn't want to admit it, given the people they'd already seen on stream, it was highly likely that the rest of the team was just as impressive. Scanning through the flood of chat messages, Itchin couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Then, he suddenly felt a light tap at his side. Turning to look, he found Yutaha squinting at him. Feeling proud of yourself? Of course I am. Raising an eyebrow, Itchin took hold of Yutaha's small hand and smirked. I love seeing these salty internet comments. It's hilarious. Instantly, the stream chat was flooded with a wall of... The Dying Light 2 gameplay showcase had undoubtedly fueled the audience's excitement. But up next was a game that had already been released, Microsoft Flight Simulator. How should one describe this game? Its realism was off the charts. Flying a plane across a near-perfect simulation of Earth gave players an experience so immersive that it felt like they were truly soaring above breathtaking landscapes. However, this level of realism came at a cost. The system requirements were insanely high. Sure, Microsoft provided a minimum spec requirement, but let's be real, those specs were just for show. If you wanted a smooth and immersive experience, the minimum settings wouldn't cut it. No matter how much you tweak the in-game options, you'd still struggle. Itchin owned the game himself, but after downloading it and playing for a short while, he lost interest. Sure, the graphics were stunning, and with his PC specs, he could run it at 2K resolution without a hitch. But the game was just too realistic to the point where sightseeing was the only real fun. If he was going to play a flying game, he'd much rather go for Ace Combat. After the visually impressive but somewhat monotonous Microsoft Flight Simulator, the showcase moved on to a long-standing franchise's latest entry, Age of Empires 4. Real-time strategy, RTS, games had lost much of their mainstream appeal in recent years. However, Age of Empires still held a special place in the hearts of old-school gamers. Itchin had played the previous titles before, especially Age of Empires 2, which had completely hooked him as a kid. At the end of the trailer, the release date for Age of Empires 4 was revealed October 28th. October? Huh? Just 2 months away. This one's definitely a must-play. Hearing Itchin's excitement, Yudaha chuckled. A historical game? You're probably the only one in the studio who'd be into that. Yeah, pretty much. After spending so much time together, Itchin had never once seen anyone in the studio play or even discuss RTS games. Following Age of Empires 4, the showcase moved on to a montage featuring over a dozen indie titles and then some new content for Sea of Thieves. While real-time, in-person showcases had their appeal, they also had a major downside: they dragged on forever. Fortunately, the stream chat was full of entertaining trolls, and Itchin could pass the time joking around with them. And then, finally, after what felt like an eternity, it was time. The latest news on Forza Horizon 5 was here. Chapter 139. The Nintendo Direct begins among Microsoft's lineup of games. While Halo and Gears of War were excellent, Itchin still preferred the Forza Horizon series the most. When it came to racing games, Forza Horizon was undoubtedly one of the best in the genre, standing at the pinnacle of the industry in terms of quality. Aside from the Need for Speed series, which he had played the most in the past, Forza Horizon 4 was his absolute favorite. The Dirt series was decent too, but its controls were too challenging, making it less enjoyable compared to Forza Horizon 4. Watching the live gameplay footage of Forza Horizon 5 on screen, Itchin couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "Finally, this is what I've been waiting for." Of all the games at Microsoft Showcase, Forza Horizon 5 is the one I'm most hyped for. A racing game? Yudaha, sitting beside him, asked curiously, "Is it really that fun?" It's not just about whether it's fun. The visuals in this game are top tier in the industry, with a variety of environments and dynamic weather effects. Even people who aren't into racing games can still enjoy driving through its vast open world just to appreciate the scenery. And if you pair it with a proper racing wheel setup, the experience goes to a whole new level. All right, I didn't bring my racing wheel with me. I should buy another one. A racing wheel? That sounds interesting. Shinoda Hajime, who was also intrigued, asked, "Are you buying it online or from a physical store?" Either works. Itchin pulled out his phone and opened a shopping app. "Let me ask the guy who helped set up my studio's PCs before. If he has it in stock, we could just go check it out." "Wait, aren't you not into racing games?" Hee. "Yeah, I don't really play them, but I could use it for practice, you know? Who knows? Maybe someday it won't buy a car for real." Aoba, who was listening in, wasn't convinced at all. She cut straight to the point. "You? Forget about buying a car. Do you even have enough money to take a driving test? Can you even tell us how much is left in your bank account right now?" Shinoda Hajime was instantly speechless, awkwardly shifting her gaze elsewhere, looking utterly embarrassed. The viewers in the live stream chat saw this unfold and immediately started spamming comments about being broke by the end of the month. Noticing the messages on the screen, Hajime turned to Ichin for confirmation. After getting the gist of it, she puffed up her cheeks and huffed. How could you guys say that about me? I make money to spend it. Instead of calling me broke, you should be questioning Bandai. Why do they have to release so many new figurines and model kits every month? If it weren't for them, my money wouldn't disappear so fast. A flawless deflection, she had expertly shifted the blame onto Bandai. Ichin chuckled and shook his head. He knew that changing Hajime's spending habits wasn't something that could happen overnight, so he simply turned his attention back to the showcase. As the Microsoft presentation continued, they revealed more trailers and new game content. However, the only things that piqued Ichin's interest were the gameplay footage of Halo Infinite and the latest installment of Call of Duty. Of course, he was only mildly interested for now. Whether these games would actually be fun to play would have to wait until they were officially released. Meanwhile, on the other side of the stream, Yumiko was getting visibly excited. At first, she had been watching quietly, but the moment Halo appeared, her enthusiasm skyrocketed. Her voice became so loud that even the viewers in the livestream could hear her, causing another wave of messages to flood the chat. Ichin had no choice but to explain to the audience, that excited voice you just heard belongs to our studio's lead programmer. She's a hardcore fan of survival shooters and absolutely loves all kinds of FPS games. That's right, Yumiko-san's collection is insane. I even have some bullet casings she gave me as a gift. TSK, 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 as expected of someone from Okinawa. At the mention of Okinawa, everyone instantly understood the reference. Finally, after more than an hour, Microsoft's showcase came to an end. Some games had excited the audience, while others left them confused or uninterested. But overall, it was a solid presentation. At least Ichin got to see what he was looking forward to. As Microsoft's showcase wrapped up and transitioned into an ad break, it was time for Nintendo's presentation to begin. Viewers in the chat started asking when Ichin Studios' new game would be announced. Ichin chuckled and said, "Patience, guys. It's coming soon right after this." At this point, his words made it pretty obvious. Their new game will be making an appearance in Nintendo's presentation. That made sense to everyone. After all, Slay the Spire had already been released on the Nintendo Switch, meaning his studio clearly had a working relationship with Nintendo. Huh, were you acquired? Seeing that comment pop up in chat, Ichin shook his head. Nope, we weren't acquired, it's just a collaboration. If we had been bought out, some of the projects I planned might not have gone so smoothly. In fact, now or in the future, our studio won't be acquired by any major publisher. Centurato, your old graphics card will handle it just fine. Hearing this, many viewers in the stream let out a sigh of relief. After waiting for half an hour, the Nintendo Direct finally began. Taking the stage was Doug Bowser, Nintendo of America's president, who had succeeded Reggie Fils-Aime after his retirement. His name alone was a meme after all. Bowser was the name of the iconic villain from Super Mario. As expected, Nintendo's Direct got straight to the point. After a few opening remarks, they jumped right into the game trailers. The presentation was split into two parts. The first focusing on Nintendo's first-party titles, a long-standing tradition. The screen went black, followed by the appearance of the Nintendo Switch logo, accompanied by the signature click sound of the Joy-Con snapping into place. Then, they immediately dropped a bombshell. A figure clad in a powered suit landed on the screen, facing the audience. Ichin recognized it instantly. Metroid. I thought this would be saved as the final reveal, but they're showing it right at the start. He glanced at the chat. Some viewers had already figured it out, while others were still confused and spamming question marks. Ichin laughed and explained, some of you might not recognize Metroid right away, but you should know Metroidvania, right? And surely you remember Samus Aran? She's even a playable fighter in Super Smash Bros. Though always clad in her iconic bulky power armor, Metroid's protagonist, Samus Aran, was a formidable and renowned bounty hunter. Chapter 14140. Hollow Knight announced, so you knew about this ahead of time. What else is coming? Spill the details. Ichin chuckled and explained, yeah, I knew about Metroid in advance. During negotiations with Nintendo, I got some insight into their upcoming plans. Of course, I couldn't say anything due to confidentiality agreements. But now that it's officially announced, it's fine to talk about it. This is a great game if you haven't played it before. You absolutely should give it a try. As he spoke, his eyes remained fixed on the PV promotional video. Although he had known that a new Metroid title would be revealed, he hadn't seen any details beforehand. The trailer showed Samus exploring a mysterious facility. As she walked through a corridor, the camera subtly shifted to show a white, mechanical entity clinging to the ceiling behind her. The moment Samus passed by, it began to move. Noticing the machine crawling along the ceiling, Samus immediately aimed and fired, but her attacks had no effect. The next scene shifted to in-game footage, displaying the familiar side-scrolling gameplay. Samus continued advancing, while the mechanical enemy persistently pursued her from behind. So this installment isn't just about classic Metroid exploration, Itchin analyzed excitedly. They've added an escape mechanic where you're being hunted. And from the looks of it, if you get caught, it's an instant game over. That means whenever this thing shows up, you have to be extra careful, no room for mistakes. The trailer continued, showing Samus traversing a variety of environments filled with traps, explosions, and intricate level designs. This was followed by a series of intense boss battles. While the graphical quality was somewhat hindered by the Switch's limited hardware, Itchin didn't mind. Metroid had never been about high-end visuals. Gameplay and exploration were what truly mattered. Finally, the game's title was revealed at the end of the PV. As the trailer concluded and the screen returned to the presentation stage, the audience erupted into cheers. It was clear just how much excitement this revival of a beloved franchise had generated. But that was only the beginning. More interesting games were on the way. A remastered version of Fatal Frame, Maiden of Blackwater, a classic horror game, was announced. Then came Mario Party Superstars, a party game perfect for group gatherings. Super Robot Wars 30, the 30th anniversary installment of the iconic mecha crossover series, made a surprise appearance with a new PV. Next was Melty Blood, Type Lumina, a fighting game set in the Tsukihime universe. There are also third-party ports, including Dying Light 1, which was a notable addition. Of course, not every reveal was exciting. Monster Hunter Rise, for example, only announced a new crossover event featuring an Akuma skin from Street Fighter. Itchin had already lost interest in Monster Hunter Rise. He had played it briefly at launch, but it had long been buried in his backlog. Then came Pokémon. This part of the presentation dedicated a significant amount of time to Pokémon Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and the upcoming Pokémon Legends, Arceus. But despite the lengthy showcase, the actual content didn't seem all that impressive. After watching Game Freak segment, Itchin glanced at the chat, curled his lips, and said, "Don't expect Arceus to be some groundbreaking open-world game." Game Freak doesn't understand open-world design. Instead of hoping for some vast and content-rich world, you'd be better off praying for better optimization. Otherwise, we'll just end up with another game that lags like crazy in the wild areas and has atrocious textures. As for whether I'll buy it, nah, I don't have time to play it. Neither the Diamond Pearl remakes nor Arceus are on my priority list. I'll wait until second-hand copies drop in price. Maybe then I'll check a used game store and pick one up. Of course, people in the chat were quick to joke. You say you won't buy it, I won't buy it. But watch the remake sell another 10 million copies anyway. Ha, so true. I have a feeling the remakes will sell pretty well. Seeing the discussion about the Pokémon remakes, Itchin nodded in agreement. Yeah, the sales definitely won't be low. Even if they don't reach the numbers of Sword Shield, they should still hit at least 5 million, maybe even more. But honestly, what does that have to do with me? It's not like I need Pokémon to survive. All right, let's move on to the next part. With that, the Nintendo Direct moved on to the third-party and indie game section. Ever since the Switch launched, Nintendo had been actively expanding its game lineup, and over time, plenty of great indie titles have found a home on the platform. Itchin watched with a smile as the screen faded to black and a title appeared. Here it comes, our game. Aoba gasped in surprise. Huh, we're the first one. At that moment, Everyone else in the room stopped what they were doing and gathered around Itchin. Suddenly, the camera feed was filled with a group of girls, each of them very attractive, making the scene quite busy. Fortunately, the camera window was small, and everyone was more focused on the studio's new game than the unexpected eye candy. As the trailer played, the protagonist of the game appeared on screen. Unlike typical game protagonists, this one had a small, white bug-like head and stood on two legs. The unique design immediately caught the audience's attention. Though it had a slightly dark and eerie aesthetic, the hand-drawn art style was still visually appealing rather than unsettling. Then, gameplay footage began rolling, and the audience quickly realized this was a Metroidvania. A Metroidvania game? Itchin nodded. Yeah, it does have Metroidvania elements, but we've also added our own innovations. Keep watching, and you'll see what makes it unique. As the trailer progressed, the game's distinct mechanics became more apparent. While it retained the classic Metroidvania structure, it also showcased fluid and engaging side-scrolling combat. In one scene, the protagonist was defeated by a massive creature, only to respawn at a specific location and return to the spot of their death to recover lost items. Take note, everyone Itchin explained. Dying in the game comes with certain penalties not too harsh, but enough to make you cautious. The footage continued, showing intense battles against a variety of bosses, some towering, some swift and deadly. And finally, the game's title appeared on the screen. Hollow Knight below the title, the Nintendo Switch logo appeared, along with a message, releasing in 2021. Demo available now on the eShop. As the trailer ended, Itchin grinned. Alright, that was our studio's new game. The Chinese title is, but in English, it's called Hollow Knight. Huh? A Steam version? He chuckled. Of course. The Steam version will launch at the same time as the Switch version. But since this is a Nintendo presentation, it wasn't the right place to highlight other platforms. As for the demo, it'll be available on both the Switch and Steam in about 15 minutes. Feel free to download it and give it a try. Thanks for all your support. Chapter 141. Demo release, end of the stream after Nintendo's showcase. The schedule moved on to individual publisher presentations. Sony's event wasn't happening today, it was set for tomorrow. Itchin glanced to the program lineup. Up next was Bandai Namco's presentation. Since he was interested in their Super Robot Wars announcements, he decided to keep the stream going. Now that his studio's game had been revealed, the others who had gathered around earlier returned to their own activities. During a break in the presentations, Itchin took the opportunity to answer some viewer questions while also hosting a giveaway this time, 20 copies of Slay the Spire for the Switch. Will Hollow Knight and Metroid Dread release around the same time? Seeing this question pop up in chat, Itchin thought for a moment before responding. Probably not. Metroid Dread is set to launch on October 8th, while Hollow Knight is planned for late November to December. By that time, the hype for Metroid will have cooled down, so it won't really affect us. Also, while both games share some similarities in genre, the gameplay experience is completely different. You don't have to worry about them feeling redundant. The Switch demo is up. I'm already downloading it. Me too. Seeing the excitement in the chat, Itchin smiled. Thanks for your support, everyone. The demo covers a small, early game area. With a playtime of around 30 minutes, though, experienced players might finish it even faster. Oh, I forgot to mention in the PV. On Switch, whether you're playing in handheld or docked mode, the resolution is maxed out, and the game runs at a stable 60 FPS. As for PC, the resolution supports up to 4K, but ultra-wide isn't available yet. It'll be added in the full release. Frame rates are uncapped, depending on your system's performance. His words reassured many players who were concerned about the Switch version's performance. After all, anyone who's played on the Switch knows its hardware limitations. Even though Nintendo's first-party games are fun, performance issues, low resolutions, and unstable frame rates are often unavoidable. Take The Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, for example. If the Switch had just a little more power to maintain a solid 60 FPS or even a stable 45 to 50 FPS, the experience would improve significantly. Of course, that was just wishful thinking. The reality was that the Switch's hardware wasn't getting any better. With a small sigh, Itchin remarked, "Right now, We can optimize Hollow Knight to run at a stable 60 FPS, but as our future projects grow in scale, the Switch's hardware won't be able to handle it. The optimization workload would be way too heavy. He hadn't shared it with the audience yet, but he had already decided on his next project after Hollow Knight, a Persona game. It would be a tight fit for the Switch's specs, but whether or not a Switch version would be feasible that would only become clear once development actually started. Before long, Bandai Namco's showcase began. Unlike the main event, this was a smaller, dedicated stream hosted by Bandai Namco themselves. And right from the start, they went all in on their biggest title, Super Robot Wars 30. As a mecha enthusiast, Itchin had always loved the Super Robot Wars series. However, it was practically impossible to create a game that pleased all fans of the franchise. There were always missing elements, reused assets from older games, or other compromises that made each new entry feel slightly lacking. On top of that, turn-based strategy games have been declining in popularity for years. Even though Super Robot Wars had an enthusiastic global fanbase, the last 3 entries V, X, and T hadn't achieved major sales success. While watching the battle animations of the various mechas appearing in the game, Itchin was thrilled to see Victory Gundam make an appearance, but he still felt a little frustrated. Sigh. In the end, it's the limitations of the genre. The Super Robot Wars development team just doesn't get enough budget to make major improvements. Still, SRW-30 looks decent playable at least. Shinoda, sitting beside him, curiously asked, but don't they make tons of money selling toys and merchandise? It's complicated. Ever since Bandai and Namco merged, they have too many different business divisions: games, toys, merchandise, movies, and so on. Games are just one part of it, and Super Robot Wars is an even smaller part within that. So, how much budget do you think they actually get? Let me give you an example right now. I can put all our resources into making one game. But if our studio grows and we have 3 development teams, then the budget has to be split across multiple projects. Before a game recoups its costs, we'd have to consider external funding to keep development going, which comes with its own set of complications. Ugh, that sounds really complicated, Shinoda groaned, shaking her head. She exhaled and said, I think I'll just stick to playing games and not worry about this stuff. After watching the Super Robot Wars stream, Shinoda lost interest in the later segments and went back to playing games. Hazuki, on the other hand, was getting ready to head home. As she left, she took Hifumi, Ijima Yun, Mochizuki Momiji, and Narumi Tsubame with her along with Mizuku, who had been lounging on Itchin's lap the entire time. Meanwhile, Aoba made a quick escape, clearly not wanting to stay in front of the camera any longer. She grabbed Sakura Nene and left for the day as well. Itchin checked the time and figured it was about time to end the stream. Facing the camera, he said, All right, that's it for today's stream. Cologne Game Show will still have online broadcast tomorrow, so we'll be streaming again. We can check out any new game announcements together and just chat. For now, we'll wrap it up here. With that, he ended the stream. Stretching his arms, Itchin turned to Yutaha beside him and asked, It's getting late. Are you heading home? Yutaha tilted her head with a playful smile and gestured to the other side of the room. Over there, they don't seem to be ready to call in night yet. Sure enough, over in the programming area, Yumiko, Shinoda, Rin, and Yagami were still hard at work. Even Eriri hadn't left. Curious, Itchin asked, Eriri, you're not going home? It's pretty late. Won't Aunt Sayuri call you? Eriri, currently gaming with Yumiko, turned her head and replied, Nah, it's fine. I already told Yutaha I'm staying over at her place tonight. Itchin blinked in surprise and looked at the girl beside him. She's staying over at your place? Yutaha playfully poked Itchin's cheek. What? Getting excited already? No, not exactly. Itchin shook his head. It's just, isn't this a Riri's Barato visiting your place? Yep. Honestly, I'm looking forward to it. I bet we'll have some interesting late-night conversations. Seeing how excited Yutaha was, Itchin decided not to say anything more. He shut down his computer and headed upstairs. Chapter 142-142. Time to get ready for vacation. Itchin had no idea how late the girls stayed up causing a ruckus in the studio. After taking a shower and reading for a while, he had gone straight to bed. The next morning, when Ichin woke up, he found Yudaha and Eriri having breakfast in the living room. "Good morning, Ichin. Breakfast is ready, so wash up and come eat," Yudaha said, pointing to the coffee table where breakfast was laid out 2 sandwiches, most likely made by her mother. Stretching his body a little, Ichin checked the time and said, "You two are up pretty early." "It's only 8:30. Eriri took a bite of her sandwich and sighed. "I had no choice." "Cinchuredo." Eriri sighed. "You really have it rough." Her sleeping posture is honestly terrifying. Yuda's lips twitched slightly before she fired back without hesitation. "Humph. And who was the one calling for their mommy in their sleep in the middle of the night? And you have the nerve to complain about me? Lies. Stop slandering me." But seeing Eriri's flushed face, Ichin figured there was probably some truth to it. Shaking his head, he left the living room to wash up. After breakfast, the 3 of them headed to the studio on the 3rd floor. Inside the elevator, Ichin glanced at Eriri. "You're not heading home? Isn't a work day?" "I already told my mom. It's fine." Eriri waved her hand dismissively. "I actually thought about inviting Yukino to come too, but her family called her back to Chiba for something. No idea what's keeping her so busy these days." Yudaha tapped her chin thoughtfully. "Maybe a family banquet? Or perhaps they're arranging a marriage meeting for her. Big families always have that sort of thing, don't they? Political marriages and whatnot. Actually, with your looks, I wouldn't be surprised if people try to set you up for an arranged marriage too." "Huh?" Eriri froze for a moment before blushing and snapping back. "No way. My parents hate that kind of thing. They fell in love on their own. Why would they force me into some arranged marriage?" "You're overthinking it." "Really? That's a shame," Yudaha said, looking genuinely disappointed. "I was hoping for a chance to watch you awkwardly go on a blind date with a complete stranger. That would have been hilarious." "You little dash." Fuming, Eriri clenched her tiny fists. If they weren't in an elevator, she would have already smacked Yudaha. The elevator reached the 3rd floor, and Ichin quickly stepped in to prevent another argument. Together, they entered the studio. Inside, the people who had stayed overnight were already awake. While still looking half asleep, Yagami K let out a yawn, but wasted no time in stuffing a bun, freshly made by Toyama Rin, into her mouth. "Oh, Ichin, you guys are here. Have you eaten yet?" "We already did." Ichin pulled out an empty chair and sat down, glancing around. "Yumiko and Shinoda didn't go home last night either?" "That's rare." Yumiko nodded. "We were playing ranked matches together last night. It got late, so we decided to just crash here." Shinoda, already halfway through her first bun, picked up a second one and mumbled through her food. "We all keep some spare clothes here anyway, so it's not a big deal." It seemed like having the studio in this building had its perks. At least when they pulled all-nighters, no one had to worry about walking home alone in the middle of the night. They could just sleep in the studio's rest area. Rin poured tea for Ichin and the other 2, letting out a sigh of resignation. "I tried telling them to get some rest earlier, but they wouldn't listen. I had to wake them up this morning, or else they'd still be sleeping in. And we still have work today." After eating something, Yagami K perked up a little and grinned. "It's fine. With Gamescom happening, our game got announced and even has a demo out. It's okay to relax a bit." "Oh, right. Ichin, aren't we getting ready for our Isa trip soon?" "Yeah, it's about time we start preparing." Ichin nodded. "They'll give you all 3 days to get ready. They'll also go ahead and book the hotel, and then we can set off. Hollow Knight has been released, so we can slow down on development tasks for now and focus on gathering player feedback on the demo. After that, we can finally take a proper vacation and unwind." The thought of the Isa trip made Ichin feel excited as well. He hadn't taken a real break all summer at most. He had gone out with Yudaha for some casual outings. But with the summer heat, even stepping outside felt exhausting. But in Izu, sun, sand, and the ocean breeze, it was the perfect way to relax. Yudaha took a sip of tea and smiled. "Don't forget to pack your swimsuits. If you wait to buy one on the spot, you probably won't find anything you like." "Oh, right." Shinoda clapped her hands together. "My swimsuit is from 2 years ago, and I haven't worn it in over a year. No idea if it still fits. I should probably just buy a new one. How about we go shopping after work?" "Yudaha." "Eriri." Have you two gotten yours already? Yudaha smiled and nodded. I already bought mine when I went out with Ichin, so you two can go ahead without me. Ichin chimed in. Let's wrap up work early over the next few days so you all have more time to prepare. Oh, and Eruri, do you want to ask Yukino Shida if she'd like to join us? Yukino? Eruri thought for a moment before nodding. Good idea. She's always been a loner at school and barely talks to anyone who knows what she's been up to during summer break. They'll give her a call later. I don't think ITL will be a problem. By 9:30, the rest of the team had arrived. Once they heard about the trip, everyone started discussing what they needed to buy. Sunscreen was a must, of course, and then there were swimsuits. After some back and forth, the girls decided to go shopping together after work to pick up swimsuits and sunscreen. Meanwhile, Eruri had already contacted Yukino. According to Eruri, Yukino didn't seem to be in a great mood, but she was still willing to come. She'd be arriving in Tokyo that afternoon. Ichin figured Yudaha might have been right. Yukino had probably been dragged into some formal family gathering or event she hated. Chapter 143. The eldest and second daughters that afternoon. The second miss arrived at the studio, but she wasn't alone. Hello, everyone. I'm Yukino's younger sister, Haruno. Nice to meet you all. Standing beside a stoic-faced Yukino was a fashionable and beautiful woman with shoulder-length hair. Yukino's sister? No one had expected Yukino to show up with her older sister. But since she was Yukino's family, even if this Ojusama had a bit of a mischievous streak, Ichin still welcomed her. After introducing herself to everyone, Haruno sat down on a chair, looking surprised. I never imagined that Yukino would make so many friends without me knowing. Ichin-kun, thank you all for looking after her at school. Ichin waved his hand dismissively. No need to thank us. We didn't really do much. If you want to thank someone, you should thank Eruri instead. She and Yukino are in the same club. As for me and Yudaha, we're usually busy with our own stuff and aren't always in the clubroom after school. Oh, I already knew that. Haruno smiled and turned her gaze to Eruri. I was actually worried when Yukino started high school, especially since she moved to Tokyo alone. I wasn't sure if she'd be able to make any friends, but now I can finally relax. As for Yukino, she had already tuned out her sister and was busy playing with Mizuku, who was lazily lounging on the cat tower. Haruno glanced around the studio, taking in her surroundings with interest. On the way here, I looked up some information about your studio. I have to say, Ichin-kun, you're quite impressive. In just a few months, you've already made it to Gamescom. Your future looks bright. By the way, do you need any investors? Ichin chuckled. Oh, you're interested in our studio? Of course. Haruno spoke with certainty. I don't know all the details, but after briefly researching Steam, I saw that your first game, Slay the Spire, sold extremely well. It's reached about 600,000 copies by now, hasn't it? Ichin was caught off guard. Her guess was almost spot on. Seeing his surprised expression, Haruno snapped her fingers and smiled. Since you developed your first game alone, all the revenue aside from the platform's cut belongs to you. That became your starting capital. Using that money, you built this studio and recruited a development team. Now, with your second game, Hollow Knight, I checked some forums, and the demo's reception has been overwhelmingly positive. Once the full version releases, the sales will be incredible. And knowing someone like you, I doubt you'd be satisfied with making just mid-sized games forever. Eventually, your studio will grow, and when it does, you'll need funding. Haruno's analysis was spot on, 100 accurate, but Ichin wasn't too surprised. After all, as the eldest daughter of the Yukino Shida family, she was nothing like her younger sister. Unlike Yukino, Haruno had received extensive family training from a young age, which naturally included business management. On top of that, Haruno had a natural talent for business. Yukino had even mentioned before that her sister was already involved in managing their family's company while she was still in school. Now, looking at the ever-smiling Haruno, Ichin found himself genuinely intrigued. Everything you said is correct. But why are you so eager to invest in my studio specifically? Ichin asked. Since you've done your research, you should know that the gaming industry's profits are highly unstable. Take Hollow Knight. For example, it's still in development and will take more than half a year to complete. Some big studios take 1 to 2 years for a game, while others need 3 to 5 years. Developing a AAA game easily starts at tens of millions of dollars. Unlike mobile games, we can't rely on microtransactions to generate steady revenue. Even in the mobile gaming industry, only the top games survive. Every successful hit is built on the corpses of countless failed projects. I know all of that, of course. Haruno crossed her arms and said calmly, "But what if I told you that I'm investing in you, Ichin-kun, because I see your potential? You went from solo game development, selling over 500,000 copies, to establishing a studio and launching a game on the Nintendo platform. That alone proves your talent. My investment isn't about short-term returns. I'm betting on your growth in the next 5, even 10 years." Hearing that makes me a little proud. Ichin scratched his cheek and exhaled. "Thanks for the confidence, Miss Haruno. But right now, my studio is still small, and I have enough funds to sustain operations. We don't actually need external investment. If we expand in the future and you're still interested, then we can talk seriously at that time." "Okay, it's a deal." Haruno smiled in satisfaction. She never expected to close the deal today. Anyway, her main goal was simply to meet Yukino's friends and establish a connection. Glancing at Ichin and the girl next to him, "Yutaha," Haruno sighed in mock disappointment. "Such a great guy, yet Yutaha beat me to him. What a shame. I was wondering if I had a chance myself." "Wani-san, stop joking around," Yukino interjected as she walked over with Mizuku in her arms. "With your personality, I doubt Senpai would be interested in you." "Ah, Yukino, how could you say that?" Haruno put on an exaggeratedly pained expression, covering her face with both hands. "Are you really fine with watching your dear sister stay single forever?" Yukino, however, remained unfazed. Expressionless, she replied, "Don't worry. Mother will arrange a marriage for you." "Yukino, you're so heartless." Haruno dropped her hands. Her expression returning to normal, though there was a slight hint of disappointment. "An arranged marriage, huh? That's going to be a real headache. Say, Ichin-kun, do you have any older or younger brothers? If there's someone suitable, introduce me, will you?" Ichin stared at Haruno like she was some kind of rare creature. "I can understand asking about an older brother, but a younger one? Miss Haruno, that sounds a little off." "Oh, come on. Anything's better than letting my mom arrange my marriage. I know exactly what kind of men exist in my social circle. Censuredo il pass." On the other side, Eri looked puzzled. "Haruno, you're so capable. Why does your family still insist on arranging your marriage? Don't tell me. They're looking for a son-in-law to marry into your family?" "Bingo." Koyagami, who had been quietly listening, exchanged glances with Rin and muttered, "So this is what it's like in those big, wealthy families, huh? No freedom at all." Rin nodded in agreement. "Not even being able to choose who you love? That's rough." Chapter 144-144. Ichin's dilemma. The situation at the Yukinoshita household was completely different from Ariri's. Yutaha looked at Eri and commented with a sigh, "You're really lucky. Your family doesn't interfere in these things at all." "I think so too," Eri agreed, nodding. She turned to the two sisters and asked, "Haruno, haven't you ever thought about rebelling against them?" "Rebelling?" Haruno rested her chin on her hand and thought for a moment. I did have that thought before, but now I don't really care. Of course, if I could meet someone who my family approves of and who I also like, someone truly outstanding, that would be ideal. But for now, it seems pretty unlikely." Haruno didn't say much about her younger sister's situation. Even Yukino didn't know about it, and Haruno hadn't yet figured out the best way to handle things. As a hidden siscon, Haruno was more inclined to take care of her sister's future herself, so Yukino could live the life she wanted without their family's interference. Now that she had met Eri, whose family background was just as distinguished, Haruno thought there might be some room for maneuvering in the future. Since Haruno didn't want to dwell on this topic, she quickly changed the subject. "On the way here, I heard from Yukino that you're planning to vacation in Aiza soon. Can I tag along? I want to relax too." "Don't worry, they'll cover the expenses for both me and Yukino. Since it was just a casual trip, adding 1 or 2 people didn't matter, especially if they weren't paying for anything." Ichin agreed right away. "No problem. You're welcome to join." Haruno beamed, pulling Yukino's arm. "See, Yukino, I told you I wouldn't be refused." Yukino stepped slightly to the side and murmured, "Even if you were refused, you'd follow along anyway." "That's true," Haruno admitted without hesitation, her face lighting up with excitement. "It's been a long time since I went to the beach. I need to shop for swimsuits, too. I wonder if there are any new bikini styles that look good." Bikini. Hearing that word, Yukino's expression shifted slightly. She glanced at her sister. She couldn't understand why, despite being Barato, related and growing up together, there was such a stark difference between them. Even when her sister was in her first year of high school, she had already seemed far Barato mature and confident than Yukino. For a moment, Yukino felt tempted not to go to Aizu at all. But she held back after all. She had already promised Eruri, and going back on her word wasn't her style. While she was still contemplating, Haruno dragged her along to make plans with the others to go shopping for swimsuits that evening. Although Yukino didn't want to admit it, Haruno was indeed much better at socializing. She had barely been there any time at all, but had already become familiar with everyone at the studio. Mizuku leapt from Yukino's arms and returned to Hazuki's lap, curling up comfortably. Hazuki gently stroked Mizuku's back, smiling as she watched the sisters. She finally understood why Yukino had been so reserved toward her. The two sisters clearly cared about each other, though their family dynamics were somewhat complicated. After chatting for a while, Haruno suggested trying out the studio's game. Naturally, the first one to try was Hollow Knight, which had already been released as a demo. Unlike Yukino, Haruno hadn't had much exposure to video games before, not even mobile games. At most, she had played Tetris as a child. So when she started playing Hollow Knight, Yukino witnessed a rare moment of panic from her sister. However, after about 10 minutes of adaptation, Haruno's exceptional learning ability kicked in. She quickly went from being a novice to becoming quite skilled. Apart from dying once, she didn't die again and managed to beat the demo boss all in one go. "Wow, that's amazing." Eruri clapped her hands in surprise as she watched Haruno put down the controller. "Just like Yukino, both of you are geniuses. You cleared it so quickly. You're too kind." Haruno gave a modest reply before turning to Ichin. "I'd only read the news and reviews before, but after experiencing it firsthand, I'm even more determined to invest in your studio in the future. When you're looking for investors, keep me in mind." Ichin smiled and nodded. "Sure, he'll consider it." After finishing Hollow Knight, Haruno tried Slay the Spire. She found this game more to her taste and immediately decided to buy a copy when she got home to show her support. They all went out for dinner that evening. Afterward, the girls headed off to shop for swimsuits, making a lively fuss as they went. Ichin, however, didn't tag along. Instead, he went home alone. As expected, even though Yutaha had already bought her swimsuit, she still went with the others. Once home, Ichin finally felt some peace and quiet. He grabbed a bottle of cola from the fridge and headed to his room, turning on his computer and connecting his drawing tablet. Since the Sony press conference hadn't started yet, he didn't rush to stream. Instead, he decided to use the time to sketch some character designs for his other game projects. Besides Persona, one of the games at the top of his development list was the Tales series. He was also eager to work on Dark Souls. Among the three games, the one with the lowest development difficulty would probably be the Tales series. Although its battle system was different, its fantasy style was similar to the Fairy Story series that Ko and the others had worked on before, so the art style would be easy for the team to handle. Persona, on the other hand, was a modern fantasy RPG with turn-based combat. Its development difficulty wasn't too high, and compared to the Tales series, Persona 5's character designs and art style were likely to be more eye-catching. As for Dark Souls, just thinking about it made Ichin's inner old-ass soul burn with excitement. Scratching his head, Ichin muttered to himself, "Dark Souls is definitely the hardest to develop, but it's the one I want to make the most. What should I do? Oladi?" After pondering for several minutes without any bright ideas, Ichin decided to stop agonizing over it. He picked up his stylus and began sketching the character design for one of Persona 5's heroines, Makoto Naijima. Over half an hour passed when Ichin heard his phone chime. He glanced at it and saw a message from Yutaha. "Ichin, everyone dragged me to karaoke. They'll be back a little later. Do you want me to bring you some supper?" After thinking for a moment, Ichin replied, "If it's convenient, bring me some McDonald's." Then he set the phone aside and returned to his drawing. Chapter 145. Character Design. It was past 10 p.m. when Yutaha finally returned home. Since Koyagami was now living at the studio, Ichin wasn't too worried about Yutaha's safety when she came home late, especially since Hazuki had also returned to pick up Mizuku, making the trip even safer with a car. As she opened the door and walked in, holding a bag of McDonald's in one hand, Yutaha glanced around the living room. Although the lights were on, the house was unusually quiet. "Is he in the bedroom?" Muttering softly, Yutaha walked to the bedroom door and gently pushed it open. As expected, she found Ichin sitting at his computer. Ichin was still focused on his drawing, but fortunately, he wasn't wearing headphones. He immediately stopped what he was doing when he heard the door and turned to look at her. "You're back. Did you have fun?" Yutaha smiled and nodded. "Sang karaoke for 2 hours. It was pretty lively. Hazuki drove me and Ko back in the end. Hey, race your McDonald's." "Thanks." Yutaha hadn't bought a drink since the house was already stocked with beverages, and Ichin still had a half-finished bottle of cola on his desk. Ichin opened the bag and pulled out his double cheeseburger, taking a happy bite. Eating this late is a calorie bomb, but it's definitely satisfying. "Are you hungry, Yutaha?" "I'm not. You go ahead and eat." Yutaha sat down beside Ichin and glanced at the computer screen. Seeing the black-haired, straight-haired character on the display, she curiously asked, "Who's this?" "Oh, a supporting character for a future game." After swallowing his bite and munching on a couple of fries, Ichin explained, "Her name's Hifumi Togo. She's a high school student, skilled at shogi, and a cool but warm-hearted Japanese beauty. She'll be one of the romanceable characters in the game, but she won't be a combat character." "A romanceable character? Huh?" Hearing this, Yutaha perked up, especially since the character had the same black, straight hair as she did. Although it was just a rough character sketch, the personality traits were already quite evident. Ichin had also written quite a few notes beside the sketch. 165 cm tall. She looks very slim. At first, I thought you based her design on me, but I guess not? Of course not. Hifumi Togo's design is inspired by Hifumi Kato, a famous historical shogi player who became Japan's first middle school professional player at 14. Shogi? Does that mean there'll be a shogi minigame in the game? Nope. I don't know how to play shogi. If I were at a minigame, I'd go for chess," Ichin chuckled. This character is Barato of a Barato role. After raising her affinity level, she can provide certain buffs in battle. She also has her own full Barato story and a dedicated character arc. There are quite a few characters like her in the game. She's just a supporting character? Have you finished designing the main characters yet? Pretty much. Want to take a look? Yutaha nodded curiously. Really? I can. Of course. There's nothing I need to hide from you, Ichin said as he saved the file for Hifumi Togo's design. Then he opened the folder and pulled up the newly finished design for Makoto Naijima. One of the heroine's student council president Makoto Naijima. Codename, Queen. Her tarot arcana is the High Priestess, and her persona is Johanna. She's intelligent, sharp, and carries a strong sense of responsibility and justice. She also has an older sister who's a prosecutor. The illustration showed Makoto's school uniform, as well as her Phantom Thief outfit. However, her Phantom Thief look had nothing in common with her student council president appearance. She was clad in a skin-tight leather suit, with sharp spikes on her knees and shoulders. In each hand, she gripped a large set of metal-knuckled dusters, clearly a character not to be messed with. Did her personality flip after becoming a Phantom Thief? She doesn't look like a student council president. She looks more like a violent enforcer, Yutaha remarked. That's because I haven't explained her story yet. You'll understand once I finish writing her detailed character profile and plot outline. According to my plan, you'll be responsible for writing the full script for this game. I'm aiming for a minimum of 70 hours to clear the first playthrough, even on the easiest difficulty without a perfect run. That's going to require a lot of text. 70 hours? Isn't that a bit too long? Yutaha was stunned by Ichin's plan for Persona. In her experience, very few major games in recent years had first playthroughs that lasted that long. Ichin was bold, aiming for a project of this scale. Are you sure this won't be a problem? Don't worry. For RPGs, the story and character development experience are critical, and I won't overlook those. Of course, it's just my solo plan for now, and we haven't decided this will be the next game to develop. Ichin took another big bite of his burger before adding, if you're not too tired, I can give you a quick overview of Persona's main story. Sure, Yudaha said, munching on a fry with interest. Since he'll be part of the project, I need to pay attention. Besides, I'm not sleepy yet. Aren't you streaming later tonight? Ichin? Yeah, Sony Showcase is in the middle of the night, so we'll have to stay up for it. Even though Ichin wasn't as excited about Sony's first-party games as before, he still wanted to see if they would reveal anything new at this year's Cologne Expo. Watching the showcase live was a must for him. Then he'll keep you company for now. In the meantime, you can walk me through Persona's story, Yudaha said. Okay, let's start with the protagonist, since he's the core of the entire game. With that, Ichin began eating his late-night snack while explaining Persona's story to Yudaha. The narrative was set in Tokyo, and many key plot lines revolve around real-world social issues, including bullying and criminal organizations. The first plotline, focused on bullying, struck a chord with Yudaha. While she had never experienced it herself, she knew that even at Toyogaseki, similar incidents were happening. As Ichin went on, Senchuredo, you really picked a sharp theme this time. That's what makes it interesting, right? It is interesting. This is an issue that's practically unavoidable in Japan. A lot of people have experienced it. Even those who are now celebrities in the entertainment industry, many faced it back when they were students. You didn't, right, Yudaha? Yudaha nodded. You know the classmates we had. None of them were the type for that kind of behavior. I might have been reserved, but I wasn't exactly the weak type. From what I've gathered, this sort of thing hardly happened in our second year. However, I heard from others that it happened to some in their third year. As for the first years, that's harder to say. There might have been incidents, or maybe not. First years, huh? Ichin's mind immediately wandered to Yukinoshita Yukino, the quiet and independent underclassman. Seeing his expression, Yudaha read his mind. You're thinking of Yukino? Ichin didn't deny it and nodded. Her personality is even more challenging than yours. If you're just too lazy to engage with others, she flat out rejects people. Combined with her blunt way of speaking, there are very few people her age who would willingly accept her. In the end, it's just childish behavior from those students, Yudaha said directly, not holding back. They can't stand seeing someone better than them. Especially someone like Yukino, who's cold and doesn't like socializing. She's a perfect target for gossip and slander. At least she has Eri with her now, so that probably helps a little. Though Yudaha's words were straightforward, there was truth in them. Ichin also believed that Hiratsuka Shizuka was likely keeping an eye on things from behind the scenes. With the teacher's fiery temper, if any student crossed the line, it wouldn't be Yukino who ended up hurt. Still, Yukino probably didn't care much about what went on around her. Yudaha didn't ask Ichin to continue talking about the plot. Stretching lazily, she said, "I'm going to take a bath. There's still plenty of time before the live stream starts." "Yeah, we've got time," he agreed. It wasn't even 11 p.m. yet, and the Sony live stream wouldn't start until 2 a.m. There was still plenty of time to spare. With that, Ichin gladly accepted the invitation, and they relaxed together. The rest of the evening passed comfortably. When they returned to the bedroom, Yudaha lay down lazily on the bed, wrapped in a blanket and ready to sleep. She wasn't about to stay up with Ichin until the middle of the night and leave dark circles under her eyes. Since starting her relationship with Ichin, Yudaha had drastically adjusted her sleep schedule. Unless she was struck by an unstoppable wave of creativity, she always went to bed before midnight. Seeing Yudaha lying on her side, cocooned in a blanket and watching him, Ichin smiled. "Will my live stream disturb you? I could go to the living room instead." "No need for that now. I think I'll be asleep in no time." Yudaha yawned, rubbing her eyes. The bath had thoroughly exhausted her. Compared to Ichin, who regularly worked out, Yudaha's morning runs still left her with below-average stamina. The only thing Yudaha could be happy about was that with all the exercise she had been doing, her weight had been well maintained. There were even signs of a slight decrease. Recently, she even felt that her waist had become a bit slimmer. Ichin, sitting at his desk, was browsing news about today's Cologne game show and looking up reviews for Hollow Knight. Yutaha quietly watched him, her eyelids growing heavier and heavier as sleepiness set in. Before long, Yutaha's breathing became slow and steady. Ichin glanced at her and, after confirming she was asleep, turned off the computer. He grabbed the laptop and headphones from the room and headed to the living room to stream the upcoming press conference there. Even though it was late at night, Ichin had announced the live stream in advance. When he started the stream at midnight, viewers trickled in steadily. A late-night stream? Why is it just you today? Where's the girl? I want to see the employees. Since it was just him tonight, Ichin didn't bother speaking in Japanese and switched directly to Chinese. Don't expect to see the employees. After work, they went shopping. Our studio will be taking a short vacation in a few days to relax, so I'm the only one streaming today. However, the viewers weren't satisfied with his explanation. If no employees, what about the boss wife? She can make an appearance. During yesterday's stream, Ichin hadn't mentioned Yutaha's name, so the viewers refer to her as the boss wife. Ichin chuckled. Do you even know what time it is? It's midnight here in Japan, okay? The boss wife is already asleep. Huh? How do we meet? I guess I never told you. She's my neighbor, her house is next door, so of course we got to know each other. As for revealing his age and other personal details, Ichin avoided it. If he said too much, it could cause unnecessary hype. He preferred that viewers focus on gaming-related topics instead. Once the studio gained more popularity, he considered doing a behind-the-scenes video to show what it was like working in the game development industry. Checking the official stream, Ichin said, "It's Konami's live event right now. A new Yu-Gi-Oh! Game? I don't play Yu-Gi-Oh! Much, though. I've only watched the first 3 anime series, the ones before 5DS. Haven't watched anything after that." Since he had time, Ichin kept Konami's stream running and translated parts of it for his audience while also answering questions from the chat. Why did you decide to study abroad? Seeing the comment, Ichin thought for a moment before answering. It wasn't anything complicated. I mainly wanted to get into game development, so I came here. My grades were decent, and I picked up Japanese pretty quickly. I didn't have much trouble adapting to life here. And you found yourself a nice social circle too. Huh? Do you have any single friends? I've been single for over 20 years. I'm not picky, any of the employees will do. Seeing the comments, Ichin shook his head with a smile. You want introductions? Language is already a barrier, so don't get any weird ideas, okay? After that, Ichin answered a few more questions, though he remained tight-lipped about the studio's next game project. He hadn't even decided which idea to develop next. Chapter 147. Yutaha, as planned, at 7:30 in the morning, Yutaha woke from her sleep and immediately saw Ichin holding her in his arms. She gazed at Ichin's face for a moment, then raised her hand to poke his cheek and scratch his chin playfully. Under Yutaha's playful antics, Ichin soon woke up. Still looking groggy, Ichin yawned as Yutaha greeted him with a smile. Good morning, Ichin. What time did you go to bed? Around 3:30. Ichin stretched and yawned again. After the live stream ended, the viewers asked me to play the Hollow Knight demo for a bit. I explained some of the game mechanics, and that took a while. It's not even 8 o'clock yet. Can I sleep a little longer? Of course. Yutaha leaned down and gave him a barato on the cheek before sitting up. She adjusted her robe and asked, Do you want me to prepare breakfast for you? Ichin waved his hand dismissively, already closing his eyes again. I'll just grab some biscuits or bread when I wake up. Seeing Ichin on the verge of falling asleep again, Yutaha didn't disturb him. She stretched lazily, changed out of her nightgown, and put on a set of workout clothes before heading to the living room treadmill for her morning exercise. Whenever Ichin decided to sleep in, Yutaha skipped her usual outdoor run and opted for the treadmill instead. After finishing her run and taking a shower, Yutaha went to her parents' house next door to have breakfast with them. Yuta's parents were long used to her going back and forth between the two homes. Since Ichin's mother had already acknowledged their relationship, there wasn't much for the parents to worry about regarding their future. Naturally, they didn't feel the need to intervene. After breakfast, Yuta's father went to work, and she spent some time with her mother before her mother went out to buy groceries. Yutaha then returned to Ichin's home. She peeked into the bedroom and, seeing that Ichin wasn't likely to wake up anytime soon, dressed up and headed downstairs to the studio. By then, it was already 9 a.m. Yagami Kei hadn't woken up yet, but she should be getting up soon. Yuta didn't bother waking her. Instead, she went straight to her desk and turned on her computer. We'll be going on vacation in a couple of days. Everything's pretty much packed. We'll just need to bring an extra laptop. Glancing at the date, she noted that the release of the third volume of her novel was just around the corner. She had only just started writing the fourth volume, so there wasn't any rush. I'm working on volume 4 right now. Based on the current outline, the story should wrap up around volume 6 or 7. No need to drag it out too long. They'll spend more time finishing Love Metronome quickly, so I can help Ichin. There wasn't a suitable scriptwriter in the studio. Although Ichin could handle it himself, Yuta was more experienced in that area. The two of them working together would be more efficient. Thinking of this, Yuta calculated her writing schedule and sent a message to her editor, Miss Machida. They'll try to finish the fourth volume of the novel by mid-September. I plan to complete the remaining volumes before the end of the year. Less than 2 minutes after she sent the message, Machida called her. As soon as the call connected, an anxious voice came through the line. Yuta, did something happen? Did you break up? Yuta closed her eyes, exhaling slowly. Nothing like that. Ichin and I are doing just fine. Why would you ask that? Then why are you being so proactive all of a sudden? You usually deliver manuscripts just in time even for the third volume. It's not that complicated. I just want to finish Love Metronome by the end of the year. After that, I plan to help Ichin with the script writing for his games. Games? Oh right, you mentioned that before, Machida said, understanding. Ichin's studio had been developing well, even collaborating with Nintendo. As Ichin's partner, it made sense that Yuta wanted to help him. But if you go help with game development, will you still write novels? Love Metronome's popularity is growing steadily. Wouldn't it be a waste if you didn't start a new series after it ends? Sensing Sunoko's worry, Yuta chuckled. Don't worry, I'm not giving up on being a light novel author. They'll deliver the remaining volumes to you by the end of the year, but publishing them will take time. They'll have enough time to plan my next work. That's a relief, Sunoko sighed, clearly reassured. She had discovered Yuta as a promising talent and didn't want to see that potential cut short. Hearing the sound of the bedroom door opening, Yuta ended the call with Sunoko. As soon as she put down her phone, Yagami Kei shuffled out of the room, Barato her eyes. As usual, she came out in casual loungewear. Although they'd addressed this issue several times since Yagami moved in, it still happened every few days. By now, both Ichin and Yuta had gotten used to it. Senchuredo, even though it's summer, I just turned on the air conditioning. You might catch a cold. Hearing that, Yagami Kei glanced down at her attire, scratched her head awkwardly, and went back to her room to change. Once she was dressed and had washed up, Kei headed to the kitchen. She toasted 2 slices of bread, fried an egg, and cooked 2 slices of bacon to make herself a sandwich. She also brewed some coffee. Although she wasn't much of a cook, Rin had taught her a few basics, so making simple fried eggs wasn't a problem. Carrying her breakfast out, Kei sat at her desk, took a sip of coffee, and felt instantly more awake. Why are you the only one here? Where's Ichin? He stayed up late streaming. He's still catching up on sleep. Stream? I almost forgot. I fell asleep before it started last night. Clapping her hands, Kei quickly opened her browser and found a recording of Sony's late-night press conference. Since Yuta hadn't watched it either, she moved over to Ichin's seat at Kei's invitation, and the two of them began watching together. Chapter 148. Sony is doomed around 11 a.m. Ichin walked into the studio, yawning. Good morning, everyone. Morning, Ichin-kun. Aoba greeted him energetically and asked, Did you stay up late streaming last night? How was the press conference? Press conference, huh? Ichin pulled out his chair, sat down, and thought for 2 seconds before saying, Sony is doomed. Huh? Aoba froze, confused by Ichin's comment. I didn't watch the live stream, but I did watch the replay after arriving at the studio. The content was somewhat lacking, but it's not that bad, right? Covering his face with both hands and thanking Rin Tayama for the cup of coffee he handed over, Ichin replied, Throughout the entire conference, Sony only showcased a few of their own games. Centurato. All they showed was a title card. There wasn't even a simple PV. The rest were minor titles or third-party games that had already been shown at other conferences. They couldn't carry the weight of the event. Ichin's argument made sense. Sony's conference felt like a series of empty promises, as if they weren't concerned about external opinions or game sales. It felt hastily thrown together. Taking a sip of coffee, Ichin continued, "All of these are sequels with established fan bases, but you've probably heard some of the stuff going on with Western studios, rumors about overworking staff, reports of poor workplace treatment, gender and racial discrimination. I'd be shocked if Sony studios were free of those issues. Then there's office politics. I can guarantee that's happening. If they could just finish these games, that's already something. But odds are, there will be plenty of drama once they're released." Centurato. "It's going to be a spectacle," he added. "Ragnarok will take the stage later, but it won't be any less chaotic." Ichin had bought the first installment of the new God of War on release day, and even platinumed it. He loved it, a stellar game. But he didn't believe the development of the sequel had gone smoothly. They could have just followed the formula, but no, they had to throw this stuff in. "I really don't understand Western studios, nor do I want to." Hearing Ichin's firm tone, everyone began to harbor doubts. Even Hazuki wasn't immune. Pushing her glasses up, she looked at Ichin and asked, "So, do you think these games will flop?" "There are many ways to flop," Ichin replied. "They could bomb with players but still win over critics. Anything's possible." He left his answer somewhat ambiguous. "If you're planning to play these games, I recommend waiting until after they release. Watch some live streams and reviews from regular players. Don't bother with media reviews, they're unreliable." Hazuki nodded thoughtfully. "I've heard some inside stories from a friend. We were drinking, and he told me, vaguely, to avoid Western studios and stick to smaller ones. At the time, I thought he was just drunk, but now it seems he wasn't kidding. It seemed that some industry insiders knew more than they let on, but chose not to speak up, likely to avoid unnecessary trouble, since it didn't directly concern them." Ichin shook his head and addressed everyone. "All right, back to work. Don't overthink it. Let's just focus on doing our own thing. We don't have time to worry about other studios. From a certain point of view, they're all our competitors. We'll just beat them with our games." "Competitors?" Yumiko gestured with his thumb and forefinger. "Isn't the gap a bit too big? They wouldn't even consider us competition, right? Not now, but that might change in the future." Ichin's confidence showed in his expression. "Don't overestimate those big studios. Think about how long it's been since they innovated. They've just been coasting on their past successes. Sure, we're small right now, but we'll catch up. Trust in me as your boss, and trust in your own abilities." Ichin wasn't one to make grand speeches, but he didn't throw around empty words either. He genuinely believed in the studio's future. "Slay the Spire and Hollow Knight alone won't make us famous," he admitted. "I haven't decided what our next project will be, but whatever it is, I know it will establish us in the gaming industry. We won't just be a small, unknown studio anymore. The next game will make us famous?" Shinoda dropped the model lightsaber she was working on and asked excitedly, "Really? Probably?" Ichin thought for a moment. To make a real impact, the game needs a distinct identity, whether it's the visuals, gameplay system, or story and world building. These days, a lot of small indie games are coming out that are high quality and polished. But large-scale, well-made games are still the ones that grab attention. Take the Monster Hunter series, for example. On handheld consoles, it always sold a few million copies, but when Monster Hunter World came to major consoles with better graphics and a lower entry barrier, it became a huge success. As for Monster Hunter Rise, Ichin could only sigh. The Nintendo Switch was a double-edged sword. Capcom's optimization pushed the hardware to its limits, maintaining a steady 30 FPS, but it still fell short of World. Add to that the half-baked updates and segmented content releases. The game's ending was even released later just to keep the hype alive, or because they rushed the release. Ichin wasn't planning to buy any future expansions on day one, that was for sure. Returning to the topic of their third game, he knew it needed to stand out. Their fantasy-style game would have to be shelved for now, since the market was already flooded with similar titles. But Dark Souls and Persona? Games with those styles weren't being made by anyone at the moment. Itchin didn't elaborate further. Instead, he asked everyone to channel their curiosity into work and opened a blank document, typing away. Dark Souls world concept, though he leaned more toward Persona style, he still wanted to weigh both ideas a little more before making a decision. Chapter 149 Departure to Aizu. Ichin's secrecy frustrated Aoba Suzuki's, Hajime Shinoda, and Ijima Yun. They declared they wouldn't prepare any snacks for Ichin during afternoon tea or invite him to join. Of course, that was just venting. When the time came, they still enthusiastically dragged Ichin along for afternoon tea. Watching Ichin sandwich between the girls, Koyagami nudged Yutaha with a smile. Not worried? Yutaha took a sip of her tea, her expression calm. There's nothing to be concerned about. I can't forbid Ichin from talking to any girl. I know everyone in the studio well, so I don't need to worry. If I had to be cautious, it would only be with Hifumi. Hifumi, Senchuredo, shaking her legs. He's also a pretty straightforward guy. Even though Ichin is a genius at game development, he's no different from the average person in that regard. Ko gave Yutaha a once-over. That's quite a simple preference. But isn't he Barato into the overall style? Within the studio, there were tall girls like Hajime Shinoda, who was about 168 centimeters, and Ko herself at 165 centimeters. The group also included girls with distinct, memorable appearances. Hifumi, Hajime Shinoda, Hazuki, and Toyama Rin each stood out in her own way. Nene, despite her youthful face, carried a notably striking presence as well. As for girls who wore black Barato, Hifumi and Hajime were good contenders, but none stood out to Ichin as much as Yutaha. Hifumi did have long, straight black hair, but she always wore it in a ponytail, making her only half a match for Ichin's preferences. Considering everything, the only one who could rival Yutaha was Hifumi. But Hifumi was painfully shy. Talking to men was nearly impossible for her, making her no threat to Yutaha. Aoba and Yin? Ichin clearly saw Aoba as a younger sister. Despite working for over a year and being 2 years older than Ichin, Aoba still carried a student-like vibe and was petite to boot. Yin, on the other hand, had the aura of an older sister due to having younger siblings at home. But her occasional bursts of Kansai dialect made her seem more playful than mature. Ko rubbed her chin, glancing around at everyone in the studio. Senchuredo, innocent girl, she hadn't even read many romance novels. During Sony's Cologne conference, Ichin's live stream had been simple. He summed it up with a short, another year of empty promises. Since that was the general consensus, there was no need to worry about anyone attacking him over it. For the next 2 days of the Cologne online livestream, Ichin didn't continue streaming. He just posted his analysis and reviews of some new game PVs on his social media. The rest of his time was spent collecting feedback and reviews of the demo versions online, as well as fixing a few minor bugs that didn't affect gameplay. Finally, the day arrived for everyone to depart for their Aizu vacation. The plan was to meet at the studio entrance at 9 a.m. Ichin had rented a minibus for the round trip, so there was no need to take the Shinkansen. By 8:30, everyone had already started arriving, including the Yukino Shida sisters. As soon as Haruno arrived, she happily began chatting with Hazuki and the others who had arrived a few minutes earlier. Yukino, on the other hand, seemed a little reserved since she had little experience with group outings. However, Hazuki had brought along Mizuku, and once Yukino had Mizuku in her arms, her mood quickly stabilized. Aoba and Hifumi soon arrived as well. Ichin checked the time, 8:50. Even though it wasn't departure time yet, the bus had already arrived, so Ichin instructed everyone to load their luggage and board the bus. The driver for the trip was a calm, taciturn man in his 40s with 20 years of driving experience. After Ichin gave the word, the driver silently nodded and started the engine. Once the bus began moving, Ichin stood up from his seat near the front and addressed everyone. It's 9 o'clock now. The drive to Aizu will take about 2 hours. We'll check into the hotel around 11 o'clock, rest a bit, and have lunch. Then we can all head to the beach in the afternoon. Today's plans are for everyone to have fun together. For the next 2 days, You'll have free time. But please keep your phones with you so you don't get lost. Nene Sakura, looking like an excited elementary schooler on a field trip, had already torn open a bag of chocolate sticks and was munching on one. With her mouth full, she grumbled, "We're not kids, you don't have to say that." The moment she finished speaking, everyone's gaze turned to her. "Hey, what's with those looks? I get it from everyone else, but why's Aoba looking at me like that too?" Amid the lively atmosphere, Ichin shared a glance and a smile with Yutaha before taking his seat. "Never mind. We'll go over it again when it's time to head out." Barely 2 minutes after sitting down, Ichin felt someone poke him twice on the head. He turned around to find Haruno leaning over his seat, looking down at him. There was no denying that both Yukino Shida sisters were stunning, with flawless skin. "What is it, Miss Haruno?" "Ichin-kun, I wanted to ask how are we arranging the hotel rooms when we arrive?" Since they were going on this trip together, Haruno had entrusted Ichin with booking the hotel and transferred the money to him. "The rooms?" Ichin paused for a moment. "Senchurado, how about sharing a room with Airi?" Yukino nodded without hesitation. "As for you, Miss Haruno," Ichin was about to suggest that Haruno share a room with Hazuki when Haruno's phone suddenly rang. Chapter 1, 5150. Hiratsuka Shizuka joins last minute. When Haruno picked up her phone, she immediately broke into a smile. "Hey, good morning, Shizuka. You awake?" "Shizuka? Hiratsuka Shizuka?" Ichin quickly realized it was the same Hiratsuka-sensei, who, like the Yukino Shida sisters, hailed from Chiba. Given how familiar Hiratsuka was with Yukino, it wasn't surprising she also knew Haruno. Noticing Ichin's curious glance, Haruno gave him a playful smile before continuing, "Oh, I see. No worries, Shizuka. Some people just don't understand your charm. That's their loss. Us? Yeah, we've already left. Want to join us? ITL'll be a nice break for you." "Sure, they'll send you the location and reserve a room. We can share one." After ending the call, Haruno turned to Ichin. "No need to assign me a roommate, Ichin-kun. Shizuka will be joining us around noon, and we'll room together. Hiratsuka-sensei is back from her academic exchange trip after summer break." Hiratsuka had gone with several teachers from the school to China for an educational exchange. Ichin wasn't aware of her exact return date. Haruno nodded. "Yep, she got back over a week ago, so I invited her to join us for fun. She knows everyone from your studio, too. She's mentioned it before. Don't worry about the cost. Shizuka's loaded." That was true. She drove a sports car to work, and from the looks of it, her family had connections with the wealthy Yukino Shida household. Judging from your conversation just now, did Hiratsuka-sensei go on another matchmaking date? The moment Ichin asked that, Yukino, Yutaha, and even Hazuki from across the aisle turned their curious gazes toward him. Haruno, not the least bit inclined to keep Hiratsuka's affair secret, chuckled. "Yup, yesterday. The match was arranged by my mom. But once the guy found out that Shizuka drinks, smokes, and wants to stay a teacher instead of becoming a housewife, he ghosted her. She was pretty upset and drank alone at home until midnight. That's why she didn't reply to me until today." Ichin found himself at a loss for words. Hiratsuka-sensei was a great person, competent at teaching and friendly with everyone. Yet somehow, she remained single to this day. Well, I hope she finds her true love soon. For now, ITL'll be good for her to come and relax with us before the new school term starts. But now we have an uneven number of rooms. Hazuki leaned over and suggested, "Ichin-kun, I remember checking the hotel's layout. They have triple rooms. Why not call the hotel and swap one of the doubles? I can room with Haruno and Hiratsuka-sensei. I think we'll have plenty to talk about." Ichin glanced at Haruno for confirmation. "I'm fine with that." With Haruno's agreement, Ichin called the hotel, added Hiratsuka Shizuka's name to the reservation, and smoothly switched one of the rooms to a triple. Problem solved. After everything was arranged, Ichin sat back down and put on the headphones Yutaha handed him. The two leaned against each other for a quick nap. From her seat behind them, Haruno glanced at Ichin and Yutaha, then leaned closer to her sister. "Yukino, seeing those two like that, doesn't it make you feel like falling in love? You said it yourself, it's just an impulse." I wouldn't act on something like that, Yukino replied, opening her eyes briefly to give her sister a calm look. Instead of worrying about me, you should focus more on your own future. Don't end up like Hiratsuka-sensei. Geez, Yukino, saying stuff like that. If I tell Shizuka what you said, she'll be in tears. She's not as fragile as you make her sound. Maybe not, but she might punch you. That made Yukino pause. She had witnessed Hiratsuka's iron fist firsthand when a few unruly boys at school had learned the hard way not to misbehave. That kind of strength wasn't something a single woman of Hiratsuka's age should have. While Yukino was confident Hiratsuka wouldn't actually hit her, she figured she'd likely be roped into some bothersome tasks if things escalated. Thinking it through, Yukino chose to remain silent, letting her quiet demeanor make her stance clear. Haruno, seeing her sister's reaction, beamed brightly, pulled out her phone, and put on her headphones to watch some videos. About half an hour into the bus ride, the previously chatty group settled down. Since everyone had been excited about the trip, they'd all had trouble sleeping the night before. Now, without needing any reminders, they took advantage of the time to catch up on rest. Better to sleep now than arrive at Aizu too tired to enjoy anything. After a 2-hour, 15-minute ride, the bus pulled up to a luxurious seaside resort. Ichin had Yagami wake up Aoba, Nene, and Shinoda, who were still napping. Then he led the group off the bus. Yawning, Aoba was the last to disembark. But as soon as she saw the resort, her eyes widened, fully awake. Wow, this place is so fancy. Are we really staying here for the next 3 days? While unloading everyone's luggage from a bus, Ichin chuckled. Of course. I told you the name of the resort, didn't I? Didn't you look it up? Aoba scratched her head sheepishly. Nope. I figured it wouldn't be anything this extravagant. It's not that big a deal, Airi chimed in, dragging her suitcase over. She gave the hotel's facade a quick once-over. My family has a beachside villa. If it were in Tokyo, you wouldn't have to pay for a hotel. What? That's the same thing, right? As long as it's by the beach, Shinoda Hajime asked curiously. I've never stayed at a beachside villa. Where's your family's villa? Airi? England. Want to come? Shinoda counted on her fingers before sighing. Never mind. Plane tickets are too expensive, and my English is terrible. They'll stick with this place. Once everyone had their belongings and nothing was left behind, Ichin exchanged a few words with the bus driver, confirming the pickup time for the return trip. Then he led the group into the hotel. The seaside resort's lobby was filled with vacationers dressed in light t-shirts, beach shorts, or airy summer dresses. After confirming their identities at the front desk and collecting the room keys, Ichin led the excited group into the elevator and toward their assigned rooms. Chapter 151. Room assignments. Hiratsuka Shizuka arrives. Everyone's rooms were on the same floor, the 8th floor of the hotel. After taking the elevators up, Ichin displayed the room key cards in his hand to the group. You've already decided on your roommates, right? Everyone nodded in agreement and took their respective key cards from Ichin. Hazuki was sharing a room with Haruno and the yet-to-arrive Hiratsuka Shizuka. Yukino and Airi were rooming together, which had been decided beforehand. Kei Yagami and Rin Toyama were sharing a room, as were Hajime and Ijime Yun. And then there was Momiji Mochizuki with Narumi. None of these pairings were particularly surprising. However, what caught Ichin off guard was that Aoba wasn't rooming with Nene, but had instead chosen to stay with Ifumi. When he looked at Aoba questioningly, she smiled and explained, since Ifumi-senpai isn't too comfortable rooming with Yumiko, she asked if she could stay with me instead. Yumiko chimed in, I get it. The whole point of this trip is to have fun, and I know some of my habits can make Hifumi nervous. A survival shooter enthusiast, fair enough. Nene, on the other hand, had no issues rooming with Yumiko. In fact, back when she was developing her small indie game, she had frequently asked Yumiko for help, and the two had a much closer relationship than most people assumed. Ichin then noticed the cat carrier in Hazuki's hand, which held Mizuku inside. That reminded him of something, Cinchuredo. Ichin nodded, then turned to the group. It's almost 11:30 now. You guys can go to your rooms, take a break, and sort out your stuff. We'll meet up at noon for lunch. Haruno, Is Hiratsuka-sensei here yet? She's close. Haruno waved her phone. I messaged Shizuka when we arrived. She said she's about 10 minutes away. All right then, let's head to our rooms first. With that, Ichin took his key card and headed to his room with Yutaha. Unlike the others, who had twin beds in their rooms, theirs was a single large bed. The hotel had excellent lighting, and from the window, they had a clear view of the ocean. The price was steep, but at least it was within reason. After putting down his luggage, Yutaha immediately sat on the pristine white bed, looking at Ichin as he stood by the window. Aren't you tired, Ichin? Do you want to rest a bit? I'm fine. I got plenty of sleep on the road. After turning on the air conditioning, Ichin walked over to Yutaha and gently brushed her long hair. What about you? Want to take a nap? We still have half an hour before we meet up. I'm not used to sleeping in a bus, so yeah, I do feel a little tired. Nodding, Yutaha kicked off her sandals and lay down on the bed. Stay with me for a bit. Ichin pulled the blanket over her and said, You rest. I'm going downstairs to wait for Hiratsuka-sensei. Since I organized this trip, I should be there to greet her when she arrives. Even if she's joining us late, we'll be moving as a group from here on out. Then should I go with you? Just get some rest. Leaving one of the room key cards on the nightstand, Ichin picked up his own, along with his phone and wallet, and stood up. Call me if you need anything. He'll be downstairs. Stepping out of his room, Ichin noticed that the door to the three-person room diagonally across from him also opened. Haruno walked out alone. Ichin-kun, are you also heading down to meet Shizuka? Ichin nodded. Yeah, I haven't seen Hiratsuka-sensei in a while. I thought I'd go meet her. Is she here already? Almost. By the time we get downstairs, she should be arriving at the hotel entrance. Since no one else had come out, it ended up being just Ichin and Haruno heading downstairs together. As they entered the elevator, Haruno glanced at Ichin and asked, So, do you have any specific plans for the next 3 days? Not really, Ichin replied after thinking for a moment. Aizu isn't too big, but it's not exactly small either. There's several beaches here, not just the one outside the hotel, each with completely different scenery. If everyone's interested, we can check out a few of them. There's also Lover's Cape and the hot springs, both pretty famous. The hotel provides sightseeing brochures, so you can grab a couple when we get downstairs. I'm hearing all that. It sounds like we'll have a great time these next few days. Haruno seemed to be in a good mood. Even as someone from a wealthy family, she didn't often get chances to go on trips like this. As for her parents, the idea of them going on a trip with her and her sister was out of the question. Glancing at Ichin, Haruno playfully poked his shoulder. Go to the beach this afternoon, surrounded by a whole group of beauties. Don't you think other guys will be jealous? Ichin just shrugged, completely unfazed. Yutaha already warned me about this, so I'm mentally prepared. By the way, Haruno-san, you're out with your sister today, no bodyguards? Nope. Haruno shook her head, but Airi brought one. Sayuri-san called me last night to let me know, though they didn't tell Airi about it. Honestly, the Sawamura family's atmosphere is really nice. Even I'm a little envious. What about your family, Ichin-kun? I heard your mom visited when summer break started. Yeah, she did. My family's atmosphere is pretty good. My parents are really supportive of my career as long as I keep up my grades. They don't mind what I do. That's their only condition. That basically means they don't have any conditions at all. As they stepped out of the elevator, Haruno still seemed unwilling to let go of the topic. Are you sure you don't have any younger cousins? I told you already, none. Such a shame. They reached the hotel lobby and immediately spotted Hiratsuka Shizuka at the front desk, checking in. Shizuka at the sound of Haruno's voice. Hiratsuka turned around just in time to see Haruno running toward her, with Ichin following behind. Before Haruno could tackle her, Hiratsuka calmly placed a hand on her forehead, stopping her in her tracks. You two really timed this well. Nope, it was just a coincidence, Haruno said cheerfully. I happened to see Ichin-kun on my way out, so we came down together to meet you. Ichin approached at a leisurely pace, smiling. Long time no see, Hiratsuka-sensei. How was your business trip to China? Better than I expected. Seeing this student of hers again, Hiratsuka's mood noticeably brightened. I thought it would be tedious, but I actually learned a lot. Plus, the food was great. Oh, and I ran into your parents. They were invited to the exchange event as well. Huh, really? That was news to Itch, and his parents hadn't mentioned anything about it to him. Chapter 152. It's broad daylight. Please control yourself, taking her room card and luggage. Hiratsuka Shizuka followed the two toward the elevator. I chatted with your mom for a bit. I didn't expect her to have self-studied Japanese, and she's even visited you here, Hiratsuka said with a smile. She asked me a little about your school life. But what really surprised me was that she already knew about you, and Yutaha, and she even approves. Are you two planning to get married right after high school? That won't happen. Ichin shook his head. In China, men have to be at least 22 to get married, so at the earliest, it'd have to wait until I'm in university. Even though he said that, it still felt like a huge blow to Hiratsuka. She was nearly 30 and hadn't even been in a relationship, while her two students, who hadn't even graduated high school yet, had already introduced each other to their parents. Wasn't the gap a little too big? But then she glanced at Haruno beside her, and her mood improved a little. Shizuka, I get the feeling you're thinking about something bad, Haruno said, narrowing her eyes. Hiratsuka clapped her hands together calmly. You're overthinking. Nothing of the sort. By the way, we're rooming together, right? It's a 3-person room. Hazuki-san is with us too. Oh, her? That's fine. We can have a little drinking session and chat tonight. In Ichin's studio, Hazuki was the oldest, around the same age as Hiratsuka, also single, so they probably have a lot in common to talk about. When the elevator reached the 8th floor, Hiratsuka and Haruno headed to their room, while Ichin returned to his with Yutaha. Upon entering, he found that Yutaha hadn't fallen asleep, but was lying on the bed playing with her phone. Couldn't sleep? Yeah. Putting her phone down, Yutaha turned onto her side and looked at him. Hiratsuka-sensei arrived? Yeah, she's in her room now. Slipping on the hotel's provided slippers, Ichin lay down beside her. Let's have lunch at the hotel restaurant. The food here is decent. We can go out for dinner later. Sure, I'm not picky about food. Yutaha shifted her position beside Ichin. She smirked as she looked at him. Ichin, which swimsuit do you want to see me wear this afternoon? I brought 3. You brought 3? Ichin caught her hand and looked at her curiously. I can understand bringing 2, but that 3rd one, that's not exactly something you can wear at the beach, is it? But I can wear it in the room. Ichin gestured toward the door. You know we're supposed to be heading to lunch soon, right? Yutaha smiled softly. Sensuredo. Her playful suggestion sparking a warmth in his heart. He leaned down and gave her a barato, a playful challenge in his eyes. Let's make it quick then, he said with a grin. Yutaha giggled. Her hand rested on his barato as she smiled at him. The two of them stepped into the bathroom, laughter echoing off the tiled walls as they turned on the taps. The room filled with steam, and Yutaha stepped into the warm bath to relax after a long day. Ichin joined her a moment later, settling comfortably into the water. His eyes followed her as she settled into the water. Come here, Yutaha said warmly. Ichin stepped into the bath, the water lapping gently around him as he joined her. He stood close beside her, the warmth of the water all around them. Yutaha stood close to him in the water, smiling as they talked. Ichin gently held her hands, guiding her to sit beside him in the shallow pool. The water splashed around them as they laughed together, enjoying the peaceful moment. Their conversation grew barato lively, barato animated. Sensuredo, 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 sensuredo. The water cooling around them. Yutaha rested her head on Ichin's barato, her breathing slowly returning to normal. We should probably get to lunch now, she whispered, a relaxed smile on her face. Ichin chuckled, yeah, let's go. With a shared laugh, they stepped out of the bath, ready to continue their day, the memory of their peaceful moment lingering between them. By noon, everyone gathered outside their rooms, ready to head for lunch together. When Hajime saw Hiratsuka Shizuka walking out alongside Hazuki and Haruno, she waved excitedly. Hiratsuka-sensei, hello. Hello, everyone, Hiratsuka greeted with a smile. They'll be intruding on you all for the next few days. Not at all, not at all. Hajime formed a V sign with her fingers and grinned. The more, the merrier. Aoba looked around and asked curiously, where are Ichin-kun and Yutaha? Why aren't they out yet? Just as she finished speaking, the door to Ichin's room opened, and the two of them strolled out leisurely. Seeing Yutaha, who had changed into a fresh outfit, her face slightly flushed and her damp hair still drying, Nene asked curiously, "Yutaha, did you take a bath just now?" Yutaha smiled and nodded. "Yeah, after the long car ride. I soaked in the bath for Senchuredo to relax." Hiratsuka's gaze shifted between Ichin and Yutaha before she suddenly clicked her Senchuredo and said with a hint of jealousy, "I get that you're young, but you should still pay attention to the time it's broad daylight, you know?" Her words hit the group like a thunderclap, instantly turning several faces red. Only Hazuki and Haruno remained unfazed. Iriri's eyes widened in shock. "You two are way too reckless. We just got to the hotel." Sakura Nene covered her face with both hands, though she left gaps between her fingers to peek at them. So this is what grown-up life is really like. Yumiko was the quickest to recover. Clearing her throat, she muttered, "Ahem. Well, just be careful." Ichin sighed at everyone's reactions and shot an exasperated look at Hiratsuka. "Are you all seriously this embarrassed? Look, nothing happened between us. Sure, Yutaha and I share a close relationship, but there's no reason to overthink things. The room only has one bathroom, so we just took turns getting ready for bed. Senchuredo, Senchuredo." At this point, Hiratsuka started regretting bringing up the topic. Clapping her hands together, she quickly changed the subject. "All right, enough of that. Let's go get some lunch. Move it." It wasn't until they arrived at the hotel restaurant that the girls finally calmed down. After ordering a huge variety of dishes, the group began their meal. Surprisingly, Haruno didn't sit next to her sister this time. Instead, she took a seat beside Yutaha. As she ate a piece of sushi, Haruno leaned in close and whispered something in Yutaha's ear. Hearing Haruno's question, Yutaha looked at her in surprise. Then, after glancing at Ichin, who was quietly focusing on his food, she leaned in and whispered a reply. Once she got her answer, Haruno's expression turned into one of utter shock. She nodded thoughtfully, gave Yutaha a thumbs up, and went back to eating as if nothing had happened. On the other side of the table, Hiratsuka, who had been watching their little exchange, tilted her head in confusion before giving up and focusing on her seafood ramen. Well, if nothing else, the variety of food in this restaurant was pretty impressive. After a satisfying meal, no one felt like taking a break. Instead, they decided to head to the beach, though they didn't immediately change into their swimsuits. Hazuki went back to her room, first to grab Mizuku, her pet dog, before meeting up with the others. Once everyone was gathered, they made their way to the shore. The vast expanse of the blue ocean stretched endlessly before them. Senchuredo and the public beach was packed with people. After splashing around in the shallow water for a bit and observing the crowded scene, Hiratsuka Shizuka ran a hand through her long hair. "I don't think we can enjoy ourselves here. It's way too crowded." Ichin had expected this and suggested, "Want to go somewhere else?" The hotel operates a private beach on the other side, exclusively for guests. There's a small fee, but it's not expensive. The only downside is that it's a bit smaller. "Let's go there." Shinoda Hajime eagerly chimed in. "I really want to swim, but it's impossible to move freely here." After a brief discussion, everyone agreed. They returned to the hotel, where Ichin went to the front desk to inquire about the private beach access and pay the fee, while the girls went upstairs to change into their swimsuits. Ichin didn't need to change since he had already put on a short-sleeved shirt and beach shorts after lunch. Once the payment was settled and he received the access passes, he waited about 10 minutes before the girls finally came downstairs. Everyone had changed into their swimsuits, though since they were still inside the hotel, they had thrown on extra cover-ups to remove once they reached the beach. Seeing that everyone was present, Ichin glanced at Mizuku, the cat accompanying Hazuki, and smiled. "All right, let's head out." Exiting through another lobby entrance, the group quickly arrived at the hotel's private beach. It was indeed smaller than the public one, but considering it was only available to hotel guests, it was more than enough. Despite being a private area, there were already quite a few people lounging and playing in the sand and water. The arrival of Ichin's group immediately drew attention. After all, aside from Ichin, everyone else was female. He was, quite literally, a lone green leaf surrounded by a sea of flowers. Sun umbrellas and lounge chairs were already set up on the beach. Finding an unoccupied spot, Ichin placed the rented drink cooler down before sprawling onto a lounge chair and putting on his sunglasses. Now this feels like a proper vacation. You guys go have fun. Everything you need is available here. There are swimming rings for anyone not confident in the water, and there are several lifeguards on duty, so safety won't be an issue. Just as he finished speaking, he felt his sunglasses being lifted off his face. A pair of hands then reached from behind, covering his eyes. Though it was just a pair of hands, Ichin instantly knew who they belonged to. "Yudaha, what are you up to?" Standing behind him, Yudaha chuckled. "You'll see in a moment." Ichin could already guess what was coming, so he stayed still and waited patiently. 2 minutes later, Yudaha finally spoke. "All right, get ready. 3, 2, 1. As her hands lifted away, Ichin slowly opened his eyes only to have them widen in surprise. Before him, everyone had changed into their swimsuits. Some wore classic one-pieces, while others sported bikinis, each exuding their own unique charm. But, Rin, why are you hiding behind Aoba? Hiding won't help you now." Meanwhile, Shinoda Hajime stretched her arms confidently, grinning. "Hee, this new swimsuit is great. My old one at home was way too small. I couldn't even fit into it anymore." A moment of silence. The other girls all turned to Shinoda with curious expressions. At that moment, Haruno happily hugged her younger sister, Yukino. "Come on, Yukino. Let's go swimming. Maybe we'll even run into a shark." "You're overthinking it. The area is completely enclosed. There's no way a shark could get in." "Then how about we go out to sea tomorrow to see some dolphins?" "Nay-san, there are no dolphins here. If you really want to see them, we can go to an aquarium or travel to the waters near Kumamoto or Nagasaki." Yukino responded to Haruno's constant teasing with calm, factual replies, but in the end, she still couldn't win against her sister's persistence. Reluctantly, she agreed to go swimming. Of course, sunscreen came first. Agamiko, usually carefree and energetic, had opted for a conservative one-piece swimsuit today. She sat somewhat stiffly on a beach blanket, applying sunscreen to Rin, who was also wearing a one-piece. Meanwhile, Hazuki secured Mizuku on the blanket to rest, then picked up a bottle of sunscreen and turned to Hiratsuka Shizuka. "Cinchuredo, getting sunburned wouldn't be fun, would it?" After glancing around at Hazuki, Hiratsuka hesitated for a moment before sighing and lying down, allowing her friend to help with the sunscreen. Ichin. Just as Ichin was enjoying the lively scene of everyone chatting and helping each other, Yudaha picked up a bottle of sunscreen and placed it in front of him. "Help me put this on." "No problem." Taking the bottle, Ichin had Yudaha sit on the chair next to him, facing away. He squeezed some sunscreen onto his hands and confidently began applying it to her back. He didn't make a big deal about having her lie down on a towel. This was just fine. Not far away, Eruri watched the scene unfold and pouted slightly, looking regretful. But she quickly turned her attention back to applying sunscreen to Yukino. "Yukino, your skin is really nice." Not that I'm surprised." Did you say something, Eruri?" Since Eruri had spoken softly, and Yukino was still wary of Haruno, who seemed sulky about not getting to apply her sunscreen, she hadn't caught what Eruri said. Eruri quickly shook her head. "Nope, don't move, we'll be done soon." Soon enough, everyone had finished applying sunscreen and eagerly ran into the water, laughing and playing. Ichin, however, remained still. After finishing with Yudaha, he simply lay back on his lounge chair, put on his sunglasses again, and enjoyed the view. To his mild surprise, he soon found himself flanked by two figures, Yudaha and Hazuki, who had settled onto the lounge chairs on either side of him. "You two aren't going in?" he asked. Hazuki lazily waved her hand, slipping on sunglasses just like his. "I don't have great stamina, so I think lounging here and enjoying the scenery suits me better." Yudaha stretched her graceful figure and added, "I'm not really a fan of swimming. If I do swim, I'd rather have you accompany me to the hotel's pool later, Ichin." Well, fair enough. As long as they were happy. Ichin reached into the cooler, grabbed 3 bottles of chilled drinks, and handed one to each of them. The 3 of them leisurely sipped their drinks, enjoying the beach in their own way. Chapter 154. What a mess playing in the water can be exhausting, especially when it involves more than just swimming like beach volleyball and other games. Most of the team from the studio were office workers, and apart from Shinoda and Yumiko, their stamina wasn't great. After about half an hour, one by one, they all started returning to the shade. Seeing that everyone was already wiped out, Shinoda and Yumiko exchanged a glance and followed suit. Retreating under the parasol, Shinoda cracked open a bottle of ice-cold cola, took a few big gulps, and let out a satisfied sigh. This is the life. Nothing beats cooling off in the ocean and then chugging an ice-cold Coke on a hot summer day. Pure bliss. The 6 lounge chairs were all occupied, but no one minded. The rest simply settled down on a large beach blanket, sipping their drinks and relaxing. Taking a sip of chilled apple juice, Aoba turned to Ichin. Ichin-kun, aren't you going to swim for a bit? No ruse. We got 2 more days. If you burn through all your energy today, you won't have any left for the rest of the trip, Ichin said lazily. You all should pace yourselves too. I told you before we left there's a festival in town tonight. Lots of fun things to do. You don't want to be so sore you can't even walk by the time the evening rolls around. Office workers like us are prone to that kind of thing. Oh, right. The festival. Aoba perked up. I almost forgot about that. In that case, they'll stop swimming for now. Nene, let's go for a walk and see if we can find some seashells or crabs. However, Sakura Nene was currently sprawled out on the blanket in a starfish position, her eyes vacant. Let me rest first. We'll go later. With her petite frame, she had spent a ton of energy playing volleyball in the water earlier. Suddenly, Cinchuredo, she tried twice more with all her might, but the cap refused to budge. In the end, she could only look at Yumiko with teary, pleading eyes. Yumiko, usually cool and composed, found herself helpless against that expression, especially from someone as adorable as Nene. A faint blush spread across her tanned cheeks as she took the bottle and effortlessly twisted the cap open. Here, drink up. Thank you. I won't hold back. Watching Nene happily chug the drink, a small but genuine smile of satisfaction appeared on Yumiko's face as well. Ichin, who had been observing from behind his sunglasses, couldn't help but pull them down slightly and sneak a few extra glances at the scene. Ichin wasn't the only one who noticed the scene. Haruno, who had come over to grab a drink, saw it too. Glancing around, Haruno picked up a bottle of cola, then leaned in close to Ichin and whispered, "What a messy love circle." Ichin didn't deny it. He simply nodded slightly and said, "But it's pretty entertaining, isn't it?" "True, it is quite fun." Haruno narrowed her eyes with interest. "Looks like I should visit your studio more often. It's way more amusing than the clubs I had in college." "You're always welcome. Just remember to bring a gift when you visit." "Is there a price range?" "Not really. Just bring some good snacks, pastries, bubble tea, anything like that. As long as you bring food, they'll welcome you with open arms. I still have school, so I'm not always at the studio." "No worries. The others seem even more entertaining than you, Ichin-kun." That comment made Ichin give her a second glance. She was undeniably smart, beautiful, and well-rounded in every aspect, but it seemed like she had some unusual hobbies. Bravado of a mischievous enjoyment in stirring things up. Just to be clear, you can visit, but don't disturb their work schedule. Relax. I'm involved in my family's business. I know better than to mess with productivity. Waving him off, Haruno picked up 2 bottles of drinks and walked toward her younger sister, Yukino. With Haruno now pestering Yukino, the group, which had been resting, quickly became lively again. They stayed at the beach until a little past 3 p.m. before heading back to the hotel to shower and rest. Ichin never actually went into the water. At most, he took a few scenic photos and posted them on Bilibili. The studio's on a group vacation these days, so no stream tonight. Have fun without me. 15 minutes after posting, the comments section was already buzzing. Wow, company retreat? Why are all the photos just landscapes? Where are the people? You're at the beach. Where are the bikinis? Hoarding them for yourself? This guy's totally keeping the good stuff to himself. Seeing the flood of similar accusations, Ichin smirked. He had taken plenty of pictures of everyone in their swimsuits, but they were on the studio's shared camera meant for memories, not for public posting. No way was he uploading them to Bilibili. As he scrolled through the comments, the bathroom door opened and Yutaha walked out, drying her hair. Ichin, what are you looking at? I posted some landscape photos, and now everyone's demanding Barato outdoor shots. Yutaha walked over, glancing at the comments section before chuckling. Looks like the idea that our studio is full of beautiful women is well established, but they're a little too rowdy about it. Then why not post a few pictures with the team in them over the next couple of days? Yutaha suggested. During dinner, we can ask everyone if they're okay with it. As long as they're not in swimsuits, it should be fine, right? That sounds reasonable. Ichin nodded, closed the browser, and got up. It was his turn to shower. That night, they had dinner at a seafood restaurant, enjoying a massive feast. It was great that no one in the group had seafood allergies. Everyone could dig in without hesitation. Peeling a large crab leg for Yutaha, Ichin turned to the team and said, for the next 2 days, take plenty of photos while we're out. Pick 1 or 2 shots you like and send them to me, and he'll post them all together on social media. Sound good? Having just swallowed a piece of sea urchin sushi, the ever-energetic Shinoda was the first to raise her hand. Chapter 155, Vacation ends. Back to work. Seeing Shinoda's puffed-up cheeks, Ichin said, swallow your food before you talk. MFF. Shinoda blinked, chewed a few more times, and finally swallowed her sushi before asking, for the photos, do we take selfies or just scenery shots? Either is fine. Whatever you guys prefer, Ichin replied with a smile. A lot of other game companies post photos from their business trips on social media. We're just on vacation, but we can still share some pictures. Yeah, that makes sense. Shinoda rested her chin on her hand thoughtfully. Then I'll send you the ones I took today, the ones from today. Ichin thought for a moment before raising an eyebrow. You mean the beach pictures? Are you? Of course. Shinoda grinned and gave a thumbs up. The ones from when we were playing beach volleyball. Yeah, no, just casual outfits will do. We're just sharing some vacation photos. Ichin immediately shut that idea down. The girls in the studio were all dressed nicely. If beach photos got posted, things would spiral out of control. Best to play it safe. Kei Yagami nodded in agreement. Yeah, let's skip today's pictures. We can take some at the festival later. At the mention of the festival, Toyama Rin tapped her chin and looked around. I'm guessing none of us brought yukatas? Or are we just going in our regular clothes? Yun, who had been scrolling on her phone, suddenly perked up. I just found out that the town holding the festival sells and rents yukatas. It's not just the town, Ichin added. The hotel offers that service too. I checked with the staff earlier. There's a whole floor dedicated to clothing, including swimwear and yukatas. If you guys want one, you could just buy it. You won't have to pay for it yourselves. Consider it a bonus for all your hard work these past months. After some discussion, the group decided to check out the hotel's clothing store. Once dinner was over, everyone followed the hotel staff to the second-floor shop, while Ichin returned to his room alone. He grabbed his Nintendo Switch, planning to relax for a bit. A festival, huh? As a guy, he didn't need to change flip-flops, and shorts were good enough. At around 7 p.m., there was a knock on the door. All set, Ichin put down his Switch, grabbed his phone and wallet, and opened the door. The moment it swung open, he was met with a crowd. Looking at the group, now all dressed in yukatas, Ichin raised an eyebrow. Why are you all standing here? Haruno, dressed in a deep blue yukata, stood beside Yutaha with a bright smile, linking arms with her. As the only guy here, Ichin-kun, it's your duty to rate our outfits. Come on, score us who looks the best. Ichin rolled his eyes at her antics, then turned to Yutaha, who was wearing a soft lavender yukata. No need to judge. Yutaha gets a perfect score. The rest of you? 90 points each. Satisfied? Ah, how boring. Haruno pouted before twirling around slowly. Are you saying my yukata isn't stunning? Even though he had given everyone the same score, Ichin had to admit wearing yukatas had completely transformed the group's atmosphere. Everyone had their own unique charm in traditional attire. Even Kei Yagami, who usually dressed in a more androgynous style, looked noticeably more feminine in a yukata. Ichin glanced at her twice before asking in surprise, Kei, did you put on makeup? Blushing, Kei admitted, I didn't really want to, but Rin and Hazuki forced me into it. Standing beside her, Rin spoke earnestly, it's a rare chance to see you in a yukata, so of course, we had to make sure you looked gorgeous. What do you think, Ichin-kun? Ichin gave her a thumbs up. Rin, your makeup skills are top-notch. All right, let's head out. The festival has tons of events. We'll be busy for a while. Over the next 3 days, the group explored various attractions in Aizu, took plenty of photos, enjoyed amazing food, and even visited an open-air hot spring. Of course, as the only guy, Ichin got his own separate hot spring and had a relaxing soak. On the 4th morning, they boarded the same bus back to Tokyo. One by one, Ichin dropped everyone off at their homes before finally returning to the apartment complex with Yutaha and Kei. Back in his long-missed home, Ichin set his luggage aside and collapsed onto the couch with a satisfied sigh. We're finally back. The trip was fun, but nothing beats the comfort of home. Yutaha settled in beside him, turned on the air conditioner, and wrapped her arms around his. It's already noon. Where are we eating? Mom didn't prepare lunch today. Let's order takeout. Ichin pulled out his phone and started browsing delivery options. Yutaha, call Kei and ask her to come up. See what she wants to eat. After making the call, Yutaha leaned against his shoulder and said, school starts again in a couple of days, you know? Yeah, back to school life. Ichin scrolled through different restaurants and nodded. Development on Hollow Knight is in its final stages, so even if I go back to school, it shouldn't be an issue. What about you, Yutaha? Any plans? Nope. He'll just stay home with you for the next 2 days. Kei arrived ridiculously fast just 2 minutes after the call. As soon as she walked in, she grinned and asked, what's for lunch? I was about to order takeout myself. Sushi? Udon? McDonald's? Ichin listed. Why is KFC not on the list? Kei complained. Does KFC not deserve any respect? Ichin shrugged. I like McDonald's, not KFC. Kei sat cross-legged on the couch and smirked. Fine, you're the boss. To be honest, I'm not a huge fan of KFC either. In the end, the 3 of them settled on McDonald's and had a simple meal. In the afternoon, Yutaha went to visit her mother, while Ichin and Kei headed to the studio, wasting no time in getting back to work. Even on their way home, they had already made up their minds it was time to get back to business. Taking breaks just wasn't in their nature. As he worked on level design, Ichin asked Kei, I'm planning to do a live stream next month and release 2 new videos. Want to appear on camera? You are the studio's lead artist, after all. Huh? Me? Kei tilted her head, hesitating for a moment before making one last attempt to dodge. Can I just do voiceover and not show my face? Chapter 156. The school term begins after taking 2 days off at home to rest and work. The long-awaited first day of a new school term finally arrived. After breakfast, Ichin and Yutaha left the house together. As they walked towards the bus stop, Yutaha looked up at the bright blue sky, squinted slightly, and said, it's already September, but it's still so hot. Give it another 10 days or so, and it should cool down, Ichin replied while holding her hand. After thinking for a moment, he added, but it's already cooler than it was 2 weeks ago. The bus arrived quickly, and they got on. Along the way, several students from Toyogaseki Academy also boarded the same bus. As well-known figures at school, most students recognized Ichin and Yutaha, including those on this bus. However, upon seeing the 2 of them together, many immediately turned their heads away. There was nothing they could do. For single students, scenes like this were always a heavy blow. Ichin and Yutaha, however, were already used to it. They sat calmly in their seats side by side. Yutaha rested her head on Ichin's barato, lightly holding his arm as she gazed out the window. In a soft voice, she mused, only 6 months left in our second year. By this time next year, we'll probably be thinking about college applications, won't we? I don't think there's much to worry about, Ichin said with a smile. As long as our grades are good, even if we don't get in on our own, the school might recommend us for admission. The chances are pretty high. The University of Tokyo? Yeah. Or do you want to go somewhere else? Yutaha shook her head and thought for a moment before saying, for university, you'll definitely be studying literature. I've already decided to go down this path. What about you? Ichin, computer science, or economics? Since your family runs a company, you'll probably have to take over someday, right? Not necessarily. Ichin had never actually discussed this with his father before. He guessed, but my dad's business is completely different from my interests. There's no way I'd give up what I'm doing now. If I don't take over, I don't think my dad would force me. He'd probably just sell the company, keep some shares, and live off the dividends. Besides, my parents have already made plenty of money over the years. They don't need to keep working hard, and I'll be making money myself too. That's not bad. Since you're already financially independent, they don't have to worry too much about you. When the bus reached their stop, Ichin and Yutaha got off leisurely and walked towards the school. As they arrived at the school gate, they happened to run into Yukino and Eruri, who had also just arrived. Good morning, Ichin greeted them. He glanced at the two girls and asked, "Did you plan to come together?" Eruri smiled and nodded. "Yeah, we did. It's the first day back, after all." As they entered the school, Yukino glanced at the disciplinary teacher standing at the gate, then at Ichin and Yutaha, who were still openly holding hands. Seeing that the teacher seemingly turned a blind eye to them, Yukino finally couldn't hold back. Senpai, isn't it a bit too bold to be like this at school? If I remember correctly, Miss Hiratsuka talked to you about this before, didn't she? Oh, that? Ichin chuckled. Don't worry about it. It's the first day back, so we're in a good mood. We'll tone it down later. Besides, remember when we went on vacation? Miss Hiratsuka mentioned that she'd be going to China for an academic exchange. The disciplinary teacher went too and even met my parents there. So now, he probably cares even less about me and Yutaha than before. I see. Yukino suddenly remembered Ichin's parents had attended the academic exchange as parent representatives. On top of that, both Ichin and Yutaha were top students in their second year, ranking first and second in their grade. No matter what the disciplinary teacher personally thought, he wouldn't openly reprimand them at the school gate. Then, from behind them, they suddenly heard the disciplinary teacher's roar. "Akiyama, this is a school. You actually dared to dye your hair. Go and dye it back immediately, or you're not stepping through this gate. And you two, what's with all the pushing and pulling? Behave yourselves." Yukino turned her head and noticed that many students were sneaking glances at Ichin and Yutaha with envious expressions. There were plenty of couples at Toigaseki Academy, but Ichin and Yutaha were probably the only ones bold enough to walk through the school gates hand in hand like this. After changing into their indoor shoes, they split up from Yukino and Eruri and headed to the second-year classrooms. The moment they stepped into their class, all eyes turned to them. However, unlike last semester, most of the gazes this time were coming from the boys, and they were all focused on Ichin. The two exchanged a confused look, but went ahead and sat down. As soon as Ichin put his bag down, a group of male classmates immediately surrounded him. They usually got along well, but Ichin couldn't understand why they were all looking at him so strangely today. Finally, Fuji, who sat behind Ichin, spoke first. "Ichin, you're developing a game? That's seriously impressive." "Huh?" Ichin was stunned for a second. "They all knew?" He glanced at the guys surrounding him and asked in confusion, "How did you find out?" Although he often talked with them about games and anime, he had never mentioned that he had formed a studio and was actively developing a game. Could it have been the members of the school's gaming club? That seemed unlikely. He had specifically asked them to keep it a secret. A bespectacled classmate provided the answer. "Over the summer, you did a live stream on a Chinese website. Someone uploaded the recording to YouTube, and we happened to come across it on a forum. Ichin, you're seriously amazing. I love Slay the Spire. I can't believe you're the one who developed it. That aside, why is your studio full of girls? That's way too enviable." So that's what they were really focused on, huh? Scratching his head, Ichin looked at them and said, "Calm down, guys. It's really not a big deal." "Now that's just humble bragging, Ichin," a chubby classmate said, clenching his fists in jealousy. Cinchuredo. Everyone turned to look at the guy who said he could sweep the floors. The energy was so high, and then he just brought it crashing down. Chapter 157. The giant watermelon. Now that his own classmates knew, it was only a matter of time before the entire school found out. Sure enough, during a break, Ichin pulled out his phone and logged into the school forum only to find multiple discussion threads about him. After scrolling through 2 pages, he sighed and closed the browser. Why was everyone obsessing over the fact that his studio was full of girls? Couldn't anyone just focus on the game itself? Society was in decline. People had lost their priorities. One way or another, Ichin's popularity at Toyagaski Academy had skyrocketed yet again. Originally, people were only curious about his status as an international student, his top-ranking grades, and his relationship with Kasumigakake Yutaha. But now, there was a new topic of interest: his rising status as a star in the gaming industry. Naturally, this also caught the attention of the school administration. Previously, the only teacher aware of his game development activities was Hiratsuka Shizuka. But now, from the principal down to the first-year teachers, nearly everyone knew about it. Thankfully, the teachers were much more restrained than the students and didn't bother Ichin about it. The first day of school was fairly relaxed, and after their afternoon classes, Ichin and Yutaha decided to head home. As they were walking downstairs, Ichin's phone vibrated. It was a message from Erori. He glanced at the screen and then turned to Yutaha. Erori just texted she wants to come to the studio. She's asking if we've left yet. Want to go back with her? Sure, let's wait for her downstairs, Yutaha agreed. Ichin quickly replied to Erori, and after waiting in the lobby for a bit, they spotted her jogging toward them. Sorry to keep you waiting, Erori said, slightly out of breath, her school bag slung over her shoulder. Ichin glanced behind her. Just you? Yukino isn't coming? Yeah, Harunone is taking her out for dinner today, so she's not coming with me. Erori brushed her slightly messy bangs aside and added, besides, it's only the first day of school. The service club probably doesn't have any requests yet, so it's not like she needs to be at the clubroom. Does your service club ever actually get any requests? Yutaha's merciless remark earned her a sharp glare from Erori. Hey, don't put it like that. Isn't it a good thing that there are no requests? We get to enjoy a peaceful afternoon drinking tea and reading books. Mark my words, I'm making a bold prediction. This semester, the service club will get exactly 0 requests. That felt like she just set up a major flag. Leaving the school, the 3 of them hopped on the bus and headed toward the studio. If they were just going home, Ichin and Yutaha would normally get off at the stop closest to their apartment. But today, they planned to swing by the supermarket to pick up ingredients for dinner at the studio. After a quick grocery run, they each carried a bag: Yutaha with vegetables, Erori with snacks, and Ichin with meat. As they walked, Erori asked curiously, "Is Rin cooking tonight?" Ichin nodded. Yeah, Rin's in charge, and Yin is helping her. Those two are handling dinner today. Just as he finished speaking, Ichin noticed a nearby fruit shop. Out front was a neat row of large watermelons. Hold on, let's grab one more thing. 10 minutes later, Ichin had paid for their purchase, and the 3 of them were now seated inside a delivery van provided by the store. After all, buying 4 giant watermelons in one go made Ichin a VIP customer. Given how difficult it would be to carry them, the shop owner generously offered to deliver both the melons and their group straight to their doorstep. Ding dong. Inside the studio, everyone who had been focused on their work suddenly heard the doorbell ring. Yagami K turned toward the front door, puzzled. At this time? Who could it be? Ichin and the others have keys. Why don't we just check? Shinoda got up from her seat and jogged over to the entrance. Huh, isn't this Ichin? As she spoke, she pulled open the door. Oh! Her excited exclamation immediately piqued everyone's curiosity. What was going on? Then they saw Shinoda walking inside, carrying a giant watermelon in her arms. Everyone, we got watermelon. Ijima Yun remained unfazed. It's just watermelon. It's not like we haven't had it before. One watermelon wasn't unusual, but why were there 3 more sitting on the floor behind them? You bought this many? Setting down the bags he was carrying, Ichin chuckled. We passed by a fruit shop on the way back, and the watermelons looked great, so I bought a few. Now we've got fruit for the next few days. They'll cut 2 of them and put them in the fridge to chill. Watermelons in Japan were expensive. Since the country didn't import them, relying solely on domestic production and premium marketing strategies, their prices remained high year-round. Over the summer, Ichin had frequently brought various fruits to the studio sometimes, including watermelon, but buying 4 whole watermelons at once was a first. Bringing them to the kitchen, he washed a knife, then swiftly sliced 2 of the watermelons in half with a few quick strokes. Looking at the deep red, juicy flesh inside, Ichin nodded in satisfaction. Looks good. Should be really sweet. Just as he was about to wrap the slices in plastic and refrigerate them, Oba and Momiji approached, eyes gleaming with interest. Momiji even swallowed her saliva eagerly. Ichin smirked. You two want some? He then cut off a slice for each of them. Just a little. The rest is for after dinner. Momiji thanked him, glanced toward the kitchen entrance to make sure no one else was coming, then quickly chomped down her slice in 2 bites. As long as no one sees, it doesn't count as sneaking food. Aoba observed her actions thoughtfully, nodded in understanding, and followed suit, finishing her own piece in record time. With the watermelon stored in the fridge, Ichin handed over the kitchen to Toyama Rin and Ijima Yun, then headed to his workstation and powered on his computer. Hazuki, how's today's progress? Not bad, Hazuki replied, adjusting her glasses and handing him a work schedule. Take a look. We've completed all the tasks planned up to today. I've already double-checked everything, but you might want to review it too. Ichin glanced at the task board, filled with a long list of assignments for each team member, and nodded in satisfaction. Looks good. At this pace, we should be able to finish development by November. Yagami K, who had been listening nearby, leaned in with anticipation in her eyes. So, are we setting the release date now? Slay the Spire had been mostly developed by Ichin alone, with the rest of the team only contributing to later updates. But Hollow Knight was the first full-scale game they had all worked on together since joining the studio. Naturally, they were beyond eager to see it hit the market. Chapter 158-158. Pre-orders begin. Hollow Knight had already been listed on the Nintendo Switch and Steam store pages, with a demo version available for download. However, pre-orders had not yet been opened, nor had the pricing been announced. Now that the release date was set, Ichin logged into Steam and began updating the page, preparing to display both the price and launch date. The game was priced at 68 renminbi in the Chinese region, identical to the full release price of Slay the Spire. For other low-price regions, the price was slightly lower than in China, but not by much. Meanwhile, Japan and Western regions had a slightly higher price tag, though nothing too excessive, $10. As for the Nintendo Switch version, the pricing followed a similar structure. The Hong Kong eShop had the lowest price, while other regions were slightly more expensive. Since the Switch release involved direct cooperation with Nintendo, Ichin also needed to inform their contacts at the company. With the pricing finalized, it was time to lock in the release date. Checking the calendar and accounting for the remaining debugging period, Ichin set the launch for November 19th. A quick glance at the November game release schedule showed that apart from Forza Horizon 5, which was set to release on November 9th, there weren't any other major blockbuster titles launching that month. While Hollow Knight wasn't a massive AAA game, Ichin was confident it could still make a splash in an otherwise quiet November. A spot on Steam's best-selling list? Shouldn't be a problem. After confirming the release date, Ichin submitted the changes and waited for Steam to officially open pre-orders. Meanwhile, Nintendo followed a similar process. Hazuki immediately relayed the information to their Nintendo contact, who quickly responded, confirming that pre-orders would open within 2 days. The Hollow Knight demo had already seen strong download numbers on the Switch eShop, and Nintendo was paying close attention. After all, outside of their in-house development teams, there weren't many third-party studios producing high-quality exclusives for the platform. Nintendo's own games were selling well, but it was undeniable that the Pokémon franchise was seeing a steady decline in public perception, just like the new Pokémon Journeys anime. With pricing and the launch date finalized, Ichin stretched and turned to face the eager group gathered around him. All right, now that we've set the release date, things might get a little hectic for everyone. We got 2.5 months left. Let's make sure we hit our deadline smoothly. Aoba, remembering the brutal all-nighters from her previous job at Eagle Jump, turned pale. Wait, does this mean we'll have to pull all-nighters as the launch date approaches? Keiko thought for a moment before responding. Compared to Fairy Stories 3, development for Hollow Knight has gone much smoother. I don't think we'll need all-nighters, but we will need to put in some overtime. Just in case, let's stock up on energy drinks. Seeing how experienced everyone was with crunch time, Itchin laughed and shook his head. I don't think we'll need all-nighters. Rin has done a great job structuring our development cycle, and we have plenty of time. As long as we maintain our current efficiency, we'll definitely finish the game without rushing. Yagami Kane nodded in agreement. That's right. We're already in the final phase of development, but our project management has been excellent. We won't have to panic and work overnight at the last minute. Last year, when we were working on Fairy Stories 3, things were different. The game was massive compared to the first two, so there was a ton of extra content to develop, optimize, and debug. Exactly. Project management is crucial in game development. Leaning back in his chair, Itchin spoke calmly, without a trace of anxiety. Look at what happened with Cyberpunk 2077. That was a textbook example of poor project management. Their ambitions were too big. They built a huge open-world RPG from scratch, and they had a string of internal problems. The whole development team collapsed under the pressure. That's why, when we first started working on Hollow Knight, I worked with Rin to create a strict development roadmap, and so far, it's been smooth sailing. Of course, the scale of our game is nowhere near that of Cyberpunk, but playing it safe is always the best approach. Everyone nodded in agreement. Sitting cross-legged on her chair, Shino sighed nostalgically. Cyberpunk 2077. I was so excited for that game back then. I even bought it for both PC and console. Cyberpunk 2077 was truly a game full of wasted potential. It had great initial ideas, a highly immersive, expansive, and freedom-filled open-world Night City, along with innovative weapon combinations and creative gameplay mechanics. Like many others, Itchin had been incredibly excited for it. After all, most open-world games tended to get repetitive at some point, but Cyberpunk 2077's marketing made it seem like CDPR was aiming for a truly engaging and dynamic experience. Unfortunately, the repeated delays were an early warning sign. Players began to worry, and when the game finally launched, it was clear that it had been rushed out the door. The final product spoke for itself. Cyberpunk 2077 wasn't the only game that had suffered from poor project management, but Itchin didn't bother listing more examples. One recent disaster was enough to illustrate the point. After chatting for a while, there was still some time before dinner, so everyone got back to their work. Itchin was about to check the team's progress for the day when Ariri walked up and tugged at his sleeve. What's up, Ariri? Under Itchin's gaze, Ariri's eyes lit up with excitement. Itchin-kun, since the game is entering the final stages of development, you'll probably be taking a lot more time off from school, right? Taking time off? Itchin hadn't really thought about it before. But as the workload increased, it was true that as both the studio owner and one of the lead programmers had, need to spend more time at the office. Still, the way Eri asked that question, Itchin narrowed his eyes at her. Wait, don't tell me you're thinking of taking time off too, so you can help out at the studio? Well, you guys are sure on staff, right? Wouldn't having me around be a good thing? Eri beamed proudly. Think about it. My art skills are top-notch. Everyone in the industry agrees on that. I also had a great time working part-time with you guys over the summer. I used to think I'd either become a manga artist or join an animation studio after university, but now I realize that making games is pretty awesome too. Itchin's lips twitched slightly. So, are you saying you finally decided to leave that industry? Huh? Eri froze, her face instantly turning bright red. Why you? How do you know about that? Their conversation didn't go unnoticed. Hazuki, who wasn't exactly working hard to begin with, overheard everything and grinned mischievously. Oh, I think I just heard something very interesting. Something about quitting? Sounds like a juicy little secret. Eri-chan, before Eri could react, Hazuki suddenly grabbed her from behind, pulling her into a hug. Chapter 159. Iriri's secret exposed 5 minutes later. Everyone except for the two still busy in the kitchen was sitting around Eri, staring at her in utter shock. Wait, Kashiwagi Eri is Eri, Kei Yagami muttered to herself before suddenly realizing something. I knew it. I knew something felt familiar when I first saw Iriri's artwork. I kept thinking I'd seen that art style before. Turns out it's exactly the same as Kashiwagi Eris. Back when Eruri had joined as a part-time artist, Ichin had asked her to prove her skills by drawing something on the spot. Her artwork had convinced everyone, and she smoothly became part of the art team. However, she had put away that drawing immediately after finishing it, and no one examined it too closely. That was why, until now, nobody had realized her true identity. Well, whatever. If they know, they know. Eruri sighed, accepting her fate. At least it's only people here in the studio. That shouldn't be a problem. Then she turned to Ichin and asked, "So, how did you figure out, Ichin-kun?" Ichin smiled and glanced at Yutaha, who had been watching the chaos unfold from the sidelines. "I found out because of Yutaha. I just happened to see her looking at some stuff you sent her, that's how I knew." Eruri frowned, trying to remember. After a few seconds, her eyes widened. Right? I did send Yutaha a few of my self-published books." Then, she snapped her head toward Yutaha. "Kusuma ga kake Yutaha. I told you to be careful with those. And don't you understand the concept of read and destroy? Don't just use random phrases you picked up somewhere." Yutaha replied calmly, looking at Eruri with her usual composed expression. "You have to understand I lack knowledge in this particular field, so naturally, I wanted to learn Barato. Besides, I didn't expect Ichin to see it by chance. Relax. All the stories you sent me were fine, so there's no real issue even if someone saw them." "So that means you have a variety of them?" Shinoda Hajime looked Barato surprised, her eyes widening as she turned toward Eruri. "I've read a few doujinshi before, but only the pure romance kind. I've heard of Kashiwagi Eri-sensei before, but I don't actually know much about her works. Eruri, could you let me take a look at your masterpieces?" Masterpiece. Eruri was completely embarrassed, flailing her hands in panic. "Can you guys act normal for a second? Who on earth just openly discusses doujinshi like this? We can't help it." Hazuki, who was still clinging onto Eruri, nuzzled against her head, grinning mischievously. "Your Kashiwagi Eri identity is just too shocking. It's been ages since I last read a doujinshi. Eruri-chan, can I come over to your house for a visit?" Eruri immediately pushed herself free, puffing up her cheeks in frustration. "No way. Of all people, you're the last person I'd let into my house. I have a feeling my belongings would be in danger. Oh my, how suspicious of you. No, it's not a misunderstanding." Everyone couldn't help but think of that voice at the same time. In any case, Iriri's identity as Kashiwagi Eri had now been completely exposed in the studio. Having her secret revealed, Eruri lost all motivation to work and simply slumped over her desk. Even when Ichin offered to let her take the day off, she barely reacted, her mood still pretty low. Kei Yagami glanced at Eruri before leaning toward Ichin, curious. What's up with her? It's just her identity as a doujinshi artist getting exposed, isn't it? Ichin shrugged before explaining. Iriri's identity as a doujin artist was basically a complete secret. As far as I know, the only people who knew were her parents and Yutaha. No matter how much people searched, they could never find out Kashiwagi Eri's real identity. Because of that, Eruri has always kept her two identities completely separate. At school, she's Eruri Spencer Sawamura, the refined young lady of the Sawamura family. But at home, she becomes Kashiwagi Eri, the doujinshi artist. She's always been super embarrassed about being an otaku, and has worked hard to keep her classmates from finding out, let alone her identity as Kashiwagi Eri. So right now, she's just struggling to adjust to the situation and how to interact with everyone. Is that really something to worry about? Kei Yagami still didn't get it. Or maybe I've been out of school too long, and things have changed? Thankfully, by the time dinner was ready, Eruri had managed to recover from her mood. After finishing their delicious meal, everyone sat back, sipping tea and relaxing. At that moment, under everyone's expectant gazes, Ichin got up and headed into the kitchen. He opened a fridge and pulled out a large, pre-chilled watermelon that had already been cut in half. "Ichin-kun, let me help." Rin Toyama walked into the kitchen as well. "There are 2 watermelons, right? If we work together, it'll be faster." "Sure, thanks, Rin." Ichin washed a fruit knife before slicing one of the halves in half again. He'll cut the fruit into bite-sized pieces so that everyone gets their own plate. It'll definitely be enough. Originally, I wanted to buy smaller watermelons, so we could each have half a watermelon and eat with a spoon. That's how I always used to do it back in China. It's the best way to enjoy summer. Eating it with a spoon? Rin Toyama imagined the scene and let out a wry smile. Yeah, that wouldn't work here. Fruits are way too expensive. Even though we earn decent salaries, we wouldn't splurge like that. Someone buying 4 large watermelons at once, like Ichin just did, was practically unheard of. Once they had finished cutting the watermelon, they carried out the plates and placed a serving in front of each person, complete with toothpicks for easy eating. Oh, dessert. Sakura Nene let out a cheerful squeal as she picked up a piece with a toothpick and popped it into her mouth. So cold and so sweet. Aoba, sitting nearby, also smiled as she enjoyed her slice. It really is sweet, but it's so expensive. Ichin placed Yuta's portion down and looked at everyone. We don't have time this year, but next summer, they'll take you all to China. You can eat all the watermelon you want until you can't eat anymore. Watermelon. Yes. Ivan Nago. I also want to see pandas. Tien. I want to see pandas too, winky face. Shinoda Hajime's eyes sparkled with excitement. I know Tokyo's zoo has rented some, but I want to see them in China. Ichin gave her a thumbs up and promised, sure. We'll start with a trip to Shanghai, then head over to Sichuan and Chongqing. There's so much amazing food and fun places to visit we could easily stay for 2 weeks. Ichin had already made up his mind. He planned to arrange 2 studio trips every year, one in summer and one in winter. By the time Hollow Knight was released at the end of the year, the studio's budget would be more than secure, so traveling wouldn't be a problem at all. Chapter 16160. Too terrifying. At 7:30 p.m., Ichin didn't make Airi stay for overtime. It wasn't time for that yet, so he simply let her go home. After Airi left, Ichin turned to look at the rest of the studio, where everyone was still sitting obediently at their desks. What about you guys? Why is no one leaving work today? At his words, everyone lifted their heads and exchanged glances. Then, under Ichin's surprised gaze, the entire group immediately sprang into action, jumping out of their seats and rushing over to Hazuki. Hazuki-san, quick, quick, quick. Airi is finally gone. Start searching. Relax, relax, Hazuki said calmly as she opened a browser and began typing. There are quite a few Kashiwagi Airi works, but I never would have guessed that the real identity behind them was Airi, the beautiful blonde Sundara. Centuredo, they saw the pagination clearly marked for. Aoba counted the results, her face filled with shock. 50 per page. Nearly 200 books. But Airi is only 16 years old. How could she have drawn this much? Though the search results only displayed the covers of the books. Just looking at them was enough to make the girls feel flustered. Well, most of them. One exception was Hifumi, who barely took one glance before hurrying back to her desk and resting her head on her arms. She'd probably need some time to recover. Meanwhile, Yumiko calmly scanned the book covers before speaking. Some things can't be measured by age, and you should know that better than anyone. Still, Iriri's work is seriously impressive, but we'll need to buy them if we want to read them, right? Should we? Before she even finished speaking, Hazuki had already completed account registration and purchased every single one of Kashiwagi Heiress Dejinshi, 189 of them. Done. Purchased. Hazuki's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, let's pick one to read first. Maybe this will show us Iriri's true skills, and we can assign her work that suits her even better. A suitable job for a manga artist? Ichin's eyelid twitched as he looked at them. Are you seriously planning to read manga here in the office? HM. Yumiko turned to him and asked, Wait, you're still here? Shinoda Hajime looked over as well, smiling as she waved at Ichin. That's right. Ichin-kun, you can go home now. It's officially girls' time. Ichin had never planned to stay long in the first place. He just wanted to check when they were heading home. But judging from the way things were going, it looked like they'd be here for a while. All right then. Manage your own. Time tomorrow isn't a day off, he reminded them before turning to Yutaha. Let's go home. As the two left the studio, the remaining girls excitedly dove into their newly acquired collection of Iriri's works. Oh, Airi has drawn this kind of genre before. Wait, Cinchuredo Airi had no idea that her entire hidden past was being dug up at record speed. Even her earliest doujinshi works, the one she thought had been buried in history, had now been completely exposed. Returning to his apartment, Ichin boiled water for tea and then sat down on the sofa. Phew, those guys sure have an insane level of curiosity. The moment Airi left, they immediately started digging into her past. I bet when she comes to the studio tomorrow, she's going to have a complete breakdown. Yutaha sat down beside him, her face carrying an amused, carefree smile. People have to take responsibility for their actions. Some black history is something she just has to live with. No need to worry about her, we just have to enjoy the show when the time comes. Black history, huh? Ichin leaned his head back, staring at the ceiling, before asking, Yutaha, do you have any black history? None at all, Yutaha replied instantly, without a moment's hesitation. I was a good kid growing up. Never caused my parents any trouble. It wasn't until I met you this year, Ichin, that I finally started taking barato risks. Huh. Well, in that case, I guess we're even. Ichin chuckled, his gaze still tilted upward. Nope, not even close. Yutaha poked Ichin's chest with her finger, smirking as she continued. Annie has told me plenty about your childhood. If we're talking about black history, you have more than enough to go around. Like how you wet the bed as a kid, or how you once got chased by a dog and ended up crying on the street. Ichin's eyes widened as he grabbed her hand in alarm. Oi, no way. My mom actually told you all that. When did this happen? After she went back home, of course. Multiple times over the summer. Yuta's grin widened as she continued happily. Sometimes, while you were busy working in the studio, I'd just call Annie and chat with her. I told her I wanted to learn more about your childhood, and she was more than happy to share. Ichin fell into silence. He never imagined that after his mom returned home, she and Yutaha had been regularly chatting on the phone. Even when he talked to his mom, she never once mentioned it. Now, he was too scared to ask any further. Who knew what other embarrassing childhood stories Yutaha had dug up? Ahem. Anyway, it's getting late. Let's get going. Cinchuredo, they finally remembered to check on their clubroom, which had been left untouched all summer. The club next door, the service club, was in a similar situation. Since Yukino had been busy yesterday, she hadn't come either. But today, she dragged Airi along to help clean up for the new semester. After finishing mopping the floor, Airi washed the mop, put it back, and stepped out of the restroom. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and sighed, phew, this is way more exhausting than drawing. But as she entered the clubroom, she noticed that besides Yukino, Ichin, and Yutaha, there was another girl sitting inside. Wait, could this be a client? Noticing Ariri's return, Yukino gestured to the empty chair beside her. Have a seat. A student has come to request our help. As a member of the service club, you need to be present. Oh. Airi nodded excitedly and quickly sat down next to Yukino. But the moment she saw the girl's face, she immediately recognized her. Huh? Wait a second. Aren't you from the class next door? Chapter 161. The first request for the service club, the girl seeking help, was from the class next to Ariri's. She had a single ponytail, a round and chubby face, and while she wasn't as stunning as Yutaha and the others, she had a petite and cute charm. Forcing a slightly awkward smile, the girl said, Hello, Sawamura-san. I'm Komatsu Yuno from Class B. We had PE together before. Airi smiled back. Oh, yeah, I remember. So what brings you here? Do you need help with something? Compared to Yukino's cold and indifferent demeanor, Airi was undoubtedly better at handling requests from clients. Komatsu glanced around at the people in the room, looking a bit uneasy. She lowered her head and clasped her hands together on her lap before speaking. Well, I heard from Hiratsuka-sensei that there are people here who can help me. I thought about it for a while, and if it's Sawamura-san and Yukino Shida-san, I don't think you two would spread this around. Yukino nodded. You don't need to worry, Komatsu-san. Regardless of the client's wishes, we never disclose any personal information about them. So, can you tell us what this is about? Komatsu remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. I'd like to ask Yukino Shida-san to investigate someone for me. A classmate of yours, Sato. HM? Yukino raised an eyebrow and looked at the girl. I do remember someone named Sadu in my class. But can you tell me why you want me to investigate him? And what exactly do you want to find out? Hearing that, Komatsu's face turned bright red. The four of them exchanged glances, already forming a rough guess. Eruri looked at Komatsu and asked, Wait, Komatsu-san, do you like that arrogant guy Sadu? Komatsu's face grew even redder as she lowered her head further. Well, just a little. Even though Yukino lacked experience in romance, she could more or less understand why Komatsu had come to them. Crossing her arms, Yukino looked at Komatsu and said, So, you want me to find out if Sato already has someone he likes, right? That doesn't seem too difficult. Couldn't you just find out yourself? Ugh, but I don't know anyone in Class A. None of my friends do either, Komatsu mumbled, her voice small. If I just ask directly, people will definitely find out. And if Sato already has a girlfriend, and then my actions get exposed, it'll be really embarrassing. Yukino didn't quite understand. She turned to Eruri and asked, Embarrassing? What do you mean? Eruri immediately understood and explained, Well, girls tend to be really into gossip, especially when it comes to romance. If someone in the class has a crush on a boy, or if they start a romantic relationship, people will start asking all sorts of questions. Hearing that, Komatsu nodded vigorously. Exactly. That's why I don't want anyone to find out for now. I see. Yukino thought for a moment, and then said, I'm not very familiar with my classmates, and I've never spoken to Sata before. But I've heard that he's a member of the school soccer club. That might be a good place to start investigating. Eruri, does anyone from your class play soccer? I'm not sure. Eruri shook her twin tails, looking troubled. The boys in my class are kind of a hassle. A few of them keep trying to ask me out. As for the soccer club, I don't think we have any members. We do have two in the track and field club, though. What about your class? Ichin-kun, Yudaha? We have some. Ichin gave a definite answer. Two of my classmates are on the soccer team, and they're actually starters. If Komatsu-san is okay with it, I can have someone discreetly ask around tomorrow. I promise I won't let anything about you slip. I have my ways of keeping those guys quiet. Komatsu's face lit up with excitement. She immediately stood up and bowed. Thank you so much, senpai. Ichin waved it off as if it were nothing and gestured for her to sit back down before continuing. By the way, Komatsu-san, if Sato really doesn't have anyone he likes, what's your plan? Are you going to confess to him directly? Confess? Komatsu's face turned bright red as she flusteredly waved her hands. See, confess. No way. I just want to know first, then see if I can find a way to get to know him. But I don't even know if I'll have the chance. At that moment, Yudaha, who had been silent the entire time, finally spoke up. Can I ask what this Sata guy looks like? Still blushing, Komatsu answered, He's really handsome, and he's great at sports. Yudaha nodded and turned to look at Yukino, hoping to get a more objective opinion from someone who was in the same class as him. After all, someone with a crush might see things through rose-colored glasses. However, Yukino simply leaned back in her chair and said calmly, I don't really pay attention to the boys in my class. Yudaha smirked. All right then, let's make a comparison. How does he stack up against Ichin? Yukino glanced at Ichin, who was sitting next to Yudaha, and after thinking for a moment, she replied, in terms of height, he's nowhere near senpai. He's probably around 170 centimeters. As for his looks, I'm not great at evaluating people's appearances, but at the very least, I wouldn't say he's unattractive. So, there's a bit of a gap compared to Ichin. Got it. Clapping her hands together, Yudaha turned to Komatsu. All right then, Komatsu-san. We'll look into whether Sadu has someone he likes. After that, we'll discuss the next steps. Sound good? Don't worry, keep this completely confidential. That works. I'm counting on you. Thank you so much. Komatsu gave a deep bow to everyone before leaving the service club. Once the door closed behind her, Eruri turned to Yudaha. So, if Sata doesn't have a girl he likes, what's your plan? Are you going to give her some advice? More or less. Yudaha pulled out a small notebook and started jotting things down as she spoke. But I think we need to gather more useful information first. If this Sata guy turns out to be decent, I can give her a few pointers. But if he's not, then to prevent an inexperienced girl from getting hurt, we might have to step in. Of course, that's just my opinion. I'm not an official member of the service club. Ultimately, it's up to you and Yukino. After a moment of silence, Yukino gave her own thoughts. Let's investigate first. As for the rest, I agree with Senpai's opinion. Failing a confession isn't a big deal, but we need to make sure that Seida's personality and character aren't problematic. We can't let our client end up getting seriously hurt. And so, the service club's first request began. Ironically, it was a romance-related request, something the second daughter of the Yukino Shida family understood the least. Chapter 162. Don't go too far after accepting the request. Everyone relaxed in the clubroom for a while, had some tea, and then wrapped up club activities early for the day. Eruri didn't head to the studio today. Instead, she wisely decided to go straight home. Fortunately, she made that choice, otherwise she would have had to deal with everyone's stares, which would have been pretty uncomfortable. As for Yukino, she ended up visiting Iriri's house. On the way home, Ichin asked, "What do you want for dinner?" "The girls at the studio aren't cooking tonight. They're going out to eat, so we'll just handle our own meals." Yudaha thought for a moment before suggesting, "Let's keep it simple. How about fried rice and a couple of side dishes?" "Sounds good. That means we don't need to buy groceries. There's still enough food at home." With that, they skipped the supermarket and headed straight back. Since Ichin had moved in, Yudaha's parents often went out to eat together when she wasn't home for dinner. In a way, it seemed to rekindle their youthful days, making their lives even more enjoyable. After arriving home and putting their things away, Ichin took the ingredients for dinner out of the fridge. "Oh, right. If we're making fried rice, we need to cook the rice first. How about we just make clay pot rice instead?" Yudaha, from her bedroom, where she was changing, Yudaha kicked the door open and responded, "Sure, that works. We've got both Chinese sausage and char siu, Chinese barbecue pork, at home, so it won't be too complicated." With that decided, Ichin wasn't in a hurry to start cooking. He told Yudaha he was going to drop by the downstairs studio first. As soon as he stepped inside and changed his shoes, he was met with eager stares from everyone present. "Oh, what's with those looks?" Hazuki glanced behind Ichin and sighed in disappointment. "Iriri's not with you?" "Nope. Yukino's visiting her place today, so she didn't come." "Ah, what a shame." Ichin's mouth twitched as he looked at their nearly identical expressions. "You guys better not go overboard. If you scare Iriri off, you'll lose an excellent illustrator." Hazuki waved a hand dismissively. Don't worry. She's not that easy to scare off. We're just curious about how Iriri-chan ended up becoming an illustrator." "Oh, by the way, Ichin-kun, have you ever read any of Iriri's manga works?" "Her manga works?" Ichin thought for a moment before answering. "I saw one at Yudaha's place when I first learned about her identity. But it was just a pure romance one, so it wasn't a big deal. Other than that, I've only seen some of Kashiwagi Iris artwork on Twitter." "Wait, exactly how many art books did you guys go through last night?" Shinoda Hajime gave a thumbs up and grinned. "Not too many, just about 30 or so." "That's not too many?" Ichin couldn't believe what he was hearing. Honestly, he doubted that was even the real number. Looking around, Yagami Ko, Toyama Rin, Hifumi, and Aoba showed embarrassed expressions, but the others were surprisingly nonchalant. "Oh, right. Sakura Nene wasn't here today since her new school term had started. Narumi and Momiji were also absent. Whatever. I give up on trying to understand you guys." Ichin sighed. "Just don't be too obvious around Iriri, all right? She doesn't usually show her personal artistic side. Just act like you always do." At that moment, Ijima Yun raised her hand. "Ichin-kun, I have a question." "Go ahead, Yun." Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What if Iriri brings it up herself?" Ichin scratched his cheek awkwardly. "Then just go with it. As long as you guys don't actively stir things up, it's fine." With that, the Iriri-related conversation wrapped up. Ichin briefly checked over the day's work before heading back upstairs. The others would be heading out for dinner soon, so there was no reason for him to stick around any longer. After returning home, Ichin and Yudaha made a pot of clay pot rice for dinner before settling into their studies in the bedroom. Even though they were top students, they still needed to dedicate some time each week to reviewing and reinforcing their knowledge, just significantly less time than most people. By the time 8 p.m. rolled around, They had gone through all the material they needed to review. Afterward, they both took a shower and then moved on to their individual tasks. Yutaha sat in front of her computer, diligently typing away, while Ichin leaned against the headboard, studying a programming book. Developing Hollow Knight wasn't particularly challenging for him at the moment. However, when he eventually worked on Persona, Dark Souls, and even later projects like Titanfall, Apex Legends, and Fall Guys, he knew he would inevitably encounter areas outside his expertise. That was why he needed to take advantage of his time now to learn as much as possible and improve himself. Ding-dong around 9 p.m., the apartment's doorbell rang. Ichin put down his book and glanced at Yutaha. "Is it your mom?" "Probably not." Yutaha paused her work and said, "If it were my mom, she'd call me first." "He'll go check then." Ichin got out of bed and left the room. Since Yutaha was only wearing a nightgown, it wouldn't be appropriate for her to answer the door no matter who was outside. "I'm coming." He reached the entrance and opened the door, only to find Toyama Rin standing there. "Rin, you haven't gone home yet?" Holding a transparent container, Toyama Rin smiled and said, "Nope. When we went out for dinner, Ko had a little to drink, so I decided to stay with her tonight." "Oh, and Ichin-kun, you cut up that watermelon this afternoon, right?" "I just took some chilled slices, better eat them soon." "Got it. Thanks, Rin." Ichin accepted the container filled with watermelon and asked, "How's Ko? How much did she drink?" "Oh, she's fine. Just 2 beers." Rin waved a hand nonchalantly. "I was keeping an eye on her, wouldn't let her drink too much." "All right then. Good night, Ichin-kun. He'll be heading downstairs now." "Yeah, good night." After seeing Rin off, Ichin returned inside with the watermelon. Yutaha glanced at the container in his hands. "That was Rin-san, right? I thought I heard her voice." "Yeah. Ko had some drinks at dinner, so Rin's staying with her tonight. She brought us some fruit." As Ichin placed the container on the table, Yutaha suddenly realized something. I knew something felt off. We didn't eat much fruit today." "Ichin-kun, where are the toothpicks?" "They're in the living room. He'll go grab them." With that, they continued their work while eating the watermelon. Biting into a cool, delicious slice, Yutaha suddenly thought about the downstairs studio. A wave of curiosity and gossip surged within her. "Ichin-kun, what do you think Rin and Ko are doing right now?" Ichin froze for a moment, his grip on the book tightening slightly as his expression wavered. "No idea. If you want to know, go ask them yourself." And just like that, Yutaha really picked up her phone. Chapter 163. Ichin's method. Although Ichin didn't know exactly what Yutaha was chatting about, he could see her slightly odd yet uncontrollable smile as she leaned against the headboard. When he asked, she didn't share any details, just assured him that it was good news. Even so, Ichin could more or less guess. After all, if those two weren't the same gender, they'd probably have a kid running around by now. However, since they were the same gender, Ichin had no idea how their relationship would develop from here. The next day at school, Ichin remembered the request he had received yesterday from the service club to investigate a boy named Sadu. Since gathering information was easier for him, he decided to handle it himself. As soon as he arrived at the classroom and confirmed that the 2 boys from the soccer club were present, he walked over to them. "Yoshino, Kitagawa, got a minute? I need your help with something." Seeing that it was Ichin, the 2 boys, who had been chatting, didn't hesitate. They nodded and followed him outside the classroom. Both of them were members of the soccer club. With their athletic build and a height of about 175 centimeters, they had a cheerful and outgoing nature. While they weren't as handsome as Ichin, their sporty appeal still made them quite popular among girls. Once they were outside, Yoshino grinned and asked, "So, Ichin, what's up? If it's about game development, we probably can't help you." "It's nothing like that." Ichin waved his hand dismissively and lowered his voice. "Actually, I want to know some information about a first year in the soccer club Satu from Class 1B. You guys know him, right?" "Satu?" Kitagawa nodded immediately and said, "Yeah, he joined the soccer club as soon as he enrolled. He's pretty enthusiastic about training, easy to talk to, and overall a decent guy." "Why? Did he do something to offend you?" "Not at all." Ichin lowered his voice even further and gestured for them to come closer before saying, "I'm asking on behalf of someone else. I need to know if Sada has a crush on or is interested in any girls. Huh? Immediately, the two boys' curiosity was piqued. Kitagawa patted Ichin's shoulder with a grin. Who is it? Why do these kinds of good things never happen to me? Yoshino, on the other hand, asked more seriously, wait, is it someone you and Kasumigakaka know? Don't tell me it's that first-year princess, Sawamura? It's not her. Then could it be? It's not Yukino Shida, either. Ichin shook his head. Even if Satu is a good guy like you said, I doubt either Sawamura or Yukino Shida would be interested in him. That's a relief. X2, their synchronized response, made Ichin pause for a second before bursting into laughter. As expected, guys pretty much thought the same way. I might not have a shot, but I sure don't want anyone else I know to get one either. Especially when it involved rare beauties like Eruri and Yukino. Ichin continued, I can't reveal the girl's identity, but she's someone you guys don't know. She happened to meet Sata by chance, found herself interested, and asked me to look into it. Since you guys are in the soccer club, I figured you'd be the best people to help me out. Just try to gather some info, but don't make it obvious. The girl hasn't decided what she wants to do yet. Yoshino and Kitagawa both nodded, indicating they understood. Scratching his chin, Yoshino muttered, figuring out if Sata has a crush on someone without making it obvious. That's going to be tricky. It's actually not that hard. Since I'm the one asking for the favor, I already have a plan in mind, Ichin said directly. After practice, you guys usually leave school together, right? So, sometime over the next few days, just invite everyone to grab something to eat at a fast food place or something. They'll cover the cost. While eating, just casually bring up the topic of dating, and girls let the conversation flow naturally. As he spoke, Ichin pulled out his wallet, took out a 10,000 yen bill, and handed it to them. Hey, race the budget. This is a matter of romance for a girl, so we'll leave it to you guys. While there were more roundabout ways to get this information, Ichin preferred a simple and efficient approach rather than making things unnecessarily complicated. Ichin had gotten a good grasp of their personalities over the past few months. Since they had agreed to help, he knew they would follow through. Saying come on nori yen? Isn't that a bit too much? Both Yoshino and Kitagawa looked surprised when Ichin handed them the money. Ichin, however, simply placed the bill in Kitagawa's hand. It's for expenses and the trouble you'll be going through. If you add all up, it's not too much. Besides, I might need your help again later, so just take it. You guys already know my game sell well. 10,000 yen isn't a big deal for me. The two exchanged glances before finally accepting the money. All right, leave it to us. We'll make sure it's done properly. With that settled, the three of them returned to the classroom. As soon as Ichin sat down, Yudaha leaned in and whispered, all set? Ichin nodded. I recruited 2 spies and gave them 10,000 yen for expenses. They'll just chat about relationships over food, and we'll have the answer in a couple of days. That's actually the simplest method without raising suspicion, Yudaha remarked, not objecting to his plan. Now, all that was left was to wait for the results. At lunchtime, Ichin and Yudaha went to the service club room to eat with Yukino and Eruri. After listening to Ichin's plan, Yukino looked at him and said, you shouldn't have to cover the cost. It'll reimburse you from the club's activity funds later. Ichin didn't refuse. He knew there was no point in arguing. Yukino would insist on giving him the money anyway. Eruri, on the other hand, was puzzled. Wait, our club actually has an activity fund? Of course, Yukino replied, pointing at the tea set on the table. That tea set and the tea leaves were all purchased using club funds. If Hiratsuka-sensei finds out, she's definitely going to be mad. It's fine. She doesn't care about these things, Yukino said calmly. In fact, she's already come here for tea once when you weren't around. She's an accomplice. An accomplice, huh? If Hiratsuka-sensei found out, her blood pressure would probably skyrocket. Taking a bite of his rice, Ichin smiled. From what I gather this morning, this Sata guy seems pretty decent overall. The only thing left to find out is whether he has a crush on anyone. What about you two? Have you figured out how to help Komatsu? Chapter 164-164. News and suggestions on Friday. Ichin finally received feedback from Yoshino and Kitagawa. Outside the classroom, Kitagawa grinned and said, after practice yesterday, we went to McDonald's. While chatting, we brought up the topic of relationships. Turns out, Sada doesn't have any girl he likes or cares about right now. You can tell that girl you know to rest easy. Yoshino nodded in agreement. Yeah, when we asked him, he got all shy and said he had zero experience. He's got a pretty good personality. We've known him for a few months now, and he doesn't seem to have any bad habits. He doesn't even seem to get angry. A nice guy. Huh. Not necessarily the best, but definitely not bad either. The only thing to worry about was whether he had that overly friendly with girls, protagonist kindness, the type that stays overly close with other girls even when he's in a relationship. For some reason, Ichin suddenly thought of himself. Wait, no, that doesn't count. I've never crossed the line in my interactions, and Yutaha is always around. If I did anything inappropriate, she'd definitely call me out on it. Shaking off the thought, Ichin thanked the two and headed back to the classroom. That afternoon, during club activities, Airi arrived at the service club with Komatsu from Class 1B. Yukino, Yutaha, and Ichin had already arrived earlier. While waiting, Ichin explained the gathered information to Yukino, easing her concerns a little. After all, this was the service club's first official request. It would be embarrassing if they failed right out of the gate. Once Airi and Komatsu arrived, Ichin relayed the information to their younger schoolmate. Komatsu, the Sada you're interested in currently doesn't have anyone he likes or cares about. If you want to make a move, you still have a chance. Hearing this, Komatsu's face lit up, and she thanked him sincerely. Thank you so much, senpai. That's wonderful news. But before she could get too excited, Yukino promptly poured a bit of cold water on her enthusiasm. Komatsu, while we now know that Sada doesn't like anyone, the same applies to you two have no connection whatsoever. If you want to take things further, you need to figure out what to do next. Otherwise, you'll just keep harboring a one-sided crush forever. Ugh, I know, Komatsu mumbled, blushing as she nervously gripped the hem of her skirt. But I don't know what to do. If I just go up to Sadu and say I want to get to know him, wouldn't that be too abrupt? No, you're just shy, that's all. Everyone silently had the same thought. Then Yutaha spoke up. From what we know, Sadu is a member of the soccer club. Komatsu, are you in any clubs right now? Me? Komatsu hesitated for a second before shaking her head. No, I'm not in any club. Then why not join the soccer club? Yutaha suggested. They have a logistics team and a cheer squad. You could choose whichever suits you. That way, you'd have a reason to interact with Sadu. Don't overthink it for now. Just get to know him first before deciding if you want to confess. It's only September, there's still plenty of time before Christmas or even Valentine's Day next year. Yutaha's suggestion was like a revelation to the girl. That's right, I could just join the club, Komatsu exclaimed. Thank you so much, Kasumiga Kaka-senpai. They'll go prepare my club application right away. Beaming with excitement, she stood up, bowed to Yutaha, then turned and bowed to the others. Thank you all so much for your help. Airi waved her hand with a smile. Don't worry about it. Since you came to the service club, it's only natural for us to help. But ultimately, this is something you have to do yourself. Let us know if anything happens, okay? Yes, I definitely will. After Komatsu left, the service club's first request had officially been completed successfully. Yukino let out a small sigh of relief. Even though we completed the request, I don't think I was much help. It was Ichin-senpai and Yutaha-senpai who came up with all the ideas. Ichin responded casually, don't overthink it. Everyone has things they're good at and things they're not. This request just happened to be about romance, which isn't exactly your strong suit. If a different request comes along, that'll be your time to shine. That's right. You should rely on your friends more. A familiar voice came from the doorway. As the clubroom door slid open, a woman in a white lab coat appeared. Ratsuka Shizuka. Yo, good afternoon. Looks like you guys completed the request nicely. Yukino, expressionless as ever, shot an icy glance at the woman stepping inside. Hiratsuka-sensei, I've told you many times please knock before entering. Don't sweat the small details. Hiratsuka walked over to Ichin, drew back a chair, and sat down with a satisfied grin. Yukino, pour me some tea, will you? I just finished a meeting, and I'm exhausted. Yukino was silent for 2 seconds, but ultimately poured her a cup of black tea. Thanks. Taking a sip, Hiratsuka let out a contented sigh. So, how did the request go? Smoothly? Yudaha, glancing at the teacher who had casually draped one arm over her boyfriend's shoulder, didn't seem particularly annoyed. Hiratsuka-sensei, you don't know the details? Nope. Hiratsuka shook her head. I just saw that girl looking troubled and told her that if she needed help, she should go to the service club. I didn't really get into the specifics. Yep, that definitely sounded like Hiratsuka. However, perhaps because of her annoyance at Hiratsuka's habit of entering without knocking, Yukino suddenly activated her signature sharp tongue. There's no real need for you to know the details of the request, Hiratsuka-sensei. After all, you've been single your entire life. Your attempts at group dates and matchmaking have all failed. You have no useful advice to offer regarding high school romance. If you were to get involved, you'd just be adding to your own troubles, falling back into the endless cycle of matchmaking, rejection, and more matchmaking. Hiratsuka froze mid-sip, suddenly finding that her tea had lost all its flavor. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Placing the cup down, she looked at Yukino. You brat, you don't have any experience in romance either. So what gives you the right to say that to me? Because I'm young. I'm only 16. Yukino straightened her posture, locking eyes with Hiratsuka with absolute confidence. Besides, I'm popular enough that if I wanted to, I could easily find someone. I just choose not to. Every word was a direct hit. Hiratsuka couldn't take it anymore. Slamming down the rest of her tea in one go, she stood up abruptly. I'm leaving. You're not cute at all. Chapter 165-165. Saturday's work. After successfully completing the service club's request, the school week came to an end, ushering in the weekend. On Saturday, despite it being a break, everyone still arrived at the studio on time. However, today's task wasn't about development, it was about recording videos. After a series of negotiations with Ichin, Kei Yagami was finally excused from participating in live broadcasts. In exchange, she had to record several promotional videos for the game, which would be uploaded to various video sharing and social media platforms. The morning was spent preparing, and by the afternoon, it was time to start filming. The shoot was set up in the lounge area, as sitting on a couch would help Kei Yagami, who tended to get nervous in front of the camera, feel more at ease. Setting up the camera, Hazuki smiled at Kei, who for once had dressed in a skirt. You look really pretty today, Kei. Her usually slightly messy blonde hair had been neatly combed, and her face had been touched up with light makeup by Toyama Rin. With her slightly flushed cheeks, it was almost impossible to associate her with the late-night, grinding warrior she usually was. Kei, too focused on reviewing the script Ichin had prepared, had no energy to banter with Hazuki. Although Aoba would be using a monitor as a teleprompter, Ichin had still insisted that she familiarize herself with the script as much as possible to avoid stumbling over her words. Meanwhile, holding a bag of potato chips, Shinoda looked at Yumiko, who was also reading through a script. Yumiko, are we filming more than one video? Yumiko nodded as she skimmed through the pages. Yeah, the first video we're shooting will cover the game's world, its protagonist, monsters, and boss designs. It'll be in the second one, which will focus on the game's mechanics. Later, Hazuki will also join in to explain the game's maps and other features. We're planning 3 videos for now, but if they perform well, Ichin mentioned he might pull in a couple more people who haven't been on camera yet to participate. Hearing that others might get a chance to join, Shinoda's eyes lit up. Is there overtime pay? Yumiko, as if she had expected that exact question, nodded. Of course. You know, Ichin, he's a generous boss. There will be bonuses, which will be included in your next paycheck. If you want to participate, since you're the action designer, we could do a live gameplay demo featuring you. Or better yet, maybe you'd be perfect for a live broadcast. As she spoke, Yumiko completely ignored Hazuki and made her way to the kitchen, where Ichin was brewing coffee. Iti-kun. What's up, Yumiko? Ichin glanced at her as she entered. Do you want some coffee? I have an idea. Yumiko got straight to the point. Since we're recording videos now, are we still going to do live streams for promotion? Of course. The live streams will mainly be gameplay demonstrations, featuring battles against elite monsters and bosses with real-time commentary. Then we're on the same page. Yumiko smiled. Do you have someone in mind to handle it? Candidates, huh? Ichin thought for a moment. I was considering you, Momiji, Tsubame, and Shinoda. But since you're already in the video shoot today, I think this is a good chance to let someone else take the spotlight. What do you think? I think Shinoda would be a great fit, Yumiko suggested. As the action designer, she's naturally very familiar with the gameplay mechanics. Plus, she's got a lively personality and won't get nervous on a live stream. The only issue would be language if we stream on Chinese platforms. You need to help translate. Got it. I also think Shinoda is a solid choice, but there's no rush for the live stream. Ichin nodded. I'm planning to start the streams around mid-October, maybe 2 or 3 sessions. No need to announce it yet. I still need to organize everything. Aside from Bilibili, I also need to prep for a YouTube stream. At first, Ichin didn't have much of a presence on overseas platforms, but with Slay the Spire launching on the Nintendo Switch and Hollow Knight making an appearance at Gamescom, he began considering opening a YouTube channel to promote their games. Just as the coffee finished brewing, Ichin poured several cups, placed them on a tray, and walked over to the lounge area with Yumiko. Everyone, take a coffee break. Then we can get started. Give me a cup, quick. The moment Kei Yagami saw drinks were available, she immediately got up, walked over to Ichin, grabbed a cup, blew on a little, and took a sip. All right, let's get this over with quickly. Ichin had no objections. He had already memorized the script and could perform without even looking at the teleprompter. Rin, watching Ichin sit down on the couch next to Kei, playfully held up her makeup kit. Ichin-kun, need a touch-up? No need. I'm naturally good-looking. Signaling to Hazuki, Ichin turned to Kei, who was starting to look nervous again. Relax, Kei. This is a recording. If anything goes wrong, we can just edit it out. Just make sure your delivery is smooth and your expressions don't look stiff. I got it. He'll try. Hazuki adjusted the camera angle to focus on the two of them, then raised her left hand and said, All right, I'm starting the countdown. 3, 2, 1, action. Aoba, standing to the side, also turned on the teleprompter at the perfect moment. Ichin didn't even glance at it and spoke directly into the camera. Hello, everyone. I'm Ichin, founder of YC and producer of Hollow Knight. Kei quickly followed up. Hello, everyone. I'm Kei Yagami, art director of Hollow Knight. But as soon as she finished speaking, Hazuki called for a stop. Kei, your expression is too stiff. You need to relax softer, more natural. Ugh, this is so difficult, Kei said, looking frustrated before taking several deep breaths. All right, let's go again. They restarted the recording. Though her expressions were still somewhat stiff, they were much better than before, so Hazuki didn't stop the shoot this time. The recording barato continued smoothly. However, when they reached the art design segment, Kei froze again. Thankfully, since this wasn't a live stream, they didn't have to start over from the beginning. Compared to the pressure of being live, this was much more forgiving. After 2 retakes, Kei finally got into the flow. Aoba, who was monitoring both the teleprompter and the 2 speakers, couldn't help but recall her own experience doing voiceover recordings for promotional videos. Back then, she had struggled too, surrounded by her colleagues while recording. It had taken her a long time to get used to it. Now it was Kei's turn. Senshirado, Kei Yagami, finally finished her part of the recording. The game footage needed for the video would be handled by Aoba for the Japanese version since she had done it before and was quite good at it. As for the Chinese version, Ichin was debating whether to do it himself or let Yutaha, whose Chinese had improved significantly, take over. But there was no rush. They needed to finish recording the video first. Finally, it's over. Kei flopped onto a nearby beanbag chair after leaving the couch, completely ignoring the fact that she was wearing a long dress. She stretched out casually and said, Don't ever call me for something like this again. It's seriously not my thing. Hazuki checked the footage they had just recorded and chuckled. You did great. Kei, if you prepare properly, you're still very photogenic. You have to understand, as our studio continues to grow smoothly, our scale will only get bigger. These days, it's more and more common for producers to step into the spotlight. Apart from Ichin, neither you nor I can escape this. It's better to start getting used to it now. Spare me. Kay groaned. Ichin stood up and stretched before addressing everyone. The same goes for all of you. You're all very talented, and in the future, each of you will be able to stand on your own. There's a good chance everyone here will have opportunities to make public appearances for promotional events. Don't even think about hiding Hifumi. When the time comes, you won't be able to escape either. Hifumi, who had been trying to hide behind Aoba, instantly froze. She timidly peeked her head out and asked in a small voice, "Can I refuse?" Well, it's not impossible. Ichin replied with a smile. You really like cosplay, don't you? You might not be able to avoid appearing on stage, but you could choose to do it as a cosplayer. That way, you probably wouldn't have many lines to say. Hifumi shook her head frantically and clenched her fists. Th, they'll try to overcome it. Huh? Hifumi senpai, you're not okay with cosplaying? Aoba asked curiously. I only saw you cosplay once during Fairy Stories 3. I was hoping to see you cosplay as characters from our studio's games someday. Hifumi's face slowly turned red under Aoba's expectant gaze, her eyes awkwardly glancing away. If Aoba really wants to see it, then I guess it's not impossible. Hifumi, everyone's here, you know? That line is going to be hard to explain out of context. Ichin chuckled and clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. All right, KS part is done. Next up, Yumiko, get ready. We'll continue recording shortly. If everything goes smoothly, we should be able to finish all the content for the third episode by this afternoon. Yumiko nodded calmly and said, no problem. I can start whenever. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Yutaha checked her phone and said, it should be Eruri and Yukino. We'll go get the door. Sure enough, when Yutaha returned, she was accompanied by Eruri and Yukino. Both of them were holding 2 transparent bags filled with bubble tea. Good afternoon, everyone. We brought bubble tea for everyone, Eruri announced cheerfully. Oh, drinks. Eruri is the best. Yukino is the best. Everyone took their drinks, happily sitting down and enjoying them together. Eruri held her bubble tea and looked around at the setup. Yukino and I went to the cat cafe this morning, then had lunch and wandered around for a while before coming over. Have you guys already started? Swallowing the tapioca pearls in his mouth, Hajime replied. Senchuredo Ichinkuen already told me earlier that he'll be handling the next live streaming event. This kind of thing is pretty easy. It's not like you have to record for an hour straight. Kay, you're probably the only one here who gets so nervous. Haha, sorry for being so useless then, Kay muttered, lying lifelessly on the couch. Eruri decided not to press her for details about the recording, feeling sympathy for her. Instead, she turned her attention to Yumiko, who was holding a script. Yumiko, are you about to start recording too? Yumiko nodded calmly. Just doing a final check of the script. I'm aiming to get it all done in one take. Though Yumiko's words sounded normal, everyone couldn't shake the feeling that her comment was aimed at Kay. Kay, who had worked with Yumiko for a long time, knew her personality all too well. She shot Yumiko a death glare before collapsing back into her previous sprawled position. About 10 minutes later, the second round of recording began. Just as Yumiko had promised, her recording went smoothly. Apart from her slightly stern expression, there were no issues at all. But considering Yumiko's usual demeanor, neither Ichin nor Hazuki found her lack of smiling to be a problem. As long as her tone was fine, they were satisfied. During the recording, Kay stubbornly stood next to Aoba, occasionally making funny faces at Yumiko to try to break her concentration. Yumiko completely ignored the childish antics and continued flawlessly. When the recording ended, Yumiko stood up with a satisfied smile and looked at the sulking Kay. Such childish behavior. It's actually kind of cute. Kay felt completely mocked, but had no way to retaliate. Frustrated, she turned around and threw herself into Rin's arms. Rin. Rin smiled gently, softly patting Kay's back to comfort her. The scene instantly became charged with a sweet and affectionate atmosphere. Everyone was used to their interactions by now. Even Eruri, who had already grown accustomed to the chaos, moved next to Hazuki to watch the video on the camera. Looks like the recording's done. Are you going to start editing soon? From the other side, Ichin replied, no rush. Editing will only begin once all the in-game footage has been recorded. By the way, Eruri, are you interested in providing the voiceover for the Japanese version of the gameplay demonstration? Me? Eruri quickly shook her head. I don't even like reading textbook passages, let alone doing something like that. You guys can handle it yourselves. Suddenly, Yutaha snuck up beside Eruri and whispered with a playful smile. How about you do the English version then? You're just picking a fight, aren't you? Eruri puffed up her cheeks and chased after Yutaha, determined to catch her and teach her a lesson. Sorry for being bad at English. As for Yukino, there was no way she would join in on such childish antics. At the moment, the young lady was sitting quietly on a chair, cuddling Mizuku in her arms. Although she had spent a heavenly morning at the cat cafe, once she saw Mizuku, she couldn't resist the urge to continue petting the cat. Chapter 167-167, A Night Out After Yumiko's segment. Hazuki's recording was completed smoothly as well. The next step involved creating some in-game demo footage and adding voiceovers. But there was no rush for that. They could take their time with it. From here on, everyone had the freedom to either continue working on their tasks, rest, or even play games if they wanted. Eruri pulled Yukino, Yumiko, and Sakura Nene into a game of Left 4 Dead. Meanwhile, Hajime went to tinker with the new figurine she had just bought. The others continued working on their projects. While editing the demo videos, Ichin glanced at the exhausted Kei Yagami and asked Kei, "How's the progress on the final boss redesign?" Hollow Knight had quite a few bosses. Most of them were already completed, but some were still in progress, and others needed revisions. Ichin had reviewed some designs and sent them back for further improvements. The final boss, Radiance, was one of those that needed adjustments. Not only was the action design rejected and sent back for a complete redo, but Ichin also found the boss design itself, created by Kei Yagami, lacking in terms of a menacing presence. Scratching her head with the back end of her stylus, Kei replied, "I have some ideas, but I need to draw them out and see if they work. Don't worry, we'll definitely have a good finished product for you within 3 days." All right, no need to rush. We have enough time. The rejection of her design wasn't due to poor drawing skills. It was more about her experience. As the lead artist, Kei mostly focused on designing protagonist characters and allies throughout their previous projects. Designing antagonistic bosses was something she didn't do as often, so struggling with it was understandable. On the other hand, Ijima Yun, who had been consistently working on the monsters and bosses, was proving herself to be incredibly talented. Her work on Hollow Knight had demonstrated her unique style, whether it was regular enemies, elite monsters, or bosses. Ichin had already decided that moving forward, boss designs would primarily be handed over to Ijima Yun. The results would undoubtedly be better than expected. In the afternoon, Ichin didn't keep everyone working for too long. At 5:30, he announced the end of the day's work, telling everyone to head home and rest. Kei Yagami wasn't staying at the studio tonight and was going home for the first time in a while, leaving the place unusually quiet. After a final check of their tasks, Ichin and Yutaha headed upstairs. Once inside their home, Yutaha stretched her body as she sat on the sofa and asked, "Ichin, what should we do about dinner?" Mom and Dad went out to meet friends, so they didn't prepare anything. "Dinner, huh?" Ichin borrowed 2 cans of fruit juice from the fridge and thought for a moment. "How about eating out? I don't feel like going out. I'm so tired." Yutaha stretched out comfortably on the couch next to Ichin and looked at him. "Let's just order takeout." "That works. What do you feel like eating?" "Something simple. Sushi and tempura from that place we usually order from." "All right, sounds good." Ichin took out his phone and skillfully placed the order. After dinner, the two of them took a break and showered before heading to their bedroom to get some work done. Since they had played games for a while in the afternoon, Yutaha planned to spend her evening writing to finish the remaining half of Volume 4 of her novel as soon as possible. As for Ichin, he continued working on the character designs for Persona. After several days of consideration, Ichin had made his decision. The next game he would develop would be Persona. Once the main character's designs were completed, he could start drafting the game's world building and storyline. Once Yutaha finished her novel, she would take over writing the detailed plot. after writing a short section of her novel. Yudaha lifted her head and looked at Ichin, who was focused on his work in front of the computer. Ichin, what's up? Ichin's hands kept moving, his eyes glued to the screen as he replied. Then, he suddenly felt his computer chair being kicked. Turning around, Ichin saw Yudaha sitting on the bed, Senchuredo.